After years of serving capitalism, this young man vowed to never be exploited again in his next life. But his next life came sooner than he thought. The main character opens his eyes and realizes he's not dead, but to his surprise, he's lying in a coffin being carried by 4 people who are complaining about how light he looks but how heavy he is. These coffin bearers are unlucky enough as it is. What misfortune have you suffered? The one you're carrying is the unlucky one. He was handsome enough to marry into the family, but he died before even crossing the threshold. Another voice chimed in. I think the unluckiest one is still the young miss of the Sue family. She didn't even get to experience a man and lost money on the deal. But it's good he's dead. Doesn't that give us a chance with her? Yet another voice chimed in. But just then, the coffin they were carrying suddenly made a loud noise, and the man inside kicked open the lid and burst out, shouting joyfully, Lin Huan is back. The air froze for 3 seconds. Then the 4 pallbearers dropped the coffin and fled, crying, It's all your fault for talking nonsense. Now he's back. Hey, don't run. I have questions for you, Lin Huan called out, but of course no one stopped. It took him a moment to adjust to the situation. Judging by the scenery and clothing, it seemed he had transmigrated. After that, Lin Huan received the memories of the body's original owner and gradually understood his new identity. The body's previous owner shared his name. The Lin family was once the leading ceramics shop in Ningzhou, but for some reason, their fortunes suddenly declined, growing more dire by the day until even clothing became a problem. When the Lin family fell on hard times, their rival, the Sue family, suddenly offered them a place and treated them with great hospitality. Then, Master Su proposed that Lin Huan marry his eldest daughter, Su Qian, and move in with them. Seeing his son secure a lifeline, the old Master Lam gifted the family the clan's most important pottery formula as a dowry. But soon after, the once cheerful Lam Hoan fell ill with a strange disease, baffling even the most renowned doctors. And so the original Lin Huan passed away and was hastily buried in the mountains outside the city. When, coincidentally, the modern Lin Huan, who had died from overwork, took over his body. Well, this transmigration is convenient. Clear memories and explanations included, he muttered, then looked at his reflection in a large puddle. This face is nothing like the zombie-like, dark-circled face he had from overworking in his past life. Lin Huan clicked his tongue a few times. Don't tell me the Su family would dare to lay a hand on such a handsome man. Fine. After I take a bath, I'll make a dazzling appearance and deal with the Su family later. So, Lin Huan stripped off his clothes and rushed to the nearby stream, but as he parted the bushes, he saw a neatly folded set of clothes with a sword placed on top. Then, Huan looked into the stream and saw a girl bathing. Their eyes met, and Huan screamed first. He clutched his chest, face red, and rambled, You're a rogue! How dare you peek at me? The girl quickly got out of the water, and before she could even dress, she pointed her sword at Lin Huan's face, causing him to cry even louder, accusing her of using force to intimidate him. If you want to steal my virtue, I'll let you. Just don't take my life. The girl's face flushed red as a tomato. Lin Huan was the one who arrived later, yet he was acting like the victim. It's like the thief crying, Stop, thief. Her eyes reddened as she trembled and shouted, I've never seen anyone so shameless. My name is Ning Zilan, and to die by my blade is an honor you don't deserve. Ha, Ning Zilan, is it? I remember now, Lin Huan replied, feigning ignorance. You shameless naked bastard, so what if you remember me? Ning Zilan was furious, and Lin Huan fabricated a story without batting an eye. Actually, I was properly dressed when I came down to the mortal realm. You were just too scared to notice. As he spoke, he pointed to the coat he had discarded near a bush. Don't play these supernatural tricks on me. Ning Zilan found his words absurd, but instinctively looked where he pointed. As soon as she looked away, Lin Huan darted off like a squirrel. By the time Ning Zilan recovered, he was nothing more than a dot in the distance, impossible to catch. Enraged, Ning Zilan shouted, You shameless bastard! How dare you pull this on me? You better hope I don't catch you. Meanwhile, at the Sue residence, the Sue patriarch and his daughter were leisurely drinking tea on the porch when a servant reported that the 4 coffin bearers had returned. Most importantly, they said that Lin Huan had opened his coffin and come back to life. Of course, he didn't believe this was true, and just thought the pallbearers were making up stories to demand more compensation. Furthermore, he'd been poisoning Lin Huan for a long time, watching him drink it each time. How could he possibly survive? Su Qian was a little worried. Father, aren't you afraid other families will gossip about us? We tried our best to save him. It's just his fate to die. The head of the Tu family responded indifferently. In truth, Su Qian had no idea what her father had done to Lin Huan. But he believed that even if she knew, as the daughter of the powerful Sue family, she wouldn't object. My dear daughter, you should be more concerned about the upcoming pottery conference. This time, our Sue family must be victorious, so that our ceramics will go from superior to a tribute to the court. Old Master Sue then said, "That's right. What's there to think about that poor wretch? There's no way he could have climbed out of his coffin." Su-chan replied, her heart as cold as her father's. But just then, a snake-like hand gently touched Su-chan's shoulder, followed by an icy voice that seemed to echo from hell, whispering in her ear, "What if I could?" Both Su-chan and her father trembled as they turned around. Lin Huan had intentionally prepared this terrifying appearance to scare them. His hair disheveled, blood trickling from his mouth, and a raspy voice. Even in broad daylight, he was terrifying. "I've been wronged. Old man Sue, you reap what you sow. I am your retribution." This prank worked wonders. The old Master Sue couldn't handle the shock and immediately collapsed, foaming at the mouth and fainting. Su-chan wasn't doing much better, screaming for him to stay away, reminding him they weren't married yet. "You're here to marry into my family, you have to listen to me. Don't come any closer." She screamed and ran, only to trip after 3 steps. Unbelievably, the elegant Miss Tu was so scared she wet herself. Lam Huan clearly came to get his due, but seeing this, he felt like he was bullying an innocent girl. Seeing the fear in the faces of the Sue family, he decided to end the charade, wiping away his disguise to reveal his handsome features, and declared, "In short, I was just playing with you all, and I don't want this marriage." After the annulment, Lin Huan left, leaving Su-chan trembling behind him. But as he stepped out of the Sue family's house, something strange happened. He heard what sounded like fireworks, and then a system window appeared, congratulating him on completing his first mission, receiving 10 influence points and a chance to draw from the store. Little did Lin Huan know that he had not only transmigrated, but also gained a system, complete with a free lucky draw right from the start. The system even specified the reward percentages. 40% common, 10% rare, 3% epic, 1% legendary, and finally, 46% garbage. He had to admit, this system was surprisingly thoughtful. After his lucky draw, Lin Huan received a scroll containing advanced pottery techniques. Of all people, why him? What are the odds the system would gift a pottery-making manual to the son of a potter? But just then, he saw a notice posted on the street about the pottery competition, the same one he'd overheard the Sue family discussing. With such a coincidence, Chi Peng should participate. He can't let those vipers take all the glory. But before Lin Huan could figure out how to register, a group of burly, menacing young men approached him. They politely ask Master Lin to come with them, and Lin Huan, not recognizing them, complies. But instead, they dragged him to a mountain outside the city and tried to bury him alive. Lin Huan was speechless. Other main characters transmigrate into martial arts masters or possess some amazing skill, so why does he keep dying after transmigrating? The leader of the group heard Lin Huan mutter and said, "Young master, we're just collecting debts. You borrowed 10 taels of gold from us, and now with interest it's up to 120 taels. How could you forget so quickly?" Lam Huan sighed heavily. The original owner of this body must have racked up a huge debt before he died, and now an innocent man like him has to pay it off. What terrible luck. Seeing no response, the man continued, "Now that I've asked, prepare to depart. My sword is swift. You won't feel a thing." With that, he drew his sword. Terrified, Lin Huan shouted, "Wait, I'll pay it back, I promise." But the man threatened him with his sword, demanding every last bit of the 120 gold taels. Without hesitation, Lin Huan nodded furiously. "Of course, not just 120 gold. With our relationship, I'd give you 1,000. The man's subordinate whispered in his ear, "Boss, is this guy scared out of his mind?" The man, for reasons unknown, decided to spare him for now. His blade came down, but only to cut the ropes binding Lin Huan. Then he sent one of his men, Xiaozhou, to follow him for 3 days to keep watch. "If the money isn't paid in 3 days, he'll take your whole family's lives. And since I'm the son-in-law of the Sue family, remember that includes them too." Lin Huan called after him, nearly causing the man to stumble. He pitied the Sue family for having such a son-in-law. Leaving the forest, Lin Huan and Xiaozhou arrive at the Linchun Pavilion, where many young men have gathered, bearing gifts. Xiaozhou didn't understand why they were here, so Lin Huan explained that Linchun Pavilion had a rule. Once a month, they held a tribute gathering, and whoever's item was chosen by the beauty, Lingji, would get to meet her. Xiaozhou eyed him suspiciously, fearing Lin Huan planned to kidnap Lingji for ransom. Lin Huan was speechless and could only advise Xiaozhou to stop thinking about violence all the time. He had his own way of making money, And indeed, it was just as Lin Huan had predicted. After a while, the second-story window opened, and someone announced that he had won the competition. But then, to everyone's surprise, he declined the chance to meet Lingji because his only goal was for her to see the letter he wrote. Xiaosai then departed, and Xiaozhou, seeing that he refused to meet the beauty and had no intention of pursuing her, looked at him with new eyes. Suddenly, he felt that this young Master Lin was actually pretty cool. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lingji watched Lin Huan leave, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. This Lin Huan is quite interesting. In her hand, she still holds the letter he sent earlier, which contains only a few lines. Do as I say, and I'll make you a global superstar. Next, it's time for the pottery competition. The Sue family, father and son, have also arrived, leisurely drinking tea in a pavilion. Sycophants surround the Sue family, praising their pottery as the best, while Master Sue feigns humility, secretly reveling in his stolen treasures from the Lin family. Is that all? And they call this a ceramics convention? Lin Huan's voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling the father and son. What they called treasures were, in his eyes, just insignificant trinkets. The elder Sue, still bearing a grudge from their last encounter, immediately roared at his former son-in-law. Want to see something new? Fine, I'll open your eyes. With that, old Master Sue removed the silk cloth covering the pottery held by Su Qian, revealing a celadon vase with excellent patterns, luster, and artistic conception. To outsiders, it was clearly a masterpiece, unmatched by any other pottery. Lin Huan approached and carefully examined the vase. That's right. This was made using the formula the Lins were preparing as your dowry for marrying into our family. The old Master Sue was gloating, thinking, didn't expect that, did you? This is the Lam family's secret method, stolen by me. But then, Lam Huan casually throws away the pottery that everyone else considers a treasure. He even brazenly dismissed it as an outdated toy, infuriating the old master to the point of a heart attack. Outdated toy? No one but the Sue family can make this. But Lin Huan retorted that everyone here could make this except for him, prompting old man Sue to suspiciously eye the faces that had just been flattering him. At this point, their expressions were all somewhat unnatural, and they tried to avoid the old man's gaze. But then, Lin Huan clapped his hands. All right, merchants, no need to hide it any longer. The formula I gave you was also a first attempt, so let's see your work. Encouraged by him, the potters presented their pieces one after another. This shocked Master Sue as the pottery was near perfection, rivaling his own. Since Master Lin has spoken, we won't hold back either. They thanked him for sharing the blue and white porcelain formula, a blessing for all. Turns out he had already shared the formula with all the other potters. But then, Huan suddenly kicked the pottery, shattering it to pieces. The crowd was bewildered, unsure of his intentions, thinking Lin Huan regretted sharing the pottery recipe. Then, he declared, what we gave you wasn't meant for you to create these outdated things. Now, let's invite our main character. As he finished speaking, a beautiful girl appeared, carrying a basket covered with green silk. The crowd erupted in murmurs, for this was the ethereal Lingji, a beauty few had the privilege to behold. They wondered when Lin Fan had managed to charm such a celestial being. You've arrived, Lin Huan said happily, and Lingji responded warmly. How could I dare disobey your orders, young master? Beneath the blue silk lies the transcendent pottery that Lin Huan wants to show everyone, a celadon statue of the spirit maiden playing her instrument, its lifelike features inspiring awe. Those who witnessed it were stunned. The color, material, and form of the pottery were undeniably perfect. Some people came to cheer on the pottery competition and watch the fun, but unexpectedly witnessed such a treasure. So, Master Lin, how should people buy such a beautiful item? Lingji turned to ask, but was really just setting him up. Lin Huan then announced how to own this limited edition Lingji porcelain statue in front of everyone. They only need to place an order and put down half the money, and in 7 days the finished product will be delivered to their door. Old Master Sue couldn't help but speak up after hearing this. Young Master Lin is quite the schemer, isn't he? Using this to collect deposits and raise capital. What if he runs off with the money? We'd be left with nothing. His words brought many to their senses. The Lin family had already gone bankrupt. Although he has the secret, he lacks the funds. That statue is good, but paying up front is too risky. Seeing the crowd wavering, Master Sue openly attacked Lin Huang. Are you all just going to sit by and watch him ruin the reputation of the ceramicist family? Hearing his fierce threats, the small merchants who were grateful for Lin Huang's formula now turned against him. Young Master Lin, we will remember your kindness, but this is really not fair. That's right, we should take it slow and sell the finished product. Old Master Su smirked, seeing Lin Huang as no match for him, but this didn't seem to affect Lin Huang's composure. Are you all really that dense? I've already given you the Qinghua porcelain technique. Now, you just need to get the designs from me. You can order from me, but you can also order from them. With that, Lin Huang released several design drafts. They're all portraits of Lingji in various poses and outfits, and of course, they're exclusive to Lin Huan. The merchants don't understand. It's as if Lin Huan is blocking his own path to wealth. But of course, Lin Huan wasn't giving anything away for free. He was making money by selling copyrights, each work worth 10% of the final product's price. That was the preferential price he offered to all the merchants here, except for the old man from the Sue family. Lin Huan's public confrontation with him in front of so many people infuriated the old master of the Sue family. But he figured it was just the Qinghua porcelain formula and the spirit machine blueprint. The Sue family had eyes and ears everywhere in the ceramics world. He thinks he can get his hands on those in 3 days. Oh, really? Lin Huan responded with a provocative tone, wondering if his connections could acquire the next item as well. Lin Huan then unveiled his second item, even more valuable than the porcelain statue, a flawless, miniature spirit doll, complete with articulated joints and limbs, capable of movement. Any young man who admired spirit dolls would want one. This was carved by a master craftsman with articulated joints and limbs and a lifelike complexion created with high-grade dragon phoenix ceramic. Lin Huan enthusiastically explains that the spirit maiden doll can be dressed in anything. He really knows how to play to the crowd. Lingji is the goddess in the eyes of all the men in the city, and who wouldn't want to own something like this? So while everyone's excitement was at its peak, Lin Huan announced the price. 290 silver coins for a spirit maiden doll, and he only has 10 available. Those who pay early benefit early, and the men's reaction was even more enthusiastic than Lin Huan had imagined. They began throwing money at him like mad. Then, Lin Huan announced that he would also license the production of this item, but at a higher fee than the regular porcelain statue. Specifically, they only need to spend 500 silver to get the formula, and then share a portion of the revenue with him. Seeing the merchants wavering again, old Master Su immediately roared, "Let's see who dares to join. This brat is clearly trying to divide our pottery alliance." But his words no longer held any weight. Everyone wanted a spirit doll. Only a fool would ignore money right in front of them. Master Su was trampled underfoot, a truly pathetic sight. He couldn't understand how he'd come to this. "Mr. Su, did you really think you could control everything?" "The times have changed," Lin Huan declared proudly. Trying to compete with a modern, high-achieving employee like him? He was dreaming. And so, the winner of this pottery competition was undoubtedly the creator of the ceramic doll. A revolutionary concept that shook the pottery world, Lin Huan. With this success, you've earned another 50 influence points from the system. True talent can't be suppressed in any era. On his way home, Lin Huan was overjoyed, but as he passed an old woman, he suddenly saw her clutching her chest, writhing in pain, and collapsing. At first piecing together the symptoms, Lin Huan thought she was faking it. But she didn't seem to be pretending. Her condition looked like a heart attack. But her condition was rapidly deteriorating, and there wasn't time to find a doctor. So, Lin Huan searched the system store and found an item called Instant Information Pill, which could be exchanged for 60 influence points. Now, Huan only has 60 points, so he hesitates to spend all his influence to save someone. What if he encountered a dangerous situation later? He didn't even know this old woman. Lin Huan hesitated, but ultimately decided to act. As a modern young man, he couldn't just leave someone in need. So Lin Huan's influence points dropped to 0 in exchange for the medicine. Lin Huang immediately took out a pill and fed it to the old woman, and it quickly took effect, alleviating and then eliminating her symptoms. The old woman was able to stand up, healthy as ever. "Grandma, are you feeling better?" As Lam Huan picked up the old woman's cane, he asked Han with concern, "Young man, I'm so grateful for your help, or this old body would have been done for." The old woman was extremely grateful, and seeing that she was all right, Lin Huan breathed a sigh of relief before placing the information-boosting medicine in her hands. "This is useless to me. Better to give it to someone who needs it. Take this medicine with you, and if you feel like this again, take one." He carefully instructed her. The woman took the medicine, regretting that she had nothing to give him in return. She had just obtained 2 peace knots from the temple, one for her son, and gave the other to Lin Huan as a thank you. Lin Huan accepted the gift and departed. The old woman watched him go, tears welling up in her eyes, touched by his kindness. There are still good people in this world. Lin Huan rushed off because he had a meeting with the thug he'd nearly been buried alive by. Lin Huan had scraped together the money to pay him, but the man looked at the stack of cash, his face expressionless, and said, "I have to say, you surprised me. You earned this much money in less than 3 days, but unfortunately you messed with the wrong person." Lin Huan sighed, realizing they were still after his life. He laid his cards on the table, asking how much the Sue family had offered, promising to double it. But the man refused, revealing that the Sue family was about to marry the city lord, so some things can't be solved with money. With that, he mercilessly drew his sword and lunged at Lin Huan. Helpless, Lin Huan closed his eyes, awaiting a miracle, or perhaps another trip to the salt mines. But after hearing the flurry of clashing steel, he felt no pain, no injury. When Lin Huan opened his eyes, he saw that the entire gang had suffered fatal wounds, and the one who struck the blows was none other than the leader of the extortion. "Master, you could become the world's greatest swordsman," Lin Huan praised sincerely. The man scoffed, telling him to stop flattering him, then asked, "Do you know why I saved you?" Of course, Lin Huan didn't, so he pointed the sword at the peace knot hanging on his waist. Lin Huan suddenly remembered that the old woman had given this to him as a thank you gift, saying she had one for her son. It seems fate has intervened, as this man is the old woman's son. Looks like you saved the right person. There's no denying he just saved your life. Because besides him, the assassins hired by the Sue family numbered over a dozen, though the Great Ditch Gang were the most troublesome. After saving Lin Huan's life, he demanded even more money, leaving Lin Huan completely broke. On the way back, he shook his empty wallet and sighed. Times are chaotic. I should buy some tranquilizers for protection when I get back. But now that I'm penniless, surely no one will rob me, right? Lin Huan muttered. Yet he truly deserves the title of the poorest main character ever. But just as he finished speaking, 2 unknown figures suddenly jumped out, blocking his path. Halt! This road was made by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass. Before they could finish, Lin Huan already knew what they were going to say. Just his luck, he escapes assassins only to run into bandits. Predictably, Lin Fan is tied up and taken to their hideout. After being tossed into a corner, 2 bandits began sharpening their blades. Sirs, let's talk this over. What do you need those knives for? Lin Huan was on the verge of tears, but the bandits just yelled at him to shut up. Since Lin Huan had nothing of value, they planned to send him to meet his ancestors for wasting their time. Lin Huan couldn't take it anymore. What kind of main character was this unlucky? Gathering all his strength, he kicked the table and shouted, "Are you blind? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the legitimate son-in-law of the Sue family, the wealthiest family in Ningzhou." They figured that most captives wouldn't dare raise their voice like that. Besides, Lin Huan looked frail and weak, like he really was the son-in-law of the Sue family. These bandits didn't dare offend the Sue family, as Feng Qing had told them of their good relationship with the city lord, so after some deliberation, they hurried back inside to prepare to untie Lin Huan. "It's our fault for being blind. We'll personally escort you back later. If you have any requests, just let us know." Relieved to be untied, Lin Huan promises to reward them with gold once he returns. "All right, I'm hungry now. Bring me some food." Lin Huan began to make demands, knowing he had to trick them first and then find a way to escape. So the 2 men prepared a lavish feast for him. But soon after, the Sue family's butler came up the mountain to meet with the bandits. He brought a portrait of Lin Huan, demanding that the mountain leopard, leader of the bandits, personally take care of the man in the picture. Of course, the 2 families' butler also brought a pile of silver as a deposit, promising an additional reward after the job was done. The 2 bandits who had just captured Lin Huan stared at the portrait. They felt like the man in the picture looked familiar. After a moment, they realized who it was. "Oh, now I remember, isn't that the Sue family's son-in-law from earlier? Son-in-law, you say? Our young lady isn't married yet, so how could there be a son-in-law?" The 2 families' butler immediately retorted. Just then, Lin Huan strolled past the room, casually munching on a chicken leg, as the 2 families' butler turned and spotted him, shouting his name. The real deal was startled, not expecting the Sue family to be so relentless, but he tried to remain calm. "You're looking for Lin Huan, but what does that have to do with Lin the debtor? I'm just a man drowning in debt and it's getting late, so I need to go pack my things." Lin Huan prepared to make a run for it, but was grabbed from behind. "Wait!" Not long after being released, Lin Huan is tied up again. This time, they've tied him to a large pillar, surrounded by bandits waiting for their leader to deal with him. Mountain Leopard had no grudge against Lin Huan, but he'd been paid, so he had a job to do. Surprisingly, Lin Huan felt little fear as the blade came down. That's because he's still in the newbie protection period. Specifically, he can revive once, restoring all his stats. The only downside is the increased difficulty in earning fame points. Lam Huan hesitated, unsure if he should use it, as a rescue might be imminent. But then, The sound of hooves echoed through the air. Someone was coming to save Lin Huan, but this girl seemed familiar. It took Lin Huan a moment to realize that the girl who had just knocked the saber out of Shan Bao's hand was the same girl he had met by the stream on his first day in this world. Ning Zilan immediately recognized Lin Huan as well, still holding a grudge from their previous encounter. Ning Zilan scoffed, then slashed through his bonds with her sword. "Humph, you got lucky this time. I'll settle the score with you later." But the bandits weren't about to let them leave so easily. Even though Ning Zilan had indeed knocked down their leader, she hadn't hurt him too badly. Not to mention, these bandits numbered in the dozens and quickly surrounded them. Sun Bao, after getting up, couldn't help but drool when he saw the newcomer, a young lady of noble birth. "I've been so lonely lately, and now a beauty has delivered herself right to me." How could Ning Zilan miss the lust in that bandit's eyes? Meanwhile, in the crowd, the Sue family's butler seemed to recognize her extraordinary status, but he simply turned away, feigning ignorance. However, before Mountain Leopard and his men could act against Ning Zilan, the ground suddenly shook. The sound of hooves echoed, and then their main gate was kicked open. A troop of soldiers bearing red flags storms in, and the bandits tremble in fear at the sight of them. They are quickly and completely suppressed. Shan Bao looked at Ning Zilan with fear, realizing that although she appeared delicate, she seemed to be the leader of these soldiers, and he had offended her. Now he feared retribution and wanted to take her down with him. While she was focused on her horse, Mountain Leopard stealthily drew a hidden weapon and threw it at her. Lin Huan noticed first and, without a second thought, shielded Ning Zilan. The hidden weapon struck his right chest, a fatal blow, and black blood poured from the wound, soaking his clothes as Ning Zilan caught his collapsing body. She realized something was wrong. The black blood meant he'd been poisoned. A carriage quickly rushed them back to the city. As Lin Huan lay in the carriage, his breath grew fainter and fainter, likely due to the poison spreading rapidly and the excessive blood loss. She was frantic, knowing that if the toxins weren't purged, Lin Huan's life would be in grave danger, but doing so would require intimate contact. As a lady of noble upbringing, Ning Zilan struggled with the concept of men and women not touching, but after a fierce internal battle she knew she couldn't abandon Lin Huan. After all, he ended up like this because he saved her. With that thought, Ning Zilan removed Lin Huan's shirt, but then she noticed something unusual. What she thought was poison-induced blackness on his chest was just dye. Lin Huan opened his eyes and quickly explained, "Ahem. I just bought some dye to develop a new product, so you weren't hurt at all?" Ning Zilan asked, dumbfounded. Though Lin Huan wasn't hurt, his act of rushing to save her was genuine. He immediately collapses, feigning injury, but his acting is so bad it only darkens Ning Zilan's expression. Ning Zilan brought Lin Huan back to the Marquis of Ba's residence and immediately summoned a doctor who, after examining him, said that his injuries were not serious and that he was only unconscious from fright. Just after the doctor left, a servant informed Ning Zilan that Marquis Si had something important to say, so she left the room, but couldn't help turning back at the door to remind him, "Don't pretend anymore, you really did save me. I won't pursue what happened before." Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately sat up. "She should have said so sooner. My back is killing me. Now let me do some studying. I want to see what life is like in the Chu Manor." Lin Huan steps outside, finding the area heavily guarded, befitting the domain of the Chu Manor, the most powerful force in Chu province. He overheard servants calling Ning Zilan Miss, so she must be the manor's heiress. As Lin Huan wandered around, he overheard some maids gossiping, and his nosy nature made him stop to listen. They say that in a few days, Chuzhou will host its biggest fireworks gala ever, and all the lord's sons will be there. Relying on the original owner's memories, Lam Huan recalled that the Ba Lord and the other lords didn't seem to get along, so he approached the two maids and asked, "Tell me, are those lords married yet?" Startled, the two handmaidens blushed crimson at Lin Huan's proximity, but still stammered, "No, they haven't." Lin Huan sighed helplessly, then tucked his tail and ran. Leaving the bewildered maids behind, a party is to be held in a few days, with many eligible young masters in attendance. Earlier, when Ning Zilan was urgently summoned, the servant's expression seemed serious. Based on his experience watching historical dramas, Huan suspects she's being forced into a marriage. But Lin Huan was convinced that he and Miss Ning were destined to be together, that she was meant for him, so he had to stop this marriage. And as expected, Lin Huan's guess was right. When Ning Zilan met with her father, he informed her that among the young lords attending the fire and smoke banquet, one had arrived very early, ostensibly for the feast, but in reality to discuss marriage with the Marquis's estate. Ning Zilan suspects that most suitors feign affection, seeking only to control the Ning family and forge alliances, a fact the Marquis is aware of, but he fears that rejecting them will lead to a coalition against him. This was indeed a difficult situation. Just then, a servant announced the arrival of the son of the Marquis of On. Before they could agree, this young master barged in like he owned the place. His name was Guo Na Yang, a crude and portly man, clearly no match for Miss Ning. No sooner had Guo Na Yang arrived than he had his servants lug in chests of solid gold bars. Seeing this, Lord Ba frowned. "You've come from afar, and I haven't received you properly, which is my fault. But what is the meaning of this?" Without concealing his intentions, Guo Na Yang admits he's long admired Ning Zilan and seeks her hand in marriage, asking Lord Zhu to arrange it. Ha ha, how can such a thing be decided so easily? Chubaho tries to respond calmly, but a storm is brewing within him. Zilan is his beloved daughter. Guo Na Yang was discussing marrying her as casually as buying vegetables at the market, and he was determined to force the issue. He adds that this marriage was his father's idea, infuriating Ning Zilan. She slams the table, demanding, "So, young Master Guo is here to force me into marriage?" Guo Na Yang waves his hand and laughs, clearly implying it, but claims Ning Zilan has misunderstood. He then added that all levels of society seem to be criticizing the title of Marquis lately, and the easiest way to make these rumors disappear was for his daughter to marry him. Unfortunately, the young master is a step too late. Before Ning Zilan could respond, Lin Huan's voice echoed from outside the door. Guo Na Yang turned to look Lam Huan up and down, certain he'd never seen this face before. Meanwhile, Lin Huan confidently introduces himself as Ning Zilan's fiancé, a statement that freezes everyone in the room. Guo Yang was the first to react, wondering when Miss Zilan had become engaged. "Seize this reckless fool!" Guo Yang's men were certainly quick. Hearing their master's order, they immediately rushed forward, grabbing Lin Huan's arms to drag him away. So, Lin Huan shouts towards the Marquis, "Father, please explain this to me." Ning Zila realizes that he is trying to help her. Though this plan is a bit crude, it's better than marrying that loathsome fatty. So before Lord Ba could understand what was happening, she rushed over and embraced Lin Huan intimately. "He's right, this is my fiancé." Seeing his precious daughter embrace another man so brazenly, the Marquis was utterly shocked. Is this real? How could his own daughter have a fiancé he doesn't even know about? Ning Zilan frantically signaled her father to play along as Lin Huan cemented his place as a method actor, embracing her while patting the stunned Guo Na Yang in a provocative display. "Young Master Guo, as you can see, Zilan is already engaged. Surely a noble like yourself wouldn't force her to break it off, would you?" Guo Na Yang gritted his teeth, furious but helpless. Forcing Zilan to break her engagement would ruin his reputation, and so he angrily shoved Lin Huan away and left with his servants and gold. The Duke even called after him, "Be careful on your way, young master, and remember to invite the other young lords to my daughter's wedding." Lin Huan was overjoyed that his plan had succeeded, but after that Guo fellow left, he became the target of Lord Zi's wrath. Enraged, he pointed a finger and roared, "And you? Who in the world are you?" "I'll give you a chance to explain yourself, so speak quickly." "My lord, please hear me out." Lin Huan calmly introduced himself to his future father-in-law, including his background and his work as a porcelain maker in Ningzhou City. Chubo Hao stared at him for a long time, memories of years past flooding back, and he burst out laughing. "Lam Huan, so you're old Lin's son." Lin Huan chuckled inwardly, relieved he'd checked the original owner's memories while feigning injury. It turns out that Old Man Lin and Ba Hochu have known each other for a long time, and even arranged a marriage for their children. After this family reunion, Ba Hochu suddenly grabbed his hand and forced Lin Huan to lie face down. "You insolent brat, today I will teach you a lesson in place of your father." He found a large plank of wood and began to beat him until he saw stars. After taking the beating, Lin Huan rose to address the real issue, believing he'd broken the forced marriage situation by driving away the young lords, proving he alone was worthy of Ning Zilan. "Not to mention I, the Marquis, am an old friend of your father. Secondly, everyone knows the Lin family was once very wealthy, only to be schemed against later. But now things are different. Lin Huan can definitely rebuild the family business. And third, our fathers have promised us to each other since we were children. If she remains single, she'll continue to be pressured by those young nobles." Lin Huan's words left the Duke speechless. What he said is true, but he doesn't remember agreeing to marry his daughter off to this kid. Not to mention, it's hard to say if the Lin family can even be restored. As her father, the Marquis was worried about his daughter's future, but Ning Zilan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Father, I've decided to marry him," she declared. leaving the Marquise utterly shocked. Earlier, she vehemently opposed marrying any of the Lord's sons, but now, without a second thought, she's agreed to marry Lin Huan. But this wasn't a rash decision, as her tone was resolute. "Father, my mind is made up. Please send out the wedding invitations as soon as possible and let the whole city know. Moreover, it must be held before the vassal lords arrive at our manor, leaving Lord Bea no room to object." He simply said he understood and knew how to handle it. "As for Ning Zilan, you've been working hard these past few days, so you should retire and rest." But as she was about to leave, she saw Lin Huan whisper something to her father, vaguely mentioning wedding invitations. Meanwhile, at the Sue residence, Su Qian paced anxiously in her room. Moments later, Miss T announced someone was looking for her. Before Su Qian could react, Lin Huan calmly walked into the room. "Miss Su, long time no see. How have you been?" Su Qian was instantly enraged and began to shout. "Lin Huan, how dare you show your face here again? You made my father vomit blood in anger, and now he's bedridden." "Oh, is that really what happened? Perhaps he was so angry that he couldn't catch me that he fell ill. I'm truly to blame." Lin Huan feigned concern, but Su Qian wasn't foolish enough to miss the sarcasm in his words. And this time, Lin Huan had returned to discuss the engagement. Hearing the words marriage contract, Su Qian immediately regained her arrogant demeanor, assuming that Lin Huan had returned to the Su family after his reputation had been ruined. In fact, if he wanted to continue the engagement, all he had to do was kneel and beg. Beg? See for yourself what this is. Lin Huan sneered, then tossed her a wedding invitation. Su Qian opened the invitation, a summons from the Duke, which she immediately dismissed as a fake. Thinking Lin Huan had the audacity to impersonate the Duke, she ordered her servants to seize him. Lin Huan found the Su family ridiculous. They plotted to steal from the Lin family, yet constantly accused him of being a thief and an impostor. On the other hand, Tu Tian wasn't ashamed of being scolded. Instead, she became even more aggressive, saying, "Lam Huan, do you think I'm stupid? The noble Miss Ning of the Marquise's estate wouldn't even consider you as a servant, let alone a fiancé." She then tore up Lin Huan's fan, threatening him to hand over the spirit puppet formula, and she might consider letting him stay in the house. Of course, she would be in charge from now on. Lin Huan sighed, lamenting Su Qian's beautiful face. Indeed, beauty is wasted on the cruel and foolish. With a snap of his fingers, soldiers of the Marquise's estate appeared behind Lin Huan. "Who dares speak so rudely to our Lord Protector?" The soldiers surrounding Lin Huan shielded him, causing a stir among the onlookers. Suddenly, he appeared, grinning and waving at Su Qian, who trembled at the sight of him. It really is him. These people are from the Ning Manor. Could it be that Miss Ning really married Lin Huan? How could this be? He then approached, holding a red envelope with a mocking smile that infuriated Su Qian. "Do you believe it now? I especially brought this for you, thinking you'd be touched. But her people felt their young lady was being insulted and wanted to fight, protecting Miss Tu and preventing anyone from getting close, lest they embarrass the Lam estate." Just as things were about to escalate into a fight, a loud voice shouted, "Stop!" Kang Hyan appeared at the door, greeting Lin Huan with respect, saying, "I hope you won't blame her." Not knowing who he is, he voices his dissatisfaction and suspicion, asking, "Who are you to call me brother? Who are you? Is Su Qian engaged to you?" Maintaining his composure, Kang Jian introduced himself. "I am Kang Jian, son of the Lord of Chuzhou City." Lin Huan seemed a bit surprised to hear his title. "Oh, so he's a privileged son of a high-ranking official." Kang Hyun approached, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he revealed his intentions. "I have a way to resolve today's situation. I wonder if Brother Lin will agree." Hearing this, he casually tells him to speak his mind. "Oh, let's see how you plan to handle this." With Lin Huang's approval, he approached Su Qian, and Kang Xian placed his hand on her cheek, leaving her puzzled and patient. Suddenly, he slaps her hard across the face, stunning everyone around him. Even Lin Huang is taken aback by the sight. Indeed, a cruel method. Su Qian's cheek swelled up, and she was utterly bewildered. You would..." Kang Xian ignored the trembling Su Qian and turned to Lin Huan. "Is that satisfactory, Brother Lin?" Seeing him shift all the blame, Lin Huan was stunned, unable to hold back. He pointed and cursed at Kang Xian. "How could you hit a woman? Are you even human? Only parents can hit their children." Seeing the chaotic situation, he and the soldiers left, saying, "Let's go, these people are crazy." Seeing this, he didn't stop him, silently watching Lin Huan walk out. As the door closed, Kang Xian's face turned dark. He gritted his teeth. "Lin Huan." Kang Hyun then turned to Su Qian and comforted her. "Don't cry, it's just a play. In a few days, we'll show him. Sometime later, at Hoan's wedding held at the Marquis Manor, she looks at her fiancé with a tender expression. The Marquis speaks. He first raised his glass to the guests, saying, "Thank you all for coming to my daughter's wedding." Suddenly, a woman burst into the wedding hall, frantically shouting, "Lin Huan, you are a faithless man." The scene caused a stir among the guests, and Kang Xian, holding a wine glass, looked on in surprise. Weren't there supposed to be a group of prostitutes? Why is there only one? But he sipped his wine with a sly look, thinking one was enough to humiliate him. The woman rushed forward, clinging to Lin Huan's leg, and began to plead, "Lin Huan, have you forgotten the night we shared in bed together? You said you'd marry me, so why are you marrying someone else?" With a loud bang of his glass on the table, Kang Xian stood up, ready to denounce Lin Huan before all the guests. "The Earl is the pillar of Chuzhou City. Isn't this sullying his good name? He's unworthy of Miss Zilan." As the situation escalated, onlookers grew more interested. Ignoring him, Lin Huan turned his attention to the woman and began his assessment. "Good acting. I'll give it a 9, but I'm deducting 1 point for overconfidence." He then turned his back, ignoring the woman's shocked expression. He stood in the doorway, turned to Kang Hyun, and began to question him. "Kang, you seem to be moving pretty fast. Could you be the one who sent them?" Seeing this, he immediately denied it. "Ridiculous. I have no grievances with you. Why would I harm you?" Lin Huan remained calm, a slight smirk on his face. "If you have no grudge against me, then I'm relieved." At that moment, he opened the door and countless courtesans entered, their eyes glazed over. They swarmed Kang Hyun, embracing him and murmuring, "Master, you said you loved me. Why did you abandon me?" "Kong Lang, I'm Xiaolu. Have you forgotten me? Don't stay here. Come have fun with us." Everyone present was stunned by the scene. "Oh, a b-boy? Well, this is a show I don't want to miss." Lin Huan gave Kang Xian a thumbs up. "Brother Kong is indeed in good health. I admire that, I truly do." At this point, his face was incredibly unsightly as Lin Huan turned all the attention back to him. "What's going on? I sent them to deal with that good-for-nothing, so why—" With a triumphant look, Huan reveals, "These people are all mine." Lin Huan looks at Kang Xian and the courtesans embracing him, praising, "Brother Kang is truly energetic, a romantic pairing worthy of his wealth." "Very well, Lin Huan," Kang Xian shouted, shoving the courtesans away in anger. "You'll pay for deceiving others." Then, Kang Hyun turned to the other guests, trying to shift all the attention to him. "What do you all think?" "That's right." Refusing to back down, Lin Huan pointed at him. "So, how will you pay for stealing the porcelain formula from my Lin family?" The surrounding crowd buzzed with gossip, recalling a tale once sung by the courtesan Ku Wanyi at the drunken Immortal Pavilion. The Sue family truly knows no shame. Is that not the truth? Young Master Lin has struck, cutting off the Sue family's lifeline. Who would want that? Kang Xian never expected Lin Huan to use this move, leaving him shaken and unsure of what to do. Lin Huan unexpectedly uses this method to retort, staring angrily as he eyes the woman sent to humiliate him. Kang Xian continues to point at the remaining courtesan, trying to shift all the blame onto him. "Don't change the subject. Let's talk about this. First, I don't know who they are. Second, what about the courtesan next to you?" Lin Huan said with a smile, pulling something from his sleeve. "I have some information here. Let me read it to you." He pulls out a piece of paper and reads the information aloud. Wang Zhu made several deals as the Wang family's third son, and last month, in the forest in the west of the city, he had an affair and promised a guest he named wanted to stop this. Hold on, Brother Lam Huan, let's drink." He ignored him and continued reading. Next, Li Lugu claims to be the #1 writer in the inner city. His representative work, The Tallest Tower, has been praised by many, but the actual author is... Upon hearing this, another guest angrily slammed the table and stood up, scolding Kang Xian. "How dare you slander Brother Lin Huan?" "No, Brother Huan. Brother Huan would never do that. You must be trying to frame him." He was speechless, not knowing how to respond. Even with her face covered, Zilan was clearly surprised by his actions. How did Lin Huan know these people's weaknesses? Just then, another person appeared next to Zilan and said, "Of course you wouldn't know. Ever since he made money at the ceramics convention, he's been giving us and the people at the trade association these things, saying he wants to negotiate the establishment of some kind of organization. Perhaps it's from a conversation I overheard those days." Lin Huan also handed him another document to look at. "See, anyone who stands up to help you here will be exposed." He looked satisfied that he had gotten Zealand to help him. "Can you help me with that? I've spent all my money buying information from the Spirit Syndicate." Su Qian couldn't take it anymore and stood up to rebuke him. "Lin Huan, even if you frame him, you still can't explain who that woman is." Without hesitation, Lin Huan slapped Kang Xian hard, telling him to control his woman. Stunned, he clutched his cheek and turned to ask Lin Huan. You hit me? My dear Nini has been deceived for so long. I was right to hit you. The courtesans were shocked that he knew her identity. What did you call me? How do you know my name? Lin Huan moved closer, took Nini's hand, and reminisced about the past. Nini, have you forgotten me? I was the Thiet Dan beside you when we were little, the Thiet Dan from Dailuk village. Is it really you? But aren't you a Li? He squeezed out a few tears, feigning grief as he spun his elaborate tale. During those 2 years, I was sent to Dailuk village to escape enemies. I can only tell you that although I am Lam Hoan now, I am still Thiet Dan from back then, your closest childhood friend. Thiet Dan? Ni. He looked at Lin Huan in disbelief, but it was still hard to accept. That's when he mentioned a birthmark on her body. I remember you had a heart-shaped birthmark on your shoulder. Hearing this, she completely believed him and called out his name, Tai Dan, with great affection. Lin Huan played along, gazing at Nini with glistening eyes, and they embraced like long-lost friends. Unbeknownst to her, she was being deceived. The brothel's intelligence network was indeed impressive. They even arranged an identity for me. At this point, Nini pointed at Kang Xian and revealed everything he had asked her to do. It was him who told me to frame you. He's not a good person. The onlookers were stunned by this unexpected turn of events, hearing that Master Kang was not a good man. Ba's been watching everything, and now he speaks up. Enough, you young ones. Seeing there was no arguing, Kang Xian and Su Jian tried to leave. Su Jian, let's go. Lin Huan wasn't about to let them off that easily. Hold on, bring out a canvas and paint a ceramic vase. Did I say you could leave? Without another word, Lin Huan tore up the painting before all the guests. The Sue family is forbidden from selling blue and white porcelain from now on, and all previous sales must pay royalties. Kang Xian was shocked that Lin Huan would resort to this and retorted in anger. Who do you think you are? What if I keep selling them? What if I don't pay? Lin Huan smirks. That's fine, but I won't allow anyone else to either. He then produced a Trade Patent Bureau edict. In the past few days, I've been visiting conventions and markets. He established a trade association to crack down on those who violated the rules, and then presented a ledger detailing Kang Hyun's misdeeds. I've also registered the rights to Tsinghua porcelain, so if you don't play by the rules, don't even think about doing business in the future. Unable to bear it, Su Qian pointed at him and shouted, "You're going too far." After revealing all of Kang Xian's crimes, Lin Huan finally let them leave. If you have nothing else, please don't disturb my wedding banquet. Good day. Juba observed everything, a glint in his eye. This Lin Huan is much like I was as a boy. It seems that matter can be entrusted to him. Enraged, Kang Xian slams his hand on the table, his face contorted with murderous intent. Shocked that Lin Huan anticipated his moves, he can't believe Lin Huan saw through his schemes. Seeing his expression, Jiang Ying placed her hand on Kang Xian's, comforting him. Don't worry, Kang. With a sly look, he continued to stoke Kang Xian's anger. Lin Huan still has to face the 2 problems I've designed for him. This only fueled his rage, and Su Qian, standing beside him, seemed to be plotting something as well. Lin Huan, you've embarrassed me today, and I'll repay you 100-fold. Just then, at the Marquis of Ningbo's residence, a guest presented dozens of bolts of silk as a wedding gift for Lin Huan. The Li family, silk merchants from the west of the city, offered 10 chests of silk and a sum of gold and silver. Seeing this, he beams, eager for the next gifts on the list. The gift registry alone took half an incense stick's time. Marrying for money is indeed a path to riches. Father-in-law, you jest. I'm actually the one who loathes money the most. The servants continued to announce the special guests of the day. The Chu, Niu, Yang, and Ma families, the 4 young masters, appear at the door, dazzling the capital with their extravagance, prompting whispers among the guests. Who are these so-called 4 young masters? More like the 4 great wastes. But today, with the 4 great families here, no one dares offend them. Li Bai approached the 4, asking what gifts they brought for Lin Huan. Esteemed sirs, shall we read the betrothal gifts? Seeing this, one of them stepped forward, a look of arrogance on his face, and said, Gifts? What gifts? Of course, it's my young lady's engagement to young Master Lin. With a haughty look, Atam cursed at Lin Huan. Is it really necessary to give gifts to this talentless, virtuous fool? Everyone present was stunned by his words, and Lin Huang sighed as his big day was being made a mockery of. Li Bai's expression darkened as he patiently explained to the 4 men. Today is a joyous occasion. Settle any disputes privately. If our hospitality is lacking, we'll simply see you out. Ashin suddenly presents a red envelope, expressing his sincerity. Of course, I can't leave. I'm here today for another reason. He then revealed his true intentions for being there. He was there to propose to Miss Nin. Seeing this, Ba couldn't help but want to stand up and teach these young masters a lesson. But Lin Huan stopped him, wanting to personally kick them out the door. "Father-in-law, allow me to handle this." Lin Huan confidently stepped forward, his face calm. "You dare try to steal my bride? Little does A Tam know who he's dealing with, yet he continues to insult Lin Huan, calling him talentless and immoral, suggesting he's here to apologize for not being worthy of Miss Nin. Hearing this, Lin Huan sighed helplessly, surprised that there were so many like this. He'd just gotten rid of Kang Xian, and now a bunch of kids were coming. It seems this wedding banquet is dragging on. He continues to act superior, belittling Lin Huan, and now wants to compete with him. Rumor has it that the Lin family's Lin Huan has been uneducated and unemployed since childhood, wandering outside, a fool in Ning province. If you're not convinced, let's have a poetry contest and see what you'll do. A young master chimed in. "If you win, we'll let you do as you please." Hearing this, Lin Huan was overjoyed, never expecting them to walk right into their doom. "Do as I wish," Asin replied with an arrogant look, unaware that Lin Huan was about to punch him in the face. Before Aishin could react, he was sent flying, his face turning pale. Lin Huan confidently lectured the young man. "I'll show you what it means to be skilled in both arts." Everyone was shocked to see a Tam knocked unconscious by a single punch, foaming at the mouth. Seeing their young master beaten, the three followers couldn't hold back and confronted him. "How could you hit him like that? Is there no law? Is there no justice? How cruel." Look at Lin Huan's face. Without a second word, he draws his sword and points it at them. "I thought you four were talented individuals coming to the Ning estate, but I never imagined you'd resort to such vulgar language. Listen well." Seeing this, the three men trembled in fear, huddling together, afraid to do anything. He stepped forward, placing his foot on Atam's rear, causing him to cry out in pain, as Lin Huan pointed his sword at his face, filling him with terror. "You incompetent fools, a waste of your parents' efforts. All you do is flap your gums and stir up trouble, a pack of animals barking nonsense in Ning Manor. I've never seen such shamelessness." "Lam Huan, how can I accept this humiliation?" A Tam cursed from the ground. "Logically and morally, you are despised by the world." Seeing Ashin's naivete, he repeated his words. "Didn't you say you'd let me decide?" The three men echoed, their faces still filled with fear. "That condition is that you have to beat us first." Hearing this, Lin Huan brings out a secret book. "Win? I'm sure to win." He opened the book, wanting to test their poetic skills. It's been a while since he's recited poetry. "Everyone, please sit." Everyone was surprised by his actions, and then Lin Huan recited a poem before them all. Hearing this, the young masters were astonished and exclaimed how beautiful it was. But it didn't stop there, as Lin Huan continued with a line as clear as a woman rowing a boat on the river. This verse, delivered with tender grace, earned the admiration of all the ladies present. Ah, brilliant. Lam Huan even transformed himself into a general on the battlefield to contemplate another verse. "A heart as still as water, a simple form, absolute tenderness." A general leading his troops into battle. Even Chuba had to praise the verse. It was as if a sage contemplated the heavens, a millennium flower blooming in his heart, pondering the immortal realm and its vicissitudes. Witnessing Lin Huan's strength, Zilan's view of him begins to change. He may not be a complete waste after all. Lin Huan pauses, casually takes a cup of wine, and uses the book to fan his sore throat, deciding not to read anymore. Then throws the book in Gong Ashin's face. This silences Jingxiang and keeps the others at bay, leading the patriarch to laugh. "Good lad. Truly extraordinary. A worthy son-in-law, talented, virtuous, and pure of heart." Without a word, he presented him with a family heirloom sword, leaving Lin Huan in stunned surprise. This is Chuba, now completely entrusting his legacy to his son-in-law. This is the sword he used in battle. "The reward from the Emperor today I bestow upon you. Join me on the front lines and fulfill your ambition on the battlefield." This left Lin Huan stunned and unwilling. It was then that Lord Chu began to ponder and appreciate his poems. But why poetry? The style is a bit different. Lin Huan broke out in a sweat, not expecting him to recognize his poem. At this moment, Li Bai and the other guests were completely captivated by him. I knew young Master Lin was a world-renowned talent. He truly has a great eye, easily analyzing and memorizing from many different angles. These poems are vast, and each one is a masterpiece. Young Master Lin's poetry is far superior to that of the four young masters. Lin Huan was overjoyed, realizing his past life memories were actually useful. "My 9 years of education were not wasted. Thank you, teachers." Caught off guard, the young masters from earlier suddenly rushed toward Lin Huan. What do you want from me?" The young masters, moved by his poetry, wanted to acknowledge Lin Huan as their leader, chanting, "Amazing poetry. I, little Chu, was blind to your greatness. Hearing Brother Lin's poetry today, I realized there are always people better than you. There's always someone above." The four young masters, no, the four little brothers, wish to acknowledge you as our leader. I was wrong, and I thought we were the only good poets, but then the wedding proceeded as normal without further interruption. They bowed to each other, making their fathers-in-law very happy, and completed the marriage rites. It was time for the wedding night, and Lin Huan, unable to restrain himself, carried Zilan away, ignoring Li Bai's words. Entering the bridal chamber, "Ah, young Master Lin, slowly, don't be so hasty." She lay on the bed, looking incredibly alluring. Lin Huan, like a ravenous beast, was ready to devour his meal. "My wife, I'm coming." Zilan, embarrassed and annoyed, sits up, saying it was just for show and he shouldn't get any ideas. So Lin Huan returns to his usual self and swears an oath to her. "If I ever try anything with you, may I be struck down by lightning." Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the gray sky. This startles Lin Huan, while Zilan looks at him suspiciously, saying, "It was just a joke. Don't tempt fate. Don't tempt fate. Good night." Suddenly, a hidden weapon flew in through the window, straight for Lin Huan and Zilan. She quickly pulled him down to dodge it. Careful. The missed shot lodges in the wall behind them, and Lin Huan flies into a rage, oblivious to Zilan's darkening expression. Who dares launch a sneak attack? His hands were now in a compromising position, making the situation incredibly awkward. "Release your hands first." Outside, the assassin discreetly observes the situation within. Seeing this, the assassin outside smirks, considering it a slip-up, and vanishes, leaving only a faint afterimage. The message was in that arrow. Gossip be damned, he doesn't care if he lives. Zilan and Lin Huan retrieve a hidden message from the projectile. He's warning us that an assassin will strike Ninfu Kimbat Hoan Garden 1 hour after midnight. An extreme assassin. The authorities have been after him for years. He's a master of stealth, and he never fails. Inside was a portrait of a masked figure, arousing their suspicion. The name was familiar. Who knew this nobody was so honorable? Lin Huan thought of a familiar figure he once met. This name is quite familiar. Who knew this little A7 was so loyal? With that, Lin Huan turned and left, despite the importance of the day. "Where are you going?" "It's too dangerous out there, and waiting isn't my style. I'm going to catch him." Zilan questioned him, confused, but many masters of the martial world have failed to capture Jin Bu Huan. Can you catch him?" Lin Huan simply smiled and soothed her emotions. "Who said catching him would be easy? I'll set a trap and lure him in." He turned, his handsome face full of concern, and soothed Zilan. "Zilan, trust your husband." Seeing Lin Huan's handsome face, she couldn't help but blush. How dare he take advantage of her? Outside the manor, all was quiet, with soldiers standing guard all around. One of them looked to be dozing off, and a kind soldier next to him warned, "Hey, Taiju, don't fall asleep." Suddenly, the soldier grins menacingly, revealing a handful of hidden weapons. In an instant, the guards are taken down, and the assassin seizes the opportunity to slip into the estate, evading the patrolling soldiers as he searches for his path. Buhan finds it difficult. The security is so tight. Such heavy protection must be a testament to my reputation, Jin Bu Huan. Suddenly, a scream echoes from within the manor, drawing the attention of the guards. "Husband, what's wrong? Husband!" With a sorrowful expression, Zilan desperately shouted for all to hear, "Is anyone there?" "There's an assassin, my lord. He's been assassinated." Hearing this, the servants anxiously burst into the room, and a large crowd gathered outside. Bu Huan also infiltrated the soldiers to gather information. Could there be another assassin? Soon after, the soldiers brought a suspect before them. Seeing the play about to unfold, Lin Huan gave Zilan a blank stare, signaling her with his eyes, and seeing his gaze, she continued her deep performance. "This wasn't my intention to see." With that, Zilan pinched Lin Huan's hand to make him look pained, while she put on a very distressed expression. "Husband, are you all right? Don't scare me like that." With a pale face, Lin Huan struggled to stand, pointing forward. I'm fine. It was him. He's the one who hurt me." Suddenly, Lin Huan uttered an unexpected name, shocking everyone present, Kim Bu Hon. Then, another soldier grabbed the prisoner's hair, pulling his head up for all to see. "Raise your head and show them your face, Kim Bu Hoa. It's just someone with a face similar to his, but uglier. Who knew such a renowned assassin would look like that?" Everyone who saw his face instinctively recoiled in disgust, befitting a murderer who leaves no trace. No wonder his appearance inspires such terror. Bat Hoan breathed a sigh of relief, chuckling to himself, thinking, "You want to humiliate me and force me to show myself? You're still too naive. Taking advantage of the chaos, he throws hidden weapons at Lin Huan, unaware of the danger therein. Suddenly, Lin Huan pretends to be hit, shouting, "This isn't good!" Seeing his mission succeed, Bu Huan smirks and turns to leave. How laughable. Only fools would fall for such a simple trick. He calmly leaves amidst the chaos when suddenly a pair of feet appear before him, a figure emerging from the smoke. What's going on? Poison. An assassination technique. The smoke clears, causing Bu Huan to cough violently. He even offered to teach me. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Lin Huan suddenly reappears, looking confident as if he hadn't been hit at all. Taking advantage of Bat Huan's shock, Lam Huan immobilizes him by striking pressure points, sealing them to prevent toxins from spreading, and casually suggests other tonics. If that's not enough, I can add taro, carrots, and pumpkin to help with digestion. He gritted his teeth in anger and frustration, never expecting his plan to be seen through. But Bu Huan continues to play innocent, saying, "I was wrong, let me go and I'll help you kill my employer." Seeing this, Lin Huang played along, pretending he had the wrong person. "Come, get up quickly." Taking this opportunity, Bu Huan attempts to strike, launching hidden weapons once more. But despite being hit by several needles, Lin Huang remains unfazed. "You can't hurt me." Only now did Bu Huan lose his composure, looking utterly shocked. "Impossible. Why isn't he poisoned? There must be something wrong with the toxin. I'll take his life another day." Unable to attack, Bu Huan turned to flee, but before he could take a second step, his feet were rooted to the ground, creating a large crack as an immense force erupted, catching him off guard. He's hit, his head spins, and he collapses to the ground. What the hell was that? Zilan approached, praising Lin Huan's tool. "I didn't expect your creation to be so useful. What exactly is underground?" He simply pointed to the sky and revealed the name of his technique, landmine. Lin Huan then explained how it worked and what it was made of. The outer layer of the smoke bomb is a pig's large intestine, incredibly elastic, and filled with poison powder and quicklime. Next, he uses another piece of pig intestine to add water, and upon hearing this, Zilan's face lights up as she understands, asking if the shards only need to pierce the two dried intestines, and the water and lime will mix to create poisonous smoke. The two soldiers nearby were completely lost, as Kim Bu-hoon's poison had no effect. Lin Huan then pulled out the shield from his sleeve, protecting himself from the hidden weapons. "I told you, you can't beat me." Lin Huan then threw all the shields at the unconscious Kim, telling him to get educated and watch the news to wise up. The next day at Master Chu's office, he calmly drank his tea after hearing the report. "It's been taken care of, sir. The assassin has been dealt with." Li Bai chimed in, exaggerating the events, which visibly pleased Chuba regarding his son-in-law. So, Lin Huan pretended to act, drawing Jin Bu Huan's attention, and used the opportunity to plant explosives, cutting off the assassin's escape. He clapped and laughed. "Excellent, courageous, and strategic." With that, Lord Chu sighed, a hint of unease in his heart. If only he'd known, he wouldn't have had to do so much. Unfortunately, Master Ma is past his prime for training. Otherwise, he could learn some more martial arts from you. Meanwhile, Lin Huan sneezes, as if someone is talking about him, but he doesn't pay much attention and opens the system panel to check the situation. Who's thinking about me? Sure enough, a little manipulation goes a long way in boosting influence. The system displays a notification. "Congratulations, host, for completing the influence mission. Influence plus 150. You have a chance to win a store coupon. Pwahuanan. Accept the gift?" Without hesitation, Lin Huan taps accept, his face full of anticipation as he looks at the lucky draw wheel before him. "Hopefully I can win big this time, and I can retire immediately." After a moment, they each pointed to a skill. Body enhancement. Lin Hua stared at the name for a while, a little doubtful. What? How is body enhancement going to help me? He wanted to test out the skill, since any enhancement would be helpful. A loud crash echoed, but instead of an earthquake, Lin Huan's hand swelled up, the hand of evil. But he doesn't notice, on the other side of the wall, a huge crack has appeared, along with the image of his fist. Finding the skill useless, Lin Huan lost interest and waved his hand, leaving. How rude. That wall has no morals at all. Hearing of the failure, Chiang Ying crushed a teacup in anger. How does Lin Huan have such good fortune? Sitting by Kang Xuan's bedside, he pointed at him with a sly look. "Little Tianxin, don't worry, I'll get your honor back." Meanwhile, Fang Ying gently caresses Kang Xuan's face, saying that Lin Huan won't be alive for much longer. Outside, Hu Yue regales the children with the tale of Lin Huan's assassination. As the hidden weapon master, Jin Bu Huan, with a flick of his wrist, unleashes 3 deadly silver needles straight towards Lin Huan. The children were thrilled by the story, commenting that Kim Bu-hon was powerful and Lin Huan was surely dead. As the story reached its climax, he slammed his fan into his palm. And with great emotion, Hu Yue raised his fan and continued the story. But Lin Han was clearly no ordinary man, especially in that moment of crisis. With one hand raised to the sky, Lin Huan cried out for heavenly lightning to strike. Immediately, a bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking the dying Lin Huan. And guess what happened next? The crowd below couldn't contain their curiosity. Well, what happened? Tell me, tell me. Seeing this, he slams his fan on the table and booms. To know what happens next, please listen to the ads. Everyone is stunned, their excitement to hear the story completely gone. The other patrons, now agitated, were ready to beat him up. What did he mean by stopping mid-sentence? Don't think you're leaving. If you don't continue the story, will Lin Huan survive? Hurry up and tell us, and what the heck is that advertisement? Suddenly, a longing voice cut through the crowd. Of course he's alive! Lin Huan stepped in, calmly continuing Hu Yue's train of thought. The ad is for promotion, and the idea is mine. Lin Huan, with Mr. Guo's intention, then brought out the model of the assassin who attacked him the other day, the legendary Jianghu doll, Kim Bu-hwan, the grandmaster of first bullet hidden weapons. The children who saw the toy immediately wanted to own it. Lin Huan even introduced more features of the model, impressing the adults present. It could even use small toothpicks as deadly hidden weapons. Seeing everyone's excitement, Lin Huan chuckled inwardly. Men are really just big kids, and toys are the ultimate weakness. Seeing this, one person in the crowd was very curious about its value. How can we buy this? It must be expensive, right? Seeing someone take the bait, Lin Huan seized the opportunity to name his price. That's an excellent question. Such exquisite items can be purchased for less than gold or silver, for just a single penny. With that, he brought out many other models for everyone to see, telling them they couldn't buy one for a penny, thinking they'd be tricked. Don't worry, you can't be scammed. We have a 7-day, no questions asked return policy. 1-year warranty, dishonorable actions, limited quantities. Buy now. If you want to buy, find Mr. Guo. Hearing this, the scene quieted down for a moment, but soon everyone was eagerly pulling out their money, wanting to buy. I'll take 3. I want 1 too. I want a dozen. Ignoring the chaos, Lin Huan rewarded Little Ju, who started it all. Mine. I got it first. It's my first time doing this, and it's so much fun. More than fighting. Don't worry, there'll be plenty more later. Meanwhile, Xylon frowned, arms crossed. Don't forget our purpose here was to investigate the ancient golden incomparable lord, wasn't it? I'm done. Pointing to the crowd, Lin Huan calmly explains that Mr. Guo profits greatly from selling toys, and that he can turn characters from his stories into real toys. Adding to the fun, they must be grateful to me. People are lining up to buy the item, but it seems Lin Huan isn't satisfied. He wants more. This assassination has taught me that our eyes alone are not enough. Storytellers who travel the land are the best sources of information. We can analyze their words for meaning. With that, Lin Huan produced a small piece of paper containing information about Jin Bu-hwan, but the contents of the paper were a bit confusing. Red Death, the Duke of the Orient, ancient knowledge, it was all like a riddle. Xylon couldn't help but take a look and was amazed. The surveillance office is the largest organization under the government, and one of the 4 major consuls is Dongfeng Han, meaning they can easily use assassins when people least expect it. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment and began to analyze. If Jin Bu-hwan had been captured long ago, however, instead of execution, he secretly became an assassin under Dongfeng Han Gong, taking orders from the government to carry out illegal missions. Suddenly, Lin Huan realized something, his expression turning grave. Lin Huan quickly approaches Xiaozhou, startling him, and tightly grips his hand, sensing the gravity of the situation. Lin Huan pulls him away, his face tense as he explains to Xiaozhou that Jin Bu-hai must have fabricated the story. Xiaozhou had to warn 7th Boss that he was going to be targeted, and with that, they both rushed back to Yaozhou's house. Boss A7. His room was a mess, as if someone had ransacked it, and there were signs of a struggle. You've been captured. On the overturned table was a symbol, next to a jade pendant. Seeing this, Xiaozhou was extremely worried and turned to Lin Huan. Brother Lin, what do we do now? The boss is probably in grave danger. He picked up the jade pendant. They wanted to secretly exchange hostages, so they didn't want to provoke a conflict with the Ning mansion, or the consequences would be disastrous. Lin Huan, his face filled with rage, vowed to find the culprit immediately. Whoever they were, they would be destroyed. As night fell, a carriage traveled towards the western city gate. Lam Huan arrived, stepping out of the carriage. After a long night's travel, his back aches and he stretches. Why so late? It's midnight already. Why am I so tired? A group of people were already waiting, led by Fang Ying. No surprise, Ning family chose such a handsome man. Lam Huan's expression turns serious as he demands, "Enough, where's that?" Without a word, they threw out a beaten and bound Achi, and he arrogantly stomped on his face, ordering Lin Huan, "Hand over Jinbu Huan, or I'll make him pay. Run while you still can. Without a real name, how can I know if you're strong? If you're just a fake, I'll crush you." Hearing that, Fang Ying confidently returned the compliment. "You're certainly spirited. I am Dongfang Ying, a member of eunuch Dongfang's shop." At this, Lin Huan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "An eunuch with a successor? Are you even a man? Calling you my little brother wouldn't be wrong, would it?" Feeling humiliated, Fang Ying gritted his teeth in anger, unable to bear it any longer, and continued to threaten. "If you dare utter another word, I'll chop off his head." Lin Huan calmly returned to the carriage and said, reaching inside, "What's the rush? Even the emperor isn't in a rush, you eunuch." He then dragged the unconscious Kang Xian outside. Lin Huan then grabbed Kang Xian by the hair, holding a hidden weapon to his face, threatening him, "If you kill A Qi, I'll kill him. Let's see who wins. Even I don't have an antidote for my poison." Hearing that, Fang Ying wanted to deny his thoughts. "What relationship does he have with me? I don't even know him." Without another word, Lin Huan plunged a dart into Kang Xian's face, causing him to scream in agony. And Fang Ying was stunned, never expecting him to actually do it. Seeing that Lin Huan was about to stab Kang Xian again, he finally became afraid. "Stop, stop, stop, don't stab me." Unable to bear it any longer, he drops his sword and tries to negotiate, and seeing that Fang Ying has yielded, Lin Huan pulls Kang Xian up. "How could you know? I already know who sent the assassin, Kim Bat Han." With a bitter expression, he continued to explain, "Who else would be my greatest enemy but the Sue family? Although Wu Qian is foolish, she's not stupid enough to seek revenge on me. So Kang Xian is the only one who would hold a grudge." But Lin Huan didn't want to play games with them and blurted out Kang Xian's name, though Kang Xian might not be the one who hired Jinbu Huan. So there must be a powerful figure behind all this, someone with a close relationship to Kang Xian. Then Lin Huan carried a Qi back. Was it too easy to guess all of this? Dongfang Ying? Dongfang Ying was worried about Kang Xian, while Lin Huan was furious and wanted revenge. "Are you hurt? Kill him for me." At the command, the assassins charged, only to be stopped by Dongfang Ying. "Halt!" Unable to contain himself, Lin Huan turns back with a contemptuous smile, finally making his move. "You really are fools." He then lit a match and, without explaining why he needed the unbreakable gold, threw it forward, igniting the explosives in the carriage. "The man is not yours, burn." Seeing the scene, Fang Ying realized Lin Huan's intention and ordered the assassins to retreat, followed by a massive explosion as flames engulfed the forest. With a sinister smile, Lin Huan carries A Qi away while he seems a little worried. Won't he look back? Forget it. A man doesn't look back. He carried A Qi to a spot, opened a thicket for cover, and said, "Got it? Now you know what he's like." Among them are Zilan and a dazzling Su Qian. She was still teary-eyed, and seeing that everything was resolved, Lin Huan sighed heavily. Lin Huan, hands on his hips, gazed at the starry night sky, still reeling from offending the chicken master. "Next time, I'll plan more carefully." The next morning, another group passed through the forest. "We're protecting the Marquis of Ningbo's estate this time, so be on guard against assassins." Suddenly, a large rock falls from the high mountain, heading straight for the group. Seeing the impending disaster, one of them paled and shouted a warning, "Jump down now!" But everything happened too fast, and the boulder crashed into the carriage behind them, sending people flying everywhere. Seeing this, two others rushed over to check on the man who had been thrown, now in a state of panic. "Three dogs, are you all right? The goods have all been destroyed." Suddenly, a group of men wielding blades emerged from the trees, declaring to the terrified merchants to tell their masters that anyone who dared ship goods would be killed without mercy. That very day, the incident was reported to Chuba and Lin Huan. The porcelain shipment was almost completely destroyed. The garrison's escort agency has a matter pending, awaiting resolution. Hearing this, he was furious. Someone dared to touch his goods. "These bastards dare touch my goods? Men, follow me to destroy them." Lin Huan, sensing something amiss, reminds his father-in-law. "Father-in-law, there's more to this than meets the eye. If it was just highway robbery, why destroy the goods but spare the people? Knowing our time and destination, it seems we have a mole. Even so, if we don't eliminate them, they'll surely exploit Ningzhu City under false pretenses later on. Now that you've discovered the problem, take the best troops and set out." That very afternoon, Lin Huan, Zilan, and many other soldiers set out to investigate. She's heard about the situation, but she's also a little worried. These bandits might be more powerful than we thought. What are you planning? A man shouldn't give in. No matter what, I still have a few ceramic landmines. After a moment, Zilan voiced her biggest concern, but Lin Huan remained smiling. The key wasn't brute force, but precise targeting, making it difficult to find. Where do you plan to start? Every mountain man has his own tricks. He took a deep breath, shouting loud enough for the whole area to hear. Where are the bandits? Grandpa, you're here, so why don't you come out? You have the guts to rob the road, but not the guts to show your face. Bandits, don't hide. I know you're here. The soldiers began to doubt Lin Huan's abilities. Does Lord Ma really think he can reason with them? How naive. See, he's handsome as can be. Probably just needs to say a few words to report back to Ningba. When soft words didn't work, Lin Huan brought a loudspeaker to curse them out. Why don't you come out here and greet me? Just wait, or you'll be left with nothing. The soldiers were shocked that such an educated man could talk like that, so vulgar. Suddenly, a foot stomped and ruined the grass, but it seemed the insults worked better, as they angrily grabbed their swords and charged out. Did Lin Huan say we're only good for scraps? I've never felt so humiliated. Lin Huan found their resistance pathetic and chuckled. Finally coming out? You forced me to say such uncivilized things. He raised his hand, ready to order his troops to finish them off and end the game. All troops advance! Caught off guard, they were immediately surrounded by his soldiers. Suddenly, one of them threw his sword to the ground, surrendering. They immediately knelt down, raised their hands, and began to plead their case, saying, "We were wrong. We only turned to this life to survive. We don't want to kill. We want to surrender and join the army to protect the city. Wrong is wrong. No excuses." Zilan, unable to bear the scene, rushed forward to stop him. Wait, you're going to recruit them? Many soldiers have fallen into the wrong hands. But after being recruited, they proved loyal and made no serious mistakes. If today's battle ends without losses, recruiting more soldiers would be a good thing. All right, they're your responsibility. He then turned to ask Zilan if she was sure of her decision, but she was deep in thought. Does she see the problem? They gave themselves up and shouted my name. How would outsiders know me? It was strange indeed, and they surrendered so easily. Lin Huan suspected something was amiss. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what they're planning. The next day, Ningzhou City was bustling, with countless people coming and going. After settling the matter, the soldiers went out for drinks. Now I'm a soldier too, thanks to our wise leader, so let's swagger through the inner city. One of them, Longzhu, drunk with arrogance, slammed his sword onto the table and demanded the waiter bring him the most expensive wine they had. The waiter, terrified, begged for mercy, saying they were truly out of wine. Enraged, he kicked the waiter, sending him sprawling. If it weren't for Lord Ningba sending troops, I would have wrecked your shop long ago. After their fill of food and drink, the soldiers left, leaving the mess for the waiter to clean up. As he cleaned, the waiter cursed the soldiers under his breath. Damn them, they never pay! Suddenly, he called the innkeeper over to look at the markings they left after eating, and the accountant came to see what they had written. It was a piece of paper filled with criticism, marked with a strange red symbol. An unjust king listens to slander, the people suffer, and Lord Nanning, cleared of treason, approaches the capital. The waiter can't read and doesn't know what it says, but the innkeeper looks grave. Sir, is what's written here a treasure map? This is even more important than a treasure map. The innkeeper rushes out, telling his employee, I have errands to run. Keep the inn closed for a few days. Meanwhile, the three members of the Chu family are having a lively lunch together. Suddenly, someone fearless kicked the door open, barging in. Seeing this, both Chuba and Zilan grabbed their swords, ready to fight. Who is it? A group of soldiers storms in, and one of them orders everyone unrelated to the matter to leave. The tension is palpable as conflict threatens to erupt, when a familiar figure steps inside. With a stern voice, Kang Hyun entered, leveling accusations. Ning Ba Ho, you dare to rebel? The word rebel visibly startled Ba Ho, who didn't expect him to come here. Rebellion? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough these past few days? Kang Hyun then presented the paper the soldiers had left at the inn and threatened him. How do you explain this? You still dare to deny it? An inept king listens to slander, and the people suffer, but Ning Ba, free from treason, enters the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Lin Huan is too busy eating to care. My, young people these days are so hot-tempered. Where's the morality? Seeing his nonchalant attitude irritated Kang Xian, who, no longer caring, ordered his soldiers to arrest them all. Han guards, seize this traitor and execute him. Kill anyone who dares to stand in your way. Suddenly, Lingji, who had started the trouble, stepped forward, pretending to be a victim forced by Lin Huan. Ningbaho, I misjudged you. As a subject of the crown, you should prioritize the greater good of the realm. How could you command these men to kill the emperor? You may not want to live, but think about your parents, your wife, and your children who will suffer because of you. He couldn't help but applaud Lingji's convincing performance. Great acting. You guys should be in movies. Seeing this, Chuba understood everything. He also advised Zilan to lower her guard and sheathe her sword, saying, I'll go with them. If you have a clear conscience, you have nothing to fear. Kang Xian, seeing that he had achieved his goal, revealed a sinister expression and forbade anyone from following. That's right. Until things are clear, I won't touch any of your relatives. These guards aren't from the law enforcer's office either. He then ordered the soldiers to leave and followed them, saying, Disperse and await my word. Zilan couldn't help but turn to Lin Huan. And you seem to have a next step already. Can your plan really work? Of course, just trust me, it'll be a piece of cake. She couldn't help but worry and turned to him, wanting to know what he was planning. Tell me, how are we supposed to find them now? With a confident look, Lin Huan reached into his coat, about to pull something out. Simple. Lin Huan pulls out a strange pair of sunglasses, something that shouldn't exist in this era, the latest design. He puts on the ultra-thin sunglasses and explains their function to Zilan. It can distinguish my specially made paint. To demonstrate its capabilities, Lin Huan asked her to come outside and witness it. The miracle of these glasses lies here. They allow Lin Huan to see the footprints of horses and people on the ground. I ordered Little Ju and Ashi to create this special paint. While Kang Xian was entering the manor, he walked through the area covered in paint, as did those bandits. Without a word, he summons a horse, intent on rescuing his father-in-law, Chuba, from Kang Xian's prison. Lin Huang reaches for Zilan, inviting her to join him, a gesture that leaves her stunned. Let's go. He looked confident, as if this journey was a one-way trip. Get on the horse. Let's go make some noise. The next day, the foot of the mountain was littered with bones, and footprints were scattered across the ground. Lin Huan and Zilan secretly observed the movements ahead, knowing the terrain was easily defended, so they must be behind the mountain. The two spotted a camp in the distance, and Zilan eagerly wanted to move forward. I can't see clearly from here. I'll go ahead and scout while you stay here. Lin Huan quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, let me get something from my bag. I've already prepared. Zilan curiously turned and asked, What is this? Why are the ends of the tube blocked by this clear ceramic? Lam Huan explained that these were crystal lenses, made from the ceramics workshop, and smiled as he handed one to her, saying he'd made them especially for her, a matching pair for them, a token of their engagement. Zilan blushed, flustered, and replied, What? Engaged to you? She took the lens and tried it out, then exclaimed in surprise, This is amazing. If we had this in war, we wouldn't need to sacrifice scouts. Lin Huan nodded and smiled. Follow me. There's much more to come. Together, they observe the group below, confirming they are Kang Xian's men. It seems they're exchanging something. All we need is an opening. Zilan worried about the number of soldiers, but they were too many, and the Ning family had no troops here. Was she supposed to fight to the death? Lin Huan calmly observed their target. No need. We'll fish in troubled waters. What do you mean? He then approached her and whispered the plan in her ear. Trust me, it'll work. Is that okay? A moment later, Zilan hid behind a large rock, preparing to ambush the two passing soldiers. Seeing their lack of preparedness, she immediately attacks, taking them down before they can react. Once they were gone, Lin Huan immediately stripped their clothes off, as Zilan hesitated, asking, Are you sure I don't need a disguise? He looked at her, a hint of confusion in his eyes. She wasn't suitable for disguise due to the circumstances. Suddenly, Lin Huan handed Zilan a small box. What is this? He gently explained. A makeup kit. Inside a rouge, powder, and foundation I developed. Don't worry, we'll dress you up and sneak in. Zillow stared at the kit for a moment, then awkwardly refused. I usually just practice martial arts. I'm not familiar with these things. With skillful flicks of the brush, Lin Huan says, Don't worry, I'll do your makeup. With a few strokes, the makeover was complete. All done. Open your eyes. Do I look okay? Zilang asked shyly, as Lin Huan couldn't help but admire the fairy before him. Beauty, you're stunning. Zilan pinched his cheek, reminding him, Stop staring and get to work. Okay, I'll do it right away. Lin Huan grinned and appeared before the bandits. He was in luck this time, showing off as he held the struggling Zilan. This trip was not in vain. I've captured a beauty from the city. One of them quickly noticed something was off. Why do you look so strange? Lin Huan immediately pressed his sword to the man's neck. When I was making my rounds, you were still pissing in the dirt? You dare ask me that? He trembled, quickly backing away. Bro, it's just a misunderstanding. Yeah, we're all on the same side. Just give the signal and you can pass. Hearing this, Zilan grew anxious. This is bad. They have a signal. Have we been exposed? Lin Huan raised his middle finger and roared, Here's your signal. The fake finger quickly snapped off. He raged, yelling that asking him for the signal was disrespectful. Lin Tiayu was a man of his word, and to prove it, he'd chop off his finger to show them. Don't mess with him, or they'd be next. The bandits witnessing Lin Huan's crazed behavior were terrified. He's a ruthless man, no doubt come down from the mountain. Then he pretended to eat the finger, saying, Don't you dare lie to me, understand? I'm eating my finger now, but next time, it'll be you. Seeing Lin Huan's intact finger, Zilan wondered quietly, Was that finger made of pottery? He casually replied, Made of steamed buns, painted over. They're all incompetent fools, easily scared by this. A moment later, they arrived at a large tent. This is it. I'll go in and lead her out. As she searched for evidence, Zilan anxiously instructed, Be careful. And how will you signal me? Lin Huan waved dismissively. Don't worry, she'll definitely see the signal. 2 incense sticks later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Zilan was speechless. He really made a signal, but it was a bit much. As the explosion subsided, a figure emerged from the camp. In his new attire, Lam Huan appeared with a carefree air, planting his sword firmly into the ground as he challenged, Hey, you stupid bandits! As soon as he spoke, Long Ku Tuk, eyes bloodshot, charged out cursing, You son of a Nin family kept man, kill him for me. Unafraid, Lin Huan continued his taunt. You engage in injustice and spread lies, then let the heavens assist me. A thunderous explosion ripped through the front lines. The surrounding soldiers panicked in fear. Ouch, what's going on? I can't hear anything. It's lightning magic. Enraged, Longzhou raised his blade to strike. You're good, Lin Huan. He grabbed his collar with lightning speed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Die. Lin Huan smirked, unafraid as he opened his jacket to reveal the weapon strapped to his body. Anyone who comes near will be blown to bits. Longzhou froze, his anger turning to confusion. He backed away, then turned and ordered his soldiers. Scatter! Everyone scatter! Lin Huan nodded in praise. You really are a great leader, aren't you? With that, he quickly chased after Longzhou. Don't run. I just want to talk. His face paled with fear, thinking he wasn't crazy. But then Longzhou was caught by Lin Huan, who quickly strapped explosives to him. What's the rush? I just need you to cooperate a little. Lin Huan threatened through gritted teeth. If you dare disobey, I'll blow you to smithereens. Longzhou felt so wronged. Take it up with Kang Hyun. He's the one you should be settling scores with. He approached, put his arm around Longzhou's shoulder and whispered, Of course I know, but you also know that someone has to be sacrificed first. After all, many people are watching you. It was then that Longzhou realized something was amiss. You're saying Kang Hyun sent someone to watch me? Soon his eyes locked onto the fleeing spy, and Longzhou immediately ordered his soldiers to apprehend him. Lin Huan analyzed, I don't even need to find the traitor myself. You and Kang Hyun have committed treason. Once it's over, he'll want to eliminate you to cover his tracks. His face darkened. He can't beat my soldiers, and I have that letter. Who gave him the nerve? Lin Huan quickly presented a token. If you don't believe me, look at this. Longzhou's eyes widened in shock. Lin Huan nodded slightly. That's right. Kang Xian's backer is K.C. Han. The reason you went to the manor to arrest people wasn't because K.C. Han ordered it, but because Kang Xian ordered K.C. Han to do it. Then he patted the man's shoulder soothingly. Kid, the world is a dangerous place. You're still young. You have to be careful, right? Longzhou clenched his fists in anger. Even if you're right, you and Kang Xian are birds of a feather. Why should I trust you? Lin Huan's eyes flashed dangerously. You don't trust me. I still have plenty of explosives. If I die, you die. You have no choice but to listen to me. Longzhou was left speechless, and just then another soldier ran up to report. Report, soldiers incoming, soldiers incoming. Lin Huan turned to Longzhou with a smug look. See, I told you I had it all planned out. He snapped his fingers, and explosions echoed from the foot of the mountain. So I thought I'd help you out a little. In an instant, the dispatched soldiers were completely wiped out by Lin Huan, who feigned distress, lamenting the loss of so many landmines. Longzhou eyed Lin Huan warily. Why would you help us? He replied honestly, "The Ning Manor has no soldiers, so I need your help. I want you to be my soldiers, that's all." Longzhou awkwardly looks away. "Debts must be paid. It's the code of the streets. I can only agree this once. Also, the letter Kang Jian gave me." But Zilan emerges from the camp, holding the secret letter. "No need. I've got it." Longzhou didn't know how to deal with Lin Huan. "If you want me as your private soldier, why are you looking for evidence yourself?" He calmly replied, "You just said it yourself. We have to be careful." Then he excitedly stepped forward. The Lin family army sets out to raid the prison, as Longzhou cries out, "Can you at least take this off me first?" That night, 2 guards patrolled the prison, stopping before an iron door. They exchanged a look and slowly opened it. Inside, a man named Ning Ba Ho is being held for questioning. "Please move him." Suddenly, an arrow pierces one of the guards, shocking Juba. He flinches, but before he can react, the other guard falls as well. 2 men in black immediately appeared before Ning Ba Ho. "Lord Ning, help has arrived. Come with us, quickly." They quickly leapt forward, but seeing that he wasn't following, they turned back to urge him on. "Hurry before they find out." But Chuba remained still, his eyes cold. "Have you finished acting?" The 2 men in black froze, realizing their cover was blown, and made a hasty retreat. "We're exposed! Run!" Suddenly, the prison warden behind Lord Chu awoke and immediately ordered his men to fire arrows at the fleeing figures. The prison warden pulled the arrow from his chest, remarking how cool the ground felt in the dead of night. Then Lin Huan laughed and slowly removed his mask, greeting his father-in-law. Chuba's eyes widened in disbelief. "Kid, how did you know they were going to frame me for a prison break?" Lin Huan calmly replied, "They have no proof of my crime, so they can only kill me to silence me. Thus, they arranged for me to fear and escape from prison." Before he could finish, hurried footsteps echoed, and Chuba and Lin Huan quickly leaped onto the wall. Below, Kang Hyun leads an army, or perhaps an execution squad. Enraged, he points at him, shouting, "Lin Huan, you colluded with rebels, planning to attack the garrison." Without a trace of fear, Lin Huan rested his chin and gazed at Kang Xian. "What a coincidence. Isn't that Lord Kang Xian? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Planning a prison break?" Immediately after, a stack of documents was thrown at him as Lin Huan jumped down to confront him. "It seems that Lord Kang Jian knows that those guys are bandits, so should I report to the court that you are colluding with them?" He scoffed. "Are you trying to frame me in front of them?" He stared directly at Kang Hien. "Right, they're Keisu Han and you're not." Lin Huan respectfully clasped his hands towards the Gyeongsawan standing behind him. "Esteemed Gyeongsawan brothers, as you can see, this matter is a bit complicated. Everyone needs to make a living and we shouldn't have any bloodshed. Kang Hien and I will settle our own affairs. It has nothing to do with you brothers." Kang Hyun brushed off his shoulder and said confidently, "Don't be ridiculous. You think they'll listen to your nonsense?" Lin Huan didn't answer, but instead approached them, making Kang Hyun break out in a cold sweat. "Brothers, when I arrived, I found a relay station 3 miles west of the city at Fat Kim Guyen Bao. Tell me, how could so much money just be given away? Besides, only meritorious Han officers are rewarded, not the common people." The Han officers exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their wavering resolve. Kang Hyun angrily turned and scolded them. "This is bribery. You work for the court, not as private soldiers." The Kaisa just smiled faintly and turned to leave. "That's right, we're not private soldiers. Logically speaking, without an official title, he shouldn't be able to order us around. That's right, we work for the city without any personal gain. And we're not related, so doing a little work for the boss is already a big favor." Lin Huan chuckled teasingly. "Brother Kang Xian, you're out of people here." Holding the confession in his hand, he coldly threatened, "You wouldn't want to repent for your sins, would you?" Kang Hyun angrily turned to draw his sword, saying, "Fine, if something happens to me, this city won't be safe either." But before he could act, Lin Huan struck him. "Peace? You dare speak of peace?" Kang Hyun was quickly cornered. "Peace? You frame my father-in-law for colluding with bandits, and you talk about peace." Without hesitation, Lin Huan plunged his sword into the ground before him. "Peace? You dare speak of peace after crossing me?" Seeing Lin Huan's fierce aura, Kang Xian couldn't help but tremble. "You!" He tossed the confession letter back and turned to leave. "You can run, but the contents of this letter will be made public." Then, with a murderous glare, Lin Huang turned to Kang Xian. "Turn yourself in, or I'll send you to a peaceful place." The next day, in the underworld, the air was fresh. Ba Nong raised his glass, a clear look of satisfaction in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be so bold in front of me." Lin Huang shrugged, chuckling. My father-in-law had heaven's help. I simply went along with it. As they celebrated, a servant entered with a report. It's Miss Su Qian from the Su family, requesting an audience. Before he could finish, Lin Huan frowned. So, what's Su Qian doing here? Is she begging for Kang Xian's life? No audience is granted. Throw her out. A servant trembled, about to speak. It's not her. Suddenly a hand gently rests on his shoulder. Let me speak. Su Qian knelt down, choking back sobs as she pleaded, I, Su Qian, come to beg for a favor. Lin Huan doesn't bother to look up, continuing to sip his wine. There's nothing to discuss about you and Kang Xian. Su Qian immediately kowtowed, admitting her connection to him as he tilted his head, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Weren't you begging for mercy? Su Qian's eyes turned cold. Please, kill him. Zhang Ba and his son stared at her in astonishment. Lin Huan immediately stood and approached Su Qian, gently sitting down before her. What happened? Let's go back. Half a day prior, at the Su estate, Kang Xian handed the master a letter saying, Take a look, father-in-law. After reading it, the master was shaken, his hands trembling. Here, the master of the Su family angrily slams the table, questioning, Kang Xian, how dare you? It was then that Kang Xian revealed his true, cruel nature, blaming the situation on Lin Huan. So, you better do as I say, or I can't guarantee your daughter won't end up in the pleasure house. With that, he turned and left, leaving old Master Mo slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Blame Lin Huan for all of this. None of this would have happened if it weren't for him. Later, Su Qian happily knocked on Su Lao's door. Father, I've negotiated with a pottery merchant. We can sell our handmade pottery from now on. After knocking and receiving no answer, she pushed the door open and entered. Father. Tears streamed down Su Qian's face as she saw the master. Father, is anyone there? Hurry, save him! But it was too late. The master had ended his own life. Trembling, Su Qian picked up the confession from the table. Confession? What crime did my father commit? She anxiously questioned the servant behind her. Who was here just now? Tell me everything. Young Master Kang. Losing her composure, Su Qian grabbed the servant by the collar, demanding to know what he had said to her father. The servant trembled, replying, No, I didn't hear anything. But he did mention someone as he left. She clenched her fists in anger, her eyes filled with resentment. Xingzhen, has the Su family ever mistreated you? A life for a life. You will pay the price. Back in reality, Su Qian wiped away her tears. Her eyes burned with hatred. Kill him for me, and I'll do anything you ask. Lin Huan slowly rose, his voice low. I accept your offer, and I don't need anything from you. Kang Xian will die. He turned to leave. But first I must gather information about him. The next day, the brothel was filled with alluring voices. Come spend time with me, darling. Here I am, my beauties. Lin Huan was surrounded, his face beaming with delight. Su Qian frowned, suspicious. Although I'm not in a position to interfere, you said you could help me get revenge and investigate intel, so why are we here? Lin Huan smirked. The person with the best information is right here. From upstairs, a soft female voice echoed, Where is he? Quick, bring Lin Huan up here. Lingji crossed her legs and sat gracefully in the chair. What brings young Master Lin here? You've been a profitable puppet for me. I should thank you. Huan brushed off his clothes and sat down. Spare me the pleasantries. I'm here for something else. Lingji gracefully approached, gently lifting Lin Huan's chin. You want information about Kang Xian? I have it here. But as he reached out, Lingji quickly pulled back. A bewitching smile graces her lips. If you want information, you must show sincerity. They lock eyes with animosity. Is the bribe not enough? Lingji retorts, annoyed, You're using my image and I haven't even been paid. Seeing her refusal, Lin Huan switches tactics. If money doesn't work, how about more fame? This time, make it count. Lingji's eyes flickered as Lin Huan whispered something to her. Could that even be possible? After a moment's thought, she tossed the scroll back to Lin Huan. Remember to keep this a secret. He opened it and read for a moment, then frowned in surprise. There's still such a thing? Lingji patted his shoulder and raised an eyebrow, displeased. Well, you know my secret and you still don't trust me? Lin Huan shoved Lingji, almost knocking her over. This can't wait. Lingji watched him leave, muttering, What a strange man. Seeing him return, Su Qian asked about the situation. How did it go? Did you get any information? He waved the information in his hand, indicating it was more than expected. This is about his father, Kang Hui, And the story begins 20 years ago. Kang Hyun's father, Kang Hui, was a city gate guard whose daily job was to check travel routes. The moment Kang Hui saw the carriages, he left his post, just as a caravan was leaving the city. According to others, Kang Hui, the gatekeeper, had left for a moment, claiming an emergency. The next day, the convoy of wealthy merchants was attacked and suffered heavy casualties. They were all completely annihilated. Later, Kang Hui rescued the wealthy merchant who fled back to him, riddled with injuries. From then on, Fu Thuong, indebted to him, helped him with all his might, and spies from the neighboring Viet Quoc began to take action, even bribing officials. The official accepted it without hesitation, and what followed, Su Qian seemed to have heard before. The king and his people faced disaster. The crime was committed by spies from Viet Quoc, and then Kang Hui assassinated them. Afterward, Kang Hui, having achieved many great feats, became the city lord, his power rivaling that of Ningba, holding a prominent position in the court. A revelation that astonished Su Qian. According to the information, Kang Hui may have colluded with a neighboring country and participated in the robbery, infuriating Lam Hoan. Even worse, Viet Quoc gained a great deal of wealth, and Kang Hui gained fame and profit, eventually plotting to assassinate the city lord. Truly hateful. He looked toward the nearby tea houses. According to intel, before Kang Hui became city lord, he frequented the Eastern Bright Moon tea house. Su Qian added that Kang Hui often went in that direction, acting very secretively. Lin Huan quickly took out his makeup kit, saying, "Before we scout, let's disguise ourselves." Before the Moonrise Tea House, officials and guards come and go. Lam Hoan and Tu Thien, now in disguise, confidently enter. Two guards quickly stopped them. "What business do you have here? Show me your credentials." Suddenly, a figure flashed before Lin Huan's eyes, and a man fell to the ground. Unwilling to accept this, he lunged forward, grabbing the guard's leg. "Please, just one time." In an instant, Lin Huan realized what the moonlit tea house really was. "I get it. This is a casino, just watch." Su Gen asked quietly, "Was the money stolen 20 years ago laundered here?" Lin Huan smirked, then struck a pose. "What do you think I'm here for? You want proof? My affection is all the proof you need. Spending silver on such petty things." The guard panicked, grabbing Huan's collar and whispering, "Do you know this is a casino? Why are you causing a scene?" He throws a silver ingot at the man's face. "Are you trying to teach me a lesson? That's the spirit." The two guards happily took the silver, letting Lin Huan and Su Qian enter freely. Seeing Lin Huan's arrogant behavior, Su Qian blushed. How could I have never noticed this side of Lin Huan before? Too ostentatious. Inside the moonlit tea house, it was now extremely noisy and bustling. Su Qian glanced around, worried. "The security is so tight. How can we find the gold vault?" Lam Hoan remained calm, of course, waiting for them to come to him. "You go observe. I'll play a few rounds." Su Qian was immediately frightened. "Do you even know how to gamble?" Lin Huan turned to look at Su Qian with a confident expression. Back then, Chen Xiaodao won 37 million with 20 yuan, and Lin Shu won 5 million with 200,000. I can do it too. He quickly rolled up his sleeves, approaching the betting table as if he'd been doing it for years. The dealer tapped the upturned bowl, 3 cups, 1 ball, bet big, buy 1, get 5, an opportunity you can't miss. He then swiftly shuffled the bowls, his movements so practiced they were nearly impossible to follow, as the onlookers clamored to place their bets. He bet on the first bowl, wagering 10 silver taels for a payout of 15. But the dealer sneered, saying only bets of 10 silver or more were allowed. Suddenly, a gold tael appeared before him, accompanied by a commanding voice. 1 gold tael. He stared at the dealer with arrogant eyes, demanding he open the bowl. Slowly, the dealer lifted the bowl, revealing the truth beneath all 3. Gap, it's the first bowl. Amidst the gloom, one patron cheered with glee. "Yes, I won. I won." Lin Huan grabs the dealer's hand. "Wait, I have some doubts." Without a tremor, he swore, "Esteemed guest, you can't falsely accuse someone. If I cheat, I'll lose an arm." He observed for a moment, then frowned in thought. "Perhaps my luck is just bad." He returns the item to the game master and resolves to get revenge, believing he'll win if he plays a few more rounds. The man secretly rejoiced, thinking what a rich fool he was, he'd clean him out. The dealer quickly shuffled the bowls, saying he'd open them once the bets were off. Without hesitation, Lin Huan threw gold in his face, betting 10 gold bars this time, and the man's eyes couldn't hide his greed. "He's hooked a big fish. Soon, you'll have nothing left." Lin Huan puts on his glasses and says, "I bet on armor." The dealer hesitated, knowing he'd already played that card, but Huan remained unfazed. He insisted, "Armor it is." Show your hand. Seeing his resolve, the dealer felt a tremor of fear. What to do? Did he guess right? Lin Huan took off his glasses, secretly smiling. Too easy. I've applied invisible paint to the ball so I know its trajectory. It has to be this one. The game manager immediately thought of a way to turn the tables. Open this one. Open this one. I picked the third one first. Unwilling to let Lin Huan win, he prepared another ball to cheat. Think winning is easy? Dream on. Observing closely, Lin Huan noticed something was amiss and grabbed the man's hand, calling out to the crowd. Accusing him of cheating, the game master pointed to the bowl, laughing. Don't spout nonsense. I have nothing in my hands. Look, the ball is in the third bowl. Seeing everyone's silence, he suddenly felt a little panicked. What's wrong? Why is everyone silent? The game master looked down and saw the ball in the bowl was indeed blue, and Lin Huan exposed his trick, saying he cheated by switching the red ball to blue. In reality, he had acted swiftly, grabbing the dealer's hand while secretly placing the ball into the bowl. The dealer recoiled in shock. Are you trying to set me up? Huan immediately pinned his arm down with his foot. He coldly pointed the tip of his sword down. Didn't someone say cheaters lose an arm? I'll take that arm now. But as he raised his sword, a voice cut through the air. Hold on. Hu Yuan appeared respectfully. Let's talk this over. Don't let a small amount of money ruin the mood. Lin Huan immediately jumped down and approached him. Of course, money isn't important. I'm not here for the money. Suddenly, a figure swiftly moved behind the dealer, and Su Qian appeared, holding a knife to Hu Yue's back. Lin Huan smiled coldly. Care to join me in a room for a chat? Su Qian tightened her grip on the dagger and chuckled coldly. Yes. Hu Yue also smiled, a twisted, mocking smile. Not bad. Lin Huan quickly noticed something was wrong. This isn't good. An arrow whizzed past, narrowly missing Su Qian's head, but Lin Huan pulled her away just in time. In an instant, they were surrounded by the inn soldiers, with Lin Huan shielding Su Qian behind him. The security here is tight. They must be hiding something. Her face betrays her worry. If you won't cooperate, are you going to kill us for the evidence? Lin Huan raised his hands in mock surrender. Don't be so quick to act like an Oscar winner. Yubaizi slowly advances, brandishing his sword menacingly. It's a shame to kill such wealthy men. Unafraid, Huan met his gaze with a warning. Yes, a pity indeed. I came to show you how to make money, but if you don't want it, forget it. Yubai frowned, then chuckled derisively. I've seen this bluster before. You've got nothing. Lin Huan calmly replied, I have connections in the south. I want to learn from your alliance's experience to open a casino. Hu Yue laughed from behind, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Alliance? What's that supposed to mean? What alliance? This isn't a martial arts school. We don't need a leader. Lin Huan didn't care, so he continued to paint a picture of the future. Imagine how powerful we'd be if we united the casinos from the outer city to the inner city. Imagine not only taking money from the young masters in the city, but also from those outside. A network of casinos forms in his mind. So, if casinos want to increase their influence and compete, they have to open more branches and spread outward. But what do you think is the biggest problem when opening a casino elsewhere? Honiet is a little suspicious. You haven't paid your protection fee for this win, have you? Do you have a death wish? First there's honor, and second there's strength. Without credibility, no one will come, and you can't make money. Seeing his hesitation, he played his final card. A united front to solve the problem. Casinos are everywhere, but luck is key. If they all shared a name, wouldn't that solve the trust issue? Lin Hua, with a confident look, suggested that instead of opening casinos themselves, they could hire help, benefiting everyone and building a legendary reputation, painting a bright future to entice him. At that point, all the casinos in the world will see you as family, supported by many, so there's no need to worry about wealth. Why should I believe you? Can you control them? Lin Huan glared at him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If I can't control it, who can? I, young Master Lin, owe debts to peddlers and stir up trouble for the Nan family. What is there to fear? Even with Yubai's sword at his throat and blood flowing, Lin Huan remains unfazed. He sheathed his sword, sighing. You truly are a great figure. As Hu Yue stepped forward, she flattered him. Young Master Lin, please elaborate on joining the alliance. What happens if we don't follow orders after joining? The more Lin Huan spoke, the more bewildered Hu Yue became. It wasn't easy to manage a large operation. What is management? What is management? What does managing mean? Su Qian's heart began to flutter. Lin Huan could turn an enemy into a friend. Hu Yak gave a thumbs up in admiration. Well done, as expected of young Master Lin. Today, I've truly broadened my horizons. though it was just a lucky guess. Lin Huan smirked. I've had this kind of experience 1,000 years before you. He frowned slightly, pondering, but now there's a problem. Huoyu was suddenly anxious, urging him to speak. Lin Huan feigned doubt and prepared to leave, knowing that to succeed he needed to review the books and understand the overall situation before taking the next step. It seems the big boss isn't here. I'll have to try another casino. Hon Guyet quickly stopped him. Wait, let's talk. Let's talk. He hurriedly turned and ordered his men. Is anyone there? Hurry and get the ledger. The servant trembled and mumbled, I can't. I need the boss's approval. What in the world are you so afraid of? She snapped, slapping the subordinate's rear. Hurry up and get it. Understood. Having achieved his goal, Lin Huan winked at Su Qian, flipped through the documents, and nodded slightly. Good, good. The accounts are clear and the revenue isn't bad. Suddenly, Lin Huan slams the table and stands up. Okay, I'll join the alliance. I'll list the alliance fee, training fee, and management fee and send them to you later. Hu Wei happily nodded. Very good, very good. Hu Wei personally escorted them to the door, bowing as she bid them farewell. Su Jian asked softly, Did you find anything? Lin Huan nodded slightly. Understood. Lin Huan began to recall and analyze. Songba pays a monthly fee to a place called Linglong Brothel. He turns to Su Jian with a determined look. That place is the key to overthrowing Kang. Unbeknownst to Lin Huan, he was being watched, and someone had found the records and was reporting to their superiors, preparing to close in. That night, 2 dark figures lurked outside a room at the spiritual fragrance quarter. Lin Huan peeked through a crack in the door, then quickly ducked down, his face flushed with surprise. This was the Spirit Pavilion? I thought it was a warehouse or something, but I didn't expect this. Su Qian also peeked inside, equally astonished. Inside, a scantily clad woman plays the flute, surrounded by other beauties dancing to the rhythm, when suddenly a girl walks forward and kneels on the ground. The person behind her swings a stick, striking her hard. Focus on your studies. You're not good at dancing, playing music, or writing poetry. Who will redeem you from the brothel later? Su Qian and Lin Huan were stunned, so this was a training ground for courtesans. Lin Huan frowned, realizing something wasn't adding up. Before his marriage to Ning Zilan, he'd even hired courtesans to tease him, and Lingji had provided information about his entire family. It was then that he realized something was wrong. They'd fallen into a trap. Quickly, Lin Huan pushed Su Qian out of the way as a volley of arrows rained down. He began to consider, no wonder Lingji had such abilities. She had more than just eyes, ears, and resources at her disposal. And with a swift motion, Lin Huan removed his outer coat, using it as a shield. She must be a spy from Viet Quoc. With no time to hesitate, he grabbed Tu Thien and ran. Together, they arrived at a room, and without hesitation, Lin Huan kicked the door open. The girls inside screamed in terror as he held Su Qian in one arm, scattering the items on the table with the other, and roared an order. Everyone, shut up! Lin Huan subtly shook his body. Su Yan mumbled incoherently, Su Qian, wake up. The venom rapidly spreads to her neck, alarming him. It's poison dart venom, he must save her quickly. Without hesitation, Lin Huan tears open Su Qian's clothes, knowing that saving her is what matters most. He silently commands the system to convert all completed tasks into antidote. The system initiated the calculation process, and a dose of antidote was transferred to Lin Huan's hand. He gently lifted Su Qian and injected her with the antidote. Watching the toxins gradually dissipate, Lin Huan breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, some of the poison has been neutralized. He recalled working with Lingji, wondering why she, his former partner and informant, would attack him now. Was it because he saw or knew too much? His eyes burning with rage, he thought, You dare betray me? You're dead. Reaching the door, he suddenly turned back. Hey, brothel, take good care of her for me, or I'll haunt you from beyond the grave. Then, an item is thrown to the ground, and a white smoke rises, obscuring the vision of the girls inside. When the smoke cleared, everyone was gone. As he ran, Lin Huan shouted, If you want to kill me, come and get me. The guards quickly appeared, and a confident look spread across his face. The plan was in motion. Lin Huan sped ahead of the assassins, who were hot on his heels, but a towering fortress wall blocked his escape. Seeing this, the assassins rushed to capture him, aiming for a swift victory. They quickly swung their blades, but the figure before them vanished. They looked around, confused. Where is he? Suddenly, one of them pointed to the wall and shouted, Look up there, he's climbing up. Lin Huan yawned and slowly walked along the wall towards them. Come on, bring your horses over here. The assassin stared, unaware that a line of soldiers was holding the rope steady. Never seen steel wire before, have you? Seeing the men below launch their grappling hooks, Lin Huan couldn't help but nod in admiration. Such complete equipment, however, their persistence left him feeling a little helpless. What a sight to behold. He quickly jumps down and gives orders to the soldiers behind him. These two are too strong. Let's get out of here. The assassins jumped down after him, only to realize they'd been tricked. Before leaving, Lin Huang looked back at them with a mocking gaze. I'll leave you some little grapes. No need to thank me. The night assassin trembled with rage. I've never seen anything like it, such shamelessness. Lin Huang glared back. You're spies. Now that's truly shameless. With that, he and his two soldiers began to beat drums and shout the news. Come one, come all, and hear the tale. The skilled Vietnamese spies scaled walls to escape, but even seeing civilians didn't stop them. The assassins, ashamed, turned and fled. Retreat! Retreat! The two soldiers following behind were incredibly excited. Lord Lin is amazing. The Viet spies were so scared they immediately fled. Lord Lin, where to next? Are we returning to Ning Manor to request reinforcements? He immediately retorted, why return to the Nin Manor? Enduring injustice. Of course we have to seek justice from the city lord. The two soldiers exchanged confused glances. Weren't these spies and the city lord on the same side? A dangerous look crossed Lin Huan's face. It was precisely because they were on the same side that they were suppressing their grievances. You want to assassinate me? A gentleman must punish the wicked. A moment later, at the city lord's mansion, Lin Huan crossed his legs and said leisurely, the whereabouts of the Viet spies are clear, City Lord Kang. Let's send out the troops. And there's no need to rush, Kang Hui says, sipping his tea. Perhaps you're mistaken. We should investigate further before acting. Lin Huan slams his fist on the table, rising to his feet. Do you have a death wish? Kang Hui frowned slightly, visibly annoyed. His servants panicked and berated him, questioning his attitude. Threatening a city lord? I think you're the spy here. Apologize now. Kang Hui's face darkened as he said coldly, silence. Is it appropriate for you, Lin Huan, to threaten a city lord? He glared at Lin Huan menacingly. I think you should cool off in jail before we talk. He waved his hand unafraid. Fine, I'll go to jail, but Kang Hu, you only have one path, death. Kang Hui was stunned by what Lin Huan held. Wait, those are images of glittering gold and silver jewelry from this era. Gifts are the most effective way to win royal favor. And the best time of year to give gifts is the Empress Dowager's birthday, which is why the ministers are so respectful. Gifts given on the Empress Dowager's birthday even have a special name. Birthday Chiang. And without fear, Lin Huan exposes Kang Hui's scheme, revealing that spies attacked the birthday Chiang and invitation. If you don't investigate this immediately, you're guilty. Kang Hui gritted his teeth and waved, asking the bothersome young Master Lin to show him the invitation. Lin Huan eyed him warily. How could the Empress Dowager's birthday gifts be faked? Did you lose it? Kang Hui quickly waved his hand. All right, but suddenly Kang Jian appears, saying that to investigate the case, they need clues from the birthday tribute, so they want to see the invitation. Without a second thought, Lin Huan tossed the bag to Kang Jian, saying, Here, take a look. He opened the bag and exclaimed in surprise, This is the 5-colored glazed phoenix, a birthday gift to the Empress Dowager from the Commerce Guild. A servant, seeing this, spoke up, Shouldn't a birthday gift be gold, silver, jewels, or jade? Who told you to give this as a gift? Lin Huan scolded him without restraint. Lacking culture, he continues to gesticulate wildly. The 5 colors represent the heavens, while yellow represents the earth, originating from black. Therefore, the 5-colored glass phoenix symbolizes our king's dominance over the seas and control over all directions. The two servants nodded, pretending to understand. Is that so? Yes, I think I understand now. Lin Huan approached them, looking at them strangely. You still don't understand? Perhaps you're not suited for scholarly pursuits. No, we understand. Lin Huan immediately turned and pointed at Kang Hui. Therefore, the Viet National spies attacked us to destroy the 5-colored glass phoenix. I didn't think this through. Suddenly, a soldier entered and whispered in Lin Huan's ear. Lord Lin, why didn't you say so earlier? We would have risked our lives to protect the birthday tribute and prevent the spies from sabotaging it. Lin Huan sighed, thinking, Nonsense. Am I going to expose myself after smashing this and blaming it on spies? Kang Xian regained his composure and looked at him. Fine, we'll investigate, and the trading company can just replace it. Lin Huan didn't hesitate to smack him. Are you stupid? Oh, we already said we were sending samples to the capital for the Ministry of Rights to review, so why wouldn't we send them? He angrily shoved the remaining items into Kang He's hands. Fine, I don't care. You Kongs can explain it. You ignore spies in the city, and when something happens, it's your fault. Just wait to be executed. He immediately tried to stop them. Wait, who said we weren't investigating? With no other choice, he ordered his son to comply with Huan's request. Later, a group of soldiers gathered in front of the city lord's mansion. With authority, Kang Xian ordered them to begin their search from the east side of the city. On the surface, he complied, but secretly plotted to lead the investigation astray, lest his connection to the spies be discovered. Why go over there? I know exactly where they are. He glanced at the two soldiers behind him, who immediately chimed in, That's right, we saw it clearly. Why are we going over there? Are you trying to trick me? With that, he grabbed Kang Hyun by the collar and dragged him away, saying, Hurry up or I'll file a complaint with the Empress Dowager when I submit my report. Not even the afterlife can protect you. He gritted his teeth in anger. Just you wait, Lim Huan. One day I'll kill you. Suddenly, the soldier next to Lin Huan whispered, Lord Lin, where are we going? You really don't know where the spies are hiding, do you? He replied softly, Of course I don't know. But a glint in his eye betrayed his true intention, to expose them. Kang Hyun's face darkened as he looked at Lin Huan. How could he possibly find the spy's den so well hidden? He clenched his fist, determined to eliminate him, then pointed to the right. Kang Hyun was stunned. Had he intentionally given the wrong directions? He smirked as if realizing something. I see. If he really knew, he would have humiliated me like before, so it seems he's lying. Suddenly, he shouts to the bustling crowd that the city lords will soon know the direction of the Viet Quoc spies and that they will witness the glorious moment of eliminating harm for the country. One of the citizens agreed. Good. I've long been fed up with those Viet traitors. Others chimed in. I'll participate. Consider it my contribution to the country. I wonder if there's a reward. With a defiant look, Kang Xian tries to build a reputation for his mental prowess. You don't even know where it is. How can you catch me? Lin Huan gestures heroically. Everyone, we've arrived. The traitors are all gathered in one place. He points to a large casino. Right here, the biggest casino in Ninthan. The guard outside shouts, Who dares to resist? Kang Hian spread his arms to shield the people, saying, Wait, investigate everything first. Don't be rash. Lin Huan questions Kang Xian, asking what he means and how much the Viet Kingdom is paying him. How dare you betray us? Kang Hyun, a man of such high standing, betraying his country. You are scum. Someone voiced their doubts, wondering if the city lord's son had truly betrayed them, as others pressed forward. Exactly. Why won't you let us in to see for ourselves? He shouted. Lin Huan, you're deliberately humiliating me. Guards, protect this place. Yubai approached hesitantly, but his master was met with Kang Xian's wrath. The rabbit retreats. Kang Hian reflects, betting everything is still better than you. Lin Huan then drove the people away, followed by the city lord's office investigating the case, telling him to leave if it wasn't his business. But before he could finish, the people rushed forward to reclaim their hard-earned money. Kang Hian was pushed aside, lying sprawled out, utterly defeated as he watched the people tear everything apart. Not bad, not bad, smash it up even more. The gold bars belong to everyone, take them and divide them up. Lin Huan pointed towards the money, telling everyone to grab what they could. From the doorway, Kang Hyun struggled to enter. What kind of behavior is this? He pointed forward. Stop them, catch them. But he remained calm, knowing these people were the soldiers' neighbors, who would be foolish enough to arrest their own. Lin Huan removed the hat of a nearby soldier. Kang Xian, I wonder if you've ever experienced the power of the masses. He slams Kang Xian's head down, stunning the soldier, who runs off shouting, There's a spy trying to escape with the loot. Get him! The villagers, distracted by the gold, suddenly turned, their eyes ablaze, and swarmed Kang Hian, beating him mercilessly, shouting, I'm not a spy! As their fists flew. What is it? Don't lie! Meanwhile, Lin Huan mysteriously said, Now I should deal with the real spy. He then stepped onto a tree root near the prefect's pool. Lin Huan draws back his crossbow. You hid here last time, panicked in the tree. You're dead. You're exposed. He swiftly jumps from the tree and runs off. A7 clasped his hands respectfully. Lin Huan, well done. Should I pursue him? You let him escape on purpose, so he'll lead us right to their hideout. The streets bustle with people. Grand mansions loom. Lu Ning glances around uneasily, sensing something is wrong. It's best not to report directly. He glanced in the mirror and saw someone tailing him. Someone was definitely watching. Quick-witted, Lu Ning slipped into a crowded restaurant and snatched a cloak from some unlucky patron. From above, he watched his pursuer frantically searching. Lu Ning scoffed, "You think you can catch me with these parlor tricks?" Suddenly, the cup in his hand fell and shattered. Clutching his head, Lu Ning exclaimed, "This tea is poisoned!" The people around him explained, "Of course it's poisoned. This whole street was set up by Lord Lin Huan." A bucket of water was then dumped on his face. Lu Ning's eyes snapped open. Where was he? He was stunned to find himself only in pants, bound tightly by rope. Seven throws it away in frustration, saying that following like this will expose them. How else will they find the gang's hideout before the new year? Lin Huan, unconcerned, says he still has ways to make him talk, while Lu Ning acts indifferent. Lin Huan, though you're skilled in your methods, too bad. He gritted his teeth as if he wouldn't reveal a thing. Suddenly, a look of panic washes over Lu Ning's face, and he flinches. Are you looking for this crystal ball you're twirling? I already took it while you were poisoning me. He cried out in fear. How did you know? Lin Huan smugly says, Good thing I read a lot of novels. Lu Ning retorts, Just kill me, I'll never talk. A7 cracks his knuckles. Oh, really? I admire your stubbornness. I could torture you beyond death, but he was stopped. No need to act, I have much better tricks. Lin Huan placed the necessary tools on the table. Even if he doesn't say a word, I can still get the information I want. But inwardly, he lamented, These necessities cost me a lot of influence points to exchange. He began to assemble what he claimed was the most advanced tool available, a red box with a brush, a lie detector. Lin Huan placed the stethoscope on Lu Ning's heart and moved it gently, causing him to tense up at the question. Are you from Viet Quoc? Lu Nin's heart rate remained steady, showing no abnormalities. Lin Huan exposes his crimes. You came here to hide and cooperate with the Kong family to seize control of Ning City. His heart rate began to fluctuate, but not by much, as Chi quickly questioned him. Everyone knows that, Lin Huan. He waved his hand. Just calm down. Gently, Lin Huan inquired, Your hideout is to the east. Lu Ning's heart rate remained normal, leaving the guards and him bewildered, while he continued, Your base is to the south. His heart rate remained steady, revealing nothing. Anticipating the answer, Lin Huan asked one last question. Your hideout is to the north. Lu Ning's heart pounded like a drum, racing wildly. Seeing this, he directed, That's it. Head north, and you'll be there. Lam Hoan smirked. I told you, even if you don't talk, I can still find out. Do you yield? Meanwhile, A7 stared blankly, not understanding, and decisively ordered his capture. The guard scratched his chin, wondering just who Master Lin Huan was to know such strange magic. As the soldier next to him chimed in, I think it's sorcery. He smacked the soldier's head. Have faith in science. It's just a lie detector and a heart rate monitor. When you hit a nerve, his heart will race. Lin Huan acts like a professor. All right, listen up. First, ask him normal questions and record any changes in the rhythm. He pictured Lu Ning in his mind and realized that when he panicked, his blood flow would change, and the lie detector would pick it up and translate it into a pulse. The other's eyes lit up, realizing the plan, but A7 was still puzzled. Wait, why are you giving away the plan so easily? He points at Lu Ning, realizing that he's using martial arts to increase his blood flow, rendering the device useless. Lu Ning remained stubborn. Lin Huan, you know my home is in the north, but it's so vast. How will you ever find it? He looked up, his energy surging, and the lie detector went haywire, alarming everyone. He's channeling his energy. He suggested, I'll seal his pressure points. But Lin Huan refused, saying if he dared to speak, he wouldn't be afraid of him weaseling out of it. He approached, tossed the lie detector aside, and hopped onto the table. To the north were 3 major routes, west, central, and east. Lu Ning scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? You think I'd tell you? He snaps his fingers. I know it's the east. Lin Huan pulls out the map, and it's indeed that road. From top to bottom, he suddenly points in one direction, certain that it's this place. The other man is stunned, realizing that it can't be. Lu Ning roared, You dog, Lin Huan. You knew all along and you were just playing with me. Lin Huan smirked. I asked you so many questions, not just to detect lies, but also about the chart. It also gave me the data I needed to use my ultimate technique. His face was covered in red circles as he analyzed every lie, every expression, every glance, every frown. Nothing escaped his notice, not even the way Lu Ning pursed his lips. Lin Huan smirked. No matter how well you hide it, you'll always betray yourself. Surrounded by the enthusiastic Wu soldiers, Lin Huan is just too cool. Even A that is impressed, all that data was part of this micro-expression statistic. This tool might even rival the world's top experts. He's embarrassed. He just needs to buy it from the system store. Lin Huan clenches his fist, realizing his previous body enhancements were superficial. Lately, he's discovered a deficit in his senses, which he must now rectify. He dreamed of a supermodel physique. If he enhanced his body, he might become the next Bruce Lee. But he snapped out of it, clearing his head. Lam Huan smiled, raising his hand. He'd found their nest and could wipe them out at any time. His hand just happened to point towards the two young women upstairs. Su Qian marveled at his prowess, realizing she had misjudged him. Zilan agrees, wishing she could use it. She replays the scene of her burning cheeks using it. Even though they're married, saying it out loud is still embarrassing. Su Qian imagines Zilan striking intimate poses, close to a strange man. Standing beside her, she wondered, am I not allowed to use the lie detector? What is she so embarrassed about? Realizing her mistake, Su Qian covered her mouth. Did you say a lie detector? Zilan asks, what were you thinking about? She quickly denied it. No, it's nothing. Lin Huan waved to someone behind him, saying, A7, let's go. We have a big problem waiting for us. Ling Chu, with a vibrant red rose tattoo on her upper ribs, affectionately takes Huan's arm. Young Master Huan, what brings you here today? He wondered why she betrayed him, wanting to scold her for it. But Lin Huan blushed, thinking about something else entirely. Hers were so big. He turned back, seeking help, wanting only to ask one question. A7, you speak? He replied. What? A7 understands and points his sword at Lingji. Why did you betray Lin He? She lowered her eyes, faltering. Why do you say that? I'm just a pawn of the Viet kingdom, not in control of my own destiny. Tears welled in Lingqi's eyes as she said that perhaps young Master Lin would have to redeem her from them so she could serve him. He threw his coat at her, telling her not to try to bribe him with her beauty. Am I really that kind of person? He turns away to wipe the saliva from his lips. Of course, Lin Huan grabs Lingji's chin, asking if she isn't afraid he'll just turn her in for the reward. She challenges him, asking if Master Lin dares to do such a thing. He snapped his fingers, signaling A7 to seize her, who promptly slammed a palm down on the table as a warning. The table splits in two and collapses at Lin Huan's feet, but Lingji remains defiant. It won't be easy to catch me. I have 1,000 ways to escape back to Vietnam. Why are you so calm and relaxed? Let me guess, Lin Huan muses. You were definitely involved in framing me back then. He wondered, but why would you do that? I've been thinking, and there's only one conclusion. Suddenly, Lin Huan points at her. You're a double agent. He pieces it together. Lingji had a hand in selling him out, making him famous overnight, and even attracting investigators like merchants and officials. Lin Huan points out the benefits Lingji would receive. If she followed her plan, she would have become a courtesan of some renown. But now, in everyone's eyes, you've become loyal to the country, and your army has no time for your plans. They've become entangled in a much larger scheme, a scheme where she manipulates Chuba and Kangxian like puppets. That means being between the two countries, they only need to protect you and gather information. Lin Huan slowly uncovers Lingqi's plan. She chose me as a pawn in her grand scheme, a truly dirty tactic. A web of information begins to form in his mind. The Than Hlau he's in is a bridge between the two countries. The Blue Pavilion's intelligence network, the Viet Nation's intelligence network. Lin Huan looks confident of victory. With just a word, you'll have nowhere to hide. Is that right, Lingji? This is merely your conjecture, he says calmly. That's right, it's just a guess, but it doesn't change what I'm about to do. I want to threaten you. Hearing this, she froze, realizing she was being threatened. Achi stood by, helpless. Well, aren't you just saying it out in the open? Lin Huan slowly sips his tea because you don't dare gamble. Suddenly, Lingji deliberately lets her cloak fall, coyly lifting her long skirt, threatening me. With her body. He spat out his water at that. Why do you always say the opposite of what you mean? Lin Huan slowly draped the cloak back over her shoulders. I need you to give me information about Kang Hai's treason, whether it succeeds or not, and I'll let you go. He gently instructs. Here's what you need to do. Inside the vast mansion, Su Qian paced back and forth anxiously, wondering what to do, when Lin Huan entered from the doorway. What's wrong? Is something bothering you? She sighed. Even though we dealt with the Viet spies, we still can't touch the Kong family. Zilan agreed. Exactly. The City Lord's forces are strong. We simply can't attack them head-on. He waves his hand. I know, I've already made arrangements. You'll see in a few days. She stood up quickly, saying, Great. I'll go to the camp and see how they're being deployed. The spies' hideout will be sealed off soon. Meanwhile, Su Jian sat alone by a window in a restaurant as Rongjia discussed nearby. Hey, have you heard about it? The other person hesitated. You mean about the Kang family? Startled by this revelation, she asks, is Lin Huan's combat strength effective? The man in blue then reveals that the former city lord was once a gatekeeper, colluding with the Viet kingdom through guarding and theft. The man in brown quickly affirmed that this was treason, as others presented evidence. Furthermore, the death of the old city lord was suspicious. My father secretly told me it was exactly as it is in the list. The man in green added, the records are so detailed, it's unlikely they were fabricated. Where did you get this information? Someone places a paper with a red seal on the table, bearing the mark of Lord Lin Huan. He's from Ning Manor, so he must be telling the truth. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Qian pushes her way through the crowd. Excuse me, where are these flyers being handed out? Someone points to the window, telling her to look outside, and she approaches it. The bustling street is filled with people and scattered flyers. Here's the latest news. Someone read it to me. The pompous soldiers scattered, warned to keep their opinions to themselves or face severe punishment, as Kang Hyun's face darkened. Lin Huan, you've gone too far, he roared in anger. By order of the city lord, Lin Huan is spreading false rumors with malicious intent. A citywide search is ordered. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find him. The soldier looked flustered. This is a little difficult. The soldier recalled the task Lin Huan had given him. To deliver this to him. The soldier awkwardly replied, he left the city an incense stick ago and asked me to give you this, saying I'd know when to deliver it. Kang Jian unfolded the paper and saw the message he'd left. I did it on purpose. You're done for this time. He angrily tears the paper to shreds. That bastard Lim Huan. At the restaurant, Du Tian sighed. Kang Hian, you're doomed. There's nothing Lim Huan can't do. Meanwhile, Zilan is mobilizing her forces for battle, ordering everyone to capture the spies. The leader holds up a letter saying that Lord Lin Huan will provide them with tips and tricks before they act. Intrigued, she opened it, wondering what tricks he was playing. The words on the paper were clear. The more you use this, the higher your chance of survival. Meanwhile, Lin Huan calmly converses with that, whose inner voice is about to change, saying they should seize the opportunity to act quickly, as the cloudy sky and interwoven rays of sunlight create a beautiful picture. Zilan leads her horse to a quaint old tavern. The innkeeper sits wearily at the front desk, as guests often stay longer than expected. She stepped inside and shouted, Vietnamese dogs, give me back my life. The owner, hearing this, was enraged and told her to watch her tongue. He leaps into the air, blade aimed at her, but Zilan just stares back, a smirk playing on her lips. The owner, startled, wore an expression of fear as an arrow flew from nowhere, piercing him in the chest. The owner flew back, his head hitting the reception desk, and the henchmen charged forward, their identities exposed. And she was the only one attacking. Zilan sighed helplessly, thinking of the note Lin Huan sent. Some fool had told her to use Diu Shu. She dodges, creating space for her soldiers, showing no mercy to the weak. The henchmen panic, begging for mercy rather than surrendering. One of them realizes something is wrong as the henchmen turn to see the stench emanating from the arrow in the owner. Second, those who are poisoned never act recklessly. Zilan shook the paper, looking at the people in the restaurant, covering their noses with disgust. Does Lin Huan really want me to read this? Is toying with these spies part of a plan for the prison? Meanwhile, in the great prison, a battered Viet Quoc notices movement in the neighboring cell. Lingji gently asks, You were arrested too? The Viet Quoc agent is shocked. You? How were you exposed? Aren't you an inside informant? With anger, she responds, It was the Kong family. Under the guise of confiscating casino assets, they embezzled the money meant for me in Vietnam and seized a list of spies, hoping to eliminate them all at once. Ling Mai desperately explains, Otherwise, how would the Ning Manor know your movements? The man crosses his arms. That makes sense, it's possible. Her eyes welled up as if she were about to burst into tears. They tortured me to cover up evidence about the Kongs. Lingji sobbed. They even wanted to humiliate me. The Vietnamese man, caught in a honey trap, flew into a rage. Damn it, those Kang family scumbags. Oh, she clutches her chest, worried that he's sent someone to eliminate her. That Gu Jianan can rest assured. Only by using Ning Fu's cunning and insidious schemes can we escape this predicament. Even the city lord can't kill us. The still of night, a bright full moon. Outside the prison, a familiar pair of feet appears, yet they seem to be hiding. The soldier rushed over, whispering, Brave heroes, I'm here to save you. But Ling Chi, eyes locked on her prey, lunged forward and grabbed his arm. It's you. I know you. You're from the Kong family. The soldier naively put his finger to his lips, signaling, Quiet. The city lord sent me to rescue you. Lingji, acting on her own, pulls the sword from his waist. What are you doing? Why are you drawing your sword? He asked, bewildered. It wasn't me, I didn't do it. Don't talk nonsense. She snatched the keyring, cursed the Kong family, and threw it to her brothers to grab. The patriot was startled. What's going on? Lingji put on a self-destructive show and dramatically collapsed. Today, I must serve my country. In the next life, I will still be a Viet Quoc person. Tears streamed down her face as she said, Brothers, help me avenge this. The soldier was still in shock, barely able to process what was happening. What was that? A Viet Quoc soldier charged forward, consumed by fury, vowing that the Kong scum would pay. A single strike sends blood flying everywhere, and all the prisoners are freed. Someone turns back with gratitude, saying, Lin Ko, we will remember your contribution to Viet Quoc. As the prisoners disappeared, a shadow crept in, approaching Lingji. A convincing performance. They were completely fooled. Then she finally dropped the act and sat up. Lingji scratched her head bashfully, all thanks to your guidance. The figure slowly removed their hood, revealing Lin Huan's face. He smirked slyly, the plan ahead far more interesting than the present. Lingji feigned weakness. My legs are numb, I can't get up. With kindness, Lin Huan offers his hand. Does it still hurt? Take my hand. She clutches her head and laments, if it weren't for you, would I have just died here? Whether by accident or design, she tripped on a rock, falling into his arms in an ambiguous pose that left him flustered and blushing. She teased, I've found that following you is much more interesting than being there. Lingji leaned in. Should we try something even more interesting? Without a word, she kisses him on the cheek, leaving Lin Huan blushing furiously. Lingji smiles, tilting her head. What's wrong? Still shy even though you're married? Let's go. I want to see how much the Kong family suffers. At that moment, the still of night enveloped the Kong estate, as two ropes appeared from above, snaring the guards. Ropes tightened around the guards' necks as black-clad Viet Quoc assassins stormed the gates. They moved like the wind, unheard by anyone, and a maid carrying water was quickly silenced and subdued. The servants in the manor screamed, Intruders! Intruders! A Viet Quoc member is visibly annoyed, and I don't see Kang Hoi and Kang Hien. They must have escaped. What am I going to do now? Another man was helpless. With no other choice, he ordered them to quickly head to the ancestral shrine to retrieve the funds and banknotes. Our intelligence network is compromised. We'll take Kang's head another day. Liu and his men searched everywhere and luckily found a box hidden under the bricks. One of them opens the box and picks up a piece of paper, finding everything they need, banknotes and records of corrupt officials. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the courtyard like thunderous drums as Zelan and her group burst in and stood in the middle of the manor. She raised her sword and shouted, Nin family army, rescue the city lord's manor. Vietnamese thieves, surrender now. The Viet people panicked and another ran to protect the box, fleeing with it into the nearby mountains. The box carrier was impaled through the heart by someone in their group, turning with a look of disbelief. Why you? You? The swordsman calmly replied, Why you ask? Am I even from Viet Quoc? He gently snatches the box from the Viet Quoc man's hands. A 7 ripped off his mask, saying, I'm just a 7, helping out some friends. Seeing this, the men behind him rushed forward. Who do you think you are? Drop the box now. From the bushes, Lin Huan's men suddenly sprang up, alert and ready. On the other side of the rocks, another line of soldiers rose, battle-ready. Lin Huan steps forward. The Lin family army has arrived. Who dares act up? He puts his arm around He. You want to kill my men? Did you ask me? Lin Huan commands his troops. Follow my orders, regardless of life or death. And they charge to eliminate the Viet Quoc one by one. Chi sighed from the side. I didn't think becoming a spy would be this easy. He was smug. Of course, the intelligence network is a web as most spies only know a few people. Otherwise, the intelligence would be chaotic and easier to expose. He winked at him. Besides, you once tried to capture me under the Kong family's orders, so they'll naturally know all about you. He shivers. You're terrible. I'm glad I'm not your enemy. What about the 2 big Kang family fish? Lin Huan scratched his chin, satisfied. Didn't we plan this a long time ago? How could they possibly escape? Meanwhile, the 2 remaining members of the Kong family were running for their lives towards the fields in the outskirts, Kangjian panting but not forgetting to scold, Second brother, who would have thought the Viet Quoc people would suddenly betray us? Kang Hui angrily kicked him, saying it was all his fault for provoking Lin Huan. Otherwise, a city lord like him wouldn't have to run for his life. Kang Xian spotted farmers ahead, thinking they could pose as officials and be taken in. Gritting his teeth, he vowed to take down Lin Huan upon his return, once the storm had passed, then approached with a smile. "Hello, are you farmers from Nin City?" The farmers turn around, startled. "It's them!" Kang Hien happily introduced himself, as if the farmers were ignorant. "Indeed, I am Kang Hien, son of the city lord of Ninthan, and this is my father, Kang Hui, the city lord. Today, thieves are causing chaos within the city, and we—" The farmer looked up from the paper, recognizing them, and others chimed in. "That's them! We're rich!" He snatched the paper. "What is this?" Kang Hien's hands trembled as he saw the notice on the paper. A nationwide wanted order. Anyone who sees these two, report them and capture them immediately. Reward, 60,000 taels of silver. Kang Hui's face darkened. "Lin Huan, you've gone too far in insulting us." A rake was raised from somewhere, as if signaling the start of something. The rake came down hard, and Kang Xian paled with fear. He turned to flee, knowing he couldn't stay here, but the farmers blocked his path, pinning Kang Xian to the ground as he screamed in agony. "Help! Help! I'm the city lord's son, the city lord's son." One of the farmers remarked that this guy must be seriously mentally ill. Meanwhile, at a vast estate, someone's boisterous laughter rings out as Ba pats Lin Huan on the shoulder. "Kid, the city's been issuing wanted notices for days now, so let's see who wins the bet." He agrees. "Very well, Ningba is right." He turns and suggests, "I can teach you some clever tricks which suit your personality perfectly." Lin Huan clasped his hands in agreement, and Ba mysteriously closed the door. He reminded him that once started, there's no turning back, and handed Lin Fan a scroll, intel gathered by his informants over the past 2 years for him to review. He hesitated, looking troubled, saying such an important matter could hardly change fate. Master Z closed his eyes slightly, saying it wasn't about man conquering heaven, and besides, the matter was simple to mention. He suggests a path. Take the imperial exam in the capital. Before him, ancient temples and fierce battles appear. The Ning family's ancestor, Ning Zixi, was a valiant warrior who commanded 1,000,000 soldiers, guarding the frontier. Marquis Ning is merely a descendant of the Northwest King's lineage, stationed in Ning City to defend against foreign enemies, but he does not possess a fiefdom. Behind every strong dynasty are shrewd emperors, and the Northwest King, Ning Ba. Lin Huan looks up, troubled. The word Ba sighs. That's right, meaning abandoning territory. The emperor definitely wouldn't immediately move against the Northwest King to avoid backlash, so he'd only choose to evacuate. So he continued, "That's why you're a descendant of the Northwest King, digging up those outside the Northwest Army." Suddenly, Zilan rushed over. "Are our relatives helping us?" Lam Huan calmly explains, "In this era, everything is about reason and rules. Many emperors have used excuses to gradually clip the wings of the Northwest King. The King of the Northwest dared not speak his anger, and she worried that they would find a way to seize military power, falsely accuse the Ning family, and eliminate them. That's why he had to hide his identity and come to the capital to seek fame. Only by having a voice in the court can we have a place to stand." But inwardly, he laments that he, a transmigrator, must study classical literature. Lord Bia sets down his teacup, initiating a 2-pronged plan. "Zilan, you must also speak with the other minor families who hold military power and form alliances. You two haven't been married long, and now you'll be separated." He then pointed towards the door, urging them to say their goodbyes and depart quickly. Hearing this, Lin Huan's eyes turned puppy dog adorable as he pouted and begged for affection. Zilan stood there, face contorted in disgust, feeling nauseous but reluctantly embraced Lin Huan. "My father's here, so I'll humor you a bit." Suddenly, Zilan's eyes widened as his scent enveloped her. She froze, thinking, if heaven had feelings, it would be ancient. Nguyen Nu has no regrets. May we always be together. After their tender embrace, Lin Hua quickly fled the room. Zilan blushed. "I'm not some young girl that can be moved by poetry. If feelings could move heaven, then heaven would be old, and I resent it." He stepped out the doorway, his white robe swaying. Looking at the system panel, Lin Huan sees that overthrowing the city lord has greatly increased his influence. He scratches his chin. Before, it was all about developing commerce, but this time it's about the imperial exam. So it seems I need to learn some resources. Suddenly a thought strikes Lim Huan, and he curiously opens his system. "This is interesting. Let's try it out." Cut to a palanquin being carried along a cliffside with a bright-eyed Lin Huan inside, admiring the pristine blue waters and green mountains. A key worried, "It's not safe out here without soldiers. You're so calm. Aren't we supposed to be in disguise? Just you is enough." He sighed helplessly. "Yeah, so much for the disguise. But when real robbers appeared, a sudden jolt sent Lin Huang, who had been enjoying the scenery, tumbling to the floor. Annoyed, he pulled back the curtain. What's this? Out of nowhere, a sharp blade is pressed against their necks. The scarred bandits yelled, "Get down here now!" Lin Huang turned back to complain. "Ah, your foul mouth!" Aishit just surrendered, saying, "I'm sorry." One of the bandits looked at Lin Huang, eyes gleaming like headlights, and exclaimed, "Smooth skin." That's right. Take him back to the camp leader. He stands frozen before the blade, thinking, no way. Lin Huan's arms were pinned by two bandits. "Ses sirs. Let's talk this over." He could only weep at the sight of the bandits, realizing his beautiful body was doomed. Lin Huan was tied to the saddle by the bandits. "Brothers, let's talk this over. I'm not some pervert." In his mind, he screams, "Where's A7? Are you just going to stand there and watch?" The two bandits exchanged confused, lustful glances. One of them pats him on the back, saying, "Don't worry, little brother. The head of the Luo family is a beauty." Dinglo beams with pride. Yes, she's the spitting image of her father. "Kid, you're one lucky guy." Hearing this, his face turned pale. "Come on, husband, let's wrestle." She blurted out her thoughts, looking just like her father. "A strong man?" the brown-robed bandit sneered. "If it weren't for the boss seeing you as a pale-faced scholar, you wouldn't even compare." He warned that if you dare betray the headman, they'll butcher you. Lin Huan cried out to Aki for help, saying he didn't want to marry into the tiger's den, but Aki just stood there, lost in thought about his situation. "Be good, let me give you a kiss." And then he puts on an act of deep affection. "Brother Lin is a true man. He can endure this. Rest assured, I'll find a way to rescue you." Red ribbons appear along with a dilapidated Salk village. The sign is also decorated with red ribbons, but is now covered in cobwebs. Even the children gathering in the village take notice of the announcement. Dinglu gestures, saying, "We've never had a scholar in our village before, but today I've brought one back." Lin Huan was tightly bound. Was this place too poor? The bandits brought him to a seemingly luxurious house. "Chieftain, I've brought him." Lin Huan gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. Why the blindfold? She must be too ugly to be seen. A hand from inside the room forcefully pulls him in. Such strength. The hand gently removed his blindfold. These brutes really went too far. "When did I ever say I wanted to get married?" Lin Huan probes. "If the master of the camp has no intention of marrying, then I will." But when he saw the person in front of him, his expression froze. Xiaoluo sits in her chair, making me look bad. Lin Huan, so pathetic in front of a goddess. "Don't worry, I've decided to be an adopted son-in-law." She turns away, feigning disgust. "I have no interest in scholars. I only want to discuss poetry with him every day, an ideal life. Sadly, my father says such things can't be eaten, so he won't let me near them." Suddenly, Xiaoluo rummages for something in his clothes, hiding his face but peeking through his fingers. "Take off my clothes? No way, I'm not a pervert." She pulls out a book asking if he knows who wrote it and if she can meet the author. Seeing this, he forces a smile, looking puzzled. Lin Huan scratches his chin gleefully. "I forgot to tell you. I'm a man of both talent and looks." He looks at the admiring woman, then snaps his fingers as if transforming. "Lin Huan, that's me." His ridiculous display is met with dead silence, and Xiaoluo rises abruptly, demanding to know where everyone is. "Drag this imposter out and execute him. He's terrified." She sighed. "If you want to impersonate my idol, I want to see if you have Lin Huan's abilities." He thumped his chest, guaranteeing, "Test me all you want. Do as you please if I can't answer." A smug look on his face, he thought. "I've been studying so much lately. What could possibly stump me?" Xiaoluo crossed her legs and asked, "First question, why are we so poor? Answer incorrectly, and you die." Lin Huan's eyes sparkle, and Long Nan seems expectant, but upon hearing the question, he's petrified. Lin Huan laments, knowing astronomy and geography, but this girl tests him on economics. He clasped his hands respectfully, asking the leader's name, to which she replied, "I am Hiu La." Lam Huan feigned praise, saying it was a fitting name. Suddenly she crushed her cup, deforming it. Xiaoluo smiled menacingly. "Hurry, don't make me impatient. I'm a little tired." He was startled. Damn, she's that strong? She urged him to hurry up and answer, or she'd kill him. Luo Han trembled, trying to stay calm as he listed each factor. First, the area was too humid, and the soil was infertile, making it difficult to produce crops. With a single glance, Lin Huan understood the lay of the land. Second, Lajia was strategically located between two mountains. Of course, to pass through here, one must go through Yu, but mostly reinforcements pass through. Third, there are many strong men in Latra, but none of them really understand animal husbandry, so there are no chickens, ducks, or pigs in the village, so naturally they can only live by robbery. Having heard this, Kiu La jumped up, impressed, saying he seemed well-versed in books. She moved closer, asking how they could solve it. He stammered, listing 3 solutions and introducing each one, starting with cultivating the land and planting suitable crops. Lin Huan continued. Geographical rules mean opening roads and boosting economic exchange. Not only that, but people and laws mean setting up courses to learn agricultural knowledge. Her eyes sparkled like water droplets, her long eyelashes fluttering. Xiaoluo happily grabbed his hand. Quick, let's get started right away or I'll chop you into pieces if you don't. Helpless, Lin Huan could only smile wryly as she dragged him off to put his village-saving plan into action. Dinglao jokes, Chief, what's with the pale face? Is he okay, coming out so fast? His big mouth got him into trouble, and Kula beat him to a pulp. She grabs his ear. I'll chop you up right now. Ding Liu panics. I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Xiaoluo rushes over and pats Lin Huan on the back. Hurry, you fake. Prove your so-called method of improvement. If you can't achieve it, I'll cut you down. He flinched violently as the villagers mocked the idea of reform. We've failed for decades, others have too. How could he possibly succeed? He's probably all talk like that other guy. Hearing this, Lin Huan rolled up his sleeves and got straight to work. All right, let's get started. First, we build the road, and now the most important ingredient, my secret formula. Cement, he cursed inwardly. This stuff cost him a fortune in prestige points. The villagers began to stir. What is this? This watery sludge is supposed to be a road? I could kick it apart with 1 foot. They laugh, but they're all talk and no action. Lin Hua smirked, holding a large stick. Watch this. He stirs the cement into a mixture, embracing modern techniques. Dinglao scoffs, unimpressed. Is that just mud? Is he crazy? So handsome, yet so crazy. How could he be worthy of our chief? Xiaoluo angrily shouts, Shut your mouths and watch quietly or I'll cut you down. Lin Huan, having completed his creation, boasts that cement is strong and durable, simply the most powerful and practical material of this era, tossing aside a table as if it were useless. Lin Huan smugly asks who called cement soft and mushy, daring them to test its strength. Dinglao steps up, saying not to scare people, and that he won't believe his boasting. He charged forward, full of vigor, declaring he'd break it, only to collapse, prompting a taunt. Is that all you've got? She draws a sword twice her height. I'm here, cement. Xiaoluo steps forward, delivering a devastating blow to the seemingly impenetrable stone wall, shattering it to pieces. Lin Huang turns, his face stunned. What kind of power is that? The villagers cheered, praising her strength. The chief is so strong. Chief! Xiaoluo waved her hand, saying it was nothing, just a little itch, while Lin Huang could only stare in shock, his hand holding the brick trembling slightly. He swallowed hard, regarding her as if she were a monster, then turned to see Xiaoluo wielding a blade twice his size. She can actually break cement. It seems this era holds mysteries like inner strength. She caresses her blade, saying she can use 8/10 of her power. This cement is indeed formidable. Xiaoluo points at him and shouts, The whole village will obey orders, and from now on follow this island bumpkin's instructions. Make cement, exchange it for farmland, and open a school. Lin Huan is shocked. So fast? She jabs the knife, creating a large hole, and Xiaoluo threatens. You wouldn't dare slack off. He could only nod his head vigorously. Yes, I'll do it right away. And so they began their work. Kind-hearted Lin Huan wiped dirt from Xiaoluo's face, boosting her spirits and productivity. He imagined himself lecturing until his throat was dry, while Xiaoluo just dozed off. Lin Huan's eyes were empty. Becoming useful to society before running away was fine too. But now, the sunlight bathes the carefully cultivated gardens. After weeks of observation, Xiaoluo crosses her arms and declares her decision to proceed with a fake marriage. He wondered if she'd said she didn't like Lin Huan and that he was a fake. She replied seriously, You've got some potential, and if I keep you, our village can rule the mountains in the future. The real Lin Huan, I'll win him over later. She takes his hand with sincerity. I'm serious. We're consummating our marriage now. Kiula's words were followed by a deathly silence. Then her face turned as red as a tomato, and the air around them grew thick with unspoken desires. Suddenly a whirlwind appears. Brother Lin, we've arrived. A7 stands before Lin Huan, declaring he braved countless hardships to find this place. And behind him, seething with rage, someone grumbled, Couldn't you have arrived a little later? Is he doing this on purpose? He's even pretending to be innocent. Bringing trouble to the Lin family means I can arrest him, right? Outside the village gate, a commotion breaks out between the royal soldiers and the villagers. Why do you love fighting so much? Come on then. Ah Chi holds up a plaque in front of Xiaoluo, arrogant and confident. This man is Lin Huan, the son-in-law of the Ning family of Ningzhou City. You brazen thief, surrender now, or are you stunned? You turned beet red, so you really are Lin Huan. You weren't lying to me. She then covered her face and ran away, leaving that with a huge question mark on his face as he tucked the card into his pocket. What's going on here? Did you tease another girl? Lin Huan scratches his head, helpless. He says he's been framed. This is where they exploit my labor. You're blaming me for being late? There was no need to bring the Lin family army, was there? Aki told me that when I was looking for people, I learned that this mountain village was about to do something mysterious, so I returned to Ning City for instructions and brought out the Lin army. Lin Huan rushes in to stop the fighting between the villagers and the soldiers, saying, "We're all on the same side. The fake leader is coming, so remember to cooperate." From outside the village gates, the sound of galloping hooves grew louder. The rider shouted, "Black Bear, the chief has ordered Lingji village chief to come and receive his orders." He slowly steps forward. "The chief is unwell, so my wife and I will take the order for him." Lin Huan looks up calmly as the messenger throws down a scroll. "Read it yourself. A week later, gather at Black Bear Mountain to discuss important matters. Failure to attend will result in immediate execution." Then, he rode off without another word, leaving Lin Huan to unfold the paper and ponder this important matter. A seven asks curiously what it is, pointing to a spot on the map. "This is Lu Chung." Lin Huan froze. "I understand now." He looked up at the gathered villagers. Many other camp leaders are gathered here for the Empress Dowager's birthday. Someone in the village worries that this birthday celebration is a death trap. Hearing this, the villagers all turned to Xiao Luo, fearing the Black Bear camp's trouble. "Campmaster, we can't go. If the Empress Dowager is angry, none of us can withstand her wrath." "Yes, we all follow the camp leader's orders." Dinglu urged. "Camp leader, make your decision." Scratching her chin, she casually says, "I think this is simple." Then, embracing her cheek, Kiula happily declares she'll listen to her husband. Seeing this, the villagers stood frozen, their faces as dark as night. She wondered, "Why aren't you saying anything? Did I say something wrong?" Lin Huan gently stroked her head. He suggested that if they couldn't fight defensively, they should take the initiative. Lin Huan drew his sword, his fighting spirit ablaze. He points his sword towards the mountain in front of him. "So what if it's the Zongshan camp? I'll cut them down." Meanwhile, the mountain village basked in the warm sunlight of Black Bear Mountain, the crackling fire mingling with laughter. The man in green lamented that times were getting tougher. Even officials' daughters didn't dare pass through, and he couldn't even become a village lord's wife. Others could only sigh. "I hear the women at Luo family fort are quite beautiful, and those around her are no exception. But everyone knows how fierce her swordsmanship is. I'm afraid I'd be cut down if I married her." He joked that he'd gladly die for her, when suddenly drums echoed from the village gates. The Luo family arrived, a procession of people leading horse-drawn carriages. Village Chief Qiao Luo extended an invitation. With delicate hands adorned with golden bracelets, Qiao Luo lifted the curtain. She stepped onto the ground, her anklets swaying rhythmically. Qiao Luo appears in a bright red cheongsam, her figure perfectly balanced, and the villagers are instantly struck by her beauty. She snapped, "What are you staring at? I'll kill you." They covered their mouths, laughing. "This woman is interesting. I'm in love." One even proposes to her, saying, "My lady, shouldn't you accept my proposal this time?" Kiula takes Lin Huan's hand. "Husband, be careful. It's rough here. Don't hurt your feet." He looked at her gently and smiled sweetly, but the act didn't last long before Lin Huan's face suddenly froze. He vomits violently, alarming Qiao Luo, and Lin Huan is helpless, never imagining that the mighty Lin Huan would suffer from motion sickness. Oh, heavens, the villagers are laughing hysterically. Who is this strategist? Gets carsick in a carriage. He'd probably die on horseback. And one of them is so smug. Maybe he thinks we're too handsome. The man who just proposed to her is furious. What exactly is your relationship? Why does she call you husband? A murderous glint flashes in Kiula's eyes, daring to touch her husband. The villagers gathered around them, wondering how anyone dared challenge the imposing chief camp. But Lin Huan calmly stroked her head. "Wife, it's all right. As for this arrogant proposal, I suggest you get lost and let me be the head of the Law family's husband. He challenges me, but what if I refuse? He rushes in with a powerful punch, ready to show me what he's got." The wind howled around him, but Lin Huan didn't flinch. He smirked. "Fine, but don't come crying to mommy when you lose." Lin Huan scornfully eyed the flailing figure before him as the villagers mocked. "He thinks he's so great. Just fight already, or is he too scared to move?" The suitor Qiao Luo cracked his knuckles. "Don't worry, I'll make your death quick and painless." Far from being afraid, Lin Huan clasped his hands in thanks, leaving Xiao Luo dumbfounded. Huh? Lamenting, Lin Huan casually kicked him. Just get on with it already. And with that, the suitor's jewels were crushed. The jeering villagers fell silent, clutching their injured companion. He looked down triumphantly. Fighting wasn't so hard after all. As for the suitor, he trembled in agony, his life effectively over. Xiao Luo cheered him on, calling him a domineering man she adored, as the villagers snapped out of it, some yelling that he was fighting dirty and knew nothing about martial arts, while others complained that no one would want to play like that. They're furious, calling him trash and a sneak attacker, and someone charges forward to fight. He couldn't contain his anger at Lin Huan's nonchalant and arrogant demeanor. He raised his leg, intending to strike him with his knee, saying, "Let me heal your body." Lin Huan simply raised an eyebrow. "Really? I don't believe it." He grabbed the bald man's raised ankle and yanked, shocking him. "Let me give it another shot." His precious jewels were torn asunder, and he screamed, his eyes rolling back. The villagers were even more fearful, some instinctively protecting their jewels. They're done for. These two have lost their manhood. I wonder if the court is still hiring eunuchs? One by one, they stepped forward, only to receive a devastating blow to their jewels. One man even had his jewels crushed to pieces by Lin Huan himself. All who challenged him received a fatal blow to their precious stones. Everyone lay trembling on the ground in pain, while Lin Huan continued to smile. "Who's next?" "I'm feeling lucky today, so I want to play a little." The remaining villagers shook their heads in fear. Chu Bing claps. "Amazing. I've practiced martial arts for 30 years, and I've never seen anyone like you." He introduces himself. "You can tell who I am just by looking at me. I'm Scarface, the fifth of the fifth seat." Lin Huan politely responded. "I am the master of the Luo family village, Mufa." No, Lin Huan. Chu Bing makes a seemingly reasonable offer. "No matter how cunning you are, you're still just one person. If you don't want to fight alone, team up, and we'll all give it a try. For your contributions, you'll each get 12 silver taels." The villagers agree to fight as a team. "I'm good at this. Some are greedy for money. Let's see if I can give it a shot with some cash." Lin Huan raised his fan and shouted, "All right, La Village, assemble!" Under the scorching sun, they stood face to face, neither willing to yield. Lin Huan shouted, "Assemble, Luo family camp!" and the villagers followed suit. The opposing villagers sneer, thinking they can win with mere parlor tricks. He sighs, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Lin Huan raises his hand. "What have I taught you all? Stand up straight." The villagers of Luo family stand in rows, each reporting their number from left to right as their leader solemnly reports to the commander. The Luo family encampment security team is 21 strong, all members present and accounted for, awaiting orders. The opposing villagers continue to sneer. What is this? This strange head count, the taunting. Each one standing tall, disciplined. They've truly become soldiers. Xiaolo arrives, slams her blade into the ground, kicking up dust, and angrily points at the jeering crowd. "You dare make a sound, I'll cut you down. If it weren't for your father's power protecting the Luo family from enemies, you would have been torn to pieces long ago." Lin Huan put his arm around her shoulder and replied, "Very well. Let me see how you defeat the Luo family's army." The enemy soldiers draw their swords, promising to send them to their graves one by one, as Lin Huan waves his fan and commands, "Attack!" The Law family troops shout their war cry, activating their defenses and preparing for a swift battle, as he leaps toward the villagers, determined to cut them down. A Law family member quickly raised a cement shield to block, shattering Zhu Bing's sword in two, while the shield remained unscathed. His face went blank. "This is impossible. There's no shield like this in the world." The Law family member calmly replied, "We improved it with cement. Even the chief has to use his power to break it." Xiaolao wondered, "That's right, I forgot to ask. Last time I broke it with one strike. Has it been strengthened now?" Lin Huan waves his fan. "Because I saw a problem with the cement. It was hard enough, but lacked flexibility, so the image and texture of cement popped into your head." Lin Huan, looking knowledgeable, continues, "I deliberately used the method of planting cement and cotton many times to increase the toughness of the cement shield while ensuring its hardness. This also reduces the amount of cement needed, making it lighter, more stable, and fire-resistant. The enemy soldiers charge ahead fearlessly, believing that even the best shield will break if they attack it together. A citizen shouts for everyone to work together. 10 two-man teams form a 4-4-2 formation, an all-out defense. The enemy was stunned by the impenetrable formation, floundering like chickens with their heads cut off. They glare, complaining about hiding behind shields instead of fighting head-on. Xiaologu cheers, impressed by the powerful formation. Lin Huan smiled at the scene before him. Though he didn't understand military tactics, he understood soccer, and taking a few random teams from soccer was still very useful. A member of the Luo family rushes forward, a perfect opportunity. Everyone, get out of the way. A black ball flies through the enemy ranks, giving even his own team pause. The villagers didn't know what to do. Damn it, put your weapons away. Someone's sword, not quick enough, sliced right into the bag. A stream of green slime erupts, releasing a nauseating stench and engulfs the villagers, leaving them reeking with a pungent odor. They covered their noses, wondering who was so cruel. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, thanks to the pungent scene before them. They vomited uncontrollably as Lin Huan forced a smile and turned away. This has nothing to do with me. High lethality. Truly a powerful weapon. In the middle of the Zhongjia village training grounds, Lin Huan lectured his team. See, when the time is ripe, everyone clears a path, and you fire your arrow directly. This move is called defensive counterattack, understand? The archer said he understood, but Nan raised a question. Bows wear out too easily, and arrows can't be recycled. Too wasteful, he says, then asks, what about poison? He immediately dismisses it. Too expensive. Lin Huan scratches his chin, deep in thought. Someone did use arrows to attack the mountain village, so this time they'll need something else. He whispers, why don't we use fertilizer? He hesitated. Isn't that... But then, as realization dawned, both their faces turned grim. On second thought, that's not bad. The Law family couldn't stand the smelly battle and had to retreat. This stinks. I'm leaving since the Luo family fort has nothing to do with me. Xiao Luoyan's face is nauseating. Why didn't you tell me sooner? This is ruining my image. Lin Huan could only helplessly endure. Just bear with it a little longer. I feel sick. Suddenly, a shout rings out. Enough! Silence! Bin tugged at his clothes. Lin Huan, be a man and don't defend. We'll duel, and the winner takes all. He scoffed, stating the rules were simple, to which the boy curtly agreed. I'm not, Bing exclaimed. Huh. What did you say? Lin Huan remained calm. I said I'm not a man, and I don't need to duel. He clenched his fist in anger. Do you have no honor or dignity? Lin Huan scoffed. I'm living as a kept man. What honor is left? Bing still managed to stammer out a few words, but Huan frowned, finding him bothersome. I said I won't fight, so I won't. Aren't you all tired of thinking about honor all day? Can you eat it? Will it make you money? Will it get you a wife? Lin Huan then turned and left, finding it all too boring, while Luo Ra retreated. He stubbornly rushes in front of him, determined to settle things, while Chu Bingjiang stops the group. You can't leave. The chief ordered everyone to report. He pointed at him, then turned to the villagers. I've been here for a while and haven't seen him. On the contrary, he should be kicking us out. Folks, does this seem right to you? The villagers nodded in agreement. Indeed, we've been here for ages and haven't seen anyone. Some suggest that perhaps the village hasn't elected a government, and yet they want to herd us all together? Teeth gritted, Chu Bin warns Lin Huan that he'll have to go through him to spread his lies, but Lin Huan simply asks, is that so? Then, quick as lightning, he smashed a brick right into his face. The brick shattered, followed by a warm, bloody nose and Uncle Bin's bulging eyes. Dusting off his hands, Lin Huan casually walks away, saying he's tired of all the talk. Farewell, everyone. The villagers were impressed. He just went right after Scarface. They marveled at his ruthlessness, striking the man without hesitation. Sholo clutches his hand, calling Lin Huan handsome, which makes Lin Huan's eyes light up. Oh, right. Almost forgot the purpose. He pulls a shiny, super hard brick from his bag and introduces it. This is a new type of brick developed exclusively by Lingji, a must-have formula for murder and robbery. Lin Huanjia acts like money can be made anywhere. People can build houses, kitchens, and use it with cement. Currently, bricks and cement are on sale in Lingji, so contact them quickly before they sell out. He stepped out of the village. Hurry! We want to see the main camp collapse. The villagers cheered. From today forward, we leave the main camp and live independently. Warm sunlight bathes the village gates as cheers echo from within. They were so proud, the villagers excitedly tossed Lin Huan into the air, finally ridding themselves of the evil that had plagued the camp. They were lucky to catch him then. He barely managed to crawl away. His mouth was abused by these guys, but halfway through he was stopped by Zhao Luo. Where do you think you're going? She asked, eyes glazed over as she held the empty bottle. Tonight, you will serve me. Lin Huan then picks her up. You've had too much to drink. Get some rest. Xiaoluo struggled. Let me go. You never dared touch me before. Why are you so bold today? The villagers were in a heated discussion and turned to look when they heard him. Some whispered, not daring to interfere. Could it be broken? Others snickered. Lin Huan is so smart, he must be lacking physically. That one isn't content either. We're all profiting. Only the village chief is losing out. How wonderful. He stood tall behind them and delivered a thunderous blow. Lin Huan grabbed the two by the scruffs of their necks and dragged them away, asking if they'd finished their homework, daring to speak to their teacher like that. Someone called out, "Well, Brother Huan, what did you say about improving the land? We can't wait any longer." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. This was a big problem. The soil quality seemed fine, but it was difficult to cultivate. Suddenly, a villager shouted, "It's bad, the old man is sick." Dinglu worried. This has happened time and time again. Lin Huan blankly asked, "What kind of disease is this?" Dotsu lies in bed, his face pale and covered in gruesome purple rashes. "How is he?" he asks as he approaches. The doctor shook his head. "It's definitely an evil disease. Before entering the village, I never saw the old man sick. Although he can live for a while after the onset, the patient will be in great pain." The villagers were also restless. "This is one of the curses of our Luo family. At this age, they're basically afflicted with this disease. They seem despondent. Indeed, there's definitely something sinister here. It seems the La family can't escape their fate." Lin Huan's eyes flashed. "Wait, you said everyone is like this? They all get sick at this age?" The doctor explained, "It seems this is the case for everyone except the two great families, the Liu family and the Zhang family, but those two families are only temporary." He asked tentatively, "Were they middle-aged when they first joined the mountain village?" The doctor replied, "That's right." Lin Huan pondered, "I have a hypothesis that needs testing." He tapped on the system panel. The prestige he'd gained at the main camp was just enough to experiment with a chemistry set. Countless chemical formulas and ionic bonds flashed through his mind. Covalent bonds and chemical symbols swirled in his mind, leaving him perplexed. How could he make this work? Throwing caution to the wind, Lin Huan decided to give it a shot. The irregular pulse of the village chief echoed in his mind. Huan gently took his pulse, activating his enhanced senses, and nodded in judgment. Okay, he gets the gist. He cracks his knuckles, and then the curious doctor asks if he can cure it. The people rejoiced, believing he had a solution. Standing before the fields the villagers toiled over, Lin Huan picked up some soil and confirmed their fears. The metal content was far too high. Lin Huan explained that heavy metals accumulate in the body over time, leading to organ dysfunction and disease later in life, which is why the illness only manifests in middle age, damaging the kidneys and nervous system. Aluminum causes miscarriages and neurological disorders. Copper deforms bones and poisons the blood. Mercury damages your liver and nervous system. Iron causes anemia, nephritis, and neuritis. He points to the soil as an example. The soil I use to grow food is the culprit. The heavy metal content clearly exceeds standards, which is why I can't grow much food and it doesn't taste good. The villagers looked blank, not understanding anything. Like a patient teacher, Lin Hua imparts his knowledge, explaining that the soil contains a special kind of iron, and that eating too much of it will poison you. The villagers nodded in understanding, while Xiaoluo grumbled about how awful this place was, poisoning him from the inside. She stumbled, tripping over a nearby rock, and fell into his arms. What others see as a misfortune, I see as an opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Huan remains focused on farming. In this era, excessive heavy metals indicate a nearby mine. He rejoices, "I'm the boss of mine number 1. The villagers are confused, not understanding what's going on. Lin Huan, red flag in hand, leads the group towards the mountain, a bright smile on his face. Their main task is to locate the mineral vein, and he reminds them of the Yun mineral identification method he taught them. The villagers began their search, scouring every inch of the forest, while Chao Lang, perched on Lin Huan's neck, grumbled unhappily, thinking he was going to fight tigers. Lin Huan helplessly coaxed him, promising that once the mine was developed, he could be the boss and play whatever he wanted. Xiao Zhao hides behind a bush, wanting to fight a tiger. "Very well, I'll indulge you." He lit a white pouch, releasing a scent to lure the tiger. Little Zhao smirked. "You're done for. There's no escape this time." Suddenly, Xiaoluo seems to inhale something. Her eyes widen. Something is strange, and she rises from his shoulder, startling him. Xiao Lang looks up, probing. "That sound. It's a tiger." Lin Hua looked up, suddenly getting a nosebleed. "I didn't do it on purpose." She leaned down and asked, "What do you mean, not on purpose?" "The tiger is getting closer." From the bushes, a tiger emerged, causing the villagers to tremble as it locked its gaze on them and roared thunderously. "Qiu La is charging in. I'll stop him," he said, but Lin Huan stopped him. "Don't worry, I'm prepared." He clapped softly, signaling a formation. Lin Huan calls out the command for the Zhuanwu formation, and the villagers quickly deploy, forming a line with their cement shields. The powerful tiger lunges, teeth bared to tear everything apart, aiming to claw through a villager's shield, but the impact gives it pause. Seeing the situation was impossible, the tiger turned to retreat, but a villager ran up and threw a large bag at it. Instinctively, it raised its paws, claws extended, only to tear the bag open, releasing the dust within. It's blind. The powder swirls like a thick mist, enveloping the tiger and the group. Xiaozhao was horrified. Who would have thought he'd carry lime powder? How meticulous are these people? I hope the tiger is okay. From behind him, Lin Huan and Xiaoluo threatened, "You better hope you're okay. Let's see how you run now." Xiaozhao quickly throws a dart at him, but he easily catches it. "When it comes to sneak attacks, you should call me Grandpa." She grabbed his arm. "I'll kill you now." Lin Huan stood by, nonchalantly saying, "I don't know anything. You forced my hand." He anxiously shields her. "Be careful, Xiaoluo." Driven to desperation, he unleashes his venomous skill. "You won't escape." This is the southern border heart serpent. It feeds on blood to grow. Xiaozhao uses the remaining blood on his sword, flicking it towards Lin Huan and Xiaoluo. They're hit, but before they can react, two snakes rush towards them. They're too fast, she's panicked, and their movements are strange. The white snake bites Lin Huan's leg, while the black one sinks its fangs into Xiaoluo's thigh. She succumbed to the poison in his arms and died. Lin Huan screamed at the fleeing Xiaozhao. "Bewitched, where are you?" He chases after her, embracing her as he whispers, even though he's been poisoned as well. Xiaoluo succumbed. In the warm sunlight, Lin Huan embraced her and collapsed. The two lie peacefully side by side, as if untouched by poison, while worried villagers search the area. Anything yet, but alas, nothing to be found. The villagers examined every footprint, noting signs of a struggle, and the chief should have been here. The leader ordered a thorough search, saying whether they found anyone or not, they were to search until nightfall and then gather at the young master's place. They spoke in unison, their voices clear. The dense forest echoed with the vibrant chirping of cicadas. In a secluded crevice, Lin Huan and Xiaoluo lie still, eyes closed. Lin Huan's brow twitches, his face darkened as if poisoned. Suddenly, Lin Huan's eyes snap open, pupils constricted, a look of horror on his face. He raised his hand to look, only to see his form was translucent. I remember being bitten by a snake with Xiaoluo. Then, Lam Huan's gaze suddenly shifted downward. What he saw were his and Xiaoluo's bodies lying still below. Lin Huan's soul rushes down in shock, leaving his body. He thinks, "I'm not dead, am I?" At the same time, the system blared notifications. Body enhancement activated, guiding the emergency mode to start. Automatic B. He scratched his chin and looked up. This helps nourish the body and was a previous reward. No wonder the previous physical enhancements were useless. It turns out that the emergency mode can only be controlled manually. Every organ, nerve, blood vessel, and meridian appeared in his mind, revealing the trajectory and invasion of the venom. Suddenly, Lin Huan's soul detected the snake bite on his calf, and the system panel displayed every detail. Now that he knows the location and damage of the venom, he quickly presses on the bitten calf as if to heal it instantly. Lin Huan's soul rapidly tapped at the system interface, needing to control his acupoints and blood vessels to expel the poison. The system restores his body accordingly, enhancing it with manual mode. Treatment at 60%, 85%, 99%. Treatment complete, 100%. Lin Huan's soul returns to his body, safe and sound. He looks at her lying beside him. All right, it's time to save Xiaoluo. Lin Huan draws some blood from his finger, reasoning that his blood contains a certain amount of anti-venom. He searched her body for the snakebite, knowing he had to find the wound to suck out the venom, somewhere around her thigh, if he remembered correctly. Lin Huan gently removed the socks from her small feet, his movements slow and tender. But he didn't find what he was looking for. It wasn't there. Lin Huan's hand slowly reached for the hem of her skirt, needing to go higher. He reluctantly took action, tearing through the thick fabric. "Forgive me." The dress is torn, revealing a deep bite mark on the groin. The wound is bleeding and turning purple. It's here. Lin Huan could only clasp his hands together helplessly, praying that heaven wouldn't notice. "I'm just saving someone's life here. That's all I'm doing." He knelt down, held her feet, and sucked the poison from her wound. Xiaoluo trembled, her lips pursed, but her face flushed for no reason. A mouthful of dark red, venomous blood is spat out, a horrifying sight to behold. He wipes his mouth and asks, "Does it smell fragrant?" There's no poison. At that moment, assassins emerged from the thick bushes, intent on invading the village. They discuss, "With Xiaoluo and Lin Huan's main forces absent and only a determined one left, we attack. We must eliminate them today." Then a shout erupts, and the villagers cry out in panic, "Enemies! Enemies!" Kiola's delicate feet slowly touched the ground, and she gently opened her eyes, her face hazy as if she had just awakened from a long sleep. Kiola tilted her head slightly, her unfocused gaze drifting. The first thing she saw was Lin Huan sucking the poison from her leg, and her face flushed red as she remembered the black snake. "I was bitten by a snake back then," she muttered, tightly closing her eyes. "This is detoxification. Detoxification. Don't overthink it." But the image of Lin Huan's face keeps flashing in her mind. Could this be? He wondered strangely, as the poison should have been completely drawn out by now. Lin Huan suddenly realizes she was bitten multiple times. Could there be more than one wound? Should I keep searching? He had no choice but to tear the skirt up further. "I'm sorry, but I have to tear it more." Xiaolu's skirt was gradually torn higher and higher, leaving her wondering what to do. Should I wake up or should I keep pretending to be unconscious? It's not embarrassing, but he might look down on me. Xiaolu turns away, leaving Lin Huan puzzled. What's going on? Her body moved on its own, and he shook her. "Qiula, are you awake? That's strange. It could be muscle spasms from the toxins." Lin Huan becomes more forceful, knowing he must find the wound quickly. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in the sky, a signal from the villagers begging for help. Startled, he turned back. It was the signal he left at La Family Village. "Laji Village is in danger." La jumps up, worried. "We have to execute the plan quickly." He agreed. Yes, they should immediately assemble a rescue force. But when Lin Hua realized her act had been exposed, the atmosphere froze. Xiaoluo, red-faced, turned to the cave wall while he could only scratch his head, suddenly worried about the villagers. Lin Hua leaped up the wall, determined to help. He urged her, "La Family Village is in danger. We should act too." But she called him back. Wait a moment." Xiaoluo clutched the remaining scraps of fabric to cover herself. "Could you find me some clothes first?" Meanwhile, Kui leads the villagers to face the assassins. The enemy sneered, "I didn't expect you to be so clear-headed. But no matter, your combat power is far inferior to ours." Yi pulled down his mask, no longer bothering to pretend. "The leader values Luo Family Village, but," the man behind him continued, "if you know what's good for you, come work for us and you'll live. Otherwise," he said, folding his arms, "your attack methods are outdated. Lin Huan taught me something much better. Like this." With fireworks ready to light up the sky, Achi urged the villagers to retreat, and they followed suit. Quickly, fireworks shot into the blue sky like a modern signal of the times. He and his men shielded their eyes, wondering if it was a signal. But before they could react, they'd all be dead. Yi is furious, wondering how they can escape. They'll be dead before reinforcements arrive. Suddenly, the ground collapses, revealing a field of stakes reminiscent of Ngo Qian's battle on the Bakdang River. His men were stunned, completely unsure of what to do next, as he taunted them from the other side. "Come and get us." Anat's henchmen grit their teeth, veins bulging. Meanwhile, the villagers casually continue cooking hot pot. Suddenly, I'm hungry. Maybe I'll make some too. They were furious, watching them eat, consumed by envy. One of them couldn't take it anymore and roared. "Listen up. I've had plenty of delicacies back at headquarters, so don't think you can taunt me with this." But then his stomach rumbled and his mouth watered like flop at the sound of a bell. The villagers spoke with mocking smiles, but their stomachs told a different story, while the enemy stubbornly threatened them. "Let's see how long you last. We've already contacted reinforcements from the main infantry camp. They're on their way, so surrender now, and maybe you'll get to keep some food." Yi smirks, adding that their men have circled behind the mountain and will soon have them surrounded. Achi is shocked. They've arrived so quickly? He pointed towards the green flag appearing on the ridge. "Of course, that's our army." He raised the torch to light the fire, saying, "I can rest easy now." He shouted the signal, lit the fire, and everyone retreated inside, as the villagers quickly moved their belongings into the village, as if prepared. Yellow flags, somewhat lonely, were raised all over the mountainside, forming a devilish triangle. The team on the south side shouted, "Listen up! The courage of those on the north side is also surging. Listen up!" A yacht scoffs out, "What is this? A few lone figures think they can make a difference?" But without explanation, the ground where the enemy stood began to shake violently, and rocks fell from the mountainside, the summit, and the mountain's ridge. The falling rocks crush his henchmen, some so large they bury more than half of Nat's men. His face paled, sweat pouring down as he saw his men mangled beyond recognition, yet Anat continued his empty threats. "If you think gunpowder scares us, you're wrong. What do we have to fear?" A7 scoffs. "Who said you were afraid of gunpowder?" He calmly explains, "We were just trying to scare you. Continue, and this will be your grave." The man stubbornly replies, "So what? We can always go back the way we came. That frowned. Is that so? If I block your path, let's see if you can get through here. Yi hesitated, but he raised his torch high, saying, If Shengrigang doesn't pass through here, what do you plan to do? You A7, point your torch at A1. Retreat now, you still have time to escape. Otherwise, I'll blow up the mountain again. Think about it. Oppressing us is like blocking your own path to survival. The people behind him grew impatient with his dawdling, and Ail felt utterly helpless. He'd rather suck up to Anjian and go to Kwang's birthday party. Screw these lunatics. I don't know who came up with this plan, but it must have been young Master Lin, as he's so clever. But a Qi standing nearby was uneasy. Lin Huan, everything's going according to your plan. How are things on your end? The sky is blue and vast with lush green trees providing cool shade. The villagers assigned to the mountain wait for Lin Huan by a rock, their eyes lighting up as he approaches. Young master, you're back? Someone was wondering. Where's the village chief? Xiaoluo peeked out, wearing an oversized coat. I'm here, she commanded, embarrassed. Quickly, bring me another set of clothes, she ordered as the villagers teased her. Where are my clothes? Or rather, let's not talk about this, as Lin Huan coughed, blushing. The time for A7 to blow up the mountain is near. We must act. He mentions the slogan as a warning to the village. What is our slogan? The group shouted in unison. The mountain village belongs to us, and peace belongs to ourselves. Lin Huan raises his hand to the sky, as if determined. Let's go raid those small mountain villages and give them a rude awakening. Up in the mountain village, the guards patrol without a break. Hiding in the bushes, Xiaoluo wondered, Lin Huan, why do you want to attack now? His eyes fixed on the guard. His main goal was to find Ore, but he'd also take the opportunity to raid small mountain villages. Villages likely connected to the Luo family, which presented an opportunity. She's still doubtful. How do you know they're gathering troops to attack our Luo family village? If he knows we're out here, wouldn't that ruin the plan? Lin Huan teases, Oh, my adorable chief, don't you know that a mole has infiltrated Luo family village? Hearing this, Xiaoluo was furious. Of course, an informant would report any attack on the Luo family camp. Just then, 2 guards walked by, drawing his attention. Picking up a small stone, Lin Huan followed and threw it at the head of an unlucky guard, who was instantly enraged. Who threw that? Is that guard running to the bushes to search? Where is he? He was ambushed from behind. Sorry, brother. Lin Huan swaps his clothes. I'm dressed, drag me in. Blend in with the guards and sneak into the village. Lin Huan approached a house guarded by 2 more soldiers, wary of the strict security. This must be the Chen family manor. They're guarding it heavily. I'll wait for that signal. Inside, a palace maid dances in a revealing dress. Guanglai sat below, smacking his lips. Excellent. A wonderful dance. His obese figure lumbered towards the palace maid. Now then, let's get down to business. Suddenly, an explosion rings out, a signal from that to Lam Huan outside. The fat Guanglai is startled and instinctively pushes the palace maid away. He angrily kicked the door open. What is it? From his hiding spot, Lin Huan also rushed over, shouting, It's bad, Chief, it's bad. Secret report, a secret report from headquarters. His face darkened as he warned, Shut up, are you brainless? Why shout about secret intel? Guanglai, caught off guard, led him into the room and slammed the door shut. He ordered, Speak, what's the secret report? Lin Huan Yan is quite the actor. Report, the main camp wants everyone to attack the Luo family camp, and they've sent a team to seize the imperial altar. He whispered mysteriously. I've heard this pill can enhance vitality and blood flow, especially for men. It has some miraculous effects, generally speaking. Enhancing, Guanglai is drooling. Is it really that good? I have to try it. He carefully brought the pill to his mouth, his mustache already curling with anticipation. But then the man realized something was wrong. He pointed at Lin Huang and laughed. You think you can fool me? Tell me who sent you. He casually slapped the pill into the man's mouth. Guanglai's face darkens. What kind of drug is this? He clutches his stomach in pain. My stomach. Poison. It's poison. Guanglai frantically grabbed a glass of water and gulped it down, but Lin Hua warned him, I advise you not to drink water. It will only make the effects worse. His eyes widened, pupils contracted, and breathing became labored. Guanglai writhed on the floor, screaming in agony for help. He mercifully spared him, offering an antidote that would work within a day. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he eagerly swallowed the pill. Prostrate on the ground, Guanglai begged, Who are you? I'm just a nobody. Why did you poison me? Lin Huan calmly pushes his chair back. I am the poison god Gao Jin. Lin Huan pats his shoulder, saying if he wants the antidote, he'll hand over the Chen family estate's wealth, then they can talk about betrayal. Guanglai trembles, asking, Betrayal? He waved his fan. That's right, let's discuss the betrayal. After all, I'm not a bad person. The still of night blankets the small village as the guards chat idly. With tear-filled eyes, Guanglai asks if he intends to take all his money. Lin Huan's eyes darted around. Take it all. It's for the antidote. Is your life more important or money? Hearing this, he ordered his men to carry the heavy boxes of gold. Having achieved his goal, he tossed him the antidote, saying, "This is the detoxifying medicine you need. Remember to take one pill once a day for 2 courses." Guanglai frantically clutched the vial, as if afraid that if it broke, his path to survival would be shattered. He desperately grabbed at Lin Huan's sleeve. "What am I supposed to do when the medicine runs out? No money for medicine? Threaten to take it all and you'll basically recover, but if you don't follow orders, well, I can take your life at any time." He trembled. "But you want me to betray the main camp?" Lin Huan chuckled. "Don't worry, I just need you to withdraw and find an excuse to no longer support them." Guanglai clasped his hands. All right. Get out of the room and deal with the gold. Find a safe place to hide the treasure and use it as the next operating fund for Luo family village." Xiao Luo, with sparkling eyes, said, "Lin Huan, your magical poison. I should borrow some too." With a sly look, Lin Huan revealed his trick. It was just noodles, ginseng, and bean powder mixed together to cause stomach aches. He turned to leave, saying, "Come on, we still have to deal with Basan camp tonight." She was helpless. Wasn't this just a rogue swindler? Even the villagers had to sigh. Lucky he wasn't their enemy. Suddenly, Lin Huan froze, eyes wide. He peered through his binoculars into the distance. "I hear something." At the foot of the hill, the faint cries of a woman echoed incessantly as the kidnappers mocked, "Ha ha 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 ha. The head of the Lai family is truly cunning, asking us to escort a woman back. The one behind agrees, just one woman is enough to keep us fed." Suddenly, the horse's hooves struck something hard, causing it to screech, throwing off the kidnapper and the unfortunate woman. She screamed, tears welling up uncontrollably. Instead of a fatal fall, she tumbled into Lin Huan's arms, her blushing face stirring a sense of pity. Trembling, she thanked her savior while the kidnappers howled. I casually replied, "It's me. What's it to you?" The kidnappers burst out laughing, accusing him of playing the hero. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Huan beat those guys, leaving them with bumps on their heads, and they scattered. The unfortunate woman quickly fled. "I'm leaving now." Lin Huan had an idea. If it's about offering a bride, let's use a trick to switch the brides. Thinking of Xiaoluo's slender figure in a red wedding dress, Lin Huan's eyes lit up. "How about this?" She warily dodges to the side. "Huh? I don't want to," he replied flatly. "If you don't, who will? Who else has skin as soft as yours?" Hearing this, Xiaoluo suddenly laughed sinisterly. Guess. The villagers stared intently at Lin Huan's soft, fair skin, and he began to tremble. What are you going to do? Please, don't resort to such schemes." Listen up. The bridal procession has arrived at Old Man Ningbao's camp, and the head of the Li family is giving them a warm welcome. "So you've arrived." His face lit up as he saw the bride in her crimson wedding dress. "Why bother with gifts when you're already here?" Ningbao impatiently pulled the bride into the room. "Everyone, I'd like a moment alone with my wife." The old wooden door slammed shut, foreshadowing something sinister. He hastily embraced the bride. "Wife, we must drink the wine first." Caught off guard, Ningbao downed the wine in his bride's hand. Already drunk, he slurs, "Old Li here is finally a man." Ningbao lifts her veil, but freezes for 5 seconds as he trembles, holding the discarded cloth. You, Lin Huan sneered in her wedding dress. "If you want to be a man, detoxify yourself first." That night, as Li left the camp, noises erupted from Ningbao's room, alarming the guards. "Campmaster, what's going on?" Inside, he stammered, "No, nothing's wrong, don't come in." Writhing on the floor, Ningbao begged, "Spare me, sir, or I'll die from the pain." He'd used poison control to get the upper hand. "All right, I'll give you the antidote, but remember." Ningbao nodded profusely. "Okay, I agree. Okay. Lin Huan scratched his chin, amused. "Wait, I think your clothes look pretty good." He slowly stepped out, causing the guards outside to stare at them warily. "Who are you, and when did you get here?" The one pointing a weapon at him must be an assassin. Lam Hoan seemed unfazed by their actions. Out of nowhere, Xiaoluo steps in front of him. Who dares lay a hand? The guards cry out to kill. Suddenly, a pair of legs emerged from the room, and Ningbao, dressed as a woman, shouted at the soldiers, "Stop! No one is to stop him. Get him a horse now." They froze, but the old man stamped his foot. But what? Having secured the horses, Lin Huan tossed the antidote to the old man, saying, "Good, this is all that's left." The soldiers whispered behind them, never expecting his taste to be like this, as Lin Huan and Xiao Luo rode their horses through the mountains. They finally reached the mountain near her village, bathed in the warm sunlight, but he was bleary-eyed from lack of sleep. After working all night, Xiao Luo grumbled from behind, telling him not to get too cocky. After a night dealing with the Nam Sun camp, they still haven't stopped. The group rescuing Athat's market is advancing. Great, my territory is now 3 times bigger than before. One straggler spots Lin Huan and the other person. He inquired, "Why do you look so familiar? Are you here to provide reinforcements as well?" He replied simply, "Of course you're here to welcome them too." And so, Lin Huan casually followed the group, arriving at their destination as the leader seemed to realize something. The man on horseback quickly forced the poison pill into the straggler's mouth. "That's right, if we're both reinforcements, I'll give you this." He instinctively swallowed it, and his whole body began to tremble violently. The last man clutched his stomach and collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Lin Huan taunts, "Why such a violent reaction?" The leader points his sword at him. "It was Lin Huan who killed him." He slowly pulled 4 jade necklaces from his robes and held them up to the enemies, saying, "I met with the leaders of the Tran, Lai, Tu Li, and Hong camps last night, and we reached an agreement on the peaceful unification of our lands. From now on, 5 Peak Mountain Stronghold will no longer interfere with the affairs of the main camp and Luo family stronghold to avoid affecting the internal affairs of other villages." Lam Huan pointed to the previously signed commitment, stating that the Luo family stronghold treaty has now been signed by 5 Peak Mountain Stronghold and includes a notification tag. The relief force stared blankly, utterly confused, while A7 and the villagers wore equally puzzled expressions. "Huh, what do you mean by that?" Lin Huan waved his hand. "Stop here. You should leave this place. Go back to bathe and rest. Those are your chief's words." The enemies began to waver. "This really is our chief's jade pendant. They go back to check." "That's right. Only our little Lord Li's fingerprints could be that ugly." And with that, they turned and left. "All right, let's get out of here and grab some liquor tonight," he scoffs. "Now that everyone's gone, what do you plan to do?" The leader was furious, but also helpless. "Damn you, just wait. Our great king will return soon enough." Lin Huan casually kicks away the last 2 stubborn guys. "Get out of here." The scene shifts to the temple, where the God King roars in anger. "You wretch, your face is as black as coal. Drag him out and sacrifice him to me." The henchman pleaded desperately. "Spare me, great king, spare me." He desperately tried to explain that Lin Huan was far too cunning. The sword god pierced his head, blood splattering everywhere, his eyes burning with rage. The Luo camp had nowhere to run. So, the next morning, Lin Huan and the others ventured into the forest. He picked up his scepter, eager to excavate the entire mountain, believing it likely held a mine due to the barren terrain similar to that of the camp. Lin Huan gently probed the ground, finding a spot previously marked for everyone to see. "There. I found a metal deposit in this cave before." Then, with shovel in hand and a look of eager anticipation, Lin Huan disappeared into a cave to mine. While everyone else toiled away, he sat back, whistling. "Why aren't you working, you lazy bum? I'm only one person." Seeing this, Xiao Luo angrily scolded Lin Huan for being lazy, saying he was smart for not being exploited. Suddenly, his face turned serious, as if sensing something. "Wait, something's not right." Lin Huan looks to the forest, remembering something. "I remember a broken tree from before." He approached the mark he'd found earlier and waved Xiaola over. "Xiaola, was this mark here before?" She examined the mark he pointed out and commented, "This is different from my cuts. It's clearly smoother." Suddenly, Lin Huan's face turned ashen as he realized what this meant, and he shouted for everyone to hear. "We're doomed. It's a trap." And just like that, the ground begins to shake. Suddenly, massive boulders rained down from the mountain, and seeing the danger, Lin Huan pulled Xiao Luo away, warning everyone in the cave. "Watch out!" A relentless barrage of massive rocks descends, creating a minor earthquake. The rock slide sealed the cave entrance, and it was no accident. 2 figures on the mountain, their task complete, laughed with satisfaction. "Ha ha, the main camp's strategy is brilliant. I don't know what they're looking for, but trapped in there, they're as good as dead. Ha ha, who could possibly save them now?" After that devastating landslide, Lin Huan and the others are trapped inside the cave, vulnerable to attack. "Xiaolo, are you all right?" Xiaolo was lying on the ground next to him, looking awkward. "I'm fine, but could you take your hand off me first?" Realizing what he'd done, Lin Huan quickly retracted his hand, his face flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry." The workers inside were terrified, unsure of what to do. "Master, what should we do?" "Young master, you have to get us out of here. My wife and children are waiting." But at this moment he was very calm and gently lit a torch and reassured everyone. "Don't worry, there must be another way out." Lin Huan raised the torch, following the flame to find a path through the cavern's winds. "Look, the wind is blowing the flame that way." The group follows the flickering light of his torch, hoping to find a way out. After a while, Lin Huan found what looked like an exit, a crevice in the rocks that might lead outside. Xiaoluo rushed forward, eager to break through and clear a path for everyone. "Let me break it down." He didn't hesitate to stop her, grabbing her leg to prevent her reckless action. "Wait. If you lose your balance, you'll fall right into my arms. As for me, I'll calmly explain that there is indeed a draft coming from outside, but looking at the surrounding structure, if it's damaged, it could cause a landslide and bury us all." Xiaoluo's face revealed a pout, a hint of anger. What to do now? He surveyed the cave's interior, explaining to the others that the crevice's structure resembled the impact of a stream, calculated by the trajectory of water falling into it. Lin Huan approaches a spot and slams his wooden staff into the ground, declaring that a stream must have flowed here centuries ago. Where Lin Huan struck, fresh water poured out as if he'd hit an underground spring. Indeed, there was an underground water system connected to the outside, and they could swim out. Without a word, Lin Huan ordered the others to dig even harder. "Let's see what we find if we dig down here." While everyone else was digging, Yalo tugged at his sleeve, wanting to say something. Lin Huan. With a slightly embarrassed expression, she confessed her predicament. I really can't swim or dive." Suddenly, a sly look crept across Lin Huan's face as he proposed a deal. He had a way for her to dive, if she was willing. Xiaoluo was completely frozen in fear by his expression. After a moment, the hole they had all worked to dig widened, and more water poured out. Lam Huan has been underwater for a while now, and Xiaoluo on the shore is starting to worry. It's been over half an incense stick's worth of time. "Is he all right?" "Don't worry, with my skills, how could anything happen?" Suddenly the water's surface shifts, and Lin Huan emerges, still handsome as ever. There's an exit, just a few minutes' dive away. Xiaoluo feigns annoyance, but she's truly worried about Lin Huan. A few minutes felt like an eternity. He sat by the pit, clothes soaked, but still smiling as he explained, I just had to relieve myself, so I went ashore for a bit." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, realizing their worries were for naught. Then, Lin Huan ordered everyone to line up and descend one by one. But when it came to Xiaoluo, she looked worried and reluctant to go down. Lin Huan reached out to Xiaoluo, who was stunned for a moment, his gentle expression showing he wanted to help her. "Don't worry, my plan is foolproof." Qiula's anxiety has faded, replaced by a blush of embarrassment. But suddenly, Huan pulls her close, his hands on her cheeks, and showers her with kisses. Qiula is lost in the sweetness of his kiss, unable to resist. Then, they jumped into the water and swam with the current, and thanks to Lin Huan's kiss, she successfully escaped. They continued to kiss, unable to break apart, and taking the opportunity, Lin Huan swept Xiaoluo up to carry her faster. Beneath the river's surface, a great commotion stirs. After a long swim, they reach a riverbank near the forest. Lian Huan surfaces, gasping for air, and he and Xiaoluo make their way to a nearby bank, her soaked, as he busies himself in the bushes. A moment later, Lin Huan produced a leaf-woven shirt, prepared in advance for fear she'd catch a cold. "That's right. I even made you leaf clothes just in case you got cold." Qiula was completely moved by his thoughtfulness, her cheeks flushing red. "Thank you, Lin Huan. You're so good to me." Suddenly, one of his expedition members approached, happily holding Lin Huan's snorkel. "Young master, this breathing apparatus you made is truly amazing. I can't swim, but with this, I won't be afraid." "Quiet now." Her face flushed with murderous intent, she advanced to confront Lin Huan. "Lin Huan, you dare lie to me? Prepare to die?" Meanwhile, another caravan passes through a small valley. The leader, seeing the peaceful scenery, was also unconsciously happy. This road is quiet, and the scenery is quite good. Suddenly, bandits emerged from the trees, intent on stealing their goods. "Kill them." The leader, spotting them approach, panicked and yelled, "Battle stations, protect the tribute, I'll handle them." But before he could react, a sword stroke cleaved him in two, leaving everyone trembling in fear and confusion. The bandit leader, known as Divine King, glared down at the soldiers, showing no mercy, declaring that everyone dies anyway. Seeing how easy it was, Divine King ordered his men to return to the main camp with the loot and to kill the rest. Understood. The soldiers, terrified, immediately fell to their knees. They trembled, handing over their weapons, begging for mercy. "Great King, please spare us. We will be yours." A look of disdain crossed the God King's face as he approached and plunged his sword into the ground. Who knows if you'll betray me later? To let the divine essence fall into another's hands is punishment enough. I cannot stay there." Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh, lifting the soldier high with one hand. The God King then ordered his men to take the soldier in. "Ha ha, very good. You will work for me." The soldiers, terrified, lowered their heads, seeking a path to survival and begging the great king for guidance. The God King revealed a murderous look, staring at the trembling soldiers. "Very well, I need you to prove your worth." The soldiers trembled, but knowing their lives depended on obedience, they begged for orders, and the God King pointed and commanded. The God King points towards the mountains, ordering his troops to raid the other side, his cruel expression and sinister smile testing their worth. Moments later, the God King led his soldiers and subordinates to the gates of the Lara camp. The gate stands strong with a clear sign as he coldly commands his troops. His men chime in, "This is it. Break it down. Are you deaf? Demolish it." The soldiers smiled, thinking they could live if they did well, so they left it to us. After years of training, this wall is nothing to them, and without a word they charge forward, ready to break down the gate. But after a moment, the soldiers were numb, aching, and rolling on the ground. How is it so hard? They must have added iron to it. Seeing the difficulty, one of them turned back to report to their leader. "My lord, I've never heard of such a sturdy wall. We should send someone to sneak in and open the gate." Seeing their incompetence, the God King slapped him. "These useless fools." Without another word, the God King raised his spiked club to destroy the gate. Watch this. With a single blow, the God King cracked the wood, felling the tree, and ordered his men to carry the massive log to the gate and ram it down. Armed, the soldiers charged, and the first strike cracked the wall. "Come on, faster." Seeing hope, the soldiers' morale surged, and they rammed the gate again. After several rams, the wall shattered, creating a large opening, and they prepared to plunder the innocent. "Ha ha, La Guia camp, prepare to die. There's no escape." But the scene before them is an empty city, devoid of people. This sight threw them into a panic, unsure of what to do, and one turned back to report to the God King. What happened? Reporting to the great king, it seems the Luo family village knew of your might and fled. Enraged, he grabbed the man's head, wanting to go inside and see for himself. "Get out of my way." Realizing the carts were hidden in the city, the God King understood what had happened. The city's people had fled with their wealth. Follow the wheel tracks and search. Finding nothing of use, the God King and his men returned to their hideout. Deep in the forest, he doesn't notice that Xiaola is already lying in wait in the trees with her blade, and she immediately strikes, only to be stopped by the God King's mace. His face was cold, full of contempt as he looked at the one who ambushed him. An ambush? Humiliating. Xiaolo jumped back to safety after her attack was blocked, but at that moment she was completely surrounded by the God King's men. Annoying, running back and forth is exhausting. Taking this opportunity, he aims a blow at Xiaola, who barely manages to raise her sword in defense. "Eat my hammer." Xiaolu saw him about to attack and quickly blocked him, but the God King's blow was too strong, shattering her great sword and sending Xiaoluo flying. Fortunately, Lin Huan caught her and pulled her into his arms. He held her in his arms, thinking the great king was not only strong, but also resourceful. Truly a remarkable man. Hearing the mockery, the God King's face darkened. "Are you praising me?" Lin Huan remained silent, calmly smiling as he floated down from above, leaving Xiaolo in a daze. "Lin Huan, how are you floating in the air? I'm using air magic you wouldn't understand." That's what he said. But deep down, he knew himself all too well. "It's too high up. I don't dare jump." In reality, a group of people were using ropes and branches to keep Lin Huan in the air when the God King interrupted and offered him two choices. "Keep flirting, I'll show you later. Looks like you're pretty good. I'll give you two choices, become my slave or die. Choose." Lin Huan lands gracefully and approaches him, choosing a different path than the God King demanded. "I choose a third option, a challenge." Everyone present was stunned by this unexpected choice. A challenge. Even Xiaoluo is stunned. Seeing their reaction, Lin Huan reiterates the rules. According to ancient rules, defeating the camp leader in battle means taking his place, and the God King is absolutely livid, stalking towards Lin Huan. "Damn, you dare challenge me?" Lin Huan asked calmly. "Aren't you afraid?" The two men stood in the scorching sun, radiating murderous intent. While Xiaoluo worried, the others were confident in their young master. "Is he going to be okay? I've never seen Lin Huan fight." "Don't worry, our young master is a peerless genius. How could he lose?" Meanwhile, Lin Huan gestures, inviting the Divine King's attack. Without a word, he throws a punch, and it's so fast that even Lin Huan is impressed. But he seemed to anticipate this, using his feet as a pivot to dodge the blow. But I was faster. Lin Huan effortlessly circled behind the God King after the blow, leaving him astonished. The God King turned back, his face full of doubt. Where did you learn this movement technique? Realizing he'd underestimated his opponent, he analyzes Lin Huan's fighting style. I underestimated you. Your movements are strange but effective. It's as if your upper and lower body are two separate people. He's surprised someone could analyze his movements and correctly deduce his technique. Turns out, he uses body enhancement and the ability to control his limbs, allowing his upper body to evade while his lower body moves, essentially separating top and bottom, though the thought of intimacy does bother Lin Huan. Its weakness is that during intimacy, the upper body can't control the wiggling lower body, so he gets into a fighting stance, ready to get serious. Now it's my turn to make a move. Everyone was confused by this stance, unsure of what he was planning. What was this? Lin Huan pulls back and throws a sweeping kick, but the God King blocks it, a feint for a heel hook. He immediately kicks the God King in the head, but the God King scoffs, feeling no power behind the blow. The God King then grapples with Lin Huan, trying to immobilize him, but Lin Huan just smiles as if this was all part of his plan, just as he expected. But Lin Huan leaps away from the God King's grasp, breaking free, and uses the momentum to slam his knee into the God King's face. Eat this. After that blow, the God King's face was covered in blood, but he didn't seem ready to give up. Damn it, it's not over yet. Without another word, Huan slams an elbow down on his head, sending blood flying. Eat this too. After that attack, the God King collapsed, his nose bleeding profusely. But as a seasoned warrior, he rose again. As he stood up, wiping the blood from his face, he wondered, why not finish me off? Lin Huan still smiled gently, but in reality, he was injured. Damn it, I almost bought the farm there. My arm almost broke. Seeing this, the God King's expression softened, and he complimented Lin Huan, saying, You won without striking. Truly a man. He wore a triumphant expression, ready to make his declaration. But it seems the Divine King is a scoundrel, throwing a dart at Lin Fan. Ha ha, who do you think you are? Lin Huan is struck and falls backward, causing Xiao Lo and the others great concern. Taking this opportunity, the old hag rushes forward, intent on ending this. There's no reasoning, I'm a bandit, and only killing will end this. Lin Huan blocked the throwing star with his teeth and scoffed, You think that's enough to kill me? You said it yourself. I don't know where he pulled out this treasure. Suddenly, Lin Huan pulls a large cannon from his head and places it on his shoulder. Where's the army? He powers it up, the cannon aimed directly at the God King, catching him off guard. The God King didn't know what it was, but a moment later, a burst of light sent him to meet his maker, leaving everyone who witnessed the horrific scene in stunned silence. Lin Huan, with the cannon on his shoulder and a triumphant look, says that a fistfight without weapons is just too boring. After dealing with the God King, Lin Huan orders his men to clean up the bodies. Evil reaps evil. He looked at the cannon in his hand, sighing with regret that the cement could only be used 2 or 3 times for the barrel, and the filler was not easy to find. Then he aimed the cannon at the man's underlings, declaring that it was enough for them, and from now on he would be their leader. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward, eager to take the position himself, but Bing produced a badge and smiled sinisterly. Long time no see, Lin Huan. I have the 100 villages token here. By my order, kill him. Lin Huan caresses the cannon in his hand, warning him, Aren't you afraid of becoming the next Tan Nu Dai Vuong? But he also holds something that prevents him from attacking. Of course, I'm afraid. But it wouldn't be a waste to have the villagers of Luo family village buried with me. Innocent people, struggling in helplessness. Xiao Lo couldn't contain his anger, but luckily Lin Huan stopped him. You dare! Calm down. Seeing this, he laughed, as if certain of his victory. Ha ha, I bet you don't dare to shoot. Enough empty talk. Lin Huan wastes no time in teaching him a lesson. Light the fires. And amidst the confusion, the flames were lit. Xiao Lo was terrified, as her relatives were among them. Lin Huan, those are my family. Don't worry, trust me. Jubing, unfazed, uses the villagers as a shield, sneering as he anticipates Lin Huan's next move. With so many people packed together, the aftermath of an explosion would be nothing but ashes. Ignoring his taunts, the barrel flashed and he fired, creating a blinding light. The bullet whizzed past Jubing's face, startling him. Did he miss? Realizing Lin Huan's intention, he laughs with disdain. Ha 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 ha, you almost scared me. You finally changed direction, afraid to kill them. He calmly laughs at Jubing's naivete. I've already killed you. His face was full of confusion, not understanding what Lin Huan was saying. What do you mean? You think you can fool me? I'm not stupid. Suddenly, Uncle Bing realizes something is happening below. An unbelievable amount of water is flowing from beneath the ground. Lin Huan uses a rope to fly into the air and explain everything to him. This is from a previous survey of the interconnected groundwater and streams. I don't know where it's coming from so fast, but in an instant, the groundwater is flowing out like a spring, washing everything away. Damn it, Lin Huan, I won't let you get away with this. Seeing everything going according to plan, Lin Huan, sitting in the tree, gives the order. All units on the tree begin deploying the net. Immediately, a net resembling a fishing net is unfurled. This net will keep everyone from being swept away. Seeing this, Lin Huan happily laughed, fan in hand, meaning everything was caught in one fell swoop. Ha ha, I suddenly realized it's been a while since I've been online. Shaluo and the workers nearby were a bit judgmental, wondering if the young master had gone crazy. Full of questions, she approaches her father. Although we won the battle, you still haven't fulfilled your promise to me. Huh. You're saying you want to improve the soil quality at Luo family village? Lin Huan pointed to the flowing water and explained, I built the aqueduct not for this reason, before revealing his true motive. Then I'll dig canals to irrigate the fields manually, solving everything immediately. Lin Huan opened his fan with a calculating look. Furthermore, I've found a mine, the people to work it, and a plan to expand production. Everyone was shocked. Was this his true motive? When did this start? After a while, the water receded, and Lin Huan separated the people from the bandits. This belongs to our Luo family village. How dare she betray us on our own land? But her expression was grave as she stared intently at him. Lin Huan felt helpless, but she was deeply worried. Are you running a fever? Did the dark energy mess with your head? Was what I said earlier really true? He quickly changed the subject, pointing towards the cave entrance they had emerged from. Do you remember when we went diving before? Recalling that embarrassing scene made Xiao Luo blush and cover her face. Who told you to bring that up? But at that time, Lin Huan found something else while diving with her. It was then that I discovered the location of the minerals, but underwater excavation is too troublesome. Hearing this annoyed Xiao Luo, who hadn't realized anything. You were thinking about this back then? What's wrong? After a moment, Lin Huan continued to explain what he saw, ignoring him. Xiaola is furious. After blasting here, the subsequent waterways will be diverted, and we can begin mining. She didn't want to care anymore, her face full of helplessness. So where's this mine you were talking about? When did you call for reinforcements? Lin Huan pointed to the exhausted robbers lying on the other side. Here they are, all the reinforcements. Even the fourth soldier, having drunk too much water, had fainted and was foaming at the mouth. Hearing this, Kaiola panicked slightly and disagreed, saying, No, they're not villagers. Their hearts will change. Right, young master. If they sneak out and report us for illegal mining, we'll be in big trouble. You calmly hold a whistle. Preventing this, so we must. Lin Huan opened up a bright path for the reformed bandits, presenting Chu Lo with a scripture for review. From today, a mining group will be established with reformed bandits as laborers and villagers from Lajia village as leaders, responsible for supervision. You can read this book I just finished for the mine's organizational structure and salary standards. She heard this, but still felt a little doubtful. These reformed convicts might not listen to us, she said, but he reassured her as he glanced at the bandits. You don't need to worry about a thing. Lin Hua looked at Zhu Bing and the others with a contemptuous expression. I'll personally train them tomorrow. He feigned defiance, unsure of what she was planning. What, you scared to make a move? We'll fight you to the death as long as we're alive, so kill us if you can. Seeing this, he ordered his men to ignore the instigation. Come on, come and get it, you blockhead. Seeing Lin Huan's group setting up a campfire, Bing doesn't know what he's planning and doesn't dare to act. He paces back and forth like a woman. Lin Huan then brought out a large hot pot and loudly announced it to the bandits. The torture began as Lin Huan and the others feasted, laughing and saying, Hey Lin Huan, don't take my meat. Even with all your power, you have to let others eat. The tied-up bandits salivated, unable to taste a thing. The aroma is intoxicating. Soon they were all full and content, lounging on the ground. Lin Hua looked at the group and made his offer. If you want hot pot, sign up for the mining team and you can have it every few days. Just imagine, working 10 hours a day with 1 day off a week, you won't find that anywhere else. Friends, are you tired of wondering where your next meal will come from? Are you tired of endless fighting? Aren't you tired of someone constantly nagging you? Lin Huan, with a savior-like expression, wanted to change their values. Come, join the Mole family crew. No hunger, no fatigue, no orders. Seeing his men about to be swayed, Jubing glared, instilling fear. Who dares to go? Hey, knife guy, wipe your drool. Though he was drooling and blushing from being called out, Lin Huan led everyone but Chubing away and explained things to them. With labor camps full, they'd have to wait for the next round, so Lin Huan led them to a school, confusing the bandits. Wasn't this supposed to be labor reform? Why are we at a school? Lin Huan and Xiaolo act as instructors at the board, emphasizing the necessity of labor. But have you ever considered what labor is, or why we must work? What can labor bring? He pulls out a book, wanting them to understand, buying into the idea so they can grasp the theory. At first, the bandits didn't understand, but then they realized something and awakened to the truth, their eyes shining like tamed puppies. They were immediately moved by Lin Huan's truth and began to shout incessantly. Seeing the situation escalating, he shouted even louder, amplifying their emotions. Therefore, we must recognize the value of labor to become rich, for the working people are the masters. Lin Huan has won them over, but Xiaolo is concerned. It's too easy to turn them to our side, now comrades in labor. Isn't Lin Huan's preaching seditious? He simply smiles, hoping to ease her worries. Not at all. Inside the cave, everyone is working hard. 1, 2, 3, let's dig. 1, 2, 3, let's dig. Standing outside, Lin Huan spoke loudly through a megaphone. Attention everyone, the first day of work is over. Time to clock out. Everyone happily enjoyed their meal and chatted lively, still able to eat after work. This is much better than stealing. That's right. Ask and you shall receive. Chibin held the chicken leg in his hand, looking down on them, so easily bought with just one meal. He turned to take a bite of the chicken leg, but when he bit down, it had vanished. He glares at Lin Huan, who raises an eyebrow mockingly. If you don't want it, just say so. He turned away, happily savoring the chicken in his mouth. This flavor is amazing. He remembers when I used to eat as a child, so he grits his teeth in anger but can't do anything. Lin Huan turns to everyone and places another chicken leg on his tray. When the mining is over, when labor reform is over, I'll go to Shangjing and you can all go home. The man sighed at that. Oh, it's been so long since I've been home. Another added, once my labor reform is done, I'm definitely going back for a visit. Jubing frowned in disgust as he chewed on a chicken leg. What's so great about going home? From afar, someone clenched their fist, watching Lin Huan's cheerful exchange. Lord Lin, please visit my home when the time comes. Ha ha ha, I'm going to travel the world, so I might just run into your place. Xiaoluo clutches his wrist, looking forlorn. Is Lin Huan about to leave? Exhausted, Lin Fan pulled at the blanket. Being a supervisor was tiring work. He lay down, intending to pull the covers up, but sleepiness gave way to a sudden realization that something was wrong. Lin Huan quickly sat up, lifting the blanket to peek inside. He was shocked to see Xiaoluo lying seductively on top of him. You? She casually pulls the blanket aside, softly calling his name. Lam Huan, flustered by her closeness, stammered. I'm a person, he said seriously. Xiaoluo whispers as she leans in. Husband, come to me. He gently touches her cheek. Lin Huan forced a smile, advising, it's natural to be excited after a victory, but try to calm down. Suddenly, Lin Huan was surprised to feel drops of water on his face. Sobbing, Xiaoluo cries out, Lin Huan, I can't take it anymore. Is there nothing about me that you like? He quickly wiped away her tears, gently coaxing her. How could that be? Of course I like you. You're so cute and adorable. But before he could finish, Xiaoluo interrupted him, feeling wronged. No, if I'm so great, why do you want to leave? I'm sorry, there are just some things that someone has to do. I used to only care about my own happiness, but seeing how hard you work to live, I feel like I should do something more. Besides, I'll stay a while to explain the birthday stone incident to the authorities. Xiaoluo angrily gripped his shoulders, but Lin Huan closed his eyes and smiled faintly. Besides, I have a gift for you. The next morning, everyone wondered what was going on, asking, what are we gathering for? Lord Lin has spoken, so let's just listen. Suddenly, a voice rings out, drawing the attention of all the reformed prisoners and distant onlookers. Today marks the first heart-to-heart talk. Lin Huan adjusted his glasses and gestured towards them. They were to be divided into teams of 10 and meet. Talk about life, ideals, your mistakes, and your hopes for the future. People quickly formed a circle, and one person asked, a discussion group? Are we really just going to sit and talk? What about? The person next to him chimed in. Yeah, it's a little awkward just sitting here staring at each other. While Bing turned his head and muttered, what a load of crap. Lin Huan smiled and raised a finger. Let me start by talking about myself first. He then began to tell his story. I was never good at studying as a child, and I was often beaten. I remember one holiday when I broke a neighbor's lantern. Afraid of getting caught, I jumped into the river and floated for a long time. Guess what happened next? Everyone leaned in with anticipation. What happened? He placed a hand over his heart, feigning pain. Instead of hitting or scolding me, my mother hugged me and cried for a long time. I didn't understand it then, but I do now. He slightly opens his eyes, stealing a glance at the note he's prepared. Manhwa closes his eyes, trying to squeeze out a few tears, remembering that parents do everything for their children, and home is our only harbor. Mom, Dad, I miss you both. Everyone who heard that was deeply moved. I miss home too. I should have stayed there and not followed the Shizi mountain gang. Boo-hoo. Mother, I miss you. The man, taken aback by the sudden embrace, recoiled in disgust. Lin Huan patted his shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. Work hard here. Atone for your sins. And after reform through labor, you'll be self-sufficient. Hearing this, he wiped away his tears, his face filled with determination, and slowly walked toward someone. Lin Huan put his arm around Xiaolu's shoulder and pointed, Look, these people are my gift to you. At that moment, everyone was hugging each other, moved to tears as a flower of hope bloomed on a small mountain. On the road, a group escorted a carriage as one whispered from outside, My lord, we're almost there. A hand reaches out to lift the curtain, as Yanshu, reading a book, declares that this is undoubtedly the place that stole the Empress Dowager's birthday presents. He ordered his men to scout ahead, and for the rest, to prepare for a final stand. The man bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. Soon, the whole group shouted in unison, while elsewhere a sign read, New Family Burial Ground. Meanwhile, outside the camp, an old woman leisurely swayed in her chair, unaware of the sharp blade approaching in the distance. Startled, she sees the figure before her raise a blade to strike, when suddenly Xiaolu appears to block the blow. Why the attack? Her strike cleaves the attacker's blade in two as the old woman trembles in fear. Enraged, the attacker curses, demanding to know who dares interfere. Lin Huan appeared next to Xiaoluo, smiling softly. This esteemed sir, don't be so aggressive. What's your superior's name and title? He sneered, waving his hand to signal the men behind him to charge. My family is a fourth-rank military official of the court. I'm no Yenthu, and I'm here to eliminate criminals like you. Men, seize them. Seize him. Yes, Captain. He waved his hand dismissively, his voice still calm. Why the rush? Can't we sit down and have a nice chat? The man rushed forward, shouting arrogantly, Chat with your grandpa! Lin Huan leaned back, gracefully dodging the blow. If that's how it is, then I won't hold back. With that, he immediately gave a loud order, and the security guards launched a multi-pronged attack, his men suddenly appearing from behind them. Before they could understand what was happening, they turned their heads in shock. Lin Huan shouted, Lin family's 1,000-year kill, covering his eyes and exclaiming, Ouch, just looking at that hurts. They writhed in pain, their faces turning pale. He turned to watch the group writhe on the ground after being struck where it hurts most, savoring the moment, reciting poetry. The group was tied together, still trembling from the pain. Despite the pain, the man stubbornly threatened, Release me now. There are many soldiers here. You won't escape. He waved his hand helplessly. How strange, offering themselves to me, then telling me to release them. Qiao Lang looks up at him, wondering why he let them go. Wouldn't it have been better to have hostages? It works on regular officials, but not military leaders. He's clearly corrupt and doesn't care about these people. She didn't understand, asking why, and Lin Huan continued. Normally, bandits would spare the innocent, but they were indiscriminately killing people with knives, clearly on the orders of an official. Ordinary people wouldn't dare do that. Xiao Lang looked up at Lin Huan in admiration. How could you come up with such a shameless trick? He startled, retorting, I was simply forced to. This is called wit, not shamelessness. Her eyes widened with anticipation. What do we do next? Lin Huan turned to look in the direction the group had fled. I'll gamble. Gamble once on my reputation. Meanwhile, one of them rushed to report to Lord Yanshu, who was enjoying tea and reading on his subordinate's back, causing him to erupt in anger. Damn it, can't even scout properly and you get injured. He reached for his subordinate's sword, raised it high, and prepared to strike, utterly useless. In a panic, he desperately scrambled for an excuse. My lord, there's been foul play. This is a setup. He trembled, kneeling on the ground. Chieftain, it's Lin Huan. He wants me to inform you. Hearing this, Yanshu paused. Who is Lin Huan? The subordinate respectfully presented the object in his hands, his token. Stroking his chin, he observed, Lin Huan, this jade talisman looks familiar. It might belong to the Marquis of Ningba. Yanshu quickly opened the letter and read each line, a look of intrigue spreading across his face. Oh, what a genius! Lin Huan and Ningba Ho. He waved his hand, giving an order to his subordinate. I remember now. Quickly, bring me the collection of poems from the other day. Yanshu held the book, stroking his beard, as the Marquis of Ning and Gu Xiaoxixian stood together. Lin Huan has an agenda. I don't know why he's here, but sending me poetry must mean he wants something from me. He turns and waves his hand excitedly. Then let's go meet him. Soldiers stand guard outside while hearty laughter echoes from within the manor. Lin Huan and Yanshu sit side by side in a room, raising their glasses for a light toast. Yanshu bursts into laughter. A hidden master indeed, the little poet Lin Huan, and here I am, meeting you. He waved his hand, smiling modestly. I wouldn't dare, I'm still far behind Lord Wu. He points to the pile of precious jewelry. However, what's going on with the birthday tribute? You know I can't disobey orders, and if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I won't be merciful. With newfound confidence, Lin Huan replied, I'll tell you all about it. He looks at the system and taps the influence agreement button. 830 store points for the exquisite dragon heart, improving expression, persuasion, and inspiration. 2 hours, 100 consumption, confirm exchange. Lin Huan was secretly thrilled. I've wanted this for a while. The 7-aperture exquisite dragon heart fruit is an acting skill. Soon he was bathed in a shimmering light as the exquisite mind fruit took effect. Lin Huan leaned in, asking in a low voice, Lord Wu, aren't you curious about me? Why would a famed poet like myself appear in a place like this? Yanshu leans forward, eager to hear more. Is there a secret? He sheepishly held his head, saying that to outsiders he was indeed a talented and handsome young master, then immediately turned with a pitiful, sparkling look. But at home, I'm just the Ning family's insignificant son-in-law, without money or power, coldly neglected, forced to endure the winks of women every day. Yanshu recoils slightly, understanding. But what does this have to do with the mountain stronghold? Lin Huan rushed over, grabbed his hand, and said sincerely, I'm here for you. He gestures towards the pile of goods in the distance. You may not know this. My family deals in porcelain, and we supplied some for the birthday celebration, so I have a plan. Lin Huan earnestly recounts his plan. To bribe the escort, become one of them, and reach the capital to aid him. Not forgetting to embellish the tale with a sudden attack by unknown assailants, forcing him to reveal his strength in a fierce battle. Yanshu glared at him, eyes sharp. Bribery, and you want to be my support. Do you have any idea? This is enough to get someone executed. Lin Huan then pushed a box towards him. Before he could finish, the man raised a hand to interrupt. Now, I'm not that kind of person. But his other hand gently opened the box. He stared in surprise at the glittering objects neatly arranged in the box. What are these? It's beautiful, he explained with a smile. This isn't a bribe, just a small token. Lin Huan happily pointed out that the current emperor loved exquisite trinkets and often gifted small items to those below him, so this little badge was custom-made for the emperor. Yanshu casually closed the box, stroking his beard with the other hand. What do you mean? He smirked, offering a suggestion. We'll make these badges for the emperor, explain their uses, and he'll have the right to manufacture them in the future. If others do it first, won't we lose out? He covered his mouth, chuckling with amusement. Oh, this looks interesting. Consider it your penance for dereliction of duty. Lin Huan's plan was already prepared. This was simple. Official Wu bravely fought the bandits, taking the lead and personally resolving disputes. He is undoubtedly the most meritorious person of late, and I have witnessed it all. Yanshu Hai sighed inwardly, thinking, at least you know what's good for you. But we all belong to the same faction as Lord Tong, so don't choose the wrong side. He tilted his head and clapped his hands. Rest assured, I've made preparations. I heard the Emperor cherishes stones, so he sent Lord Tong to search for them. That's why I've prepared this peculiar stone. Struggling through the crowd with a large rock, he spots the boulder and approaches it with glee. Excellent. The color. The quality. This is a top-grade rock, he thinks to himself. And I just mined it. Yanshu stroked the large rock before him, turning to praise him. You're straightforward and understand the rules. What do you want? Just say it. Do you want to escape your marriage, or should I find you some beauties? No, you have to save face for Ningba Hu. He quickly pushed them away and cleared his throat awkwardly. What I want is to be among the ghosts. Lin Huan approached and bowed. I hope Lord Wu can help me get to the capital quickly for the exam. He gently placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, assuring him, this is simple. You'll follow me from now on. Soon after, the boy left and the door was closed. Xiao Luo walked beside Lin Huan, frowning in amazement. He actually believed that reason? Is he an idiot? He pointed and smiled, saying that he had to establish a relationship anyway. Emperor, merit, officials, Lin Huan. Lin Huan slowly explained that Kang's birthday was fine. If he could seize Wu Yanshu's interests, he could also mix in merit. And with that old eunuch making a fuss, it wouldn't hurt to take in a little brother like me. At this point, he'd believe you, even if you said aliens did it. Xiaolo clenched his fist, confused. But why would you want to collude and do evil? There's nothing wrong with us taking the official route to success. He grabs his collar, feigning distress. I thought so too at first. I couldn't stand seeing so many in the village without enough to eat or wear, bullied and oppressed. I want to help everyone in the fastest way possible, so I'll have no regrets when I leave. Yanshu fanned herself with her fan, sighing. What could possibly grow in this ruined land? Wouldn't raising pigs be better? Lin Huan remained silent, though his lips twitched slightly. You're a corrupt official. You don't think about the food needed to raise livestock. What will they eat without it? This guy must be stupid. He frowned and waved his hand, ordering the others killed, then went back to report the results. The subordinate accepted the order, immediately drawing his sword to attack the group. Startled, he quickly shouted, "Why?" Seeing his reaction, Yanshu looked over with suspicion as Lin Huan scratched his head and forced a smile. I just mean it's not worth it. Lin Huan awkwardly came up with an excuse. Please reconsider. What if keeping them could bring endless riches in the future? He listened with interest, saying, I'm listening. Closing his eyes, he explained softly, this is the only short route connecting north and south. Otherwise, one would have to go around the mountains, which is very costly. This is also why there's a small mountain village here. Lin Huan painted a picture of himself sitting on a pile of treasure, with people bowing to him in gratitude. Today, we control this bandit group in secret, and so the mountain fortress will be guarded by bandits, and the toll collection will become a common occurrence on this vital route. Lin Huan happily explained the benefits, meaning this business model would be entirely theirs. Yanshu smiled approvingly. Excellent, this is equivalent to bringing the surrounding large businesses into our Lord Tong's sphere of influence. He stepped forward, gently pushing aside the sword at the man's throat. These intelligent bandits would resist pressure, but they'd retaliate twofold. Hearing this, he imagined the beauties before him. They could collect money and women, then offer them up to him. Wouldn't that be great? The thought of being surrounded and flattered by beauties made him snap his fan shut, his face full of excitement. All right, Yanshu angrily points and orders, get some food and distribute it here. The two subordinates look at each other confused. Huh? He stroked his chin, pretending to care. Yanshu turns around happily. Lin Huan, come with me to Vong Ho Chao Street. Master Dong is there, so be on your best behavior. He quickly agrees and follows. All right, not forgetting to urge her. Hurry and get ready. Later, elsewhere, Chaolang said, I know your vision is different from ours. He gently stroked her head, comforting her. Why wouldn't I want to stay? Lin Huan reassured her softly. You're the woman I've interacted with the most. I always wanted to escape, but now I want to use everything I have to help a kind person like you live well. She slowly approached him, the thin robe slipping from Lin Huan's shoulders and falling gently to the ground. Before leaving, Lin Huan blushed as he looked at Xiaoluo, who was still softly speaking. Us. His eyes reflected her seductive spring. The next morning, as Lin Huan disappeared into the distance, Xiaoluo shouted, Husband, we'll meet again. She stood by the small seedling, carefully turning the pages of a book. You left the seed, and I will make it grow strong. The sky roared with thunder, rain poured down, and hooves splashed through puddles. Damn it, raining right now? Let's find a place to stay. Lin Huan pointed to a tea house in the distance. Lord Wu, there's a tea house up ahead. Everyone's soaked. Yanshu couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn it, looks like we're stuck here for the night. The inn looked old and deserted, with cobwebs everywhere, and the owner was dozing off at the counter. They quickly entered and took their seats. Lin Huan fearfully glanced around, feeling like he was in a ghost story. Outside, lightning flashes across the sky as a group of men in black, swords in hand, enter the inn. He turns to see them, his face etched with horror, and stammers. Oh no, this is bad. On a rainy night at a roadside inn, Lin Huan sits at a tea table, staring in one direction with a thoughtful expression. Just then, a cloaked figure was escorted inside by two men, one of whom ordered a large pot of tea for 4 people. The waiter comes out, all smiles. Welcome, sirs. Please, come in. After observing them for a while, Lin Huan judged that these people were not simple. Yanshu was puzzled when she heard this. Why are you telling me this? He analyzes. The footprints are clearly from the rain, but only the front of the foot left prints, meaning they possess internal strength. Lam Huan glanced at them, but it's none of our business. Suddenly, he notices something. Oh, wait. Lin Fan's eyes are drawn to a painting on the wooden wall and a notice board. He sighed wearily. Why do I always run into this kind of bloodshed? Suddenly, the sound of blood dripping on the floor caught his attention. The shadowy figures murmur, what to do? She's losing too much blood. The hidden weapon is still lodged in my shoulder. I need to find a way to remove the poison. Damn those dogs in the imperial court. I'll kill them all one day. He grumbled inwardly, taking a sip of tea, realizing heightened hearing wasn't all it was cracked up to be. Suddenly, a hand landed on Lin Huan's shoulder from behind. Esteemed guest, Meng Jian asked amicably, might I trouble you for a bit of drink? I need to warm myself. Before he could answer, Yan Shu waved dismissively. Get lost. Do you know who I am? He threatened, his face turning dark. I'm sure you know who I am, so don't force my hand. It's just a few drinks. He prayed silently. Oh, please, this corrupt official doesn't know anything. He didn't hesitate to point an order. Men, teach him a lesson he won't forget. Come on. Meng Jian coldly scoffed at the approaching crowd, full of disdain. Showing no respect, he swiftly grabbed the hilt of his sword. Dream Sword brandishes his blade, and in a flash each guard falls, a deep cut appearing on their necks. He watched them fall, a satisfied smile on his face as he sheathed his sword, tossing a wine jar to a follower. Yanshu angrily points his finger at him. Who are you? How dare you attack an official of the court? Dream Sword smirks, closing in on him, causing Yanshu to tremble in fear. An official of the court? Just what I wanted. His eyes turned sinister. All you dogs of the court must die. Witnessing this from the corner, Lin Huan rubbed his temples in exasperation. What am I supposed to do with these two idiots? Yanshu, pale as a ghost, questioned, You're the ones who attacked the Eagle Tower? Meng Jian smirked. So you know, and you still want to fight me? He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. The next moment, Yanshu was kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Grandfather, spare me. Lin Huan paled at his pathetic display. Oh my God, you guys were all crazy back then. On a small street 20 years ago, martial arts were booming, and it wasn't as peaceful as it is now. The people in the street gathered in shock to watch the commotion, as even the authorities couldn't compare to the power of the martial arts sects, and a thug took advantage of the situation to beat and scold. You're dead if you mess with the Golden Martial sect. The official begged for mercy in a panic. Stop hitting me, please stop. Some were forced to offer money, and even the influence of established martial arts families was weakened by various emerging schools. At this moment, a powerful shift was quietly taking place as fierce battles unfolded in the arena. Arrows rained down like a storm. The imperial court, using various incentives as bait, won over some of the world's largest families and launched a surprise attack at the martial arts tournament. One by one, they fell. All dissenters in the arena were slaughtered on this day. From then on, the Jianghu was tightly controlled by the imperial court, and those noble families became the court's hounds, calling themselves the Harmonious Moon Society. A group of survivors filled with resentment huddled together in a dilapidated house. After the battle, the remaining Jianghu forces who survived the disaster went underground and united, killing the imperial eagles and engaging in various acts of rebellion. Each of them has the same symbol tattooed on their arms. They are the infamous Tower of the Great Eagle. Back in the present, Meng Jian raises his sword, engraved with the 3 words, Tower of the Great Eagle. Don't worry, we have all night. He stabs down, causing Yan Shu to scream in pain. To die by the hand of the Eagle Tower chief is no disgrace. Watching silently, Lin Huan breathed a heavy sigh. He suddenly spoke, stopping them. Wait, I have something to say. Hearing this, Yan Shu quickly sat up, clutching her wound. Little Lin, if you'd spoken up sooner, I might have avoided getting stabbed. Lin Huan stared intently into Dream Sword's eyes, closing the distance in an instant, forcing him to retreat. Too fast, a martial artist. Taking advantage of Meng Jian's distraction, Lin Huan snatched the sword from his hand. Startled by his incredible speed, Meng Jian thought, he could have just taken the sword. Lin Huan's eyes gleam as he smirks. I want to say... He brushes past him, plunging the sword into Yan Shu's wounded arm, his face paling as he struggles to speak. You... He turned to Meng Jian. That's right, I'm a secret agent from the Condor Tower. Lin Huan whispered, You won't die. Trust me. This is just acting. Yan Shu flinched. Then don't stab me for real. Lin Huan replied nonchalantly, You have to commit to the act. Lin Huan pulled out his sword and stood up. I have a question. You say you're with the Condor Tower. Then what's the code? He was confused. What the hell is a password? He nonchalantly tosses the sword back to Meng Jian. That's right, there was no password. You have passed the test. He scowls, a savage glint in his eyes. Oh, son, you want to trick me? That won't work on me. Despite the suspicion, Lin Huan calmly questions him. Huh. I deceived you. I'm hiding under the guise of this corrupt fool, and you came to spoil my plans. Then I'll use your sword to stab him and vent my anger. Do you still doubt me? And then return the sword to you? I'm not stupid. Dreamsword angrily points his blade at him, finding it absurd to hear such things. I've never heard of the Eagle Tower having any spies, Lin Huan said, unwavering. Your words are wasted. What is most important right now? Have you forgotten? He gently pushed the sword away with 2 fingers. Saving him is the priority. We can't afford to lose a master of the Dayung Tower. Otherwise, who will stand against the imperial court? He points to the man sitting in the corner. I don't trust you, but I'll give you a chance to heal him. Succeed, and I'll spare your life. Fail, and you die. Lin Huan approaches the person, saying, I understand my own body and meridians well, and this person is not much different. As he removed the cloak, a woman's body was revealed, stunning Lin Huan, whose face flushed red as a nosebleed began. How can this be? Seeing this, the faces of the 2 behind him were filled with murderous intent. We've temporarily blocked her acupuncture points, but the wound is a special reverse hook from the Moonlit Assembly, and we can't save her. The wound is too close to the heart to move her carelessly. 2 blades pressed against his neck as they urged him on. Come on, hurry up and save her. Lin Huan tried to smile, staying calm, but inside he was panicking. How can he save her now? It's a modified soul-reaping needle, a specialized throwing star shaped like a barbed hook. This weapon was crafted by an old man from the Moonlit Assembly and given to assassins, invented by the Grandmaster of Hidden Weapons, Kimbat Huanhigia, also known as Shadowed Golden Crown Truong. Looking at the woman's condition, Lin Huan knew this hidden weapon would detonate upon entering the body, piercing flesh like an unremovable hook, while Meng Jian leisurely drank tea by the window. She's been hit by this hidden weapon. Save her, but if you make a mistake... With that, he flung the cup from his hand, smashing it against the wall behind Yanshu, who cried out in alarm, just do your jobs. Why do you care about me? Seeing this, he frowned and pushed the sword away, saying, Is this how you treat divine doctors? What's that long thing on his neck? How can we save him? Pointing to the disgruntled crowd behind him, Lin Huan emphasized, I am now the divine physician, and you will obey my orders. He sternly commanded, Now, bring me warm water and a towel. Hurry, what are you waiting for? Upon hearing this, Meng Jian crossed his arms in admiration, noting that hot water was used to relieve congestion, a sign of professionalism. After receiving the items, Lin Huan wiped his face with one hand and drank water from the bottle with the other. It's freezing. This will warm me up. His actions left the other speechless with rage. Yanshu exclaimed, Is there something wrong with Lin Huan's head? Meng Jian gritted her teeth, ready to draw her sword. Are you kidding me? But then, his eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Huan's fingers skillfully struck the pressure points on Qinzang's body, her pale face contorting in pain, prompting a furious Wang Jian to charge forward. But Meng Jian stopped him, saying, Wait. Wang Jian looked displeased. This technique is too crude, it will hurt her. But Meng Jian rubbed her chin expectantly. Don't worry, I think he can heal her. Lin Huan, still holding the pipa, extends his other hand. The knife, please. Hearing this, Wang Jian snapped, You knocked him out, and now you want to give him a knife? Meng Jian calmly tells him, Give it to him. Wang Jian immediately retorted, That's absurd. If I give it to him, won't he just use it against me? Growing impatient, Meng Jian repeated his demand, but Wang Jian still refused to comply. No, I don't trust him. As soon as he said that, Meng Jian and Lin Huan's expressions darkened, and they shouted in unison, Hand over the knife now! After being scolded, he obediently took out the knife, remaining calm. He received the dagger, pointing the tip downwards. In a flash, the hidden weapon was skillfully removed from the body. Impressed by his abilities, Meng Jian admired Lin Huan's ingenious method of using reverse meridians to cause ischemic contraction of the tissue around the organ, rendering the hook ineffective. Lin Huan picked up the hidden weapon and told her to bandage her wound and rest, looking excitedly at the object in his hand. With the task complete, Master Shanyi clasped his hands and said, You've proven yourself a skilled doctor, and I'll let you go. Lin Huan smiled brightly. See? Why would I lie to you? Meng Kim gestured towards Yenthu, who was sitting in the corner. Now, prove you're from the Eagle Tower and kill that corrupt official. Otherwise, I'll kill you. He tenses up, wondering if this is really necessary. Meng Juan's face darkened as he pointed to the person at the door. It's necessary, and someone's guarding the door, so you can't escape. Wang Jian blankly looks out. What is this? Where did this guy come from? Lin Huan suddenly bursts out laughing. You guys are really idiots, Meng Jian wondered. What? Are you pretending? Wang Jian clenched his fists in frustration, daring to insult him. How infuriating. He strode up to Yanshu and roughly grabbed his collar. It's truly difficult to uphold justice. A high-ranking official is right before you, and you just kill him? I have ways to make him wish he were dead. Lin Huan reassured him quietly. Don't worry, just keep going. Yanshu paled, thinking, why do I feel like I can't trust you? Outside, a storm rages and thunder cracks as a dangerous look crosses Lin Huan's face. You've done too much evil. This time, I'll find a way to settle things. Meng Jian chuckled awkwardly. I want to see what you're hiding. He moved behind Yanshu and slipped his hand into his shirt, searching him with ease. Lin Huan's eyes lit up as he pulled out a stack of banknotes, but Wang Jian waved them off dismissively. We roam the world for righteousness, not money. Enough to eat and wear is all we need. Hearing this, his expression changes, and he abruptly pushes Yanshu away, patting his chest. Whose justice are we talking about here? Lin Hua grins wickedly as he closes in on Wang Jian. Is that the reason you exist? Or is it the justice of the poor who know only oppression and have no martial arts? Wang Jian, at a loss for words, retreated as Blood Elbow and Dream Sword watched from behind. Help me, I can't reason with him. He seized the opportunity to continue preaching about why the Eagle Pavilion exists, hatred, cruelty, or the self-satisfaction and self-deception of you pitiful people. Meng Jing quickly explained, don't get the wrong idea, we're not that noble. We just help those in need when we see injustice. He nodded, repeating, that's right, a hero. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. Even if 10,000 people become heroes, the harm they cause to themselves is also heroic. Today, we'll see who's the best hero, sacrificing themselves for the country, even if it means returning from death. A great hero fights for their country and its people. Lin Huan looked incredibly righteous, but never mind, you wouldn't understand. Simply put, fighting for the people's well-being and rebelling against the court is what a hero should do. You question this, confusing everyone, but where does the people's well-being come from, and what do you need to rebel? Suddenly, Cam Tang, who had been unconscious, stood up and said, You're right, it's money. Seeing she was okay, they were overjoyed. My lord, you're finally awake. Are you still in pain? Do you need anything to eat or drink? It's good that you're awake. Ignoring their greetings, she walked straight past them to Lin Huan. Taeyun couldn't thank him enough. Go on, we need the money. What happened next? Without hesitation, he approached Qin Sang. What is the most important thing to officials? A look of embarrassment crossed her face. That's money too. Lin Huan pointed to Yanshu. Is that right? Does he look like a walking private bank to you? Qin Zhang replied. That means. He patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. If you don't believe him, you can kill his whole family. His name is Wu Yanshu. You can go to the capital to find him at any time and see if he's willing. Stammering, Yanshu replies, Wu willing. The next day she asks, Aren't you with the Great Eagle Tower? Lin Huan replied, But I don't mind helping you. Qin Tang suggested that he could join the Great Eagle Pavilion now, but he refused outright. No, I want to be a sycophant. Her reaction was one of utter bewilderment. Who says that so directly? Lin Huan waves his hand nonchalantly. I'm very ambitious about the gentleman's path. Qin Sang blushed at his praise. Of course, you're ambitious too. Lin Huan shook her hand, reintroducing himself briefly. I am Lin Huan, she smiled, and I am Ye Qin Sang. Her eyes hardened. We stand on opposite sides. Anyone who stands in the way of the eagle-slaying pavilion must die. Next time we meet, I won't be so lenient. He waved goodbye. Don't worry. Good people are always safe. Yanshu, being dragged away, chimed in. Peace, peace. It hurts too much. Qin Zhang happily watched Lin Huan leave, impressed by his righteousness and dedication to the people. He was indeed an interesting man. With that, she waved her hand, giving the order. It's time to complete this mission. The crowd shouted in unison. Sometime later, Lin Huan and Yanshu arrived at Moon Whisper Pavilion, where he gave the boy a thorough briefing. I told you, don't be intimidated by Lord Dong's presence when you meet him for the first time. Lin Huan chuckled, Don't worry, don't worry. Despite saying that, he was secretly pleased with himself. How could a mere eunuch intimidate me? The two entered, and Lin Huan exclaimed in surprise, Oh, a man leisurely waiting to play with three graceful beauties. Who'd have thought it'd be Wu Yanshu? A maiden asked, leaning against the old man's chest. General Dong, you didn't say anyone was coming today? The woman in red chided. Yeah, I thought you said it was just you? Dong Yi suddenly raised his hand and slapped the girl's butt hard. Then, blushing, she pouted, Oh, General, why did you hit me? Didn't you say you loved me? He laughs heartily. Ha ha ha, though I adore you all, state affairs take precedence, so be gone. Tong Yi rises and asks, Ha ha, Wu Yanshu, what new guest have you brought? Yanshu bows his head and reports, Lord Tong. This liar is Lin Huan, the son-in-law of the Ning Manor. He puts on a flattering expression and whispers, He also wants to join you, my lord. Hearing this, he patted Huan on the back with satisfaction. Ha ha ha, it's good to be brave and resourceful. I wish I'd met you sooner. Lin Huan suddenly questioned his existence. Am I dreaming? Is this really happening? If you didn't say anything, I would have thought he was your husband. Irritated, Yan Shu spoke, seeing his dazed expression. Lam Huan, what are you thinking about? The old man generously brushed it off. It's all right. Everyone's like this when they first meet me. He nervously raised his cup, admitting he'd never encountered such an aura. Even approaching the general, he's overwhelmed by his aura, a reaction that earns Tong Yi's praise. Ha ha, you're quite something. He gazed out the window with a nostalgic look, recounting how Wu Yuan, a former low-ranking military leader who turned to crime to survive, ended up in the palace. A stark contrast to the eunuchs who had been there since childhood. With admiration, he praised the general's resolve. Such a dignified warrior, yet bent, Lin Huan realized. No wonder he's better than me. He must be a half-eunuch. Dong Yi wondered, what's this difficulty Xiao Wu mentioned about joining us? He politely replied, I wouldn't dare. It's just that I heard General Tong wants to recruit great scholars, and I also have an important task to accomplish, so I'm following the general to do it. Hearing this, the old man glanced meaningfully at Yanshu, who understood and smiled brightly. Meanwhile, Lin Huan watched them, smirking deviously. Oh. He seized the moment, pulled out a golden book and placed it on the table, saying, I'm still quite small, so I'd like to negotiate a bit. Without hesitation, Dong Yi refused, saying, I can't handle matters like Xi, let someone else do it. Guards, get him out of here. But as soon as he finished speaking, Dong Yi picked up the book and began to read intently. Lin Huan glared at the old man, who was still engrossed in the text. Does your little eunuch think I didn't offer enough? I don't know what that stone looks like. So he suddenly shouts, I can't take it anymore. Yanshu is worried. What? What is this? Lin Huan dipped 2 fingers into the glass of water, finally seeing his idol, and losing his composure was inevitable. He wiped his hand across his face, creating 2 lines of tears. But I can't take it anymore. I want to recite a poem. Lin Huan began his poem. The east wind chills the bone, fallen stars like scattered salt, the night's silence shattered by a passing cart. Where is the peace, the abundant leaves beyond count? The insincere laughter fades, and with newfound confidence, he imagines Dong Yi turning back, a solitary light in the darkness. The poem is finished. The old general covered his face, praising the poem endlessly, saying it was truly moving. Dong Yi pointed at himself. Is this poem about me? Lin Huan replied, Yes. My admiration for you is like an endless river, like the yellow river overflowing its banks. I hope to bring you even greater renown. A general who has worked tirelessly for the nation, so that your good name spreads throughout China. To achieve this, I have also made a plan. Tong Yu excitedly asks, Tell me about it. Lin Huan looks at him. General, I know that you are now building momentum for the battlefield to come. Dong Yi wondered, Right, how can I build momentum? He gestured towards the door. Look here. With a flourish, Huan proposes a plan to hack through the 6 palaces, carefully closing the door behind him. This plan, he says to Tong Yi, is tailor-made for you, General. Lin Huan thought, this eunuch just wants to be a general to show off his masculinity. Turns out he has psychological issues. He asked with a smile, General, what's the most important thing in becoming a good general? Old Meng imagines himself heroically on horseback, naturally talented, virtuous, and high class. But Lin Huan immediately refutes Dong Yi's idea. Wrong. He looked at him with disdain. What do you know? You're still too green. Lin Huan smiled, his upright demeanor revealing the most important thing, an enemy. Dong Ye heard this and guessed that an enemy must be strong to prove that the general is strong. He calmly explained that to become a general is nothing more than fighting, so what is most necessary for fighting? You must have enemies first. If there are no enemies, who will the general fight? With that, Lin Huan turned to look at Yan Shu, who had been silent, and pointed to his own face, confused. Me? Old Man Scarface pondered. You're right, we must first find 2 groups of bandits, then lead troops to suppress them and raise our reputation. It's a great plan. Dong Yi's expression darkened. But if the bandits are too strong and I lose, won't I lose even more? This, he said, raising his index finger, is the core of my plan. We must control the bandits. He stammered, you. So, you mean... Lin Huan remained calm, arms crossed, a truly brilliant general. Yanshu suddenly chimed in, asking awkwardly, "What are you guys talking about?" "I don't understand anything at all," Dongyi said, clearly annoyed. Lin Huan explains it to the fool, detailing the simple plan. The way to control bandits is to become one yourself and divide them. Half soldiers, half rebels. If you hit your own men, there won't be any repercussions since it's all just an act. As bandits spread terror and officials fled, the general charged forth, fighting valiantly. He imagined the people's adoration. In the end, General Dong led the people to resist the bandit army's cruelty, returning the bright sun to Yun province, and would later be praised and remembered as a top-class figure. Lin Huan inquired of Dong Yi. "General Dong, am I right?" He laughed triumphantly. He. Little Lin is right. Little Wu, take out some silver notes. Besides prestige, we can also suggest that the court establish an anti-bandit brigade funded by the National Treasury to support soldiers, make money, and continue to develop. Yanshu tentatively asks about rising up, leveling up, and becoming a general after fighting. Isn't that a bit much? Dong Yi and Lin Huan shot him dagger eyes. Yanshu quickly panicked and tried to defend himself. "Calm down, I was just kidding." Recognition was written all over his face. "I thought you were just another young man looking for a government job, but you have plenty of dark tricks up your sleeve and you're not even trying to hide it." "Perhaps I've been reading too many books." Dong Yi happily patted Lin Huan on the shoulder. "Very good, you have a bright future. Follow me from now on," he answered with certainty. Of course, as he left the brothel, the old man instructed Yanshu, "Listen carefully, proceed as planned. Open and we live, close and they die. Understand?" He bowed in agreement. Understood. As soon as Lin Huan saw them leave, his expression turned cold. "Just listen to me, and when it all falls apart, I'll throw you all in jail." A hand suddenly reached out from behind him. "Lord Lin, we're here." 3 seductive women surround Lin Huan. "General Dong ordered us to treat you well. Sir, you look strong. Care to play with me?" His clothes were quickly torn apart as Lin Huan, nose bleeding, glanced at the 3 women. "Is this the price of being a villain?" He blushed as he indulged. "Oh well, if I don't play the villain, who will?" Outside Yun province, a carriage heads towards the city. Wang Jin, following beside the carriage, announces, "Miss Ye, we have arrived." Clad in common clothes, Cam Tang lifted the curtain. Lam Huan was right. Being heroes means helping the people survive. He agrees, saying, "That's right. That arrogant, insolent emperor. This time, we won't let him have his way." She frowned and ordered, "On the first day, we will kill the eunuch and the corrupt official." A few days later, at the docks, 2 groups of people were divided, civil officials and commoners. An old official with pen and paper called out the next name. Then, the old man and the child dragged a cart full of minerals over. Sue urged, "Hurry, time's running out. Can you bear to keep the Lord waiting?" The old man nervously apologized. "Forgive me, sir. I'm so sorry. The goods are here." He angrily scolded, "Dragging a stone here is worse than breaking the road with this plank of wood." Suddenly, Dong Yi spoke up. "Shaolin, take a look at that stone." He followed Dong Yi's gaze to a stone of a different color. Was there something special about it? Dong Yi explained that the stone was a treasure left in the estate. He then said to the old man, "Old man, that stone isn't very good." He clasped his hands together respectfully. "Lord, please accept this. My grandson and I haven't eaten in days, so I'm desperate." Before the old man could finish, Dong Yi pressed 2 silver coins into his hand, saying no more. "Take this money. I'm just doing a good deed to help out my fellow villagers." Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Once the pair had left, he turned to Ahu and instructed him. Do you know how to write it now?" he asked with a fawning smile. "Yes, sir. The market price will be 200 silver taels," Dong Yi replied. "Good. Do it that way." Hearing this from the shadows, Lin Huan's face darkened as he cursed, 2 silver taels to buy, 200 to sell. You corrupt officials, one day I'll make you pay." Suddenly a hand touched his shoulder. "Already plotting my demise when you're one of my people?" "Why are you so invested?" the old official asked Han Lin Huan. "I'm not asking you to assassinate anyone," he said, quickly changing the subject. "I'm not invested, but if I'm found out, I'll blend in with the commoners," Dong Yi ordered. "All right, let's begin the plan." Lin Hua smirked and signaled to someone in the crowd. The man understood and nodded in agreement. "Very well." He immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Brothers, these people are oppressing the common folk. Let's show them what's what." The crowd then shed their civilian clothes in unison. Sweep away the wicked, sweep away the wicked. They turned their blades on the officials, who begged for mercy in terror. I'm an official, let me go first. I'm an only child, me first. One of them charged forward, causing the official to panic. It's over. It's really over. But just as the sword falls, it's stopped midair, along with a reassuring voice. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Tong Yi shows off his robust physique, catching the blade with his bare hand. Run, Lord Zhou. I'm here now, and I absolutely won't let you get hurt. Let's go, old Zhou. With one hand pushing and the other drawing his sword, Tong Yi looked incredibly skillful. Before he even laid a hand on them, they fell one after another. He confidently shouted, "Behold my technique. Those in front fall backward. It's too powerful." He crushes the fake blood pack hidden in his clothes and cries out, "I'm losing blood! I'm dying!" Lin Huan, standing in the crowd, suddenly takes the lead. General Dong is truly powerful. He smugly waves his hands, thinking it's too easy. Suddenly, an object streaks past the fake rebels, stopping them in their tracks, and the court officials gasp in astonishment. Is Eunuch Dong really that strong? What a formidable eunuch. This martial art is fit for leading troops north. For the next few days, we'll follow the script and kneel, pretending to surrender. The old man laughed heartily. Ha ha. Even if you call for reinforcements, my troops are here. You're all dead. A moment later, Dong Yi's eyes widened in surprise as a slender figure gracefully slit the corrupt official's throat. The old man and Lin Huan were stunned by the scene before them, and Qin Zhang turned, his eyes ice cold as he declared, "You will all die." Dong Yi watched in horror as one by one fell, wondering what was happening. Qin Zhang warned as he struck down another. If Dong Yi kills them all, he'll come after us. Lin Huan grew anxious, realizing that even the Eagle Tower was involved. He quickly grabbed a sword from the ground, knowing it would be bad if Commander Dong reacted in time. Lin Huan rushed forward to block him. "General Dong, I'm here to protect you," he shouted as the two swords collided. "Spare those beneath my blade!" Lin Huan moved in close, introducing himself to Cam Tang. "I am the master of Tai Chi Blade." Lin Huan is confused by her question. "What are you doing here?" Didn't you say you wouldn't hold back when we met again?" he whispered in her ear, telling her to shut up. That continuing wouldn't be good. She seemed unconvinced by Lin Huan's words. "Are you saying they're the Dong family's private soldiers?" "Don't worry, besides me, Daying Manor has already been dispatched to stop them." Qin Tong wondered, "Today's clash with the rioting civilians was a good opportunity, so why did you stop me?" He suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist. "Careful." Lin Huan explains that the civilians on the ground are only pretending to be dead, leaving Qin Sen stunned. "This is not the time for games. You might get killed." She quickly pushes him away and strikes his pressure point. "You're trying to lure people to their deaths. Trusting you was a mistake." Lin Huan was slightly stunned. "What was that?" He rubbed his forehead in frustration. "Why is this little beauty so stubborn? And sealing my bloodline is completely useless, a pure waste of energy." Lin Huan closed his eyes in dismay, realizing there was only one way to calm her down, and suddenly opened them wide to release the bloodline seal. Lin Huan rushes to Ye Qinzhang and hugs her from behind, saying, "Ye Qinzhang, calm down." Her face flushed crimson, her words faltering with embarrassment. You threatening to seal my bloodline is useless. Besides, I'm bullying you, so can you listen to me for once?" Qinzhang breaks free from Lin Huan's grasp. What do you want to say?" He reminds her that if she kills all the officials, the soldiers playing dead will stop her, and she won't escape. Nor will Eagle Tower, and the Dong family's private soldiers are more numerous than those here. But she remains unmoved, her eyes full of determination. What does danger matter? The Eagle Tower's purpose is to kill corrupt officials. Lin Huan suddenly covers Qin Zhang's mouth, saying, "No, that's not it." He smiled sinisterly, his face shadowed with the killing intent of the Falcon Tower. Their goal: to kill the Emperor. She asked again, her voice laced with doubt. "Kill the Emperor?" Lin Huan calmly replies, "That's right. This country is rotten to the core, and I will help you kill the Emperor." Their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a curse. Dong Yi shouts, "All white robes, attack, kill anyone who opposes Lin Huan." The others followed suit, charging forward, and the two locked eyes. "This isn't good. They're all rushing over here. Little Lin, we're here to help." Qin Yin turns and embraces him, saying, "Let's go." The leader shouts, "Brothers, after them!" What's going on here? One of them asked in disbelief, "Little Lin is that strong?" Later, in the deserted cave, the two who had successfully escaped were panting with exhaustion. Qin Sang lamented, "You're so strange. Your strength, foundation, and meridians are all top-notch, yet your martial arts are so lacking. Lin Huan avoids her gaze, saying, I just don't want to practice martial arts. Miss Ye, you should change your clothes. Hearing this, she shyly looked down at her soiled clothes. Soon after, Chin Song had changed into a different outfit. He glanced around at the scenery. It seems I really do want to learn some martial arts. Do you have any exercises suitable for me at the eagle-catching tower? She asked with a bright smile. Yes, and it can make you the best, but it comes at a price. In the forest, a group of people used their lightness skill to glide across the branches. The three of them knelt together, paying their respects to Qin Cheng. Lord, our lord. Did she ask about the pursuing troops? Was anyone captured? Wang Jin reports that they all escaped, and the others have found places to settle down. Dreamsword continued. We showed his brother the eunuch's head, and he was furious. Hearing this, Qin Zeng hesitated and glanced at Lin Huan. He stepped to her side, saying that evil lasts 1,000 years, and Dong Gong Gong probably wasn't dead yet. Seeing Lin Huan appear, he angrily roared, while Lin Huan became the target of Meng Jian's sword, wary of an ambush. Wang Jin also prepared to draw his sword. Clearly, he quickly condemned Lin Huan. You're trying to stop us and deceive our lord. He feigns innocence and waves his hands. I'm being framed. I saved you all. Ask Xiao Diezi. This only fueled Meng Jian's anger. Little Yezi, you dare joke around? Pushing his sword away, Lin Huan is right. Although the assassination failed, he did save us from encountering Ying Lu. Mengjin remained suspicious, but I still didn't trust him. What if he'd tipped them off beforehand and staged the whole thing? Lin Huan scoffs at the Eagle Tower. With a reckless fool like you, you don't even know why the assassination failed. He was about to charge again. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Wang soothed him, holding his arm. Calm down, big brother. He poses the question, what's most important for someone who wanders the pugilistic world? Of course, it's force, Meng Jian retorted. With force, we fear no evil. Lin Huan shook his finger and smiled meaningfully. Muscle brain, it's intelligence. He explains, intelligence can tell you how to analyze the situation, how to efficiently set traps, how to predict the enemy's actions, and even how to quickly conceal and retreat safely. Cam Tang nodded in agreement. That's true, but we fight for justice and give away our wealth. Barely able to protect ourselves, so how can we gather intelligence? You're just agreeing with him. Exactly. You only know how to talk. We lick blood from our blades. Lam Hoan reached into his green robe. Simple. I'm here waiting for this. He pulls out a golden token, proof that he's a storyteller at Muzi Lu. Mengjian asks, what kind of work is this storytelling? Lin Huan hands out the cards and explains. This is a task I arranged long ago. The storyteller's pavilion spans everywhere, and within it, the storytellers are actually intelligence gatherers. Joining this organization will solve our intelligence problem. Of course, this isn't charity. I need you to identify our allies from the storytellers and develop more specialized intelligence. Mengjin frowns. Our ambition is to assassinate the court's henchmen. What ambition could ordinary people possibly have? Lin Huan smirks. That's easy. His expression instantly turned dark and profound. To assassinate the emperor, divide imperial power, and lead a revolution for the people to rule the country. The others were stunned, their mouths agape. Lin Huan turned to leave, saying it was almost time and he'd see them in the capital. Suddenly, Tang Qin spoke up. Wait. He looked at her and asked, what is it? She approached Lin Huan with a smile. Going back like that isn't convincing enough. And so, moments later, he returned with a bruised face, crying, General Dongyi, you must avenge me. With that, Lin Huan collapsed. This sinner was no match for Yinglu Yu Yue and was beaten. Tong Yi quickly ordered, Save him! He hastily urged them to summon a doctor to his residence, and moments later he was resting in bed as Dong Yi grumbled in annoyance. All right. Lin Huan came up with this idea, failed to gain merit, and made me lose face. He instructed the doctor to thoroughly check the injuries. Did he pretend to chase, feign injury on purpose, and slack off? The doctor respectfully listened. Yes, I will examine him thoroughly. Lin Huan opened one eye thinking, this wasn't a big deal, but this guy probably hates me now. Dongye said harshly that if he was faking his injuries for a reward, he would be thrown into the cold palace by Qian and Song. Lin Huan worried inwardly that the old eunuch was so ruthless. He thought, luckily, I have a strengthened body. But using the hand motion control mode to control the pulse, this acupoint closes. This meridian is temporarily unnecessary. Seal it, and this. After the doctor took Lin Huan's pulse, he rubbed his chin and pondered. This is really strange. The old man held scissors behind him with a murderous look. What's going on? He's faking it. The doctor is perplexed. This General Dong, even Dong Yi is starting to get anxious about his pulse. Speak quickly, the doctor said incredulously. According to the pulse, Lin Huan. His words stunned the old man, for he was speaking of a dead man. Suddenly he bolts upright. It's General Dong. Lin Huan clasped his hands. This all happened so suddenly, General Dong congratulates you. Seeing him like that, they were filled with questions. The next day, the officials gathered to discuss. Everyone, young and old, who came had to ask carefully, yes, I was classmates with old Leah, and Bai died by the sword. If they come to our door again, won't we all be finished? Suddenly, Lin Huan and Tong Ye entered the room. Esteemed officials, shouldn't you be resting? Those people seeing him arrive angrily questioned him. Lord Dong, you owe us an explanation. You're a military general. Why couldn't you protect us? Dong Yi pushed him forward. My subordinate, Lin Huan, will explain everything from beginning to end. Clearing his throat, Lin Huan said, please calm down, I'll explain everything. He recounted how days prior, Wu Yanshu, a trusted confidant of General Dong with keen insight, had discovered the Eagle faction in the neighboring province. They immediately knew that they were here to assassinate the court officials. Lam Huang fabricated a scene of himself being hunted down. On the way to Wu City to deliver the message with Lord Wu Yanshu, we fought a fierce battle and crushed their morale. Lord Wu was also injured as a result. He continued to fabricate the story, then General Dong's soldiers split into two groups. Wu Yanshu leads troops outside the city to prevent villains from attacking Yinglu and harming the people, while General Dong guards the pier to protect everyone. As for me, lacking military expertise, I served only as a liaison and secret agent. Lin Huan feigned distress. General Dong's inescapable trap at the docks not only caught the ambitious, but also deterred the ignorant. This plan was perfect, but I never imagined a woman was behind it, a seemingly harmless woman, seducing the ignorant masses. Heartbreaking, truly heartbreaking. Then he clapped his hands, signaling the others. Where is he? Bring in Lord Wu. Lin Huan pointed to the wounded Yen Shu lying on the stretcher. Everyone, Lord Wu was also tricked by those demons yesterday and seriously injured. The officials whispered amongst themselves, noting the brutality of the attack and the apparent effort he'd made. A truly painstaking performance by Lord Tong. After playing the sympathy card, he gave Dong Yi a thumbs up, completing the act, and the old man looked at him with satisfaction. A good job, Yanshu thought to himself. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Lin Huan cheered with joy, for though there were losses, they had crushed the Eagle Tower's conspiracy. This is the court's greatest victory against the Eagle faction in years, and it's all thanks to our esteemed General Dong. He laughs with satisfaction, knowing the Emperor will be pleased. Once I return to the court, I'll be sure to put in a good word for you all. Receiving this assurance, the officials bowed, saying they were in his debt. If General Dong needs anything in the future, I will risk my life to help. Dong Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. There's one more thing, one of them began, though I hesitate to mention it. Please, General Dong, speak your mind. He looked deeply troubled. The direct cause of this incident is my lack of troops. If I had enough, the villains wouldn't have had a chance to attack. Understanding nods filled the room as they reassured him. General Dong, worry not. Upon our return, we will petition the Emperor to grant you more soldiers. Yes, leave it to us. Lin Huan watched Dong Yi seize the opportunity to take command. Seizing power and increasing troops is indeed a good idea. He suddenly glances at him, thinking Lin Huan is a good stepping stone, worthy of future use, while Lin Huan's face darkens. That damned eunuch used me to climb the ranks, but I'll be sure to give him a proper welcome. Dongyo excitedly announced, Today, let's treat Agent Wu to wine at Moon Tower to celebrate his transport of the large stone statue. Everyone, follow the general's lead. Disgusted, Lin Huan slams the dossier, adding, The old ways of the feudal empire. This country is ruined beyond saving. All he does is cry. What have I done wrong? Sometime later, aboard a ship speeding through the water, he stood at the bow, gazing into the distance, pacing back and forth, finally heading for the capital. A cunning glint appeared in Lin Huan's eyes. It was the perfect time to settle some scores, but he paused, pulling a red silk cloth from his robes. What? Mortified, Lin Huan shakes his head, saying it's a mistake. This isn't it. It's Chao Luo's bodice. He pulls out a book titled Internal Energy Cultivation, Absorption, and Release. Yes, this is it. Lam Huan sits down, his entire body radiating a golden light. It's time to train. Meanwhile, at the Ning residence, Ba asks if there's any news about that kid. Lin Huan. Zilan scoffs, saying he seems to have become sworn brothers with the female chief in the mountain village. He smirked. Jealous? Who wouldn't like an outstanding man like Lin Huan? But you didn't seize your chance, and now you're just sitting here, envious. She puffs out her cheeks, denying any jealousy, but longing flickers in her eyes. She sadly asks, "Father was wrong. Should I secretly go to the capital to see him?" The scene at the capital's pier in the morning is bustling with the laughter and chatter of merchants. Stepping off the boat, Lin Huan stretched wearily, finally arriving in the capital. What a tiring boat ride. Unaware, young Master Wuzhi looked around, already prey to the thugs, and another fat sheep was ripe for the slaughter. They started by picking up the silver pouch and cheerfully striking up a conversation. "Hey, young master, you dropped this. This pouch of silver scraps must have fallen from your person." Lin Huan accepted the pouch in surprise. Wow, there really are a lot of good people in the capital. The purple-clad thug chats amiably, figuring the young master is from out of town and doesn't know where to go. The green-clad lackey chimes in, suggesting he eat and rest first, since the two brothers are familiar with the area and can show him around. "This way, please." They exchanged sly grins. The country bumpkin had fallen for their trap. "We'll lure him in and see what valuables he's carrying." He smirked, eyeing the weakling. "We won't have to worry about money for the brothel tonight." "You go first," he said with a knowing smile. "These two fools' scheme is obvious, but it's a good chance to test just how strong my entry-level internal energy is. Lin Huan said he'd meet here, so why isn't he here?" He looked towards the corner of the street and suddenly froze. Oh no, Lin Huan's been tricked. He's sure to suffer some pain. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes through the quiet streets. Startled, Achi looked towards the scream. It's over. It's over. They've already started so quickly? Suddenly, Lin Huan is seen single-handedly taking down two thugs, leaving them sprawled on the ground. He raises an eyebrow, pleased. "Huh? Aki, you're here?" A7 stammers in disbelief. When did you learn martial arts?" Lin Huan tossed him a bag of silver and instructed, "That's not important. The exam is in 3 days. As planned, you'll be my page. Let's go to the library to prepare." Akui caught the bag of silver, confused. "Be my page?" Cut to the serene Yunlu library, sunlight streaming through the cracks. Yunlin stroked his beard and slowly said, "Young Master Lin, the name Little Poetry Immortal is not in vain." Lin Huan gratefully replied, Yes. Thank you for your guidance. I will repay you in the future." Suddenly, a clumsy girl runs into him, and Lin Huan turns to see her flushed face in surprise. The girl was Juju, sitting dejectedly on the ground. Concerned, he bent down to ask, "Miss, are you hurt?" Juju startled, panicking. "Don't touch me." She then stood up, got close to Lin Huan's face, and said angrily, "A man and woman should not touch. Which school are you from? Are you with the outsiders?" How dare she act so presumptuously? Confused, he approached Yunlin and whispered, "Hey, what's going on?" She bumped into me, leaned in close, and now she's yelling at me. He calmly explained, "Young Master Lin, this is Miss Juju, a teacher at Yunlu Academy. She's nearsighted and has to get close to see things, so she often bumps into people." Hearing this, Lin Huan imagined her in business attire. "So that's it, a nearsighted female teacher. I'm familiar with that." He turned serious, clasped his hands, and bowed. "I am Lin Huan, here to take the imperial exam. I have long heard of the Yunlu Academy and have come to pay my respects." Chuju looked pleased. "So it wasn't those guys then?" Lin Huan wondered who she was talking about. She was indignant. "A bunch of boorish martial artists block the door every day to express their admiration. How could I accept them?" He shrugged and sighed, so the marriage proposals were blocking the door, leaving no way out. Shuru gazed into the distance with worry. "These martial artists have been ruining my mood for days. I hope nothing happens to the supervisor in 3 days." Lin Huan was taken aback. "Huh? An inspector? Don't worry, I have a way to deal with these guys." With a confident smile, Lin Huan says he'll solve this headache for Chuju, but she quickly warns him. "No, we're scholars. We shouldn't. Be careful of Li Gong, that martial artist might hit you." Yunlin looked helpless as she warned, "Little Poetry Immortal, don't act rashly." He stood before the soldiers, full of arrogance. "Aki, give me the brush. I'll teach these boorish martial artists a lesson." Hearing this, the soldiers of Dongcheng burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha, did I hear that right? He intends to teach us a lesson with a pen." Then, Lin Huan picks up the pen and writes a word on his hand. "I am a scholar, and I believe in the power of virtue." He held out his hand with a gentle smile. "Can you see my virtue?" Seeing the character for virtue on Lin Huan's hand, the 3 soldiers were shocked and horrified as he and Aki approached them closely. They then began to fight each other as the soldiers desperately begged, "Sir, please stop. We were wrong." After a moment, Lin Huan stopped and asked, "So, this is what it means to win people over with virtue." The three men painfully clasped their hands in submission. "Yes, yes, yes, your great kindness and virtue we will never forget in our lives." He closed his eyes, turned away, and waved them off. "Get lost." They watched Lin Huan's back with anger. "He dares to provoke even the capital's guards. Let's go report to the boss." His face was filled with resentment. These people would soon learn how foolish it was to provoke those under the emperor's city. As night falls, moonlight illuminates the delightful moon pavilion. Inside, courtesans dance gracefully, their silk robes flowing to the sound of music. Two young women sat on Dong Yi's lap, sweetly coaxing him. "General, drink up," they said with gentle smiles. "General, do you think I'm pretty?" Lin Huan glared at him, disgusted by his depravity, worse than an animal. "I really shouldn't have come here. This place truly is hell. However, he's happily embracing another girl, while I, Lin Huan, am the bodhisattva. If I don't go to hell, who will?" Just then, someone arrived, bursting into laughter. With a smug look on his face, Liu Xing enters. "Am I late to the party?" Tong Yi bursts into laughter as he introduces them. "Perfect timing. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Huan, the poet laureate Lin, my new right-hand man. And this is Liu Xing, the current empress's younger brother, the junior uncle of the nation." He stood up and greeted him politely, saying he had long admired him, and that the esteemed imperial Uncle Liu was indeed a rare talent. He sat down at the table, laughing heartily. "You sure know how to talk. We're all brothers here. Just call me Liu." Lin Huan watched them, smiling, secretly sizing them up. This eunuch Dong not only sucks up to the emperor, but he also doesn't spare the empress and the imperial uncle. And this young imperial uncle is a talent, too. Despite his noble status, he's not arrogant, unlike other privileged descendants. Suddenly, Liu Xing looked at him curiously. "I heard that this Lin Huan is a poet, but I don't understand poetry. I prefer to hear old stories. Do you have any old war stories you can tell me?" Lin Huan's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, so he's a fan of warriors too. No wonder he's being toyed with by eunuch Dong." His eyes now fixed on the sword at Liu Xing's side, Lin Huan rose and cleared his throat. "Have you, Royal Uncle Liu, ever heard of tunnel warfare?" he asked, excitedly curious. "Tell me about tunnel warfare, quickly, and call me Little Liu, those other names are awful." He smiled warmly as he recounted the tale of a small village, filled only with the old, weak, sick, and disabled, who couldn't escape an invasion by a foreign race and had to save themselves, thus inventing tunnel warfare. At that moment, Liu Xing's eyes lit up with interest, and he repeatedly slammed the table in praise. Yes, the tunnel warfare is indeed brilliant." Dong Yi stood up, hand on his chin, analyzing that this tunnel warfare seemed worth a try. With a beaming face, Lin Huan, arm around a singer, excitedly listed guerrilla warfare, sparrow warfare, attrition warfare, and mobile warfare, pushing the girl away, unconcerned. "All right, hurry up, Brother Lin, tell us more." He raised his wine glass with a grin. "It seems Liu Go's Xiao Liu is very interested in war and martial arts, and Liu Xing excitedly agrees." "Right. Can you tell the Imperial Guards? I'm the chief manager. They're all my men." Outside Lucky Moon Pavilion, Xiao Liu looked inside, wondering, "Are you sure that Lin Huan, the one who beat people, is here?" His men were certain. "Boss, I swear I saw him go to the top floor, so I rushed back to report." Hearing this, he was very pleased. "Good, let's go. Let's show him what happens when you cross us." His men chimed in, flattering him. "The boss is mighty. The boss is mighty." Xiao Liu led his men as they kicked down the door and stormed in. "Which one of you is Lin Huan? Step forward." Hearing the door open, Liu Xing turned with a cold face, only for him and his men to freeze in disbelief. Why was the imperial father-in-law here? Lin Huan points to himself, confused. The royal guard says, "Xiao Liu, you're looking for me?" Terrified, Xiao Liu immediately knelt down, clasping his hands in apology, saying he was there to beg for Lord Lin's forgiveness. "I deeply apologize for my offenses yesterday. I deserve 1,000 deaths." He put his arm around him, laughing. "My men are still lacking. I hope you'll forgive them." "Little Liu, this is my brother Lin. Take good care of him." He and his men nodded in confusion. Yes, of course. "Brother Lin, Lin's business is my business." Lu Xiang waved his hand and sighed. "If there's nothing else, get lost. Don't bother me listening to stories." Then little Liu stepped out, his subordinates wearing puzzled expressions. "Boss, what's the deal?" "So, did Lin. He beg us to spare his life? one of them chuckled. Ha ha! Once our boss makes a move, no matter who they are, they'll be begging for forgiveness, he snapped, hitting each of their heads. You think he'd apologize? That was me, you idiots. He almost got me fired and sent home, maybe even beaten to a pulp. Then Xiaoliu turned and stormed off, leaving his crying subordinates behind. Looking up at the sky, he knew Lin Hua, no, Lord Lin, was not someone they could afford to offend. Inside the moon tower, Liu Xing praises with a beaming smile. Brother Lin, your knowledge is truly vast. I've never heard of these things. Impressive, impressive. Then Red approached, raising his eyebrows playfully. So, come with me to the shuttlecock training tomorrow. Lin Huan was bewildered. Badminton? Why badminton? Liu Xing's expression tightens. This is deeply connected to the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration, a revelation that made him break out in a cold sweat. Ah, a morning on the grounds. A bustling crowd gathers. Great kick. Catch it. Wang Long excitedly juggles the shuttlecock amidst cheers. His Majesty is wise. The cheers grew louder as he successfully kicked the ball into the net. Your Majesty is wise. Long live Your Majesty. A girl in pink approached with a towel, praising him. Your Majesty, allow me to wipe your brow. But Wang Long, indifferent, snatched the cloth from her hand. He scratched his head and walked away, leaving the girl in a daze. My soccer skills are unmatched. No one can defeat me. Her expression couldn't help but turn despondent. The Emperor spends every day singing and dancing, appreciating rare stones, and doesn't even glance at us beauties in the harem. It's hopeless. The palace's tranquility is shattered by shouts. Make way for the Imperial Guard. Move aside. All those not involved, move aside. In the carriage, Liu Xing casually discussed the matter. So, the Emperor loves playing football so much. If we present a spectacular match for the Empress Dowager's birthday, wouldn't that bring great joy to the Emperor? This is a rare opportunity. Lin Huan listened intently, absorbing the information. He glanced aside, thinking that if this Emperor were in modern times, he'd probably be a high-quality idol rapping about soccer. He wondered just how beautiful little Liu's sister was to have gained such favor. She must be like a fairy descended from the heavens. Arriving at their destination, he stepped out of the carriage, stretching contentedly. We're here. The Imperial Guard's Kuju team trains here. A group of soldiers rushed over to complain. Lord Liu, you've finally arrived. Lord Liu, you must help us. Hearing this, Liu Xing sighed wearily. Did you lose the training grounds again because you couldn't master the skills? The soldiers looked fearful. We can't say that, sweat beading on their faces. It's not just that we're not as skilled. We're not even people, Lin Huan chuckled. I see. Sir Liu brought me here to train your soccer team. It's embarrassing to ask, but as you can see, it might be too late to train them. So I just need you to come up with ideas, like those unconventional tactics to help my team draw, or at least not lose too badly. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The competition was fierce, and if he wanted to improve their strength quickly, Lin Huan leaned in, a sly look on his face. Then there's only one way. Wait a moment. He approached the bustling crowd. Everyone, just wait a moment. The gold-armored soldiers sneered. What? What's this? Still trying to resist? You have no chance of winning. Just wait until the Queen Mother's birthday and you'll face utter defeat. The opposing orange-clad soldiers retorted smugly. We were just letting you win earlier. You really think you can beat us? Fine, let's bet on it. 100 taels of silver each. What do you say? Zhuge turned back, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. So, free silver then. Deal. An old man stepped forward and said, Then allow me to be the referee. Begin. Lin Huang smiled, analyzing the shuttlecock match, a scoring format like volleyball. The footwork is more like soccer, and in this non-contact sport, there's only one way to improve. As the ball is tossed into the air, all eyes are glued to it. A member of the orange team slams the shuttlecock with their hand, prompting the yellow team to quickly complain to the referee. Huh? Are you serious? He cheated. He used his hands. The old man examines with his magnifying glass. This round doesn't count. Another round. Then Zhuge angrily kicks the ball away, showing them what a real serve looks like. Tiger style. Suddenly, his face contorted in pain. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and he collapsed, clutching his leg. Seeing this, his teammates pointed, crying foul, accusing the other team of cheating. Team Orange is furious, yelling foul. Are they just sore losers? The referee penalizes them, claiming they're smearing our name, leaving the old man caught between the two teams utterly bewildered. What now? Liu Xiang looked worriedly at Lin Huan, so the only way to improve their score was to foul. I don't think that's a good idea. He calmly explains. No, you've got it wrong. Provoking the opponent is just Pham Loy's way, the real method. Lin Huan analyzes that this is a game of changing the rules and the format. His face suddenly pales in realization. To win against the Moonlit Assembly, they must secretly alter the shuttlecock competition to their advantage. His expression went blank. Wait, who did you say the opponent was again? Moonlight Society. The tension between the two sides was palpable, as if they could tear each other apart at any moment. Lin Huan points at the group before him in disbelief. Isn't the Moonlit Union supposed to be the pinnacle of the martial world? Why are they playing hacky sack? Lu Xiang awkwardly replies that there are some reasons he'd rather keep private. He recalled that after pacifying the Jianghu, the Moonlit Union became the only force not controlled by the royal family. To prevent these martial artists from causing trouble, they were given idle tasks and unimportant official positions. He smirked, imagining Sun Wukong as a stable boy. I see, so they want Sun Wukong to be a stable boy? That's an old trick. Lu Xiang clenched his fist, grinding his teeth in anger. They were playing kickball to cause a commotion before the emperor. Their goal is to humiliate the royal guard, weaken their position, and perhaps even replace them with the Moonlit Assembly to increase their own power and profits. Brother Lin, you're incredibly talented. You have to help me. Lin Huan rested his chin, looking serious. Don't count on me. I can't beat them. But secretly, he was already plotting his own scheme. After a moment's thought, Lin Huan cleared his throat coldly. Ahem. I have something to say. Please listen quietly. Everyone is here to play Kuju to make the Empress Dowager smile and the Emperor happy. I have a plan. He held a ball, a confident look on his face. Has anyone here ever heard of football? Both sides stared in astonishment. Soccer, they wondered. The name sounds simple enough. Maybe it's like shuttlecock? Then, Lin Huan takes off his coat and strides forward. Let me show you all how it's done. He immediately demonstrates, shocking the soldiers. With incredible agility, Lin Huan controlled the ball, leaping into the air before the stunned soldiers. The players from both Tongyi teams were stunned, mouths agape, while Liu Xing broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe what he was seeing. Such a thing was even possible. If you have the skill, use it. If not, use your body. If you have neither, use tactics. The principle is simple. This soccer is seemingly more complex than shuttlecock, but far more interesting. That's the true meaning of soccer, and it can reap countless benefits. His expression was blank with incomprehension. Brother Lin, what benefits are there? He whispered, covering his mouth. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing was shocked and panicked. What? Sponsored betting? A tournament? A tournament? He then confidently placed his hand on Lin Huan's shoulder. I understand now, though not completely, but I'll listen to you. He smiled, pointing forward. Look, they can't resist starting the game. At this moment, the players from both teams fiercely fought for the ball. The orange team member dove head first, their eyes filled with determination. Iron headbutt, Lin Huan said excitedly, book in hand. Everyone, here is my exclusive soccer technique. Soon, everyone gathered around him. One move costs 5 silver coins, and a tactic costs 20. A curved free kick technique is 30 silver coins. Don't panic, with enough money anything is possible. Lu Xing excitedly ran over, pointing at himself. I want to see if there's a unique move for me too. Lin Huan chuckled. Yes, I have a move here called bottom of the barrel. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. You! His face panicked as he pointed a condemning finger at Lin Huan. You truly have no shame. Suddenly, they look at each other and burst into laughter. But I like it. Just then, a hand touched Lin Huan's shoulder. Hello? He turns back, bewildered. Huh? What's going on? It's Zhe, looking serious. I am Zhug, from the Moonlit Association. I couldn't help but overhear your insightful words. Would you mind explaining the details of this football tournament's sponsorship to me? Hearing this, he smiled brightly. So, the Moonlit Assembly are indeed martial artists, skilled with keen ears and eyes, able to hear even the quietest whispers. So, you want a piece of the pie too? In an instant, the three huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Chu and Liu Xing exchanged a worried glance. Here it comes. He clasped his hands together, his eyes serious. I am humbled. I am humbled. If this succeeds, it will be a monumental event in the martial world for centuries to come. Lin Huan smugly crosses his arms. It wasn't hard to get Mingyu hooked. Lu Xing puts all his strength into his leg, kicking the ball with great momentum. The ball soared into the distance, when suddenly a shout echoed. Watch out! But then, someone raises a hand, stopping the ball in its tracks. It lands squarely in Lin Huan's grasp, a smug smile playing on his lips. It's nothing. I have goalkeeper gloves. What's this to me? Lu Xing said excitedly. Lin Huan, you've finally arrived. "What have you been up to these past few days?" He pointed to where the boxes had been placed, saying it was all for their benefit. As the others gathered around, their eyes lit up with excitement. Inside the boxes are identical sets of jerseys and shoes. Lin Huan explains that the deerskin soccer shoes have strong traction, perfect for running on grass. The basketball jerseys are made with sweat-wicking cotton and breathable perforations, keeping you cool, comfortable, and stylish. The others are excited to receive their new gifts. One guy shouts, "Give me a pair of soccer shoes." Another says, "I want shin guards. They're good for soccer and kicking ass." Liu Xiang approaches, puts his arm around him, and smiles. "Not bad, Lin Huan. You're making money off me." With a gleeful look, Lin Huan said, "I wouldn't dare. I was just afraid your men would get hurt, so I spent time researching this." Suddenly, Luo Qingtian's voice echoed from outside the gate. "Who dares stand in my way? Taste my earth-shattering power." Their playful banter is cut short as they exchange glances, and Aru, enraged, shoves the guards away. Her eyes blazing with fury, she clenched her fists. "Liu Xing, come out here now." Hearing this, he wondered, "Liu Xing is your enemy, but he ran away at some point without you even knowing." Lin Huan realized helplessly it seemed that was the case. He smiled eagerly, pondering how much his inner strength had improved, then raised a taunting finger. "Come on." A rushes forward in a frenzy as I stand ready, unmoving as a mountain with the Bajiquan stance. As she closed in, Lin Huan spun around and sent her flying with a back thrust. A mountain crash. A moment later, he was stunned, scratching his head in confusion. "Huh? This doesn't feel right. It was too easy. Am I too strong?" Anyo was sent flying, landing with tear-filled eyes and flushed cheeks before she covered her face and burst into sobs. Ugh. He stared blankly at Aru, who was now sobbing. "What's going on here? I threw one punch." Out of nowhere, Liu Xiang covered his mouth and whispered, "My mistake. I forgot to tell you who she is. She's the current empress and she's my sister's maid." Hearing this, Lin Huan froze in shock while he rubbed his forehead. "Moreover, I ran away because my sister is too formidable." Then, he snapped back to reality and looked at the group of people. It turns out these guards weren't fighting seriously because they didn't want trouble. Now composed, she pointed angrily. "Liu Xing, your sister is looking for you, and you too, whoever you are, come with me to see the Empress." He smiled brightly, tugging at Lin Huan's sleeve. "My sister is too much to handle. Thankfully, you're coming with me." His expression was filled with worry. "I'll go with you. I haven't provoked anyone." Soon the three of them arrived beneath a rooftop. "Ah, acting all high and mighty, so you're Lin Huan, the famed little poet who also hits women. If the maids are like this, then this empress must be a fearsome old hag." Suddenly someone lightly approaches the three of them. "So this is the esteemed empress. Not only beautiful, but with a benevolent air about her." Lin Huan's eyes widened as he gazed up at her, his cheeks flushing red. Liu Xing looked displeased. "Sister, what's this about? Being a royal guard must keep you very busy." But Ngok slowly raised her teacup and said calmly, "Can I only call for you when there's something to do?" She gently closed her eyes, revealing her curved eyelashes, then took a sip of tea. Lin Huan looked embarrassed, but inside he was crying. What a waste of resources, that dog emperor. She set down her teacup, looking at him with a questioning frown. "But you dared to hit my maid." At this point, Lin Huan was still dazed and drooling. Seeing this, Liu Ying poked his shoulder, waking him up. "Hey, ask again." Startled, Lin Huan hastily replied, Huh? Oh. Ru Yu glared at him, her eyes filled with anger. "Lin Huan, do you know what you did wrong?" Lin Huan sighed and calmly folded his arms. "Oh, I don't use that." Then, raising his hand high, he said clearly, "At that time, Ah Ru was so heroic and imposing. I knew she was no ordinary person, and I even mistook her for a wandering female knight from somewhere. I only intervened to stop her assassination attempt on our beautiful queen. I fought with all I had because she was so skilled, and I was determined to stop her at any cost." Hearing this, she blushed and smiled shyly. "This kid's got a silver tongue," she scoffed. "A chivalrous hero, I think not." He frowned, thinking, "Calling me kid when you're only 2 years older than me." Suddenly, Liu Xing turned and asked, "Sister, what's the rush today?" She said softly, "What else could it be?" As Ru Yudian peeled a grape, she explained that the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet was coming up, and ordinary gifts wouldn't do. "You're not exactly well informed, so let me ask you something." Lu Huang pointed at Lam Huan. "Well, didn't I bring the little poetry prodigy Lin Huan?" When it comes to appearances, you need someone with a cultural background to step up. He paused, wondering, are they trying to sell me off? She put a finger to her lips and requested, Lin Huan, try writing a poem here. Hearing this, he was stunned, thinking, these poems I memorized are all from collections. I really don't know how to write one. I should have saved a few. Besides, how can I write a poem for an old woman? I can't do it. Sweat dripped down Lin Huan's face as he calculated, it seems I can only recall some short verses to deal with this for now. In an instant, he regained his confidence, placed his hand on his chest, and recited, her innate beauty cannot be concealed. Once chosen to serve at the king's side, a single glance, 100 charms are born. The 6 palaces, painted faces pale in comparison. As Jade's expression sparkled with surprise, what would happen next? Contrary to expectations, Lin Huan's verse fell flat, leaving everyone deflated. An incomplete poem, rough around the edges, frustrating, ah-roo. Humph. This poem might work for a young woman, but don't you think it's too ordinary for the Empress Dowager? She gently rested her chin on her hand. Never mind, I won't make it difficult for you. Why don't you write a poem for me? Ruyu's captivating beauty nearly made him faint. Beautiful, I've got it. I remember a poem. Lin Huan was suddenly full of energy. Her face like a flower, her dress like a cloud, spring breeze caressing the dew-kissed petals. He smiled, opening his hand. If we don't meet at the Jade Mountain Summit, we'll meet under the moon at Jiao Terrace. He then quickly turned and left with an awkward smile, saying, this poetry immortal is leaving now. I'm slipping. I really don't have any more stock. Seeing this, Lu Xing hurriedly followed. Hey, wait for me, I'll see you next time. She sat alone at the table, embarrassed, her jade-like face flushed red as she muttered to herself, that kid is really something, daring to write such a love poem. At that moment, A-Ki stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall when a familiar figure approached. He spoke up. Brother Lin, you're here. Lin Huan sighed wearily, finally escaping those 2 siblings. He smiled gently. That's right. This is your reward. I remember all your achievements. The more you do, the more you get. A-Ki's eyes lit up. The reward, I won't be shy then. He then asked how things were going. He was excited. Everything was going smoothly, and he had secretly connected all the links from Ning City to the capital. Plus, we could take over the porcelain market here. Lin Huan approached and put his arm around Aiqi's shoulder to gather with Daying Lu. They're now storytellers in the Purple Pavilion, so the intelligence network can begin operations. He looks serious, saying it's already been done. Then, turning to leave, he instructs them to keep an eye on market trends everywhere, because it's time to start doing something truly big. Then, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight, A7 said happily, scratching his head as a reminder. Brother Lim, you haven't forgotten your exam tomorrow, have you? Hearing this, Lim Huan was shocked. He turned away, clearing his throat. Ahem, how could I forget official business? And besides, what time is it tomorrow? The next day, the atmosphere in the examination hall was lively as Lin Huan slowly entered. Inside, the candidates exchanged greetings. Greetings, Scholar Li. I wish you success. Greetings, Scholar Zhou. I hope for your guidance in the future. Lin Huan frowned, deep in thought. The Metropolitan exam was the 3rd level of testing, and those who passed the first 2 were called tribute scholars. The first-ranked Gongshi is called the Jurin, and a fierce determination ignites within him. After I get first place, it's on to the palace exam. Lam Huan couldn't help but chuckle, imagining himself in official robes. Next comes a life of officialdom, rising to the peak of success. He smirked confidently, doubting anyone could outshine him. Having been forged in the fires of Binduong's high school graduation exams, no one can stand against me. Suddenly, Lin Huan's eyes fell upon the pen of a candidate beside him. Huh? What's inside that writing brush? That scholar slowly opened the pen, revealing a piece of paper inside, which he immediately pulled out. It was the answer key. Lin Huan was stunned. They were cheating so openly? He glanced around the room, noticing some were cheating with notes hidden in their shoes, while others dressed as women to write answers on their legs. Lin Huan thought angrily, more than 80% of the candidates are cheating. And judging by the content, they must have obtained the questions in advance. It turns out, I'm the most naive and virtuous one here. He recalled the power network of the court officials. Eunuch Dong may be favored, but his power is only useful within the court. Outside the court, Eunuch Tong's influence and resources paled in comparison to those officials with real power. After some thought, Lin Huan quietly left the examination hall. It seems relying on Eunuch Dong's connections to pass the exam won't work. I have to save myself. Approaching the city wall, he stealthily surveys his surroundings. Making sure he wasn't followed, Lin Huan quickly jumped over the wall, calling out in a hushed voice, "A key over here!" He was surprised to see Lin Huan, who rushed over and whispered something that shocked AC. "What?" He looked at Lin Huan with suspicion. "So Eunuch Tong didn't give you the answers or help you?" He waved his hand helplessly. "No." It seems Eunuch Tong's influence truly doesn't reach the examination hall controlled by Guan Wen, leading AKI to imagine bizarre scenarios. "How am I supposed to help you? Should I fly a kite and drop the answers from the sky?" Lin Huan quickly chimed in, "Maybe, if you're not afraid to die." He quickly backtracks and offers another idea. "Why not just steal someone else's test and put your name on it?" Lam Huan disagreed. Those who dared to cheat like that must have powerful backers, and changing someone else's secret code would be easily discovered. Lin Huan sighs, realizing that in this imperial city, he can no longer afford to offend others or be as arrogant as before. Suddenly, they spot Ningbo carrying something in his arms. A7 blankly asks, "Huh?" That person looked like an examiner. Lin Huan immediately runs ahead. "I have an idea. Just wait here for orders." At that moment, he was still bewildered. "Uh-huh. What's this for?" he asked, approaching Ningbo with a sudden soft and flattering tone. "Teacher, someone's cheating." Achi was a little confused. Wasn't reporting someone just asking for trouble? Inside the exam room, most of the candidates had finished their papers, and one lay listlessly saying, "Why isn't the proctor here yet? I have to go to Land Bridge to hear the singing later. And why does this exam room stink so much?" Just then, footsteps grew louder as someone approached with a stack of papers. The examinees quickly returned to their serious composure, thinking, "Here it comes. I'm claiming the top spot." Lin Huan, disguised as Ningbo, lowered his voice. "Just focus on the exam rules and I won't make things difficult. After all, I'm not a bad guy." He stroked his beard, trying to look natural. The examination room was filled with tension once more, as Lin Huan pretended to walk around, his eyes constantly observing. He approached a candidate's paper and nodded to himself. "Oh, so that's how it is." The examinee panics as the proctor stares intently at him, constantly scrutinizing his work. Suddenly, Lin Huan approached the student, lifted his hand, and said, "Let me see." Seeing the examiner's serious demeanor, the student was suddenly moved. What was going on? "He's implying it's me. No need to worry, you can let go. Dr. Wang is really looking out for me, even sending an examiner to help." He looks at Lin Huan with grateful eyes, a truly touching moment. "Thank you." He was ecstatic, secretly laughing to himself, never having copied so perfectly. Suddenly, a beautiful girl walked in. Lin Huan's mouth dropped in surprise. Juju was patrolling the exam. He quickly got up and tried to sneak away, his heart pounding with fear. He was scared to death, like when the head teacher used to appear at the window. Suddenly, she spoke, making Lin Huan jump. "Mr. Ning, if I recall, you're in charge of this exam room, right?" he stammered, turning around. "That's right, I'm the proctor. I'm Mr. Ning." Juju slowly approached, her eyes probing. "Mr. Ning, why are you trembling? And your voice is so different." "Is she sick?" Lin Huan suddenly remembered as she kept staring at him. He forgot that Juju was extremely nearsighted. He coughed softly, saying he'd caught a slight cold. Juju looks at the empty space below and gently reminds him, "Huh? There's still one candidate missing from this important exam." Just then, a voice came from outside the door. "This must be the room." Hearing the voice, Lin Huan ducks down to hide behind a chair. "No way? Another person I can't expose. I'll hide." She frowned suspiciously. "Who are you?" The man clasped his hands in a salute. "I am Liu Xing, captain of the Imperial Guard." Juju asks suspiciously, "Why are the Imperial Guards here when they're only responsible for security around the examination hall?" Liu Xiang honestly replied, "I have a friend named Lin Huan who's taking the exam today, so I came to visit." It was then that the two realized the gravity of the situation. My good friend Lin Huan didn't show up. Her eyes blazed with anger. Could the royal guards be retaliating, preventing Lin Huan from taking the exam? He frowned in suspicion. This is truly a rebellion. My subordinates disobeying me and harming my brothers. I must find them and ask why. Juju quickly turned to leave, saying she'd contact the headmaster and asked Liu Zhang to watch over the ailing Mr. Ning at the exam. Liu Zhang gestured, promising to deal with those guys when he got back. Suddenly, he appeared right behind him, startling Liu Xing, who frantically looked around. "You guys? This." Lin Huan calmly looks at him. "That's right, I was born to be a supervisor." Liu Sheng immediately understood and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Lin Ning, I admire you. You are definitely the greatest genius of all time." With a sly grin, he said, "I'll keep watch outside for you." Time's up, everyone. Time's up, everyone, he says, holding the stack of papers. Lu Xing, standing beside him, couldn't help but laugh at his busy appearance. After collecting the papers, he frantically copied, "Brother Lin, are you really a genius?" Lin Huan finished and placed his paper in the middle of the stack. "No problem. Help me take these tests back to the main academy later, and I'll take you to the most famous pleasure house around here to celebrate our victory with music and girls." Remembering the beauties who would soon fall into his arms, Lin Huan couldn't contain his excitement. A bright new life awaits. On the way, a coachman waits for someone inside as Lu Xing, sitting in his carriage, excitedly raises a finger, saying that all the men in the city are fighting to get into this new brothel. Hearing this, Lin Huan blushed with excitement. A brothel worth fighting over. Could it be a peerless beauty? He scratched his face sheepishly, unsure. "Actually, I've never been to one before," he says, covering his face in embarrassment. Suddenly, the carriage comes to a screeching halt. Lin Huan and Liu Hing were startled. He lifted the curtain and asked the driver what was happening. His expression is troubled. "Boss, see for yourself." Outside, a crowd swarms, making it impossible for the carriage to pass. Seeing this, Lu Xing steps down, suggesting they walk and see what all the fuss is about. Lin Huan stroked his chin, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Meanwhile, a young man pushed through the crowd, shouting, "Let me in! No business keeps its doors closed." The boy in green followed, asking why he couldn't enter, saying he had plenty of money. Luni stood at the door, embarrassed, and raised her hand to stop them. "I'm sorry, everyone, really sorry, but Moonlit Pavilion is members only, and you can only enter if you're introduced by a member or are a top winner in poetry, calligraphy, or painting." Tingfeng approaches with a confident air. "I was a member of last year's poetry competition. Does Tingfeng really need to prove his talent to you?" Just then, Anju rushed ahead, grabbing his hand and pulling him along. "Z, let's just go in. I don't believe they can stop us. My uncle is a high-ranking court official." As he hurried away, he was suddenly blocked by a muscular figure. The two looked up, stunned to see two tall youths frowning at them, while Lu Ni, standing between them, pointed up and said, "Our guards are from the most powerful escort agency, Mingji, so I hope you won't barge in. It wouldn't be good if you got hurt." One of them effortlessly made his pecs dance, and Anchu watched in wide-eyed amazement. "Wow, those are some huge pecs." Din Fong, who was standing behind him, was also shocked. "Those pecs are huge, as big as my head, and they can jiggle too." Just then, Liu Xing arrived and wondered, "What's going on here? Is Moon Viewing Tower so hard to get into?" He turned around to see the guy behind him adjusting his clothes. "Lin Huan, why don't you recite a poem so we have a better chance?" he said casually as he approached. "No need, let's just go in." And Chu frowned sarcastically at that. "It seems he's about to be taken down by this muscle-bound man." Tingfeng snickered. "Ha ha, no way you're getting in." With a radiant smile, Luke Ni gestured for them to enter. "Welcome, young masters. Allow me to escort you inside." She then led the two inside the Moonwood Pavilion, the slamming doors causing the rejected youths to frown in anger. Outside, angry shouts erupted from those who were denied entry. On what grounds? Could they be the so-called members? Unlikely. That's right, they got in without doing anything, while we have to wait outside, and it's not fair. Soon after, Lu Ni led the two into a grand and luxurious room. Lu Xing put his hand on his chin, curious. "Brother Lin, did you secretly become a member?" She covered her mouth and giggled in response. "Of course not." Hearing this, Lin Huan crossed his arms, pleased. "I'm the boss." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he stared in shock at the figure sitting in front of him, giving orders with one leg crossed. For the first time, he's pulling out all the stops, and soon, beautiful women appear, dancing to the music. Liu Xiang stared at them, blushing. Lin Huan glanced over, pleased that he was broadening little Liu's horizons, showing him what true entertainment really was. Inside the grand hall of the Moonwood Pavilion, many guests were already whispering amongst themselves. Liu Xiang looked at them in a daze, realizing what true entertainment was. "What do you mean? This is too extravagant." Lin Huan glanced over with a smile and started walking, as Luer curtsied and smiled gently. "Yes, the golden curtains on the stage are slowly raised. One of them is confused, huh? What's going on? Why are they drawing the curtains?" The man on the chair chuckled with glee, thinking darkness made his work easier. "Ha ha!" Suddenly the lights go out and a spotlight shines on the stage as soft, melodious music begins to play. In the next moment, a girl stood center stage, the focus of everyone's attention. "Dear guests, I am your little sweetie. Now, prepare yourselves for our performance." "Gee, Flower, what is that outfit? It looks like simple pants, but it's anything but ordinary." "Liao." Shang perked up, intrigued. Was this the highlight of the day? Was this their troupe? Lin Huan winked. It's only just beginning. Keep watching. Then a parade of beauties appeared, and the audience below erupted in cheers. The girl with the blunt bangs beams extending her hand. You love me, I love you. The Wood Moon Girl group is truly beautiful, and the young men below can't hide their flushed faces. Another girl winks sweetly. You love me, I love you. Esteemed guests, we love you. Hearing those words from such beauties, even the bravest of young men nearly fainted from the heart-stopping charm. The girls smile radiantly, introducing themselves. We are the Mu Yue Girl group. The girl in the green dress blushes shyly. Senior brother, don't you remember me? It's your childhood junior sister, Ngok. The platinum-haired beauty asked softly, Little brother, how about your big sister Rong Rong teaches you some adult things today? Another girl playfully makes a heart. Oh dear, if your wife finds out about us, won't she beat you? Unlike me, all I know is heartache for my brother. Meanwhile, the other girls smiled charmingly, showing off their beauty. Esteemed guests, don't forget about us. Below, young men couldn't tear their eyes away from the beauties showing off their charms. A young man clenches his fist excitedly. I'm her senior, I want the junior sister. The person next to him blushes. I'd do anything for you, sister. Another man offered a stack of cash. I'll pay whatever it takes to be with Enoch. Another man chimed in, laughing gleefully. Sister Rong, come whip me. I'll give you all my money. Suddenly, a masked figure appears from above. Don't be hasty, everyone. The Moonlit Women's Troupe does not engage in such activities. She announces the rules of this establishment. The Moonlit Women's Troupe will not be sold to anyone, nor will we entertain guests with drinks. Liao Xiang's eyes lit up as she looked at her, exclaiming, So beautiful. When did such a beauty appear in the capital? Lin Huan, you really know how to hide a treasure. You even got upset when I offered to buy her. So, what do you do for a living? I happen to like Ngok. I've made up my mind. I'll pay for it. He turned and extended his hand. That's right. How else would we make money if we didn't sell? This place is membership-based. How could we stay afloat without regular customers? He stood opposite the red-dressed beauty, smiling gently. Lingji slowly lifts the curtain, saying that supporting Anoch and our Mokmuet girl group is actually very simple. Then she turns and smiles, inviting you to see. These are jars of wine displayed together, leaving the others surprised that it's all wine. Lin Huan smiled, amused. Only alcohol is true love. In the tavern, glittering lights reflected off the beautiful faces of the women greeting customers. Ling Xu, clutching a jar of wine, explains that each purchase allows you to vote for your favorite girl group member, prompting an angry outburst. What do I need this for? What's the point of voting? I only need a you to be my love. She smiled. Well, not necessarily. The lights shone down, highlighting the beautiful faces below. Above them were 48 potential members of the upcoming debut performance of the Moonlit Troupe. Link continued. Each week, the Moonlit Troupe will hold selection performances, and the rankings will be based on the number of votes each person receives. Those with low rankings will be eliminated, while the top 9 will debut as the first members of the Moonlit Girl group. Ngok lowered her head, tears welling up. Senior brother Ngok has no votes, and we may never see her again. She's preparing to say goodbye. He paused, stunned by the news. My Ayu didn't hesitate. He pulled out a banknote. Here. Give me 5 jars first. You get a vote, I get a vote. Quickly let Ayu perform on the spot. The crowd below the hall began to clamor along. My Dung can't leave. I'll offer 10 jars. And is the host even considered a girl group? Here's 5 jars for her. Someone generously offered 100 jars for Chen Qian, and Lin Huan's eyes lit up instantly. A man who truly cares wouldn't be so stingy. 5 bottles. He turns around, startled, and stammers, Who's stingy? I'll warm things up first, then I'll buy 10. No, 20. Dung quickly put on a flattering act, realizing she had no hope of outperforming Ken Ken and Yu. The crowd below immediately panicked. No, Sister Rong, please. This is too much. There's no way you could drink all that wine. He crossed his arms calmly, saying that Mu Yuelo wasn't going anywhere, so buying the wine and leaving it there would be fine. Liu Xing immediately chimed in, adding that the wine was, indeed, quite good. Before the astonished eyes of many, Lin Huan approached her. Dung, how about I buy you 100 jars and become your fan club president? The crowd below was stunned. Fan club president? He nodded, slowly explaining. Each member of the girl group has their own support group. The president can organize support activities and even have close contact with the beauty. Those words piqued the interest of that customer. Brother, don't laugh like that. If I were the president of Rong Rong's fan club, I'd order another 150 jars of wine. Lin Huan chuckled inwardly. These patrons of high-end brothels were indeed wealthy beyond measure. He looked at him with admiration. Brother Lin, you're so cunning. You truly are a genius. Lin Huan waved his hand dismissively. This is nothing yet. It's just a girl group audition. He recalled the fan culture of the modern era and sighed. If you saw true idol worship, you'd probably run away in fear. Lin Huan didn't refuse. Of course I won't mistreat you, Xiaolu. I've decided to make you my general agent, responsible for contacting all kinds of major merchants. From now on, we'll sell not only wine but also cloth and porcelain, and of course, every deal comes with a bonus. He thumped his chest confidently. Isn't it just about pulling strings? Within the capital, I know all the major merchants. Lin Huan inwardly praised him, knowing that Xiaolu's network was a vital asset, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, Liu Xing secretly rejoiced, thinking that once he made money, his sister wouldn't be able to scold him anymore. Remembering Ruyu's adorable appearance, Lin Huan retorted in his heart, how could the adorable Empress Liu ever scold anyone? Moments later, at a small tea house, a man spoke in a low, cold voice. Boss, we've investigated why Di Chunvian is no longer in business. Oh, go on. Han Wu, with his arms around 2 beauties, glared menacingly at his trembling subordinate, who reported that a new pleasure house called Moonlit Pavilion had opened. The subordinate stammered, Our usual patrons have all gone there. Han Wu's eyes darkened, and his voice turned cold. The Moonwood Pavilion dares to steal my business. They need to be taught a lesson. Ha, cheers. The 2 lightly raised their jade cups. Lord Bia scratched his head sheepishly. General Liu, I still have my doubts about what you just said. It's fine to take wine vouchers, but my calligraphy isn't as expensive as a voucher, so how can I sell it in a brothel? Lu Xing quickly waved his hand, first clarifying that Mu Yuelo wasn't a brothel, but a social platform. He exclaimed in surprise, socializing, as he suddenly recalled Lin Huan's instructions. Remember, first, understand the concept of socializing. We mainly focus on the added value of the platform. He recalls images of beautiful women playing instruments, refined scholars, martial artists. What should all wealthy people do? Chat, drink, and listen to music. That is the path of elegance. Then, images of a bustling tavern appear. Moon Viewing Pavilion provides a place for harmless and enjoyable socializing where everyone can mingle. Balan stroked his beard thoughtfully, saying it was fitting. But what does this socializing have to do with selling pens if we're going to see some girl group performance? Lu Huang immediately chimed in. What kind of friends are friends? You must share similar interests and habits to be true friends. His eyes lit up. I see, the girl group is the shared interest, but it's about selling pens. He takes out a pen from his pocket, not minding the lipstick stain. It's a symbol of blossoming friendship. Balan couldn't help but be amazed, looking at the lipstick-stained pen in his hand. Huh, Liu Yang immediately explains. That's right, this pen is a limited edition from Enoch. Everyone likes Enoch, so they bought it as proof of their friendship. He nodded slightly, but his eyes still showed hesitation, saying that the entrance fee to the Moonwood Pavilion, or rather, the alliance fee, was a bit too expensive. He recalled Lin Huan's teachings once more. If the merchant is tempted but finds the price too high, bring this out. Lu Kang's eyes lit up. If Brother Lin focused on business, he could become an emperor. He immediately pulled out a chart and gently spread it on the table. Boss, take a look at this data. These are statistics from other cities, comparing sales, business scope, and reputation before and after the merchants entered Moon Pavilion, including the calligraphy merchant. Balan frowned slightly, then smiled. There have been so many changes. It seems the alliance fee isn't too expensive after all. Liu Xiang smirks, pleased to have resolved another issue. At the entrance of the Moonwood Pavilion, a group of troublemakers shatter the peace. Out of the way, out of the way. With arms crossed, Han Shui stared at the wooden doors before him. He thought to himself, I want to see which Moonwood Pavilion dares to steal my business. Inside, 2 figures emerge, their faces grim. Huh? Han Wu's servant whispered, Boss, these 2 seem to be from the Mingqi escort agency. We can't win against them in terms of Jianghu status. He cursed under his breath. Fools, who said anything about fighting? Use your heads, got it? Play it smart, he said, and Han Wu immediately ordered his men, get the dung ready. Just then, Lin Huan and Liu Xing slowly appeared. What's going on? He adopts a threatening posture. You're the owner of this place. No more nonsense. This is my turf. Pay up or I'll wreck your place. He shrugged dismissively, another brainless thug. He wasn't happy to continue, his chance to shine interrupted. Hanwoo sneered, "What are you pretending for? Where are they? Throw the dung." But after waiting for a long time without any movement, he turned back in suspicion, only to realize his men had been subdued by Lin Huan's forces. He turned and left the rest to Lu Xing, however he saw fit, as screams echoed in the background. Hanwoo's men were beaten to a pulp, and unwilling to accept it, they ran back to their leader crying, "Boss, you have to stand up for me." Juba covered his nose, his eyes showing clear disdain. What's going on? It's not easy being a tax collector, so why bother me with your protection fees? And what's that smell on you? Recalling Lin Huan's actions, Hanwoo gritted his teeth in frustration. It's all because of that moonlit pavilion. They make so much money every day and don't give me a single share. If the Imperial Guards hadn't been there, I would have destroyed their place. The old man waved his hand dismissively. I know. I'll go collect taxes. I don't believe I can't squeeze some fat out of them." Juba's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. "Muyulo, is it? The underworld can't touch you, but the authorities will devour you." Her outfit was daringly cut, every curve of her body visible in the dim light, causing Lingji to blush. She shyly covers her sensitive areas, saying this outfit is too revealing and embarrassing to wear. Meanwhile, Lin Huan crosses his legs, enjoying his tea and teasing her. So, the famous Kim Ki, who dominates half the sky, can be shy sometimes. Lin Ki continued to complain from behind the curtain as she changed. "I only asked what kind of clothes were suitable for the girl group. Who knew you'd design such a revealing outfit for me?" A moment later, she reappeared in a dazzling new outfit. "But if you think you can trifle with me like this, you're sorely mistaken." Lingji slowly approached, lifting his chin. "My life and fortune are now tied to you, so make a name for yourself and don't let me down." Lin Huan calmly replied, "Don't worry. Isn't becoming an official easy?" Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. "Get out of here. Be honest." Lingchu and Lin Huan immediately went outside to investigate. "It's Juba, and he's surrounded the place with soldiers. You're not involved. Leave now." The servants and guests fled, and she frowned slightly at his arrogance. "This tax collector is a real pain. We just paid a fortune and greased all the right palms. What a waste." Juba shouted without restraint from below. After investigation, Moonrise Pavilion has been evading taxes and is now ordered to be sealed off. With that, he drew his sword, pointing it directly at Lin Huan and Ling Qi. "Hurry down here, master," she shouted angrily, ready to jump down. "I want to see what he's capable of." He immediately stopped her. "Stop, let me go." Lin Huan stepped forward, bowing respectfully before the official. "I'm the owner. What business do you have here?" The old man circled him, sizing him up, and said, "I suspect your revenue doesn't match your report. The national treasury is empty and you dare to evade taxes? This is a capital offense." Lin Huang calmly smiled and replied, "Then may I ask, sir, how can we protect Moonlit Pavilion?" Lin Huang happily nodded. Easy to talk to. He replied with a smile, but his eyes were fixed on the sword at Ju Ba's waist. "That's more like it. A mere merchant should listen obediently." And with that, Lin Huang swiftly drew his sword, its cold tip pressed against Gu Zhuba's skin. "Now who's letting who off the hook?" the old man stammered, his face pale. "Don't do anything foolish. I'm a government official with powerful backers. Harming me is a serious crime." He fearlessly raised the bag in his hand. "You have someone backing you? Open your eyes. I'm a trusted aide of General Dong himself. Even Mu Yuelo has a share in this." Juba trembled, eyes wide. He never expected it to be Eunuch Tong's pouch. "What is going on?" Lin Huan coldly drops his sword to the ground. "Are you sure you want us? You want me, Lin Huan, and General Dong to bribe you?" The madam was furious but speechless, turning and leaving as the soldiers looked on in surprise. "Let's go," Ling Jitian whispered, provoking them further. "Are you all right? You just calmly brushed off a small fry." Meanwhile, outside, Juba was cursing, for Lin Huan to have such strong connections and then go open a brothel. He must be sick. Just then, Chu Lu happened to pass by. "Oh my, brother, what took you so long?" "To take down a small merchant, does it really take this long? I thought you were out drinking when Lord Wu sent word." Juba immediately grabbed his shoulders and shook him violently. "Lord Wu, quickly tell me what orders the master has." Lord Wu is the Prime Minister's right-hand man. We're about to get promoted. My brother gripped the letter tightly, excitedly saying that we're to recruit the newly announced members. Our department has all the fat, so it's easy to reel in those poor saps. Juba excitedly opened the letter. "That's right. Standing where we are, everyone has to look up to us." Seeing Lin Huan's face, he was speechless, his mood plummeting. A calamity. "It's him." The carriage slowly stopped before the gate. and with his hands clasped behind his back, Chulu looked intently at the door before him. According to the information, Lin Huan should be here. Juba waved his hands. Otherwise, I would have disguised myself before going in. He glanced at the old man and said, "What have you done wrong? We're not short of money. Why bother going to that guild member?" Jubai shifted his gaze guiltily. "Wasn't I just standing up for my good-for-nothing brother?" A sinister glint flashed across Chulu's face as he looked at Dong Yang behind him. "We're under orders from higher up. We have no choice." The old man nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Moreover, Lord Wu's will is the Prime Minister's will, and who would dare disrespect that?" With that, they approached and gently knocked on the door. Lin Huan opens the door, weight in hand. "Who is it?" Seeing him, Juba immediately hid behind Chulu. "We are here on the orders of Minister Wu to pay respects to the newly appointed Lam Huan." He quickly recognized the old man. "Huh? Why you? Are you here for revenge?" No wonder he came to visit. But the moment Huan's eyes landed on the yang fruits behind him, his attitude changed completely. He rushed over, grabbed Juba's hand, and smiled warmly. "Oh, come in, come in. Don't just stand there. Let's go to the living room." The two So Luke were stunned by his sudden change. He set down his teacup and glanced at the old man meaningfully. "I was truly out of line yesterday. It was all due to my ignorant younger brother." "Ha ha ha. Aye." Lin Huan waves it off, saying it's nothing. Chulu eagerly continues, "Indeed, a career in politics is the only important thing. We're here today to speak on behalf of Lord Wu, to help you secure your future by following him." Their faces betray their cunning, especially working in our Ministry of Revenue. It's a huge prize. His eyes light up. That's right, being able to control the direction of taxes is a real gold mine. So following a high-ranking official is the way to go. Suddenly, Lin Huan's eyes turned stern. "Forgive me, but I cannot obey." The two men were startled and confused. "So Chuba is the one he's blaming? Is it because of him?" "This can be negotiated." The old man gritted his teeth and lowered his head. "I can apologize, but don't push your luck. This has nothing to do with that. You know I'm with General Dong, yet you want me to follow you? Wouldn't that be betraying both sides?" Juba angrily throws the cup on the table. "Lin Huan, are you really this stupid? Behind Master Wu is the current Prime Minister, someone every scholar would kill to work for. Yet you offend us, the Master, the Prime Minister, and all the court's officials for a eunuch faction." He continued to threaten, "If I report this to the Prime Minister, there will be no place for you in the court." He nodded in agreement, but his attitude infuriated them. "Indeed, you speak the truth, but I still refuse." In truth, Lin Huan had his own plans. To be a confidant, one must choose the favored, and the Prime Minister's tangled web of power left no room to maneuver. But Eunuch Tong is favored by the Emperor and has no one competent under him. Though his reputation is poor, I can rise quickly. Lin Huan smirked. "I'll take on the role of Eunuch Tong's adopted son." After a moment's thought, he turns and leaves, saying, "There's no place for me among the civil officials, and I don't care anymore." Juba scoffed. "Ha ha, your master's judgment is truly foolish." Chulu quickly stepped in. "Brother Lin Huan, you should think this through. If not a civil official, what else can you do? Merchants have no status either." He smirked coldly. "If I can't be a civil official, I'll become a military one." He and Juba exchanged blank looks, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! You, a weak scholar, want to be a military officer?" Without a word, Lin Huan slams his hand on the table, shattering it into pieces, and glares at the old man. "Want to try me?" Chuba and So Luke's faces turned pale with fear, and they scrambled to escape. He then looked down at his swollen hand and winced slightly. It really hurt like hell. Lin Hua quickly regained his spirit, his eyes full of hope. The upcoming martial arts exam was vague, yet he felt a sense of anticipation. During the day at the martial arts arena, many contestants gathered as the supervisor began explaining the exam's contents. The martial arts exam has 3 parts. First, paired combat. Second, strength, where the strongest wins. And third, mounted archery, killing enemies on the battlefield. With that, he roared with authority, "Everyone, get your spirits up, understand?" All the strong men below shouted in unison, their morale soaring. "Each contestant will receive a ticket." The officer's voice continued. "Find your opponent based on the odd or even number. Report the results to me after the fight." Suddenly, a timid young man approached and tapped his shoulder. "Are you Brother Lin Huan?" Surprised, he replied, "You're—" Yan Yan rubbed his hands together nervously. "It's me. General Dong ordered me to come here." Lin Huan recalled Dong Yi's words. "I've arranged for someone to compete in the first round of martial arts. You just need to act, and he'll lose to you." He couldn't help but smirk. "Oh, so you're an actor." He immediately took a fighting stance. "Then make your move, let's make this quick." Everyone present eagerly awaits the match, except for Juju, who blushes with embarrassment, her eyes filled with conflict. She couldn't help but recall Lin Huan's gentle demeanor. He even made her special glasses. She really hoped he would win. His diligent practice kept replaying in her mind. But if he actually won, wouldn't that be a waste of his once-in-a-century talent? It would be a loss for our dynasty to lose such a great general. Lin Huan should just focus on being a civil official. After a moment's thought, Juju clasped her hands together, pleading, "Please don't win. Don't win. Don't become a military officer." Elsewhere, a telescope sat on a windowsill. Can that bookish Lin Huan really win? You couldn't help but wonder. If he can create something like a telescope, why bother fighting on the battlefield? Isn't this a case of the weak challenging the strong? Liu Xing shrugs, reassuring her. "Wenrua, don't let Lingji fool you. With his martial arts and the moonlit society, it's definitely not a problem." She was shy and surprised. "Oh, is he really that strong?" He nonchalantly said from the sidelines, "Just watch." And Yan Yan immediately got into position. "Brother Lin, I'm about to make my move." He chuckled softly. "Come on, let's take a stroll." He lunges forward, attacking, but not without a quiet reminder. "Heads up, I'm attacking. Dodge to the right." This surprises Lin Huan. The service is almost too attentive. Suddenly, a knife appeared from his sleeve, and before he could react, Yan Yan stabbed him. "You!" Lin Huan slumped to the ground as the man casually rotated his wrist. "So, how should we do this properly?" Liu Xing, Ruyu, and Juju were all stunned by the scene. Yan Yan subtly turns, winking at Chuba and Chulu. "It's done!" "Excellent." Suddenly he appeared behind him, his face dark and menacing. Huan slowly adjusted his collar, then looked at his opponent with a mocking gaze. "You can be bought twice?" A businessman's loyalty lies only with profit. He then tears off the bottom of his shirt, revealing a guard. Good thing I always cherished my waist and protected it. Lin Huan throws away his shirt, revealing his strong physique. "Come on, let's have a serious fight." Juju blushed as she reached for his shirt, feeling that being a martial general didn't seem so bad. Lin Huan immediately took a fighting stance, his eyes filled with murderous intent as Yan Yan, terrified, quickly offered a flattering smile. "Brother Lin, no offense, I'm just being paid to do this." Not listening to his excuses, he angrily rushes forward with a kick. Yan Yan is shocked by Lin Huan's incredible speed, as a single kick sends him staggering back several meters. Enraged, Yan Yan draws his blade, glaring menacingly. Lin Huan relies on sneak attacks, which is dishonorable. You'll surely lose fighting bare-handed. Undaunted, he throws a punch, saying there's too much talking. The other man, surprised and angry, accuses him of cheating and dares to strike. Lin Huan effortlessly blocked the blow with 2 fingers, saying, "Don't confuse cheating with being underhanded. I'm just getting started after all." He then punched him straight in the gut, a blow few could withstand, and immediately snatched the knife from Yan Yan's hand. "Give it here." Lin Huan delivers a few cuts. She was completely stunned by the sight, as were Liu Xing and Ru Yu. Those cuts terrified him to his very core, and all the participants trembled in fear. Dian trembled, forcing out, "You're so cruel. If you kill me, you'll be caught." "Caught?" With his last breath, he fell to the ground, uttering a final desperate plea. "I'm dead." Incensed, Yi Heng roared, stopping in his tracks as he rushed to restrain Lin Huan. Undaunted, he glanced at the man and said, "It was his. I took it, and everyone here can attest to that." Yi Xing confiscated the weapon and had Lin Huan restrained. "So you're saying Wu Dai didn't know when to stop and even tried to take a life?" Seeing this, Juba added fuel to the fire. "Exactly. This is a very serious accident, and no law would allow an eye for an eye." The other examinees grew confused, wondering if they should save him as they were relying on him. One replied, watching silently, concealing their identity and waiting for the right moment to act. Lin Huan couldn't help but laugh. "Heh heh, take someone's life. I wouldn't dare. I'm acting on behalf of Vice General Dong and Lord Huangwei Liu." He was not worried about his life at all. The Lord might as well let the military doctor who was treating him speak about the situation. Yi Ching turned to the royal physician and asked, "What's the situation?" The physician replied blankly, "What is it?" "Strange, with so many cuts and wounds, none have damaged his arteries or meridians. They're all just minor injuries. The other competitors below are stunned." He subtly hid his triumphant smile. "I have an assist system that allows me to see the blood vessels and meridians so I can naturally avoid them. Knowledge is power." Just then, Dian awoke with a dazed expression, surprising Yi Han. Am I Am I dead? This is miraculous. Lin Huan subtly signals to the adults behind him. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate again. Then, pointing at the lords, he said he'd test his powers on the first one to step forward, but the old man fearfully waved his hands in refusal, crying, "No, please don't." Lin Huan cracks his wrist, the sound like a declaration of war. "I'll prove it again. Now it's your turn." No, I'm looking for someone." But Lin Huan's eyes didn't leave him. The person he really wanted was Yan Yan. "Listen, your injuries are minor, meaning we haven't settled things yet. How about we continue this match?" Terrified, Yan Yan jumps up and runs for her life. There will be no rematch. I forfeit, Lin Huan shouted from afar, teasing him. "Hey, why are you running away?" The other two contestants looked at each other and said, "I'd run even faster." The man replied, "Yeah, white blade in, red blade out, and he says it's nothing, just letting people play with blood." Yi Chung frowned slightly, lost in thought. This Lin Huan is quite the talent. The scene sent shivers down Juju's spine. How terrifying. These martial artists are unbearably barbaric, all fighting and killing. It's simply dreadful. "Lin Huan is better suited to be a scholar," he announced, declaring Lin Huan's victory and advancement to the next round. The strength test is dismissed. Soon after, a large stone appeared in the arena. Martial artists don't deal in falsehoods. Strength tests have only one event, pushing the stone. Yi Hong placed his hand on the stone and said, "A real man can definitely overcome this." He looked at the contestants and began to instruct them, telling them to rely on their own abilities. "Who's going first?" A large, muscular man confidently stepped forward. "I'll show you all the true strength of a man." He put all his strength into his hand, veins popping, then roared and pushed with all his might, but after a while the result was disappointing. Only 2 centimeters. The Yixing didn't blame him, just gently encouraged him. "Not bad. You'll make a good pawn." Next up was Ning Balam Huan, who observed and secretly assessed the situation, noting that this young man was even smaller than him. The first challenger smirked at the sight of his small frame. If this little guy can even budge the stone, he wins. The point is to participate. Ningba did nothing, simply placed a hand on the stone and slowly began to push. In an instant, the boulder was effortlessly sent flying. Everyone was stunned by Ningba's power. He marvels, praising him as a genius, a prodigy with perfectly natural meridians full of vitality and explosive power. A once-in-a-century talent, a true contender for martial arts champion. At that moment, Lin Huan excitedly rolled up his sleeves, ready to try his hand, unaware that Nat Han was bending down to do something. He was the biggest obstacle on his path to becoming the champion. It seemed he had to reveal his talent. He secretly summons the stimulant system and gets ready. What is the spirit of an athlete? Though unaware of the drug's effects, Lin Huan confidently uses it, thinking, "I don't know." Hurry, he puts his full strength into it, his eyes burning with determination. But after a moment, the boulder showed no signs of moving, leaving everyone stunned, and Lin Huan's lips twitching slightly. "Huh? What's the meaning of this?" It wouldn't budge an inch. He watched him with interest, thinking Lin Huan was brave, insightful, and skilled, a true contender for champion. He decided to test him. Yi Cheng looked at the small stone wedged beneath the boulder, recalling his subtle tampering. "If he passes this test, I'll invest heavily in him. Show me your potential, Lin Huan." Lin Huan struggles, but the rock won't budge. If he can't even pass this, was his performance in Jia province all for show? He looked at his hands in disbelief. Was this some kind of joke? But he clearly felt his blood surging. It was working. A kind reminder from Nathan. Lin Huan thought, "You have one last chance. Make a move." But secretly, he felt that regardless of whether it worked, the power he just displayed was qualification enough. He frowned, wondering if 10 bottles could defy fate and make him a martial officer if one wasn't enough. He had to see. Then, taking a deep breath, he decided to risk it all and use everything. Ningba and Nhat Han were completely stunned. What kind of technique allows one to instantly increase their life force? Seeing him stand far from the boulder yet still move it, he was completely convinced. Just how strong is he? Lin Huan has given me so many surprises. Lin Huan was now completely focused on moving the boulder, concentrating all his strength into his hands. Injuries be damned, he had to win the martial arts tournament. He suddenly pushed it with all his might, severely injuring his hands. But Han rises, composed despite the crowd's astonishment, as the first challenger questions Ningba, "Brother, why is everyone silent? Is this guy Lin Huan going too far, leaving us speechless?" he wondered. As the boulder cracked before them, Ningba slowly continued. Everyone fears him. And the boulder shattered before Yi Hang's astonished eyes. He glanced at Lin Huan's hand and whispered, "Is this the power of a top-tier martial artist?" Yi Hang quickly turned and ordered, "Someone get a medic. Where's the medic? He needs treatment now." A moment later, Lin Huan was back drinking with Liu Xing. "Brother Lin, you really scared me just now." His lips twitched slightly as both his hands were completely bandaged. "Little Liu, I'm really injured. That strength was too much and my arms can't take it. Brother Lin, tomorrow's archery competition. I can pull some strings to guarantee you pass the inspection safely. To openly discuss cheating in front of me." He quickly raised his glass in flattery. "The Empress is right. Little Liu is just worried, but I won't cheat, especially with the judges watching me." At that moment, Yi Cheng approached, looking admiringly. "Lin Huan, I've got my eye on you. I'll be watching." He broke out in a cold sweat, begging her not to stare. But in that moment, an idea sparked within Lin Huan. "It's all right. I've already prepared a brilliant method to guarantee victory in tomorrow's mounted archery competition." Lost in her own thoughts, Ruyu wondered, "Is that what a real man is like?" She puffed out her cheeks, annoyed, and looked at Yaya, wondering what she was thinking. Completely ignoring Eru, Ruyu quickly turned her head, her face flushed. "No, it's nothing." Suddenly, she orders Eru to find the imperial physician and bring back the best wound medicine. Eru was surprised. What medicine does she need this late? "Is Yaya hurt?" Ruyu asked angrily. "What is it?" "Now you're not listening to Sister Yaya anymore? If she wants you to get it, go get it." She was unwilling but had no choice. "Fine, go then. What's with the attitude?" As Anudan disappeared from sight, a thought sparked in Nuungok's mind. How would he pass the mounted archery test without hands? The next day, at the equestrian field, the horses in the stables seemed ready. Riding atop his horse, Anathan's voice echoed across the field, announcing the final event of the military examination. "Mounted archery, are you ready?" The crowd roars in response. "Ready." Noongok and Lu Heng quietly watched from the observation deck. The scene today is quite extravagant, but can Lin Huan really win? He narrowed his eyes slightly, confident. "Don't worry. Brother Lin will definitely be fine." Yihang's voice boomed confidently. "Each person gets 3 arrows and must provide their own bow. Number 1, prepare to mount your horse." Wang Sitong, hearing his name called, replies, "Yes." Confident, Sitong shows off his bow, saying, "100 years of mountain wood for the bow, western region's lion tendons for the string. This bow is my secret weapon." He immediately draws it, saying, "With this bow, I'll definitely take first place." Each arrow hurtles straight to the bullseye. Sitong excitedly says, "That's right. The results after the last round were 7, 8, and 10, for a total of 27 points. Next, Ningba calmly appears with his horse, and without a word, fires 3 arrows at once. The judges are stunned by his skill in firing consecutive shots. It requires so much strength and agility. Yi Heng quietly marvels, not bothering to look at the scores yet. All 3 of Ningba's arrows hit the bullseye, a triple star strike for a maximum of 30 points. Next up is Lin Huan. Wu Nan happily clapped and praised. "Not bad. This Ningba is a talent that can be cultivated. He will definitely be the new martial arts champion." He interrupted, "Not necessarily. I value Lin Huan more." Yan Nan looks at him with suspicion. How can he ride and shoot with one hand injured? Isn't this a waste of time? But Yi Hong still has faith in Lin Huan, believing he has a chance, though Yu can't hide her confusion. Why didn't Lin Huan bring a bow? Knowing he can't win, he's giving up. He takes out a cube and watches it slowly transform. Moments later, a brand new crossbow appears. "What is that?" Lin Huan narrowed her eyes, taking aim. As if she'd heard a ridiculous question, she turned to scold Liu Xing. "A crossbow. Even a commoner like me knows that using one while riding isn't powerful enough, and it's not very stable, making it easy to miss the target. What's going on, brother?" He shifted his gaze, looking away guiltily. "What? Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe." Suddenly, the space became eerily silent as the other examinees stared in fear at Lin Huan's results. He calmly put away his crossbow and said, "All done. You can tally the score." Only 1 arrow was visible on the target, shocking everyone, while the jade-robed examiner face-palmed in disappointment. The stability and power aren't enough. Look, 2 shots missed the target. Losing his composure, Yi Hong slams the table and rises. "No, that's not right. Of course, that's how it is." Wu Nan glanced over, reminding him. "Lao Xie, even if you're trying to make things difficult for him, don't be so obvious. You start analyzing because you can't accept defeat. Think again. How long is a crossbow bolt? How long is a longbow arrow, and how different are they? Hunan calculated silently. A bow arrow is about 1/3 the length of a long arrow, 1/3 of 1. The remaining examinees quickly realized the anomaly, causing Nat Han to burst out laughing. Huh? Could it be that I'm right? They examined the target closely, one arrow on the mark, the other two buried in its tail. Lam Huan approached Lu Hung and Nu Ngoch with a confident air. I told you, there'd be no problem. He raised his hand in praise, his eyes full of pride, while she blushed, a nameless emotion rising in her heart. Nat Han laughed. Ha ha. 3 arrows hit the mark, the maximum score, and because they were consecutive shots into the tail of the arrows, an extra point for Lam Huan. Sai Tong gritted his teeth, retorting, This isn't right. On what basis? Ning Ba is skilled in martial arts, but Lin Huan clearly won with equipment. He immediately pointed at him, saying the 3 explosions and purple smoke were clearly witchcraft from Nanqiang. Yi Hang had no choice but to call him back. Lin Huan, some doubt your skill, and I'm also curious. How did you stabilize the crossbow to achieve such power? Lin Huan smiled and replied, The principle is quite simple. Divided into 2 parts, shooting and flying. He begins an analysis, noting the crossbow's power is immense, like a bullet piercing flesh. Let's just call it a handgun. Specifically, one is the percussion firing style, and the other is the spiral barrel, the crossbow tube. He quickly envisioned the gun. I added gunpowder under the arrow, creating an explosion. When the pistol's trigger touches the gunpowder, the force of the explosion greatly increases the arrow's speed and penetration. Lin Huan slightly pushes up his glasses. Then the arrow, unlike a direct shot from a bow, will be in a spiral chamber. Following the spiral path, it begins to spin, launching the arrow into a powerful vortex through the air. You see, an arrow spinning rapidly is far less affected by external forces. Lin Huan was like a teacher imparting knowledge. With the key points covered, did you all learn something? The candidates were left dumbfounded. Feeling intrigued, Yi Hang patted him on the shoulder. Just one question. Is this pistol any good? His eyes shone with determination. If all our soldiers had pistols, what would we have to fear from foreign invaders? Lin Huan swiftly passed the buck to Liu Xing, demanding a share of the pistol's design. I don't have the authority to say. This pistol was developed by me and Liu Huangwei together, so the method of production should be decided by Liu Huangwei, he asked helplessly. Huh? He subtly winked. Quick, little Liu, help me raise the price. With hands clasped, Yi Hang bowed his head. Royal Guard, Liu. I, Yi Hang, have always admired you. Would you be willing to part with your beloved creation? Lu Xing's heart was bursting with joy. Ahem, what Go Hua said. Linga actually gave me this great opportunity to shine. Lingye is truly my lucky star. Suddenly a thought sparked in his mind. Huh? If it's that good, then maybe I can... He nodded gently. I'll eat now. Honestly, I want my sister, the current empress, to have this pistol designed, so the empress can give it to the empress dowager as a birthday gift. This action stunned both Lin Huan and Ru Yu. He face-palmed, thinking, is he just using my idea to get on her good side? Is he really that afraid of his sister? I only wanted him to help me raise the price. But Nu Ngoch misunderstood Lu Hung's intentions, looking at Lam Huan with gratitude, thinking, Little Lu isn't that smart. Lam Huan must have told him to do this because I asked him to help me with the gift last time, right? Forbidden scenes began to fill her mind. Was Lam Huan being so attentive because he had improper thoughts? Hearing this, Yicheng waved his hand slightly, his tone tinged with regret. Well, if the method can't be revealed, forget it. If this kind of invention is really good, at least the soldiers can live a little longer. Seizing the opportunity to boast, he reveals that this invention is just one of many, prompting looks of surprise from both the prince and Lu Xing. With a grin, Yicheng put his arm around Lin Huan, barely containing his eagerness. Let's go, my treat. Now teach me. Why the long face? What about my injuries, my hands? Suddenly, Lin Huan brings up his work again. But the horseback archery isn't finished yet. We're just going to leave like this? He roars in anger, declaring that she is the martial arts champion, regardless of the others. The remaining contestants stared blankly as the 2 figures departed, and just like that, the champion was decided. Inside the bustling restaurant, the villagers chattered excitedly. Have you heard? Have you heard? The martial arts champion has been announced. Unfazed, the man beside him thought it was much ado about nothing. This martial arts tournament happens every 2 years. Is there really a need to be so excited? They whispered amongst themselves. Brother, that can't be right. The martial arts champion is Lin Huan, the bystander exclaims in surprise. What? To win both titles? A feat never before seen. At the next table, Ningba gritted his teeth. Mediocre talent, unremarkable features. I refuse to lose to him. Ninwei patted his shoulder in consolation. Even so, time and again, he's been able to use finesse to overcome brute strength. We can only say that he has an outstanding mind and superior skills. He is a true genius. The old man scratched his chin hesitantly. This is the first time our Moonrise Society has failed in the martial arts test and not obtained the championship. Besides, I've heard rumors that Lin Huan and we have been cooperating for a long time. It will surely bring great rewards to us. Hearing this, Ningba drew his sword without thinking. He raised his sword, saying he was ashamed of the Moonlit Assembly's nurturing and no longer had the face to work for them. Nin Ui quickly stopped him, urging him not to be impulsive and to think things through. Suddenly, a cunning glint appeared in his eyes. It seems he will be very useful in the future. The Moonlit Union must befriend him. Let's go pay him another visit. Ningwei leads him to an ancient Chinese-style village. The old man instructed, "Remember, be respectful." Ningba lowered his head. Yes. After a while, they arrived in front of Lin Huan's house. Ningwei raised his hand and knocked on the door. He came out. "Who are you looking for?" "I, Ningwei of the Moonlit Assembly, respectfully congratulate you, Lord Lin, on achieving first place in both the literary and martial arts examinations." "I am Ning Hai, and I greet Lord Lin. Lin Huan is overjoyed." "Huh? I saw you during the martial arts exam. You performed very well, didn't you?" Ningwei followed Lin Huan inside, explaining that although Ningbai was unrefined, he was indeed a key member nurtured by the Moonlit Assembly. The old man recounted the past. "Back then, I was a messenger for the Moonlit Union, traveling the world." He stumbled upon a murder scene. Several middle-aged beggars were dead, killed by the young beggar, Ningbai. Ningwei explained, "I later learned that those beggars not only stole food, but also insulted his deceased family." He marveled at the boy's innate talent, naming him Nin, meaning to kill one and warn 100. He also displayed outstanding talent in martial arts, and Ningwei wanted Lin Hua to support his student. "I have nothing left to teach him, so I come to congratulate you and ask a favor. Sir, your success is assured, so please allow Ningba to serve you, so he may prove his worth." Ningba seized the opportunity and greeted Lord Lin, catching him off guard. "Huh? This isn't good." Lin Huan hesitated, unable to make a decision. What a clever move. Ostensibly joining me, but in reality sending someone to monitor me while also fostering a relationship. It's a flawless plan, benefiting them in every way, leaving no room for criticism. How insidious. I'll have to remember this. And with Ningba along, our Moonlit group and Lord Lin will have much easier communication in the future. Lin Huan had no choice but to accept this disciple. Very well, if Yue Ming has their eye on me, it would be impolite to refuse. However, he clapped his hands, signaling to Xiaozhou, "Come here." A figure enters from beyond the door. Yes. Lin Huan introduces Xiaozhou, saying, "Since you've put forth a person, so will I. So you don't suffer a pointless loss, and I don't want to owe you any favors. Lin Huan, I have plenty of people, so I'll give you my capable assistant, Xiao Chu. He's quite skilled, and you can have him work with Ninghai on some collaborative projects with the Moonlit Society." Hearing this, the old man panicked. "What? Lin Huan wants to trap me, using my own tactics against me." Ningwei waved his hand. "But this doesn't require an expert to handle." "What a pity, you're still so stubborn." "Lord Ning, he doesn't handle things like a game of kickball. This is a matter for the Chamber of Commerce." Lin Huan muttered, discussing the pistol design. "I have some left over to trade with you. Do we need an expert for this?" The old man's eyes lit up. "That's it. Turn around. Of course, if the Moonlit Society doesn't want this kind of weapon to increase their fighting power, then I won't let Xiaozhu go. Lord Lin, how could we possibly look down on your work? I accept on behalf of the Moonlit Assembly." Lin Huan pushes his shoulder, telling him to greet his new master. Xiaozhu was powerless. Yes, he stuttered. "Nice to meet you, Lord Ning." Ning laughed, pleased. "No need to be nervous. Your attitude is good. Just do as Lord Lin says, and we'll get along fine." Ninwei smiled, thanking Lord Lin, saying he would bring Ningbai back to Pack before returning to serve, and also mention the collaboration to the Moonlit Assembly. He politely replied, "No problem. I'll give Xiaochu some instructions and then head over to discuss things." Standing behind him, Xiaozhu whispered, "Lin Huan, you haven't forgotten our agreement with the Great Eagle Tower." Lin Huan wore a scheming look. "Haha, I told you waiting here would pay off. From now on, the Eagle Tower will be deeply embedded within the Moonlit Assembly. Remember, you must be patient. Little Joe raised his eyebrows with delight. Ah ha ha, that's only natural. I thank you on behalf of Great Eagle Hall, and then he puts on the obsequious face of a subordinate. Thank you, Lin Huan. This thanks comes from me, on behalf of my murdered parents. Lin Huan basks in the gratitude. The Moon Shadow Society and the Eagle Tower both thank me. Didn't I do well, Iron Sun? The light of the Moon sect has faded, when suddenly someone bangs on the door as if trying to kick it down. Lin Huan sighs. Who's coming to thank me now? I really am becoming more and more like a calming deity, Chuju panted. Lam Huan, hands on your hips, do you know what you did wrong? Chuju angrily shoves him. Lin Huan, do you know what you've done wrong? Are you even listening? What does she mean? Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Did she find out he cheated on the literary exam? Lin Huan tries to explain that he was just casually taking the literary exam, so it doesn't count as him wanting to be a civil official. She shouts, You, that was your mistake. He scratched his head, confused. Huh? What does she mean? How is it wrong? Juju's eyes welled up with tears. You're wrong, because you clearly have the talent to be a civil official, so why are you so set on being a military one? A brute is a brute. How can you compare to the scholars who reprimand Fangdao in the western regions? Lin Huan sighed. So, after all this, you just want me to give up martial arts and become a scholar. She sobbed uncontrollably. Was it really so bad? She insists that becoming a civil official is the right path, forcing him to appease her. Yes, being a civil official is the only true love. Juju, with a righteous look, says she's here to advise him to focus on the upcoming imperial exam, as a future as a government official is within his reach. The nosy villagers gossip, convinced the man is a 5%er without even knowing the truth. How shameless. Lin Huan calmly urges her to talk inside, lest others think he's unfaithful. So you're just here to cause trouble and you won't even listen. A clear conscience fears no false accusation, so just spit it out. He reluctantly agreed to her unreasonable request. Fine, I accept your offer. The palace exam must be done well. Let's put the martial arts exam aside for now. Juju's eyes lit up. Children are easy to teach, so I'll await your good news. She waved goodbye, wishing him victory, while Lin Huan was busy chasing away gossiping villagers, telling them not to spread rumors. The Lin estate isn't above the law, especially not here in this ancient and ornate examination hall. The next day, Lin Huan surveys his surroundings, impressed by the grandeur. Then, the imperial herald announces the emperor's arrival, and all the people reverently bow. Long live the emperor. Wang Long sits knitting on his throne. Rise, rise. What business requires my presence in this square today? The high officials approached him. Your Majesty, today is the palace examination. Of course you must preside over it. Wang Long yawns. Understood. Guaziqian, can't you help me with this? What good are you? The Grand Minister calmly announced the imperial decree, stating that today's imperial examination would be presided over by Prime Minister Guo Ziqian, and invited the candidates to step forward. 2 Grand Ministers approached the people and announced the examination topic. Let's take the war between our nation and the Southwestern Khan Kingdom as the topic. If you have any ideas, step forward to solve the problem. Sai Kong offered his opinion. He believed they should wage a great war to seize the fertile lands of the Southwest, perfect for growing crops. Others countered, opposing the idea of making Ungia Hoa the priority. The Southwest territories are fertile, but mostly mountainous and difficult to traverse. A hasty campaign would only lead to failure. While those below bicker, the emperor sleeps soundly. He clasped his hands respectfully. I believe there are benefits to both fighting and not fighting. We need time to understand the details so we can proceed with certainty. He sneered. Well said, saying nothing at all. Others mocked him mercilessly. Could he really get away with this? He was sure to fail the imperial exam. Suddenly, Guozi appeared behind him, his eyes sharp. Lin Huan, before you leave, explain to me. What exactly are you thinking? Lin Huan stared blankly, pointing at his face in disbelief, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Guzza stares him down. You've already aced the imperial exam. Aren't you going to show off your talents? What's going on? Do you have to target me like this? He suddenly realizes something isn't right, remembering Juba's loathsome face as he snitched. Wait, if I report you to the Prime Minister, there will be no place for you in the court ever again, Lin Huan. The thought brought a cold sweat to Lin Huan's brow. Seriously? Is this how a nation's general acts? Surely not over a mere tax official? The villagers only dare to whisper insults, afraid he's just a parrot. Ha. The man beside him sneered. A master of both literary and martial arts, huh? I think he's just a brute who knows how to memorize. Lin Huan is drowned in taunts. Looks like I have to show off a little or these guys will eat me alive. Say. It's not that I'm hiding anything, it's just that my concept is too advanced. I'm afraid people will misunderstand and laugh at me. Guoziye challenges. Oh, do you have some brilliant idea? Let's hear it. Lin Huan responds with a lengthy riddle. Since ancient times, only one thing has determined the outcome of war. With it, the weak can overcome the strong. With it, raging waves can be stopped. With it, one can defeat 100. So, what do you think it is? Tu Tong pondered. He looked arrogant. Ha ha ha. It's simply military strategy. Those skilled in it can pacify the 6 directions, swallow the 8 wildernesses, and dominate the world. Hearing this, he shook his head. If that was the answer, it was completely wrong. Military strategy only dictates tactics. It doesn't determine the morale or combat power of the soldiers. The left and right flanks can determine success or failure, but they are overrated. A clever fellow steps forward, answering, "It is the wise leadership of the emperor. With the emperor, we are invincible. Long live the emperor." The crowd of subjects then prostrates themselves. The emperor is wise. Wang Lung wakes up with a start. Huh? He yawned repeatedly. Go, go, go. Keep it down. What's with all the noise? Wang Lung then drunkenly fell asleep again. Hurry up and finish this. Quickly choose the top scorer, leaving Guozi helpless. Yes. He turned stern. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Lin Huan sharply replied, Information. The key to victory in war lies in one thing, information. Hearing that, Guoziye was pleased. Very well, this concept is highly inductive. And so, it was time for practical application, as he signaled for the other ministers to bring in the equipment. Simulate a battle between us and a foreign nation. Guozi instructed the 2 villagers who had volunteered. You 2, come here and imitate the foreign army. One of them cracks his knuckles. Ha ha ha, Lin Huan, let's see what you're really made of. The other one sneered, saying all that talk must be worthless. Lin Huan's eyelid twitched slightly. Prime Minister? That's not how information warfare works. He beckoned to a villager, saying, Come here. I recently encountered some formidable Vietnamese spies that I couldn't capture, so I'm having this man impersonate one. How about this scholar represent a spy who's been incited? I'll relay information to the assembly through him, demonstrating the marvels of controlling and using information. Guoju gestured. Good, let's begin. The scholars buzzed with anticipation. The show was about to begin, and they were curious to see what tricks he had up his sleeve, as Lin Huan whispered his plans, and the villager remained dazed. Tutong muses. Lin Huan will definitely spread false information, so we just need to do the opposite. The man beside him countered, but it wasn't certain. What if he knew we'd think that and intentionally spread real information? He signaled the villagers with his eyes to proceed. As planned, he approached Xizong and the other man, whispering something that drastically changed their expressions, filling their minds with different ideas. A fierce argument erupted, each convinced they were right. Lin Huan will definitely advance east, the other immediately objects. No, he'll go west. Don't be fooled by him, you fool. Xizong retorted, You're the fool. Meanwhile, Kueja calmly watched the scene unfold, wondering how they would proceed. He stammers, before glancing at Lin Huan for a proper answer. And what about you? How do you plan to advance? He presented the prepared document. Everything was written down, unchanged from beginning to end. Guozi examined the paper and couldn't help but praise it. Ha ha ha. It seems it's no surprise that a master of both literary and martial arts knows how to wage war. He makes his decision without hesitation. The victor is undoubtedly Lin Huan. He released a mix of truth and lies, drawing the enemy's attention to a single avenue of attack, while his true goal was a surprise raid on their supplies. Xitong laments that he never expected the battle news to be so unpredictable, believing it and not believing it, yet unable to ignore it. That guy is frustrated. They concede this round to Lin Huan. Guoziye raises a major issue. Simulated battles are fine, and the theory and execution are simple, but the real problem is effectiveness. He points out the inconvenience and obsolescence of Central Plains horses, noting that relaying messages, traveling back and forth, and even surprise attacks all require extreme speed and efficiency. The horses of the Central Plains can't compare to those of Yue, and without a solution, all of this is just theory. Lin Huan then pulled out a whistle. I've had a solution for this for a while now, so let me show you all. Allow me to notify my people. Guoziye replied, Please. Then a piercing whistle startled the drowsy emperor awake. He angrily shouts, What is that? Didn't I tell you to keep it down? He respectfully introduces the emperor, explaining that he has invented something to present as a grand gift. Wang Long is curious, wondering if it's a rare stone or a precious treasure. A strange object sped through the palace gates too fast to see. A7 arrived on a bicycle, piquing everyone's curiosity. What is that? What a strange contraption. The emperor's eyes lit up with delight, exclaiming, "Wow, so cool!" He stopped the bike with a skillful skid, startling the villagers. "What's this? It's so fast." The guards are amazed, like children on a swing. With this, marching speed and news delivery are guaranteed. Lin Huan crosses his arms. "This is a bicycle." Each part was meticulously crafted: the bicycle wheel hub, the shock absorption system, and the travel bag. Lightweight, sophisticated design, fast, safe, and easy to conceal. Before the introductions were complete, the emperor rushed over and froze. "Let me try it first." Guozi rushed to stop him. "Your Majesty, this is a military tool, extremely dangerous and not for casual enjoyment. Your Majesty's health is paramount." He happily reassured him. "Prime Minister, it's all right. I've prepared a special improved version just for the emperor." His words stunned everyone into silence. Lin Huan and Achi presented the box on the bike, and Wang Long's face lit up at the sight. He eagerly hops on the bike to experience this new joy. It's too much for him to handle. With such a feeble-minded emperor, this country is doomed. His Majesty sits on a modern bicycle, grinning from ear to ear. "Ha ha, this is fun." He speeds off, leaving his subjects in shock. "You all can continue talking. I'll be right back." Guizi coughed softly. "What do you think of this bicycle? Tell me what you think." The civil official clasped his hands and said, "This bicycle looks easy to operate, and the structure isn't complicated. It doesn't feel like it saves much effort, but even the great ministers agree that with one push it goes, and turning is convenient. I don't see any problems with it." Lin Huan ordered, "You have to try it to know. I have a few more bikes. Feel free to try them out." "Aki, go get them." Achi respectfully replied, "Yes." Stroking his beard, he thought, "You have to try to know." How clever. He warned the people to prepare themselves and inspect the bicycles. Before them appeared a fleet of modern bicycles, their design both intricate and simple, leaving the people wide-eyed in astonishment. Lin Huan blew his whistle, signaling, "You're all new steeds. Get on your bikes." Some villagers were clumsy, while others adapted easily. The Imperial Herald was the most enthusiastic, shouting, "Watch me!" But he didn't even last 2 seconds before face-planting into the ground, completely unprepared. The villagers, unfamiliar with riding, bumped into each other. "Careful, careful," they fumbled clumsily. "Don't touch me." All around him, screams of chaos and pain fill the air. "Oh, this hurts. Oh, my false bone grip." Lin Huan was completely helpless. Was his coordination really that bad? Unable to watch, they cried, "There must be something wrong with my bike." "Lin Huan, did you change your equipment? My foolish citizens are just blaming others. How unsuitable." Proving the bikes were faulty, while the guards and officials flew by. Truly, a treasure. He has to admit, this military officer is too strong. Barely warmed the seat before showing off. The panting minister quickly composes himself, declaring that his camp wants this bicycle, and they can't resist a jab, wondering if anyone could possibly be so inept as to not know how to ride one. Acting like a fool, really? You can't grasp something this simple. Are they stupid or something? This decree official is fuming. "You boorish brute, who are you yelling at?" They remained defiant. "Whoever spoke, that's who I'm yelling at." Quichi's face darkens as he shouts for silence. What's all the noise? He praises, but doesn't forget to consider practicality. The bicycle's capabilities aren't bad, but can it truly replace a horse? How much stamina does it require? Can it perform equally well on different terrains and environments? Lin Huan presents a scroll, suggesting that it may answer any further questions. Quasi puts on a serious face, examining the bicycle's features, including its safety, operation, and stealth capabilities. He's still not giving up, adding even more elements. "Looks like you really came prepared, but he won't give up easily, even if it rains." "I have one more thing. Please take a look." Quach 2 read each word in the second scroll. The improved bicycle design, including shock absorbers, rain tires, mud tires, sun visors, and tail lights. Meanwhile, Lin Huan took the opportunity to introduce the bicycle to the elders and the people, explaining that while it may not be the fastest, it's perfect for curves, mountains, and especially for combat in places like the border or the Viet territory. On the road, the bicycle can be equipped with the aforementioned parts, making it quiet and fast. Moreover, because it doesn't consume provisions like horses, it's perfect for simple expeditions. Sunlight streamed into the ancient palace, creating a shimmering, ethereal scene as Wang Long sat on his throne, chuckling heartily. "Anything else? Speak quickly." Guozi respectfully addressed the emperor. "Yesterday, Lin Huan passed the imperial exam with top honors. We await your decree on his official appointment." Hearing this, the emperor's eyes lit up. "Ah, yes. That man. Lin Huan, wasn't it? I heard he has many more inventions. They're a sight to behold." A nearby minister chimed in. "Your Majesty, Lin Huan truly has many inventions, especially for combat or for entertainment, all of which are unique and interesting. The emperor angrily asks, "Why didn't you present them sooner? What kind of business is this?" He trembled. "I was afraid, Your Majesty." Wang Long ordered, "Find the boy and tell him to bring Lin Huan here in a few days." The minister bowed. Yes. He dreamed of the special pleasures Lin Huan would bring. A talent like this, I must speak with him personally. And with that, Wang Long leisurely went off to play. The court can wait. I haven't ridden my bike today. Ignoring Guozi's desperate cries, "Your Majesty, you haven't given Lin Huan an official position yet." The ministers clamored. With the emperor so fond of Lin Huan, a minor position won't do. How about sending him to the Ministry of Works? You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Why shouldn't he come to the Ministry of Justice? The god of war beside him exclaimed. With inventions like these, our Ministry of Justice could be revolutionized. The first-rank official frowned. You ask on what basis? I want to know on what basis as well. Lam Huan must also be a martial arts prodigy. He must join the army, the others shouted. Indeed, he's already been granted a title. This has gone too far. He stroked his beard. Silence. If that's the case, then have Lin Huan come to my manor so we can talk and see what he wants. The scene shifts to a large plaque displaying the word Guo Manor. The staff greeted him warmly. Please wait in the drawing room, Scholar Lin. Lord Guo will be with you as soon as he finishes his affairs. Lin Huan sits with his legs crossed, his eyes darting around. Could this invitation be Guo Ziqian's trap? Could it be that my fame and favor have stirred jealousy? It seems the Prime Minister is more petty than I thought. Knowing your enemy is half the battle. I'll scout ahead for any ambushes. Lin Huan jumps around the courtyard, trying to gather intel, when suddenly a dark figure rushes toward him from afar, startling him. Someone's lying in wait in the garden. Lin Huan is shocked to realize how incredibly fast that dark figure is. That's incredibly fast. That's beyond human speed, leaving no time to react. The dark figure lunged and his mind went blank as Lin Huan collapsed to the ground. Who are you? Hongzhue asked, rubbing her eyes, gritting her teeth, and struggling to sit up. She panicked. Who are you? Why are you in my house? His eyes light up at the sight of her. Ah, saying it's her house? She must be the Prime Minister's daughter. No, too young. Must be a girl. Time to use my charm to get some answers. Lin Huan strikes a cool pose. Might you be the daughter of Lord Chen? I am Lin Huan, and I fear I've been presumptuous in capturing Hongzhue's interest. Wow. Are you the Lam Huan, skilled in both martial arts and academics? I've read your poetry. That bicycle was also invented by Brother Lin Huan, right? This is so much fun. Do you have anything else fun for me to play with? He asks, still not quite understanding. Something's not right here. This isn't how the script was supposed to go. I clearly used my charm, so why am I selling myself? Hongzhue smiles brightly. You came to see my father? Don't worry. My father may seem strict, but he's actually very gentle. Seeing her smile, Lin Huang's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't escape her gaze. This old man has been healed. He searched for all sorts of stories, hoping to see that smile again. But after gossiping for a while, Lin Huan's mouth grew tired, and with the exercising light appearing in the distance, he regretfully bid Hongzhue farewell. Ah, it's getting late. I must go see my father. Hongzhue was curious. Huh? Father is what I call him. Why is Brother Lin Huan calling him that? The air between Guozi and Lin Huan grew heavy with silence until he turned to look at him. Annoyed, Lin Huan said, You called me here, so what is it? After 10 minutes of tea, it seems he'll do anything to make me uncomfortable. Finally, Guozi speaks. I originally intended to discuss your official appointment. Hearing about a promotion, he couldn't hide his excitement. No rush, no rush. I'm still waiting to become the top martial artist. Suddenly, he smirked mysteriously, and Guozi's next words dashed Lin Huan's hopes. You're confident, but I don't want to talk about that with you today. Are you frowning? So you want to show your hand? Come on, I'm not afraid of you. His voice suddenly deepened. The nation is in peril. Lin Huan was shocked to hear that. Huh? Guozi suggested that I work for him or do something for the country. I hesitated. I appreciate the Prime Minister's offer, but you already know that I work for Eunuch Tong, right? Guozi's words cut deep. My eyes and ears are far more numerous than yours in those pleasure houses. Guozi hit a nerve, and Lin Huan began to strategize, realizing his secrets were known. He needed to retreat and adapt. He's forced to humble himself. As expected of the Prime Minister, he knows everything. These little tricks of the younger generation can't be hidden. Guozi's moves are truly unpredictable. What's the rush? I haven't even mentioned what you did at Eagle Pavilion, like this design. He dipped his hand in the water and casually drew a soccer field on the table, ignoring the young man's stunned silence. And you want to use soccer to make even more money, don't you? Guozi's veiled words successfully hit Lin Huan's pressure point, and he immediately stood up to ask, "Lord Guo, are you threatening me?" But the old codger remained eerily calm. "Threaten you? Why would I threaten you personally?" Guozi brings up his disciples to intimidate Lin Huan. Ningzalan, Suqian, Xiaolo, even Juju and Ye Yinwei. I could grab any of them and you'd fall in line. Why don't you give it a try? Guozi calmly poured tea. I told you, drink your tea first. You're still young, what's the rush? I drank it. He slammed the teacup on the table, putting on a defiant face. I drank it. Now speak. What do you want? Don't forget. My martial arts prowess will only lead to mutual destruction, something Guozia keeps harping on. I already told you the first thing. Guo Yuan Nan. He points directly at Lin Huan, saying, "That's why I want you and me to save him together." Surprised? I'll save him. Guozier smugly stood up and patted his shoulder. I know every step you're taking. You want to be a sycophant? I'm the grand sycophant, but I don't care about that. Lin Hua was stunned, then he smiled sinisterly, saying, "If it saves this collapsing world, I'll gladly be a sinner. Will you follow me?" After listening to this madman, he's getting paranoid. Oh God, is this Prime Minister ambitious? Could I get caught up in this? I better find a way out. Suddenly, a figure hiding behind the door catches Lin Huan's attention. It's the beautiful Hong Sue, eavesdropping on them. The sight of a girl instantly brightens Liam Huan's eyes, and he immediately changes his tune, saying, "I will devote myself to the nation, and never give up." Moments ago, Lin Huan was terrified, but now he bows before Guozi. Disciple, Lin Huan greets Master Guo. Later, at a cloud-covered cliff, the old bearded Guozi climbs faster than Lin Huan, who struggles below. "Sir, I'm all for exercise, but did we really need to climb this mountain so early?" He was sweating like a broken dam. He smugly lectures him about physical training. "You're overthinking it. We're here on business." Lin Huan scoffed. What important business could there be in this desolate mountain wilderness? Kueji pointed towards the temple, barely visible through the clouds. He stared blankly at the towering grand hall, his eyes wide. What was he supposed to do next? Stay here and cultivate unparalleled martial arts? He calmly reveals his outlandish plan. Learning the Tao, he's surprised. Even Lin Huan needs time to process this crazy idea. Before he could even learn the Tao, he was already lamenting that he hadn't enjoyed family bliss with his beloved wife. And now, he has to become a monk. Lin Huan pretends to be dense, even including the Empress in his fantasies. Unacceptable, utterly blasphemous. Guoju asked sternly, "Little Lin, do you know what His Majesty has been worried about lately? And yet, he still daydreams. The Empress Liu, don't be like that." He gives him a sidelong glance, "Huh? What are you talking about?" With that, Guizi knocked Lin Huan on the head to wake him up. "Stop thinking nonsense, Empress Liu what?" Years after Empress Li's death, the Emperor remarried, but he hasn't even touched her. He simply has no interest in such things. Lin Huan blankly holds his head. There's that too? And still nothing? Is the Emperor blind? At the Heavenly Wood Temple, he warns the womanizing brat to watch his mouth and speak of important matters. The Emperor is most concerned with longevity right now. Lin Huan suddenly became serious. I understand. I must be both an official and a Taoist, gain some fame, cater to the Emperor's interest, and become a sycophant. Outwardly opposing you, teacher, but secretly working together. Guzza suggests, "Not bad. Are you up to it? Should I invite an old Taoist priest for you? Teach you some Taoist knowledge?" He puffed out his chest, saying he didn't need it at all. If the imperial exam tested Taoism, he'd be at the top. Lin Huan was both annoyed and pleased. When he first transmigrated, he thought he could cultivate immortality, so he memorized all those Taoist books, and now they're finally useful. He was stunned, just a disciple who didn't understand. Taoist temples in the city could cultivate Taoism and attract attention, but here, CEO Guozi probed. "Do you know why I made things difficult for you before?" The little rascal quickly ran over to massage Master Guo's back to curry favor. To hit is to love, to scold is to care. It's clear the director values you. Actually, I had two purposes. First, to test your true abilities, and second, let's compare it to playing chess. Then Guozi asked, "In your opinion, what's most important in chess? If there was a move that guaranteed victory, what would it be?" Lin Huan was puzzled. 100% victory. But the quick-witted Lin Huan immediately answered without thinking. "I know, you have to hide your moves." "So, you're saying I shouldn't show off my talents in the imperial exam, but bide my time and wait for the right moment?" Mr. Fai laughs. "You're right about hiding, but not hiding your skills." Guozi happily says it's about hiding pieces, like suddenly pulling out a chariot piece to guarantee a win. He's stunned. Isn't this cheating? No one has 3 rooks. and the size of that chariot piece is completely out of place. No wonder he wins 100% of the time. The old man throws a chess piece down, determined to teach the boy a lesson. No matter how well you hide, someone will always see through you. Guozi then feigns instruction. But if you have a piece no one else knows about, they'll have no way to counter it. Lin Huan finally caught on. Too bad. You performed too well. You can't hide anymore. It was his own words that made the old man conceited. How despicable. If he were the villain, he would have kicked him already. He could only grit his teeth and watch him show off. I arranged everything for you yesterday. You'll become a disciple of Taoist Tianmu, allowing you to decline high office and avoid being drawn into the court's internal strife. Guozier reminded him that he had secretly arranged the situation, and in front of everyone they would be arch-enemies, so he shouldn't reveal anything. Lin Huan greets him with a smirk. Your disciple understands. Confident, he enters the temple, his hand reaching for the door handle. He smirked, confident that the rogue Taoist, Lin Huan, would soon catch a whole net of little demons. Lin Huan knocked frantically, asking if Taoist Tianmu was in the temple. The fool suddenly realized why the door was open. Lin Huan stepped inside, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lin Huan was stunned by the beautiful scene before him, but his face suddenly darkened. It seems that Taoism in this world is indeed being suppressed. He vaguely recalled asking Ning Zilan about it before, and now the clueless Lin Huan wondered to himself if cultivation was even possible in this world. Unbeknownst to him, behind the curtain, Zilan frowned. Immortal cultivation? Impossible. She lifts the curtain, and a bashful Zilan emerges like a radiant beauty. You barely know the basics of martial arts. You can't even win a fight. Don't even mention cultivation. She complimented, You should stick to your inventions. I find this towel you invented quite comfortable. Then Zilan climbed into bed and gently asked her husband, Come massage me. Use that technique from last time. It made me feel so good. This made Lin Huan ecstatic. My lady, I'm here. He eagerly rushes to massage his wife. Zilan warned him not to dabble in Taoism or Taoist studies, leaving Lin Huan wide-eyed with surprise. Oh, why do you say that? And she recalls that scoundrel A.U. A century ago, a sorcerer wreaked havoc on the court, wielding strange and mystical powers. He manipulated the government, but that wasn't enough. He craved the throne. Through deceit and treachery, he successfully dominated the court, replaced the emperor, and crowned himself ruler. She pondered for a long time. That evil Taoist obviously couldn't fight a war, and was no match for the grand ancestor who was beheaded in the imperial city. That's how our Nin Raya began to develop on the border. That dynastic turmoil left a mess behind. From then on, all Taoist sects were implicated, and their fortunes were severely damaged, much to Lin Huan's dismay. Alas, after a century, Taoism has only recovered to this extent. How pitiful. A voice from behind startled him. Who are you? He asked, immediately turning around with caution. Who is this person whose presence I didn't even sense? Lin Huan speculated. A master who appears and disappears without a trace. The figure probed. Are you a pilgrim? Then, a Ling's tiny foot stomped on his foot. And yet, a large figure like Lin Huan winced in pain as the little girl yawned sleepily. Who goes there? Why don't you answer me? He sat down and gently stroked the little girl's head. Little friend, I'm here to find Celestial Wood Taoist to become his disciple. Do you know where he is? A Ling puffed out her chest with pride. My master is the Celestial Wood Taoist. Lin Hua seized the opportunity to press further. Then where is your master? Ah Ling quickly responded. Master had to leave yesterday and won't be back for a while. The girl cheerfully pointed at him. Oh, I remember now. I heard a new disciple was coming, and that must be you. The clever A-Lin immediately started acting important, declaring, Today, I'm accepting a disciple in place of our master, so from now on, I'm your senior disciple. You can call me Ah-Ling. From now on, you have to listen to your senior. I've got your back. And so, Lin Huan had no choice but to obey his little senior, awaiting her orders. Seizing the opportunity, she jumped onto his shoulders and shouted, Let's go, Junior. I'll show you around the temple first. And so, Lin Huan reluctantly obeyed his new superior, A-Ling. Later, in his room, Lin Huan was snoring so loudly the ground shook, when suddenly A-Ling came and smacked him on the forehead. The girl grinned, ordering her new disciple, Junior brother, wake up and cook. Unlucky Lin Huan is forced to wake up before he's had his fill of sleep to brush his teeth and wash his face, forced to let the little tyke A-Ling play with his hair. They were reading when they suddenly fell asleep, and the evening began to descend. Lin Huan hesitated. Senior apprentice Sister A-Ling, I have a serious question for you. Little A-Ling also put on a serious face. Speak, junior brother A-Lin. He looked at the desolate temple and asked awkwardly, Has our temple never had any visitors to burn incense? Little Wu replied. 2 people came when I was still wearing padded clothes, and a family of 4 came the last time I wore short sleeves. Lin Huan shook his head, realizing that the total number of pilgrims for the year didn't even reach double digits. It seemed that reviving this temple would require his own money. My money, it seems I must sacrifice you for the country. A Ling innocently runs over and tugs on Lin Huan's sleeve. Senior brother, hurry and tell me a story. You promised me yesterday. The thought of telling stories brings back terrible memories. When did he agree to this? But I don't know how to tell stories to little girls. I'm better at arguing. But Lin Huan still tried to encourage himself, deciding to give it a shot. He gently embraced the little ailing like a father would his child. What story does my little junior sister want to hear? The Calabash Brothers' Great War of Transformation? Or 3,000 riddles about supermen? Which tale of demon slaying excites you more, little one? Especially snakes. A Ling hates snakes the most. Suddenly, Lin Huan froze, waiting to tell a story. The tale of the serpent's revival of the Taoist temple. Lin Huan began, Senior apprentice sister, have you ever heard this story? The legend of the white snake. The next day at the temple, a Ling scurried toward her junior brother. The girl excitedly shouts, Senior brother, pilgrims have arrived. Liu Xiang trudges into the Taoist temple, panting. Brother Lin, your place is really hard to find. I almost got lost. Liu Xiang boasted, I brought everything you wanted, so you have to treat me to a meal. Lin Huan was pleased with his efforts and readily promised, rest assured, I'll treat you to something special today. Suddenly, the mischievous Ah Ling slipped from his grasp, drawn to the chest overflowing with toys and food. The temptations before her were too much to resist, and she eagerly snatched up the treats. Cloth doll. Ah Ling asked softly, Senior apprentice, have we ascended to the immortal realm? Like a phantom, Nunagach appeared behind them. Oh my, I adore her. She's so precious. Even the little tyke A Ling is captivated by Ru Yu's beauty. She gently sits down and strokes the girl's head. Is that Ah Ling? You're so adorable. Next time, just tell me what you want to eat and I'll buy it for you. Hearing about food, Ah Ling jumps up and hugs her. She's an immortal, a fairy. Lu Xing wondered, why did you urgently call me here? Lin Huan answered without hesitation. There's a big deal for you, or you can be the first viewer. A moment later, he approached with a mysterious smile, then slammed the wood onto the table with a domineering air. With a serious tone, Lin Huang said, Today I'll tell you about a strange case. The legend of the white snake. They all listened intently as he continued. Once upon a time, there was a Qingcheng mountain. Lin Huang's emotions dictated everyone's attitude. His voice was cheerful, then angry, as if resenting someone, and sometimes he shook his head in disgust, leaving everyone in a daze. But he didn't finish the story, leaving it hanging, so tune in next time to find out what happens next. Hearing Lin Huang's story, Liu Xing was filled with anger. That swindler Fa Hai was so cruel, and the Buddhist sect was no good. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by Lin Huang, creating competition, elevating Taoism, and suppressing Buddhism, all with a few simple stories. As the warm morning sun shone on the Taoist temple, the group carrying Lady Hongshui arrived, shouting, Hurry, we're late, it's about to start, drawing the townsfolk's eager attention. Hongshui lifted the curtain, bewildered. Xiaobei, what's going on up ahead? He was just as confused. I'm not sure, but it looks like they're surrounding someone in the tea house. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hongshui rushes toward the tea house, eager to see what all the commotion is about. I'm going to see. Xiaobei panicked, unable to stop her. Miss, don't run off like that. The master wouldn't be pleased. An old man with a beard is on the platform, telling a story at the top of his lungs. The story goes that when the floodwaters engulfed Jinshan, that old swindler, Fa Hai, pulled out a clueless girl and shoved her into the crowd. What's going on? So many people watching. One of them turned around to explain. Little lady, you don't know? This is the legend of the white snake, the most popular story right now, Mao Lu added. That's right, it's our 3rd time listening to this. Hongzhu was still completely bewildered. What's so interesting? Why all the excitement? Suddenly, the old bearded man slammed a piece of wood on the table and said the exact same thing Lin Huan had said a few days before. To find out what happens next, stay tuned. The old woman cried out in glee, It's here! It's here! The best part is here! It's OS's time to shine. And Hong Shui watches with wide-eyed surprise. No, what is that? Isn't it over? A singer suddenly appears on stage to liven things up, singing of 1,000 years of waiting with no regrets. Who is this girl who knows how to liven up the stage? Whispering in our ears, let everyone sing along. The singer's melody captivated the crowd, who chanted in unison, We'll love you forever. Even the old women below are more hyped than Hong Zhu. Westlake water, my tears, I'd gladly turn into a burning flame with you. She's impressed but thinks it's a bit too over the top. Hong Shui suddenly notices something and looks up in surprise. Wait, that's Lu Huangwei and Lin Huan up there. Lin Huan is smiling and talking to Lu Xing. It seems to be working well. Keep expanding. As long as she sees him, Hong Shui will be happy. So that's it. Only Lin Huan could have created such a script. The mischievous Ailing peeked out and the sight struck her like a bolt of lightning. Wait, since when did Lin Huan have a child? Hong Shui is so embarrassed. Her face is as red as a tomato. What does it matter to me if he has a child? She quickly left, thinking she should just go home and come back tomorrow. Hongjue turned and left, ignoring the whispers around her as Xingbei smirked. This script isn't bad. What do you guys think? Wei Yun agreed. I think it's good too. Even Mao Lu behind the scenes had to agree. Xingbei grinned sinisterly. This time, we'll add half of the legend of the white snake. We've copied the whole thing. He distributed a copy to each of them, and before long, Uivan was already far too pleased with himself, planning to develop the script on his own. They haven't tasted the oppression of us old tea houses yet, and with Maolu's sly smile, we just need to add a little something extra. The next day, the palanquin carried Lady Hongjue back to the tea house, wondering if she would meet Lin Huan there today. Xiaobei, suddenly confused, turned back to announce, "Miss, we've arrived at the tea house." But she was stunned, wondering what was going on. Hongjue steps out to see the desolate scene before her, wondering, is this for real? Yesterday it was bustling, but today, there's not a soul in sight? Lu Xiang's voice from behind nearly made Hongjue's heart stop. Don't mention it. Our script has been plagiarized. At that moment, Lin Huan appeared and greeted her. Miss Guo, we meet again. The playful A Lin introduced herself. I'm Lin, Lam Huan's senior disciple. Hongshui was stunned, but still went over to pinch the little girl's cheek. So you're the little senior sister. Pleased to meet you. Lin Huan suggests that Miss Guo accompany them to take a look, his voice sharper than ever. What is this bootleg script about? Moments later, they arrived to see the imitation. But what they saw was a young woman flaunting her beauty, which piqued the curiosity of the locals. Seeing the crowd flocking to watch, the three were stunned. Lin Huan subtly covered senior sister A Ling's eyes, realizing the bootleg was relying on vulgarity to gain popularity. The tea house sparkled in the sunlight, inside which a shrewd man confidently presented his bootleg. At that moment, Shu Chen took Bai Niang, or rather Lady Huang, home. A lone man and woman together in one room. What do you think happened next? The lustful men drooled. So, what happens next? Could it be... is that... something behind the dancer's veil, adding spice to this knockoff tale? Even though he lent me an umbrella, my clothes still got wet, and it's uncomfortable to wear. Or maybe it's just from all the drool hitting the floor as this pervert prepares to devour this maiden. Madam Huang, hurry and give me what I came for. Xingbei suddenly hesitated, stopping the story there, as the lustful bastards threw money at the bootlegger for more. Add 2 more taels of silver and tell a bit more about Xiaoqing. She's the only one I like. Lin Huan and the others were stunned. Hongyu is disgusted. How can they just make things up like that, telling that kind of story? Lu Xiang worries, Brother Lin, what do we do now? It's not just them stealing our content, creating this filthy empress legend. He then glanced at the line of people waiting outside. This whole street is copying our content. Even the original, Lu Xing, is shocked to see a strong woman brawling with a wrestler. And look at that other studio's Red Maiden Chronicles. They've turned our OS into an action adventure. And there's a girl playing Black Maiden, riding an old man like a horse. And then there's the Legend of Blackie over there, completely mixing up the heroes and villains' love and hate. But Lin Huan is overly confident, saying defeating the bootlegs will be a piece of cake. Clearly, Liu Xiang is wary. This tea house has no business connections, and you can't just create copyrights. She whispers in his ear, here's what we'll do. Liu Xiang is surprised. Is that even possible? In the following days at the Taoist temple, Xingbei smugly boasts that he's earned more money in the last few days than in the previous 3 months. Wei Yun happily added, if we keep this up, I'll have enough money to buy my son a high-ranking position. Suddenly, Granny Mao Lu tensed up, sensing something was wrong. They were stunned to find the temple deserted, as townsfolk rushed past, shouting, hurry, the Wushuan tea house is telling stories, we'll be late. They shouted, why drag us here to listen to this second-rate remake when you could be at the superior Wu Hien tea house? It was then that Tin Bak finally lost it, and Uivan was also frustrated. The legend of the white snake. We've twisted it every which way. They shouldn't have anything left to tell. How can these old geezers even show their faces? Let's go see what's happening. Soon the three of them froze as crowds flocked to the Taoist temple. Xingbei was furious. It was them, all right. Mao Liu was anxious, wanting to see what they were capable of, but when the three of them read the words hanging on the wall, they froze in place. Wu Yun couldn't understand it. He told a chapter of all 4 stories each day, then repeated them for the benefit of newcomers. Mao Liu was stunned. A whole month of stories. Who could write so many stories? What kind of talent would that require? Lin Huan, the beautiful mistake, unexpectedly stepped out. With such praise, you're making the writer blush. Seeing such talent, the shameless Wu Van cozied up. Young man, have you heard these stories? What do you think? Will Lin Huan have to exaggerate or go all out? This is extremely interesting. Xingbei maintains his imposing facade. If the stories were true, they might attract listeners. But young man, I advise you to give up this tea house soon, for it has a fatal flaw. Seeing this guy act so pretentious, he decided to play along for some fun. Oh, a fatal flaw, is it? Please enlighten me. He was so flattered that he began to lecture me like a senior. But with this ongoing story, if you miss even one day, you won't be able to keep up. Xingbei's overacting made Lin Huan laugh, and he brought out the VIP card. Is this what you mean? It's nothing much. Lin Huan got into character. With our VIP access, you can enjoy a personalized storytelling experience and hear the parts you missed. Not only that, he offered enticing perks, including exclusive illustrations, story analysis, a VIP discussion group, and much more. Xingbei was stunned. What kind of business model was this? Is that even possible? Lin Juan casually walked over and put his arms around the 2 old men. These bosses, no offense, but when it comes to business, you can't compete with Wu He and Tea House. Golden sunlight bathes the Taoist temple as Ah Ling skips happily along. No matter how much Lin Huan watered the flowers, he always had to chase after her, saying, "Slow down, be careful you fall." The little girl who opened the door, Ah Ling, suddenly noticed something. The child was so stunned that she dropped the flower pot on the floor. Ah Ling frantically ran inside, crying, senior brother, save me." Outside, a mob was terrorizing the temple, clamoring to get in and light incense. "I'll be the first to offer incense. Don't anyone try to take my place." The little boy was so scared, he burst into tears. "Junior, why are there so many of you? Are you trying to take over our temple?" But Lin Huan calmly reassured him, "Don't worry, I have everything under control." He thought to himself that he had subtly belittled Buddhism and elevated Taoism in each of his stories, and smugly realized that the incense of the temple was finally flourishing again. Sweat beaded on Lin Huan's brow as the 2 little servants waddled in. But why were these oddballs showing up now? The chubby attendant could barely speak. "Taoist, please save my Lord Zhu Xian." The other spirit child sobbed. "Master, that swindler, Fa Hai, ambushed me with a dirty trick. Master, please help me regain my human form." A moment later, he lit incense and invited them inside. "No need to fight, everyone line up." Lin Huan announces that the Taoist temple will be closed for 3 days, starting the day after tomorrow, so please spread the word, and don't bother coming. Little Ailing is confused. "Why are we taking 3 days off, senior brother?" When asked if they were going on a trip, he simply replied that he had to participate in the martial arts exam. Seeing her martial brother about to leave, she flailed her arms and legs. "Then I want to go too. I want to go too." Lin Huan calmly reminded her, "Ah Ling, behave yourself. The emperor is there." 3 days later, he reluctantly carried his junior sister on his back, much to her delight. Surrounded by prying eyes, Lam Huan wished he could disappear, never imagining he'd actually bring Ah Ling to the martial arts exam. He recalled Guozi's instructions. "When you take the exam, remember to wear your Taoist robes and bring your little senior sister." Just thinking about it, Lin Huan wanted to dig a hole and hide, all to isolate himself among the military officials, forcing him to play the fool. He felt used as Guo's words echoed in his ears. "You must win the martial arts examination and show off some extraordinary Taoist skills to attract the emperor's attention." Lin Huan was about to cry. Was this not just making things difficult for him? That damned old fox. Then a group of monks suddenly appeared, sticking their noses into his business. "Lin Huan, this is the palace exam for military officials. Why are you wearing a Taoist robe?" Suddenly this question fills him with confidence. How else would I use Taoist martial arts to wipe them all out in a second? Suddenly Guozi, who had urged Lin Huan to wear the Taoist robe, began to criticize him nonsensically. What kind of behavior is this? And bringing a girl along, what's the meaning of that? But Lin Huan quickly retorted that if it's not forbidden, it's allowed. Surely the Prime Minister, with all his years of study, knows that much. Is that right? Is that really right? All you do is smirk and talk nonsense. Yi Sang was already prematurely triumphant. Surely you have some twisted ideas brewing, they quickly reported to the emperor. Wang Long sat heavily on his throne, complaining incessantly about the heat, urging them to hurry up and finish quickly. Yixing quickly tries to curry favor with the emperor, assuring him that this competition will be stimulating and extremely fun. He explained, "This year, we're following a new system, new rules. Unlike previous years, the teams of 3 who are already pleased with themselves before the battle won't be fighting each other, but competing for survival." He then raised his voice and shouted, "We will have people use red silk to form a circle, and after each incense stick burns, the circle will shrink. You must stay within the circle, find the weapons we've hidden, and survive. Understood?" The blue-clothed man stammered, saying that they didn't need to fight, just run. Someone next to him yelled, "Are you stupid? Running won't save your strength like fighting will." Lin Huan, standing at a distance, winked at Guozi. What a surprise. The old fox tricked the military officer using the very loophole he suggested. A sinister smile crept across his face. Even the heavens are on my side. Days prior, Lin Huan was by the river when Guozi suddenly appeared, saying, "That storybook trick wasn't bad at all." His unannounced appearance surprised him, and Lin Huan wondered, "Master, what are you doing here?" Guozi calmly replied, "The imperial exam to select the top martial artist is coming up, and I'm here to discuss your strategy. How do we win?" "I have inside information. General Li Muzi is about to change the martial arts exam, which we can use to our advantage." After a moment's thought, he realizes the martial arts exam is still a competition of strategy and adaptability. Then, with a smile, Lin Huan claims to have a way to satisfy these requirements. "Even Guo has never heard of your strange little games. These rules are certainly unique." But Lin Huan puffed out his chest with pride. "Of course. This is the globally popular game, PUBG. But an old man like you wouldn't understand these young people's things." "What does BG mean?" He was stumped. I meant exciting. Did I misspeak?" Guizi didn't wait for him to finish his sentence before jumping onto the boat and leaving. "Understood. Leave the rest to me." Lin Huan grumbled. Couldn't he have finished what he was saying before leaving? Later, at the imperial palace, he was unwilling to accept it. Could there really be something to it? How could this be? Guotu's gruff attitude caught Musi's attention, only to find such an absurd proposal. Enraged, he tears the reform proposal in two, frustrated by the martial arts exam reform, stomping his feet in anger. How could it be so childish? As Musi watches him leave, he glances down at the torn paper. How convenient. He picks it up and then excitedly reads every line of the reform. This is a good plan. Even Lin Huan has to admit its brilliance. That sly old fox is good. He's already tricked General Lai Musi into taking the bait. The group loudly cheers in excitement. The number cards have all been distributed. Trust your teammates. The competition begins when this incense stick burns out. The man in brown bravely charges forward. "We're Team 7. I'll protect you, brother." Little Ailing actually drew the number 7. The two of them cheered, oblivious to Si Tong approaching them. "You're group number 7. I'm just unlucky to run into you. One's a kid with no fighting ability and the other's a celebrity target." Lin Hua rushes to reassure him. "Brother, don't worry. I'll make sure you get a good ranking this time." He decisively points to the sky, chanting an incantation for Earth escape. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts where they stood, and as the smoke clears, nothing remains, leaving everyone in bewildered confusion. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, they're over there!" Fan Tran gleefully warned them, "No more tricks. Today we've got you cornered." Soon, Lin Huan and the others reached a cliff, and Si Tong worried, "There's no way forward. The madman Fan Tran's group has caught up with them. Let's see where you think you're going." He was furious, wondering if he'd been tricked. "Let's see how well you ride? I've had my eye on you for a long time, you stinky Taoist." His strength failing him, he could only defend, and now he had to face 2 against 3. What terrible luck. But of course, a master like Lin Huan wouldn't let him fight. Wait, he's using spirit energy to cast a body-freezing spell. Suddenly, Fanjin was frozen in place, leaving his underlings speechless. "Boss, what's wrong? Are they using magic?" his panicked underlings cried. Even Ailing, who was clinging to Lin Huan, was surprised, and Si Tong hadn't even recovered when he was pulled up. Lin Huan then provoked, "Fanjin, you're not worthy to fight me." He swiftly carried them away, leaving the disciples in stunned silence as the emperor watched Lam Huan's display through his telescope. He cheered with delight. "Interesting, very interesting. This Lin Huan is truly interesting." Zikong breathed a sigh of relief after being set down. "This is my first time flying." The little Ailing is ecstatic. "That was so fun. Let's do it again, senior." He was stunned, asking how she did that. Did she really know magic? Lin Huan puts on another mysterious act, saying fate cannot be revealed as he looks away to hide his aching muscles. Wire flying is more tiring than I thought. Luckily it's not too far from here. Suddenly, red fireworks light up the sky, drawing their attention as Yi Hang acts like a CEO overseeing the circle's contraction. Sai Tong panics. Oh no, the encirclement has begun. Should we run? But Huan remained strangely calm, saying, "Don't worry, let me divine." Inwardly, he smirked. "I've seen the shrinking plan all along. This circle of destiny was made for me." He calmly states the result that Master Guo had revealed beforehand. "I've divined it. The final circle will be close by." Lin Huan departed, but not without a word to Si Tong. "Now I'll go gather weapons and equipment, keeping it as light as possible. You wait here, and I'll grab some gear." He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like he was being taken advantage of. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the forest. "Ah," Ling asks curiously, Senior brother, how do those fake magic tricks work? I want to try them too, so I can scare Master later." "You seemed to be enjoying it. How did you know it was fake?" she said, pointing out his obvious tricks. "I may be young, but I'm not stupid. A magical smoke bomb, a fishing line to hook and lift people. I see everything," Lin Huan praises. "Ah, Ling is smart, but that's not all." He then raised his powerful glasses. "Everything A Ling saw was a prototype from the design I gave General Han Yi Hang." The glasses help Lin Huan see through the weapons hidden in the bushes. "They're hidden within the randomly placed weapons," he confidently declares, "and I know the location of every single one." A Ling was dumbfounded. When did he mark them? I never saw him leave the temple. But of course, Lin Huan remained tight-lipped because this was a secret. Turns out Yi Hang is on his side too. General Han Yi Hang was the one who left the mark. To recruit me to the general's side, they went to great lengths. Soon after, Sekong was stunned to see them return. Carrying back a pile of weapons and equipment, Lin Huan left him speechless. "Did you really just pick all this up?" He glanced at Tu Tong. "Found, I divined the location of each and every one of them." The strange events unfolding before him were unbelievable. Could it be true magic? No, is it really magic? Lin Huan takes the lead. "Let's go, we'll take the initiative." He suddenly ambushes from above, while Si Tong helps from the bushes, wielding a staff to eliminate an opponent. And little A Ling schemes, creating a suspended battlefield for their opponents. A moment later, Lin Huan, with a displeased look, challenges, "So, you're my final opponents?" The six of them stood face to face, and Seikien thumped his chest, declaring, "That's right, it's just the six of us left, so you might as well surrender early. My martial arts were inherited from my father, General Wei. This Ning Meridian skill was passed down from the moonlit assembly." Ningba glares at the three of them. Then he introduced the one-eyed Long Li, who wore a mysterious smile, saying, "This brother beside me is the famous one-eyed Long Li Sheng." Towering over Lin Huan, he stepped forward to provoke him. "What do you have to fight us with?" He felt an unbearable itch. It was time to make a move. Enraged, he draws his sword, ready to kill him, declaring that the blade knows no mercy. But Trakin didn't realize he was harboring a viper. Ninba suddenly ambushed him from behind, saying she only follows Lin Huan. With one gentle palm strike, Ningba sends Jijian flying off the face of the earth, leaving the one-eyed Long Li in shock. The three surrounded him, leaving only him left. Lin Huan calmly watched as his friends dealt with the kid. And just like that, he's won the martial arts championship. Too easy. Days later, people flocked to see the results. "Hurry, the martial arts rankings are out." They stared in astonishment, urging those who could read to speak up. "It's Lin Huan." Again Lin Huan. Lin Huan's name was emblazoned on the list of successful candidates, and the crowd buzzed with excitement, confirming what they already knew. I told you he was a once-in-a-lifetime genius, a dual champion scholar, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Lin Huan is number one. Lin Huan is number one. Ningwei raises a glass to the young champion, whose reputation grows by the day. Congratulations. Lin Huan humbly replies that it's all thanks to everyone's consideration. Suddenly, he's pulled into an unseen world, surrounded by system panels. This was the system's reward. A treasure chest appeared, and the light radiating from the gem within was blinding. This is the industrial crafting pack, a steel refining and molding template. He was overjoyed. Wow, with this, the technological advancement of this entire era will take a huge leap forward. But Lin Huan is worried. How will he get a large amount of raw iron ore? He suddenly remembered the elder who was present. Oh right, Lingwei came to him for weapons and tools, so he must be the source of the materials. Before Ningwei could finish, Lin Huan cut him off. Was he talking about the weapons and tools Moonlit Tower designed? Ningwei was furious inside, but he had to act confused. You're turning down a favor from the Ning family? I have something even better for you. Of course, but then he feigned regret, saying better weapons require better designs and more complex technology, and more raw materials. Lin Huan worried that buying and hoarding too much iron ore would make him look like he was forging weapons for rebellion. Ningwei stroked his beard thoughtfully. That's true, but it's easy enough to solve. Our Moonrise Pavilion has been in business for so long, preparing a large amount of iron ore is no problem. Deep down, he knew that managing upstream industries was the most profitable. This reputation package was a great way to make money, but he still had to keep his cool. Next, it's time to upgrade the industry. A moment later, behind the Taoist temple, farmers were hard at work, mining and transporting iron ore. A Ling gleefully slides down the mud house, asking if this is the entertainment district he mentioned before. Lin Huan had no choice but to grab his playful junior sister by the collar and scold her, telling her this wasn't a place to play around. What good will struggling do? Lin Huan explained patiently. Forging steel, tools, weapons, even steel toys. We'll make it all. Soon, our products will reach every farmer, warrior, and wealthy family. He explained to the child that this was the beginning of their Taoist sect's revival. But before he could finish, he glanced at the figure behind him, adding, "And the rise of our dying tower." Qinzong replies, "It better be true." She hints, "You give Moonrise Pavilion so much, and all Eagle Tower gets is a promise?" Lin Huan's delusions of grandeur flare up at the sight of a girl. How amusing. He sounds like an angry little wife. Lin Huan pounds his chest, guaranteeing, "Rest assured, you can oversee everything here from now on. You control all the weapons in Moonrise Pavilion, and Eagle Tower can take whatever they want." Xingzhang shot him a sidelong glance as if to say, "You're finally getting it." Suddenly, Aki Huhuanger rushed towards Lin Huan, catching him off guard. He recounted the events, shocking him. What? Who would be so bold? Meanwhile, at a small tea house, everything is being smashed, with signs and cups littering the floor. Every jar of tea and bottle of wine was smashed to pieces by the soldiers. They stormed the shop, trampling chairs and tables, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The soldier shouted, "Shut down all these storytelling tea houses. This is His Majesty's will." Meanwhile, back at the Taoist temple after the raid, the old steward emerged, saying, "Don't worry, everyone. The director is inside waiting for you." The anxious officials outside were finally allowed in. "Lord Manager, you must be our advocate." The doors to Shen Lin's room closed, ensuring the gravity of the situation remained contained. He sat regally in his chair, wondering what all the commotion was about. "You're all grown. Act with composure. One of you is already flustered. This new script must be dealt with." He explained, "You wouldn't believe it, but a new type of story has been spreading like wildfire and it's corrupting people." Tram Lam took a sip of tea, his eyes scanning the room. "Oh, do tell me more." The flustered official quickly presented the picture, of course, having to mention the legend of the white snake. It's not just a story of interspecies romance, but it also contains many lewd images. The clerk worried that if everyone believed the stories, they'd all fall for snakes and no longer like people. Who would take responsibility then? Shenlin held up the picture, pretending to examine it, but inside he was burning with curiosity, thinking it was indeed quite lewd. I'll take this eyesore and destroy it later." The scribe clenched his fist, and some of these stories, they're truly treasonous, filled with rebellious ideas. He grumbled, complaining about the daily water margin tales, all about villains gathering to seize mountains and become kings, with characters like Li Kuei and Wu Song being nothing but rebels. The Grand Master didn't hold back his slander, insisting that such tea houses must be sealed and the clerk should be punished severely. After all, this is a matter for scholars, so it's up to a library director like you to speak up. The official then slipped him a thick envelope, saying this was all they could offer in support. Chenlin calmly slipped the envelope into his sleeve, then stood up with an air of righteousness. "Working for the people, I will never back down," Shenlin ordered the old steward. "Summon all the teachers from the library here now." The old steward bowed low. "Yes." The old steward turned to carry out the order. "Each of you will write an indictment detailing the dangers of these new stories." Juju peeked out from among the ministers, looking at him. Shenlin continued, "Tomorrow I will bring this before His Majesty." Feeling wronged, she retorted, "Master Proctor, this isn't something the library should handle. The royal family has its own means of oversight." Ignoring her words, Lao Shuate retorted, "If we don't take action, what influence will we have in the court? A woman's opinion is irrelevant here." Judah stammered, but Shenlin walked away without looking back. "Do as I've ordered and don't dawdle." Moments later, in the Emperor's palace, Shenlin bows before His Majesty, reporting that the capital has become increasingly depraved with the rise of shameless news stories. As the old saying goes, Wang Long remained calm, so tell me the solution and skip the anecdotes. Get straight to the point, Nian Feng, and seal all the new storybooks. He turns to Guozi. What do you think, Guo? The old man bows his head, agreeing. Guozi saw an opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Later, at a dilapidated tavern, Shenlin asked menacingly, "Who exactly is behind you all? To create so many scripts, there's definitely a big fish involved." The villager stammered, unsure how to explain. This humble one truly doesn't know. The old man's eyes were shifty, warranting further interrogation. I'm going to make sure the person behind this gets what's coming to them. Meanwhile, back at the Taoist temple, A7's binoculars peek out from the window. He wondered, Brother Lin, aren't we going to do anything? He said he had to punish them. Lin Huan just smirked, not taking these clowns seriously. I'll see what they're really up to. Mr. Guo must want me to borrow it to show off, right? Soon after, the young top scholar, Lin Huanxi, strode into the emperor's palace. The Shangguan official beside him praised Lin Huan's dual mastery of the arts, saying that after today's appointment he would be like a bird soaring in the sky and a fish diving in the ocean. Lin Huan replied modestly that he owed his success to everyone's consideration and that he was truly fortunate. Guozi mocked him, calling him a fraud, and the ministers immediately turned on him, rushing to suck up. Prime Minister Guo, wait for me. They immediately began to criticize him. I also feel that there's something wrong with this top scorer. He's not normal. Lin Huan is completely helpless. Old Guo, do you have to put on such a show? He finally accepts the truth. This is his fate. Shenlin slowly approached, then respectfully asked, May I ask what this esteemed one wishes to impart? Looking serious, he said it was naturally official business, leaving Shenlin hesitant. I investigated the source of these new stories a few days ago, and guess what? It turns out to be none other than our once-in-a-century double champion. Lin Huan, do you have anything to say for yourself? But Lin Huan remained unfazed. Oh, it's me, so what? Your excuses mean nothing unless you... The old fool's face pales as he realizes Tram Lam has admitted it. This is a matter that would alarm even the emperor. Aren't you afraid of his wrath and imprisonment? The old man stubbornly plays his last card. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. As the head of the library, I can overlook this matter, as long as you work for our library. Lin Huang turns his back and leaves, so done with this. Shenlin, feeling insulted, shouts furiously, How dare you ignore me like that? Wait, I'll show you what's what. Just then, in the main hall, Wang Long waved his hand dismissively. Hurry it up. Speak your piece or be dismissed. Guo Zibai yawned. Today was the day to appoint officials from the imperial exams. No need to elaborate. You can decide for yourselves. Is there anything else? If not, court is dismissed. Taking this opportunity, Shenlin stepped forward to report. I have a matter to report regarding the library. Wang Long sighed in relief. Speak, speak. The old god confessed that a few days ago, while investigating tea houses for storybooks and private talks, he inadvertently discovered a clue. Little did he know, the mastermind was the emperor himself, who before he could finish erupted in fury. Well done, so it was you. If you hadn't said anything, I almost forgot. Why are you wasting resources auditing those new stories? He flew into a rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. How could they be so blind as to report such a masterpiece? Guards, drag him outside and give him 100 lashes, then reinstate the new tea house scripts. As Shenlin's mind reeled, he was dragged away, crying, Injustice, your majesty, injustice. The old god desperately cried out in vain as Shenlin was brutally beaten on the emperor's orders. Seeing this, Lin Huan ran over to provoke him. Is this the rectification the head of the Guo family was telling me about? He laughed. To be honest, it's quite amusing to watch someone get beaten. He was in so much pain he could barely speak. Why is this happening? Seeing Guo's attitude, Lin Huan immediately understood. Guo was indeed ruthless, and this move was brilliant. He smirked knowingly. Later, in the head manager's office, a tormented Quan Qian gritted his teeth. Lin Ho, what did you do to make the emperor change his mind? He picked up the record book beside his bed and told himself that, thankfully, the library had someone specifically in charge of recording the emperor's daily habits. He would definitely find out the truth. Suddenly, Shenlin's eyes widened and his whole body trembled. I've lost completely this time. One day prior at the Taoist temple, Zhuge wondered, Master Guo, why have you summoned me, this royal son? Guozi calmly replied, Of course there's a reason. Today I've discovered a theater unlike any other. Hearing this, he immediately perked up. Oh, is that so? Hurry, take this young master to see it. He brought Zhuge to the Linshan Theater, right here. He wondered if it wasn't closed. The old man calmly knocked on the door, and Guo Tu gently explained that this was a new trend. catering exclusively to VIPs. Esteemed guests need only knock out a rhythm to open the door. Commoners unfamiliar with the code won't be able to enter. He was excited. Interesting, very interesting. A palace maid gracefully welcomes them to the Linshen Theater, leading them on a tour, explaining that the legend of the White Snake play will begin after an incense stick burns. The palace maid leads them to the main stage for the play. Legend of the White Snake, a title that sounds familiar. Strange, Juga tried to remember. The Legend of the White Snake. I feel like I've heard that name before. Strange. Guozier looks at him with a judging eye, wondering if he's already forgotten what happened just yesterday. The curtain rises on the play as she waits for a love that spans a millennium. A beautiful fairy appears as the White Maiden, using spirit energy. Wait. Jugu was speechless. Could this actually be some kind of divine trick? Guozi smiled, assuring young Master Huang that it was just a few simple tricks, as the scene of the male and female leads holding hands finally played out. The official is delighted. This is so realistic, all happening in one place. Suddenly, Bai cries out, "Save me!" Unbeknownst to Juga, Bai Nyangzi is drinking Realgar wine and about to transform. A giant black serpent suddenly appears from the artificial smoke. The cowardly young Master Huang immediately clung to Master Quach, as the actress playing Lady White on stage desperately cried out, while a bald monk shone a light in her face. I can't take it anymore. Zhug, seeing this, gives him a scolding. Hang in there. The girl collapses in pain, calling out to him as if with her last breath. Today, Bai Nyangzi has no strength left to resist, only hoping that you can continue to live in the human realm and that we may meet again someday. Zhug was quite immersed in the performance. What virtue do I possess? He seethed with rage, blaming it all on that meddling scholar. Meanwhile, Guozi, sitting beside him, rejoiced, his plan succeeding, the first step to bewitching the emperor with theater and gradually undermining Buddhism. Later, in the prince's chambers, he smiled. I'm afraid the troupe won't last. They're disbanding tomorrow. The maidservant worried. Why is that? Zhuge, enraged, demanded to know why such a wonderful play was being shut down. The actress playing Bai Nyangzi sobbed, explaining that the library director had called their legend of Bai Nyangzi obscene, sealing their tea house and threatening to do the same to their theater. Seeing the frail fairy before him, Zhuge rushed to comfort her. Bai Nyangzi, don't worry. I will definitely seek justice for you. He muttered. The library manager seemed to mention something about this a few days ago. I'll settle the score with him later. But he paid no mind, already plotting his next move, to use outside forces to deal with those ministers with ulterior motives and cleanse the court. At the Gongfang workshop behind the Taoist temple, little Ailing worried. Would her junior brother have to become an official? And if he did, would he get candy? Will this mean you'll leave the temple? He immediately patted her head and coaxed her. Don't worry, I won't leave. How could I leave without little senior sister's permission? Lin Huan then explained, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll take a sinecure and manage the Imperial City's workshops. Just imagine, all the weapons of this nation will be in my hands in the future. Everyone was eager to get to the Taoist temple. Don't fight, I was here first, they clamored. What does it matter if you got here first? I'm a VIP member. Lin Huan announces that everyone should relax and not fight. In the coming days, we'll open branches in all 8 directions of the capital, ensuring everyone has a show to see, a script to read, and a reason to cheer. Great. He turns back to lecture the elders. Look at the crowd. The advertising is obviously working wonders. Do you still need to investigate? The elders hesitated, suggesting they watch the play to its conclusion. Lin Huan glares at him, telling him to wait and see. The deal won't be as good later. Everyone takes their seats to watch the play, as the actor playing Lord Guan tenderly pours wine for his wife. Which lady will drink this cup of wine? The female lead hesitates. What kind of wine is this, Quan Ren? The male lead exclaims. The Zhu family's Realgar wine is so good it's intoxicating. Even the gods would be captivated. Lady White still hesitated and looking at the wine. Although Realgar wine will reveal my true form, but it smells so good I can't resist anymore. She downed it in one gulp. Here goes nothing. It's so fragrant. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupts from the stage, causing the female lead to scream. Ah, I'm done for. Ah, I'm next. As the smoke cleared, the narrator appeared. With a smile, he tells the audience not to go anywhere, as they'll be right back. And if you want to try Realgar wine like in Legend of the White Snake, it's available at the general store on the left. No sooner had the storyteller finished speaking than the crowd swarmed the stage, clamoring, First come, first served, give me 2 bottles, as no one would give way. I'm a member, give me the whole jar. Lin Huan said smugly to the frozen elders. "Gentlemen, I don't need to say any more, do I?" The elders immediately began to jostle each other. "I want to register for advertising first." They're determined to fight to the end. "I've always supported new stories. I want to advertise too." He calmly counted the registration forms, but his heart was pounding. These wealthy tycoons were indeed different. All the manufacturing and alchemy costs were covered. An elder approaches and politely announces that Miss Ye has something she wishes to discuss with him. He taunts, "Oh, after all this time, you're finally showing a little sincerity?" He beams. "Of course," the elder mumbled, head bowed. "The new play is spreading, and many moonlit assembly nobles are inviting us to perform. What we've gleaned in days is more valuable than years of intelligence." Moments later, at the Taoist temple, Lin Huan arrived at the vast field and called out, "Miss Ye, I'm here, come out." Suddenly, Tang's voice came from behind, attracting his attention. "I only intended to test the waters with you, but you've given us such a pleasant surprise." Lin Huan smiled and extended his hand. "If we continue to cooperate, there will be many more surprises like this. Forging a peerless weapon for each of you won't be a problem." Suddenly, she throws him 2 sutras, leaving Lin Huan in a daze as she babbles on about them being secret manuals of fist techniques and movement skills perfectly suited for him. The titles of the 2 books surprise him. Lin Huan, looking evasive, didn't want to accept the books. "What are you implying?" "Divine Wind, Jade Maiden, and Deceptive Thrust Fist. Are you telling me to go solo?" She then seriously demands that he read both books. "Don't overthink it. Your movements are strange, your meridians are yin, your energy is fluid, but your blood is yang, allowing you to exert great force at any time. That's only possible because of my system." Lin Huang felt helpless with the cultivation knowledge here, but how should he cultivate? He was afraid of doing it wrong and going berserk. Qinzhang steps behind him, wanting to guide him, making Lin Huang blush slightly. "I'll teach you the Vajra Fist one time, hand in hand, so remember it well." Lin Huang seemed to enjoy this feeling, a look of pure bliss on his face. Ah, this feeling. He'll definitely remember it. She then guided him through the basics and core of the practice, correcting his posture as he trained, lost in teaching Lin Huan, unaware that his arm was pressing against her chest. During practice, remember to focus your strength in your arms and hold back from releasing it, like I'm squeezing your arm now. Shaolin Kung Fu, how wonderful. The next day, behind the mountain pagoda behind the Taoist temple, a group of people were on the road transporting goods by horse, carefully instructing each other, with others following closely behind. "Once we transport this batch of weapons from the Taoist temple to the military camp, we can rest. Don't let anything go wrong." Suddenly, a light flashes, and something flies toward the soldiers following behind. One of the soldiers was hit and cried out, collapsing from his horse in less than 2 seconds, shocking everyone. The leader was instantly killed, leaving everyone shocked and on high alert. Seeing their captain foaming at the mouth, a soldier cried out for help. "Captain, get a medic!" Suddenly, spirits appeared around the soldiers, throwing them into chaos. A demon? A terrified soldier drew his sword, attempting to strike the flickering will-o'-the-wisp. These are real demons. The will-o'-the-wisps transform into grotesque shapes, sending the soldiers fleeing. They were terrified, shouting to everyone, "Run! It can't be! Demons don't exist!" One fearless soldier, sword in hand, steps forward to face the demons. "Stay calm. I must stay calm. This is it." With that, he slashed at the ghost before him, only to be startled as something flew straight at his hand. A throwing star flew into his hand, and he realized it was the same kind that hit the commander, just a fraudulent trick. He had to protect the weapons, or they'd be lost. The spirits that fled moments ago vanished, leaving only weapons on the ground. He sealed his pressure points, knowing he had to call for reinforcements. The soldier quickly sealed his pressure points to slow the poison, knowing he had to warn Viet Din. He seized the chance, using his remaining life to deliver the message. Meanwhile, outside in the training yard, Lin Huan reflects on his morning practice with Qin Zhang, thinking that if Ye Qinwei trained him every day, he'd quickly become a martial arts master. A distant echo reached Lin Huan, a sense of unease washing over him as he rushed toward the dying soldier, poisoned and gasping for breath. The weapons have been stolen. Lin Huan tries to help the soldier and frantically asks about the situation, but the soldier dies. The weapons were stolen. Where are the others in the squad? Damn it, are they unconscious? He immediately grabs a pigeon, attaches a message to its leg and sends it off, hoping it reaches its destination as quickly as possible. Time is of the essence. He sends a letter to Master Guo via carrier pigeon, suspecting an inside enemy who knew the weapon transport schedule. He watched the bird fly away and began his remaining plans, to alert his intelligence network to hunt down the spies, for they were sure to leave a trace. Lin Huan's face is filled with anger. He wants to find the one responsible for this, no matter who they are, and drag them out. The next morning, he arrived at the Wu Hien tea house, and upon entering, Lam Huan inquired about Nuna's situation. "How is it? Any news?" "Things aren't looking good, it seems." She then reported the information she'd gathered recently. According to his subordinates, many unfamiliar faces have been frequenting the tea house lately, seemingly to gather information within the city. Looking out the window, Lin Huan gazed down at the crowd below. "Have those people shown up again today?" "One just arrived, but it seems he's only here for tea and a story." He looked down at the crowd gathered below, listening to the play, and sighed, surprised that people actually came to listen, but at least it made his job easier. Suddenly, Lin Huan noticed a very suspicious face. A man named Hu Dao. Looking down, Huan locks onto his target and decides to follow him. "I'll tail him. You continue searching the city for other suspicious people as planned." "Perfect. I can test out my new movement technique." A moment later, Hu Dao arrived at a deserted area outside the city. He approached a strange figure and reported, "Boss, I'm here." The man was completely covered, revealing only a sly grin. "You can go have your fun, but don't drag a tail back with you." "What? Someone's been following me? Impossible." Sensing a tail, he immediately throws a hidden weapon. "Come out now." He threw a hidden weapon at the tree where a shadow lurked. The hidden weapon pierced the tree, shocking Lin Huan, who emerged to confront his powerful assailant, asking for his name. He removed the cloth concealing his identity, revealing himself as the monk, Tich Do. Hearing this, Lin Huan immediately recognized him as Tich Do, one of the court's 10 most wanted criminals, the demonic monk. Hearing that his identity was known, Tich Do just laughed and stomped the ground, saying it was just a nickname. The shockwave traveled through the earth, heading straight for Lin Huan. He realized this monk was no ordinary foe. This fiendish monk was tough as nails, and he couldn't possibly win. With just a light stomp, Tich Do created cracks beneath him, and Lin Huan knew this foe was formidable, even with a hidden bomb. "This level of internal energy is beyond me. There's only one option now." As Tich Do boasts of his abilities, he throws the bomb, using the explosion as cover to escape. He turned to run, but suddenly a hand appeared, blocking his path. As Shidu appeared before him, Huan was shocked. "My friend, since we're destined to meet, shall we talk?" This humble monk may not know much, but I can certainly discuss the Dharma and reason with you. Lin Huan broke out in a cold sweat at the sight of the monk's muscular arm. "Is that your idea of reason? Is your mouth on your fist? So you think you can talk your way out of this? Surely a master like you isn't going to make things difficult for a newbie like me? Besides, we're both wanted criminals. I already caught the hidden weapon master, Kim Bat Hoan, so aren't you afraid of capsizing?" But he remained unmoved, a sinister smile creeping across his face. That Kim Bawan. He never understood tactics, relying solely on the poison passed down from his ancestors to become an assassin. How laughable. Jito signals that he doesn't want to attack and looks at the figure behind him. "I won't bully the weak. Little Muzi, it's your turn." Muzi was overjoyed to enter the fray, wielding a large staff. "Master, can I really do this?" Before they begin, he gives Muzi a pep talk like a true mentor. "Little Muzi, this is your first step into the martial world. Defeating this martial arts champion, Lin Huan, would be a good start." Hearing this, he looked puzzled, unsure of what the two were up to. Muzi postured with his staff, then issued his challenge. "Scholar Lin, forgive me, but it is your honor to be my stepping stone. You cannot run, you can only fight." But in an instant, he thrust his staff straight at his face, barely missing. Then, less fortunate, Muzi struck Lin Huan's leg. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped to finish him off with a swift, powerful strike, a testament to his training under Shitu. Muzi put all his strength into bringing the staff down on Lin Huan. He recoiled just in time to avoid a blow to his groin, and seeing his opponent aim for the same spot again, Lin Huan roared, "You can't just hit there." Now serious, he tears a piece of cloth from his shirt, thinking, "My newly learned Vajra fist seems similar to those demon monks' martial arts." Lin Huang wraps the cloth around his hand, a confident look on his face, ready for a serious fight, almost like a show of power, but Muzi remains unfazed and continues his attack. But he easily dodged the blow by ducking down. What? Seizing the opportunity, Lin Huan, with his wrapped hand, aims for the diamond Vajra fist, but Muzi blocks with his staff, provoking Lin Huan's arrogance as he boasts that he can't be ambushed with Buddhist techniques. But after that attack, Muzi's staff shattered, and with a triumphant look, he began to taunt him. "From the start, I only wanted to destroy your weapon. Seeing this, Muzi was furious and charged forward, ready to settle things with his fists. In that case, taste the authentic Vajra Divine Fist. Their fists collided, but neither faltered, until Lin Huan was pushed back, proving Muzi's strength superior. Seeing this, he arrogantly dismisses his skills, saying that's all a fake can do. Unable to withstand it, Lin Huan rushes forward, wanting more. Then don't blame me for being too ruthless. Their fists collided once more. But this time, Muzi was the one sent flying, even further than before, and his body trembled violently after the attack. Impossible. This power, all that your master, famed for his strength, could teach you, was this? Defeated in front of his master, Muzi questioned the source of Lin Huan's power. How could you wield such power when your technique is so unrefined? Lin Huan sneers, closing in on Muzi. Techniques are only as good as the user, and I'm simply stronger than you. You're not worthy of learning the Vajra power. Enraged, Muzi grits his teeth, unable to bear the insult, and lunges at him, declaring, "Lies, you're the one who's unworthy." But in his eyes, he calmly looked at him. You can't bring out the true power of the words? Lin Huan scoffs at Muzi's strength. Do you believe that the same move? I won't dodge your attacks, but you'd better dodge mine. He grew even more enraged, wanting to fight to the end. Arrogant fool, I won't dodge, Lin Huan says, seizing the moment. But instead of a punch, he throws sand in Muzi's face. Ah, pepper powder. It's pepper powder. Sand in his face. Muzi squints, one hand covering his face, the other pointing accusingly at Lin Huan. You fought dirty. That wasn't the Diamond Vajra fist. Taking advantage of his blindness, he removed the cloth from behind. Regardless of style, if it lands a hit, it's a good move. Without another word, he throws a bare-knuckle punch straight into Muzi's face. He was knocked to the ground, screaming in pain. You ambushed me! Do you yield, or do you want another punch? With a bloody nose, Muzi yields, saying he's had enough, and looks to Shutu to see how he'll resolve this. Senior, the match is decided. Let's end it here. He chuckled softly. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Suddenly, Shutu approached from behind, clapping him on the shoulder, catching him off guard. You think you can win against my disciple with cheap tricks and just walk away? With just a light touch, Situ sent Lin Huan crashing to the ground in agony, clutching his shoulder, trembling, and asking what kind of move that was. With pride, Shidu revealed a fraction of his power. This is also Vajra Force, but I concentrate the power of the fist into my fingertips, striking your pressure points. Despite the pain, Lin Huan tries to provoke him, saying, I beat your disciple and you still won't spare me? Of course I have to abide by it, but you have to give me a reason to spare you. The reason is, while distracting him, I pulled out a gun I had hidden. I only ever have one reason. Lin Huan, filled with rage, continues the conversation. Even if I'm injured? He then emotionlessly pointed the gun at Taekdo, still with that assassin's simplicity, who, sensing something was wrong, looked utterly astonished. A loud bang echoed through the forest as Jitu fell backward, shot before his disciple's eyes. Seeing his master wounded, Muzi panicked and cried out, Master! Shitu lay prone, blood seeping through his shirt and spreading around his chest. With a cold killer's gaze, Lin Huan declares, Times have changed, Tichdo. That was a close call. Holding the gun, Lin Huan eyed his opponent, realizing the 10 great criminals were indeed powerful. Thankfully, he'd managed to open his meridians and fire in time. Seeing his master sprawled on the ground, Muzi rushed over in a panic, crying out, Master! Master! Then, weeping, he glared at him and roared, Lin Huan, you and I are sworn enemies. As Muzi channeled his inner strength, vowing to take a piece of him even if it meant death, a hand suddenly gripped Shitu's collar from behind, and a voice growled, What's the rush? Hearing this voice, they both froze, their eyes fixed on each other. Idiot, I've told you so many times. Observe the situation carefully before acting. Upon seeing the person before her, Muzi couldn't hold back her tears. Master, thank goodness you scared me to death. Lin Huan was shocked and couldn't help but ask, How did you block my bullet? The disciple proudly removed his cassock. Isn't it normal for a monk like me to practice the iron shirt technique? It hit him like a bolt of lightning. Lin Huan stared at Shitu in disbelief, examining the bullet and marveling at Shitu, noting it had been a long time since he'd felt such pain. An ordinary person wouldn't have been able to dodge that hidden bullet. But I'm no ordinary man either. With that, he channeled his inner strength into his fingertips and fired them at him. Unbelievable, a hand-thrown bullet, yet it sent the gun flying from Lin Huan's hand. He inwardly despaired, thinking he was done for. With a sly grin, Chitu challenged him. Go on, show me what you've got. But Huan quickly regained his composure, pulling something from his pocket. My weapons aren't just that. Try this. Huan threw something towards Shuitu, catching him off guard. Before he could see what it was, he instinctively caught it. What petty tricks are these? Looking at the candied hawthorn in his hand, Shuitu was dumbfounded, and his face paled. Candied hawthorn, literally? Is that what he threw at me? Then Shuitu looked up to see that Lin Huan had vanished without a trace, all the while lamenting, "Oh, little sister, your candied haw is the only thing that could save me." As Jaitu chased after him, he wondered angrily, how did someone with such poor footwork and speed win the martial arts championship? Annoyed, Lin Huan found that the Jade Maiden's stride was doing nothing to increase his speed, and Taidu was quickly catching up. Don't run. Your death is at hand. Lin Huan immediately channeled his inner strength. It's come to this. I'm out of options. System, convert everything into pills. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a handful of colorful pills appeared in his hand. Ignoring the bitter taste, he swallowed them all. Lin Huan's entire body began to glow. He flew towards Shutu. Out of the way, Tang, let me handle this. Surprised, Thikdo wondered what kind of fighting style allowed him to raise his energy to such a level in so little time. Meanwhile, Lin Huan grits his teeth, striking at Shutu with a powerful surge of inner strength. But Shutu is not to be outdone, and in a flash, he's behind him. But too bad for you, I know the weaknesses of the Vajra Power Fist inside and out. With that, he struck a pressure point on Lin Huan's neck, leaving him defenseless. His body immediately felt paralyzed, and his movements were restricted. Collapsing to the ground, Lin Huan lamented, I'm done for. All my energy is blocked. Black veins spread across his face like spiderwebs. His meridians were blocked, and the drug's side effects kicked in. Tishdo grinned maliciously at the motionless figure before him. Let me study your secrets. Lin Huang bit his lip, secretly panicking. But this isn't good. Losing to a demon monk isn't the scary part. It's what comes after that is. Raising his robe, Seitu feigns benevolence with a smile. Amitabha, heaven cherishes life. Scholar Lin Huan, I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Struggling to open his eyes, he forced himself to speak. What are you going to do? Lin Han recalled those words. Here it comes. I remember Ning Zilan saying that this demon monk doesn't discriminate between men and women. Zilan once said that the most wanted criminals always included this lecherous demon monk, whose real name, according to her, was Wang Ergu. He was a renowned martial arts genius in the countryside. Not only that, he was famous from a young age, learned from many schools, and was unrivaled among the younger generation for a time. The city lord of Yun City greatly admired him, even considering giving his daughter to him in marriage. But on the eve of the wedding, he suddenly changed. Wang Ergao was said to have committed a heinous crime, not only assaulting an innocent woman, but also murdering the witness's entire family. In the end, Wang Ergao hastily sought refuge in a temple, shaved his head, and took the Buddhist name Thich Num. From then on, he vanished from the martial world, until according to the authorities, after Thich Niem became a monk, he developed a taste for men. After the abbot discovered this, he slaughtered everyone in the temple and vanished without a trace. From then on, he changed his name to Thich Do, and the world no longer knew Thich Nam or Wang Ergo. A terrifying demon had entered the world. At that moment, after recalling the entire story, he suddenly managed to stand up. Don't come near me. I'm hideous, not worth it. Tuyet Du understood the problem immediately. Oh, so you've only heard rumors about me from the outside world. I don't like men or women. My heart is only devoted to Buddha. So he smiled faintly and offered a condition. Become my disciple, or die. Lin Huan coldly replied, becoming your disciple isn't impossible, but... He paused, thinking, no, I have to stall for time. With a delighted grin, Zitu flicked 2 fingers, sending a surge of power towards him. Very well. As your teacher, I'll help you decide. Here's a little something to seal the deal. Before Lin Huan could react, the force slammed into his forehead, and he began to feel a change within. Though terrified and stunned, Lin Huan was helpless, clutching his chest in agony, overwhelmed by fear and pain. My acupoints and meridians are burning, he thought, but could only utter a single syllable. Situ then said, I've given you a surge of lifeless energy. As long as you follow me and spread the Buddha's gospel, I'll give you 2 strands of life energy each day to relieve the pain. The pain contorted his face. Lam Huan stammered, no. He looked at him with interest. Others don't even have the good fortune you do. Quickly kowtow and pay your respects. If you sincerely acknowledge me as your master, I will help alleviate some of your pain. Lin Huan chuckled derisively. Spreading the gospel? acknowledging you as my master. You're truly a demonic monk. Is this how you recruit followers?" He laughed. "I'm a top expert in the world. Having me as your teacher would be a blessing. Yet you don't appreciate it and dare to be picky. I see your talent. Quickly kneel, or your meridians will be destroyed and you'll lose all your martial arts." Even as he couldn't help but spit blood, Lin Huan struggled to reply. "I've lived an honest life, and no means no, even in death." With that, he collapsed to the ground. How could someone be so unafraid of death? Sidhu gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his fist as he glared at him. "Then die!" But suddenly a voice from behind startled Shitu, stopping his hand. The figure slowly approaches, but Tikdo seems hesitant. "You dare glare at him," the figure says, as Tikdu appears unwilling to back down. "Lin Huan, consider yourself lucky." With that, he and the girl turned and left without a second glance. Through the pain, a flicker of awareness sparked within Lin Huan as he recognized the girl who turned to face him. Ning Zilan. The scene shifts to a room where two figures are entwined in a blush-inducing embrace. The naked figure above, eyes full of longing and voice dripping with desire, says, "Husband, please, love me more." Lin Huan grins from ear to ear, gleefully saying, "Wife, catch this!" But as he's lost in the moment, Zilangan pulls out a knife. "Husband, why don't you try this first?" With that, she mercilessly stabbed him in the chest. Stunned and in disbelief, blood poured across Lin Huan's face, and the pain sent shivers of fear through him. Why would you do this?" Startled awake, Lin Huan's eyes flew open. It had all been a dream. Clutching his chest, Lin Huan sat up in a panic, his face pale, and instinctively cried out, "Xiaozhou!" Immediately, Xiaozhou rushed over. "Brother Lin, you're awake. What happened to you? When I found you, I almost didn't recognize you." Newly awake, Lin Huan anxiously grabbed his hand. "Xiaozhou, how long have I been unconscious? Has anyone seen Ning Zilan?" Xiaozhou was taken aback. "About 2 days. Madam Ning, is she already in the capital? Why haven't they come to pay respects?" Lin Huan leaped out of bed. "Use every resource from the theaters, brothels, and falconry to investigate the White Lotus Society. I'll go find Minister Qi." Xiaozhou quickly reminded him, "Brother Lin, there's a big event tomorrow. You should go back and rest early." Lin Huan was surprised. "A big event? What is it?" Xiaozhou explained that it's the champion parade, a matter of national importance, a top priority. He looked dejected. "I completely forgot." The next day, Lin Huan finally had to perform the ritual, now dressed in dazzling red robes. Lin Huan sits atop a white horse, surrounded by attendants, as lanterns and flowers adorn the vibrant streets. And the girls can't help but blush at the sight of him. "Oh, is that the legendary top scholar in both literature and martial arts?" A plump, gaudily dressed woman exclaimed excitedly. "So handsome. I wonder if he'll notice us." Some malicious youths chimed in. "I think our champion looks a little weak. Did he really go to the pleasure house last night and fight 300 rounds? In truth, Lin Huan was yawning and acting exhausted. Looking like a panda, he wearily thought. I shouldn't have sought out the Prime Minister and talked all night. He recalled Guozi's scolding from the night before. You rushed in without knowing the situation and exhausted yourself. At that, Lin Huan retorted, Am I not acting out of loyalty to the country? Guozi couldn't bring himself to scold his student, so he stepped forward, adjusting his clothes and grumbling. Hurry and depart. Dressed so formally, does he even look like my student anymore? Lin Huan smiled brightly. I see through you, teacher. You may say otherwise, but deep down you still care. Back in reality, he's still wearing the bright red robe, and this parade is starting to grate on Lin Huan. At that moment, two young men stepped forward respectfully, saying, I am the second son of the Le family from the Dongsheng Poetry Club, here to congratulate the #1 scholar. I am Cha Jia also of the Dongsheng Poetry Club, hoping to befriend Brother Lin. Riding a horse is tiring. I need to get home before my inner energy dissipates. Cha Jia is furious at being ignored. How dare he look down on our Eastern Ascendancy Poetry Club? Aren't we all talented men of letters, simply choosing not to pursue the imperial exams? The young master of the Li family added, Indeed, that Lin Huang is arrogant. They took turns pointing fingers, complaining to Prince Qi that this man disdained their poetry society. Young Master Qi, please teach him a lesson for us. Let him know what's what. The 7th princess, disguised as a man, fanned herself and readily agreed, unaware of the situation. Then she spun around and leaped into the air, carrying a powerful surge of inner energy. "Watch this!" the crowd cheered. Well, well, well. Stopping right in front of Lin Huan, she says disdainfully, "You are indeed arrogant, not even deigning to acknowledge the Dongsheng Poetry Club." Could it be that the tall horse, startled by the sudden appearance of someone, neighed loudly and reared up? Clutching his chest, Lin Huan gritted his teeth in pain. The wound. My wound has reopened. Annoyed, Lin Huan stared at the seventh princess and shouted, "Who is it? Who dares to act so recklessly?" The booming voice startled her, bringing tears to her eyes, and the seventh princess pouted, asking, "Why are you shouting like that?" But upon seeing the man before her, a familiar image flashed in his mind, leaving him stunned. Even disguised as a man, that aura is unmistakable. Lam Huan hesitated. "You are—" After a moment of thought, Lin Huan exclaimed with certainty, "The seventh princess, according to my knowledge, the only daughter of the late emperor, immensely favored, who spent her days in the emperor's company and is now the current emperor's most beloved sister." Lin Huan recognized her instantly because his master had shown him a portrait of the seventh princess beforehand, saying marrying her would be advantageous in every way. At that, Lin Huan's face darkened, and he quickly waved his hand. I wouldn't dare. My wife isn't someone to be trifled with." Quickly dismounting, Lin Huan was secretly surprised to meet the seventh princess disguised as a man in this place. Looking at the person before him, Lin Huan couldn't help but ask, "Seventh princess, is that you?" The seventh princess gave an awkward smile. "What nonsense are you talking about? I am Qi Fei Yan, a son of the Qi family. I know nothing of any princess." But Lin Huan saw right through her. "Oh, I happen to have a portrait of you here. Shall I show everyone?" Seeing Lin Huan about to reveal her portrait, the seventh princess had no choice but to admit, "All right, it's me." Lin Huan leaned in close, a sly grin on his face. What a waste it would be to hide the seventh princess's celestial beauty from the world. The seventh princess froze. "You little scholar, behave yourself." "I'm going, all right?" The crowd murmured. "Look how happy they are. How intimate. This is what they call kindred spirits. Such a good relationship, it makes others envious." After speaking, he quickly mounted his horse and continued on. The seventh princess watched him go, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Lin Huan, you're quite interesting." The townsfolk teased him relentlessly, noting the young master's flushed face, lamenting that he hadn't met this literary and martial champion sooner. Perhaps it was just unintentional on Lin Huan's part, but they would have many more chances to interact. Afterwards, the seventh princess secretly glanced at him, but something still felt off. Now she blushes, realizing, why did Lin Huan keep her portrait close to his heart? Could it be he likes me? As he arrived at court, the eunuch immediately announced that both top scorers of the imperial exam, including Lin Huan, would be appointed to the library as scholars, responsible for revising and editing classic texts. Holding his official robe and seal, Lin Huan thought with satisfaction, "Master Guo works efficiently, giving me a leisurely position in the library, a perfect place to advance or retreat." Meanwhile, a pair of eyes watched Lin Huan's every move from below the ranks of officials. Juju felt relieved. "Good. Lin Huan came to our library. He must have taken my advice and volunteered to come here." The angriest of all was Shen Lin, who gnashed his teeth, thinking, the vengeful spirit hasn't dissipated, and now he's on equal footing with me. Today, the Champions Parade is a joyous occasion for the capital, and hopefully there will be many more in the future. Before the masses, the official loudly read the inaugural address. "Heaven is unfair. Buddha pities all living things, donning blood-stained armor, crossing the sea of suffering." At that moment, from afar, an arrow shot towards the official, aimed directly at his heart. It all happened so fast, even Lin Huan was caught off guard and startled. The group immediately began controlling the crowd, then charged forward, shouting, "The world is cruel. The White Lotus appears." Just like that, the organization slaughtered the court soldiers with a single blow. Lin Huan watched intently, realizing they were targeting him. Chaos erupts as the assassin's fire signal flares into the sky. Seeing the White Lotus flower in the sky, Lin Huan immediately recognized the White Lotus sect, and panic erupted. "It's the White Lotus Society. Run!" The White Lotus Society has entered the capital. They're slaughtering everyone, and the place is already awash in blood. Holding Juju, Lin Huan wondered, damn it, did that evil monk join the White Lotus sect? They're slaughtering officials left and right. No one can escape. "Those for the people live. Those for the officials die," one of them shouted, stepping on the corpse of an unfortunate official. Amidst the chaos of the White Lotus uprising, a man accidentally bumps into one of their members and instantly pales with fear. It's my fault. Please forgive me. But unlike their brutal appearance, the assassin smiles gently. It's okay. The White Lotus sect only kills corrupt officials and is on the side of the people. The man found himself somewhat sympathetic. This White Lotus sect is truly good. At that moment, the righteous faction finally appeared. The moonlit assembly was present, and no one was to interfere, as the valiant soldiers pointed their blades at the rebels. White Lotus rebels, drop your weapons and surrender. After a while, the White Lotus members were finally subdued, and the chaos was quelled. Hiding behind the wall, Linhua finally relaxed her guard. But it seems this is far from over. Now, one of the White Lotus members whistles, and upon hearing the signal, Shutu smiles with satisfaction. At that moment, as he waved his hand, his men responded in unison, and sacks full of gold coins were dropped. The people watched in stunned silence, as a golden rain filled their eyes with shimmering light. The White Lotus sect is handing out money. Mine, mine, it's all mine. Seeing the chaos, Duanfeng realized, this is bad. They're trying to escape. Don't fight, this gold is mine. The soldiers raised their weapons and shouted. Everyone stand back. Swords have no eyes. Don't go looking for death. Seeing the White Lotus members fleeing, Duanfeng shouted, "They're over there!" Immediately, the soldiers followed Duanfeng's orders and gave chase, while amidst the chaos, Lin Huan remained hidden behind the wall, holding Juju tightly as if afraid to let her go. After a moment, Chuhu, unable to bear it any longer, stammered shyly, could you let go of me now? Are you all right? Chuju asked shyly, avoiding eye contact. I'm fine. It's just that my comrades have died needlessly. He then voiced his suspicions as he remembered something. The weapons they wielded were from the missing shipment. Did they steal them just to cause a ruckus? Recalling the events of that night, the soldiers were scared out of their wits, but something still doesn't sit right with Lin Huan. No, something's not right. There are too many experts, and if they wanted chaos, why not use more powerful weapons? I truly don't understand. Was the White Lotus sect really just denouncing the emperor? Why didn't they sneak into the palace and attack? Why not target the officials one by one? Why run when they had the perfect chance to eliminate the Yai army and the Moonrise Society? Lin Huan agreed. The doubts were mounting. A grand display of chaos followed by a suspiciously swift retreat. Juju continued, almost as if putting on a show. Lin Huan was surprised. It was all for show. Then he remembered the assassin. He floated in the air, especially in my line of sight. It suddenly dawned on me. Yes, that has to be it. On their side, many court officials were killed or injured. The injured ministers cried out in pain, Lord Guo, you must seek justice for us. Arrest the White Lotus sect, Guozi replied coldly. I have my ways. With that, he anxiously called out for his disciple. Where's Lin Huan? This was supposed to be his grand ceremony. Was he injured? Just then, he approached from afar, waving and cheerfully shouting, Lin Huan is here. As he approached Guozi, he immediately unwrapped the bandage on his arm, saying, I'm fine. He breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to the emperor. With that said, he frowned and asked Lin Huan, which way did they run? Lin Huan pointed to the sky, but a soldier quickly interrupted. That way, he said, eager to take credit. Our troops had barely mobilized when they scattered and fled. Though we suffered losses, our brave soldiers laid an inescapable trap. Guozi then coldly asked, How many have been captured? Hearing this, his face darkened as he stammered, Well, the White Lotus Society is very cunning. Guozi was immediately displeased, and he questioned sternly, Then go and catch them. What are you babbling about? Immediately, he pulled his disciple along, raising his voice. Lin Huan, come here. Your grand ceremony had an incident. Don't think you can stay silent. Quickly recount the entire process to me. He dejectedly obeyed the order, much to the delight of the dignitaries who felt the new top scorer was indeed out of favor with the Prime Minister. I heard he was arrogant, not even deigning to look at anyone during the parade, but now he's obediently bowing his head? Over here, Lin Huan gives a thumbs up, praising in a low voice. Teacher Guo's acting is top-notch, absolute skill. Unconvinced, I'm unconvinced. He whispered back. The White Lotus sect came and went in a hurry, but it felt like they were just putting on a show. Lin Huan grew serious. You noticed it too. He then shared his theory. There are 3 suspicious things about this that I can't figure out. Why wouldn't they wait for the Empress Dowager's birthday or the ancestral rites next month instead of harming unimportant officials today? Why the rush? He paused, then continued his analysis. Secondly, they used fireworks to announce their presence. a far cry from their previous secretive expansion. This is truly puzzling. Why would they reveal themselves so openly? Furthermore, according to Lin Huan, the third demon monk personally led the attack, yet didn't participate, and instead fled with Fing Tu. This isn't his style at all. Could he have something more important to do? He affirmed this and said to Guozi, "Our lost weapons were also stolen by them. I dare say they deliberately lured our main force away to take the opportunity to attack the imperial city." He stroked his beard thoughtfully. It was indeed a feint, but attacking the imperial city still didn't seem right. What did the Jiedushi say? Lin Huan simply reiterated the official's neglect of the Jiangnan flood disaster. But as he spoke, his face froze, as if he'd realized something. Immediately, Lin Huan said, "Wait, Jiangnan?" Guozier quickly understood. "You mean the obvious is overlooked, a feint. They plan to transport weapons from South City to Jiangnan." Guozier immediately gave the order. "Only the guards remain in South City. Quickly gather the troops and give chase." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Lin Huan leapt onto his saddle, startling the nearby soldiers as he spurred his horse forward like the wind. Leaving behind the words "understood," Lin Huan rushed off, leaving his master unable to offer any further guidance. "Got it. I won't die," Lin Huan replied curtly, remembering not to turn back. The officials couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves at his attitude. "Humph. This Lin Huan is bold indeed, speaking to the Prime Minister like that. It seems he's just using insubordination as an excuse to run." Now, we cut to South City, where night has fallen. Lin Huan arrived quickly, his horsemen staring intently at the city gate in the still of night. Sitting on his horse, Liu Xing worried. Something was definitely wrong. There wasn't a soul in sight. Lin Huan quickly discovered 2 bodies placed under a large tree nearby. Even the gate guards had been killed. Seeing this, Liu Xing grew anxious and shouted, "Open the city gates!" Obeying Liu Xing's command, the city gates quickly swung open, and Lin Huan charged ahead, urgently ordering them to give chase. Meanwhile, the White Lotus sect was secretly transporting goods and in massive quantities. A sinister voice echoed through the night. "If this goes well, we'll have the means to dominate a region. But what about future weapons?" The girl beside him spoke up. "Don't worry. Besides the weapons and firearms we intercepted this time, I also got the blueprints. It won't be long before craftsmen are sent to Jiangnan in batches." The man couldn't resist teasing her. "And why have you been hiding your face since arriving in the capital? Were you disfigured?" The woman beside him scoffed. "Focus on escorting the goods and stop the nonsense." As she finished speaking, a loud noise shattered the silence. "Quickly warn them they're being followed. The woman beside you must have noticed it too. You've got quite a few. Stick to the plan. The path ahead splits. I'll take the mountain road, you take the waterway." He gritted his teeth, telling his comrade to be careful, that with the White Lotus emerging, the world was changing, and they would split up into 2 groups. With that, they parted ways. In the distance, he observes the White Lotus sect's movements through binoculars. They've split their forces. Lin Huan's gaze quickly shifted to the veiled woman, a sense of unease washing over him. Could it really be her? Thinking this, his face couldn't help but fall into a melancholy state. Lin Huan secretly hoped it wasn't his wife. Seeing his silence, Liu Xing immediately asked, "Should we split up and give chase? You take half." But Lin Huan coldly replied, "No." To Liu Xing's bewilderment, he explained, "If we split up against the Chongdong, they'll swallow us whole. You take the troops through the mountains and recover as many weapons as you can. I'll take this path and try to hold them back until you return." Liu Xing hesitated. But, seeing that he had already gone, he reluctantly said, "All right, be careful." In the night, a figure in red sped along the desolate mountain road, accompanied only by the sound of leaves and hooves. Lin Huan frowned, thinking, they can't escape. If it's really her, at least I won't lose my life. Just then, the horse suddenly stopped, a long neigh piercing the silence. Unbeknownst to him, a trap had been set, and a massive tree trunk hurtled toward him. He turned just in time, his eyes widening in shock. It was a trap, but before he could react, the tree slammed into his horse, sending it staggering. The horse, unable to withstand the blow, collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Suddenly thrown off at such speed, Lin Huan couldn't help but cough a few times, and as he stood, his body trembled with pain. Frustrated, Lin Huan lamented his ruined martial arts and lost steed, then channeled his inner power to summon his only remaining ally, the system. He scanned the system's medicine and its effects. Adrenaline enhancement, upgraded version, plus 100 to physical strength, lasts 30 minutes. Without a second thought, Lin Huan selected it. Even knowing the side effects could be deadly, he had to catch up. Looking at the drug in his hand, Lin Huan felt uneasy. Unknown side effects? This is the only way. With that, he gritted his teeth and decisively stabbed the medicine into his left chest. Here goes. Immediately, a fierce light ignited in Lin Huan's eyes, and power surged through his body. He raced through the night, gritting his teeth, thinking, I'm risking everything just to confirm one thing. Now the image of that strong girl flashes through his mind once more, causing Lin Huan a pang of pain. Now a scream echoes in Lin Huan's heart. Could it really be her? Ningzilan? Meanwhile, the White Lotus sect was transporting goods, stopping near a short river. The veiled girl, observing their progress, impatiently urged, Hurry up, you up front. At that moment, a loud sound echoed through the air, startling her. What was that? From above, a red figure hurtles towards her, startling the masked woman. He's eager to confirm her identity and immediately reaches for her hood. The masked girl gasped in astonishment upon seeing him. It's you? Without a word, Lin Huan gritted his teeth and lunged forward, embracing the girl. His eyes blazing as he tried to knock her down, startling her. Sensing something amiss, the group immediately turned their attention to the pair, halting their movements. Unwilling to reveal her face, she quickly grabbed his hand and squeezed it tightly. Then she pushed him back, putting Lam Huan at a disadvantage. The girl nervously glanced at her men. Get out of here. Take the goods first. They immediately responded. She then stood in front of Lin Huan, declaring he'd have to get through her to reclaim his weapon. But now, his eyes finally returned to normal. Don't worry, I'm not after the goods anymore. I'm here for you. She's shocked. What do you really want? Instantly, Lin Huan flew forward, right in front of her. You know what I want, don't you? But fate is a cruel mistress, and his hand misses its mark, landing squarely on her chest. A soft sensation sends a jolt through Lin Huan, freezing his arm in place. Suddenly, this happened. The veiled girl shyly slapped his hand away and shouted, You lecher! But in her carelessness, Lin Huan seized the opportunity to snatch off her hood, catching her completely off guard. Immediately, he tore off her cloak, a feint to reveal the face he'd been longing to see. Ziluo was flustered, and he was pleased to have gotten the result he wanted. It was indeed you, Ningzilan. Immediately, Lin Huan lifted her chin, saying mockingly, Now, I need an explanation. Zilan quickly retreated, embarrassed. What explanation? What did I do? None of your business. Lin Huan hesitated. That's irrelevant. You saved me from the evil monk, didn't you? Zilo quickly replied, That's right. Lin Huan continues. Then at my celebration, was the one who caused trouble and killed the officials also from your White Lotus sect? Zilan replies, That wasn't the original plan. That disciple killed people on his own accord. The other members aren't like him. His breath quickened. Was she trying to distance herself from her husband? Did she really think he was a useless son-in-law, easily led by the nose? Despite his trembling, he tried to stand firm, but Zilan remained indifferent, her eyes now filled with sorrow. Actually, everything started the moment you stepped into the Ning family. So, this is the truth. My father seized the opportunity of the prince's tribute to the capital to hold a secret meeting with them. Lin Huan felt an increasing pang of pain. He said, I remember rumors that the court was going to limit the power of the princes, so that meeting makes sense. Zilan continued. That's right, even if they didn't actually limit them. With the current emperor's weakness, the princes have already become ambitious. According to her, each would raise their own army, relying on their own abilities, first attacking the imperial city, and then dividing the world. And from here, the White Lotus sect was an important pawn used to attract the court's attention. Now, Zilan's face falls into contemplation. The great desert in the northwest, once the place where the Ning family rose to prominence. Now the glory of the past is gone. According to her, even though the Ning family was transferred under the guise of promotion, they were actually demoted. Even as a wealthy family without power, some things never change, like loyalty forged in blood and fire, like the loyalty forged in life or death situations. Zilan was heartbroken. Before my engagement to you, I returned to the northwest and gathered many of the Ning family's old generals and their descendants to discuss important matters, but due to the court's restraint, we couldn't take any major action. And your appearance just happened to become a breakthrough for the Ning family a few months ago. Remembering his father's words, Lan, this Lin Huan is making quite a stir lately. It seems he's realized something. What do you think? Zilan responds that it's possible to expand his influence, attract attention from above, while they secretly gather their old forces, preparing to rise up. Lin Huan points to himself, dejected. So I'm just a human tool? Zilan was stunned and reluctantly admitted, You could say that. Without the Ning family's support, your little tricks wouldn't have gone so smoothly. She paused, then explained, The only thing that was unexpected was your intelligence, which was far beyond our expectations, leaving me unable to arrange everything in time. That's why I rushed to meet the White Lotus sect when you came to the capital." Lin Huan gasped. This isn't my fault. You guys were the ones who used me first." Then, Lin Huan analyzed that the White Lotus sect was a pawn sent to the front lines by the regional kings, with the goal of restraining the court, forcing them to focus on protecting the imperial city and preventing them from interfering elsewhere. The demon monk couldn't do anything to you, which proves that he is just a representative of the regional kings. Zealand reluctantly explained that he was a force from a neighboring country in the southwest, near the legendary Celestial Brush. Then she turned to Lin Huan. "Now it's my turn to ask you. How did you catch up to me after the demon monk crippled your martial arts?" Lin Huan coldly smiled. "Don't worry about me. You should be more concerned about yourself. Your White Lotus sect's assassination of officials and royalty has made you an enemy of the state. Have you ever considered the consequences of failure?" Zilan retorted. "Consequences? If I don't fight the court, should I just watch them trample lives?" Seeing the suffering of the Jiangnan people and the decline of the world, he tried to explain with his last breath. "But this isn't the right way. Building a nation in Jiangnan, a place easily ambushed from all directions, who gave you such a terrible idea?" Xilan calmly replied, "The White Lotus strategist said it, and the new White Lotus nation will not be like the present one. The strategist once said that the new White Lotus nation will be a mobile kingdom." Hearing her words, Lin Huan was stunned. "A mobile kingdom?" She explained that the strategist said that when facing the imperial court, the most important thing wasn't military strength, but the will of the people. With that, Zilan shouted, "The White Lotus was born from the people, so it must stand with the people. Wherever the people suffer, the White Lotus must be there. When the enemy doesn't move, we remain still. But the moment they show intent, we strike first." He calls it guerrilla warfare. Startled, Lin Huan stammered, "What?" "Guerrilla warfare." Hearing this, Lin Huan wondered if that strategist was also a transmigrator. But then he countered, no, if he really was from another world, the White Lotus sect wouldn't be so short on resources or ways to make money, and they certainly wouldn't be pawns of the feudal lords. But of course, he didn't voice his concerns to Zilan. "In short, the White Lotus sect's actions are far from honorable," she retorted, annoyed. "So, you're a gentleman, I suppose. Don't think I don't know what happened at the Luo family camp." Immediately, Zilan glared at him. "Luo Li, right? And what about little Empress Lu? Dare you say you have no dark thoughts at all?" Lin Huan was flustered by these questions. "Ah, that's a good question." But as he spoke, another wave of pain struck, startling him. Immediately, Lin Huan collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest in pain. "Damn it, the side effects are kicking in." Seeing him falter, Zilan grew fearful. "Don't you dare play dead after holding my hand. You need to explain yourself to me." But Lin Huan looked increasingly unwell, foaming at the mouth and gasping for breath. Zilan quickly realized something was wrong, and her eyes widened in shock. Immediately, Zilan rushed to catch him. "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" "Don't scare me like this." He continued to foam at the mouth, his eyes becoming vacant as sweat poured down. Zilan cried out in fear, "Lin Huan, what's wrong with you?" Losing consciousness, he pushes her away, saying, "Stay away from me." Zilan is now extremely worried. "I can't just leave you like this." He felt like he was burning up. Lin Huan clutched his throbbing head. "Leave. I told you to leave. Don't interfere with me." Zilan stammered. His vision blurred, but seeing her unease, he couldn't bear it. "Sorry," he whispered, before collapsing completely. He spoke his last words, "I was just afraid of hurting you." Then his eyes closed and his body collapsed into Zilan's arms. She reached out to catch him, her gaze complex as she looked at the man in her arms. As consciousness returned, he recognized a familiar scent and murmured, "So fragrant." Sensing something amiss, he startled awake, his eyes widening as he recognized the familiar surroundings. His gaze fell upon a full bosom, accompanied by a soothing voice. "Lin Huan, you're awake?" Zilan worriedly wiped away his sweat. "You fainted, but we were husband and wife, so I had to save you." He struggled to sit up, then stammered, "Yeah, oh." Remembering her lips and alluring figure, he couldn't help but blush. "What's happening to me?" I was stunned again, and seeing that his complexion wasn't good, Zilan wiped his sweat with a towel. Afraid he'd worry, Zilan added, "This is the White Lotus sect's secret station, so rest easy." But the closer she got, the more exposed her breasts became, making Lin Huan blush crimson. At the same time, a system notification popped up, analyzing the side effects: excessive adrenaline, hormonal imbalance, and a heart rate beyond the limit. Throwing back the blanket, Lin Huan was shocked by the raging monster in his groin. What kind of side effect was this? It was clearly a love drug, and the thought alone made his mouth water. Zilan spoke softly again. Lin Huan, I know you're trying to protect me by sending me away. Can't you just be honest? Seeing Lin Huan's blank stare, she waved her hand to get his attention. Hey, are you even listening to me? His wandering hand unconsciously reached out towards Zilan's chest. Oh no, my hand is acting on its own. He grabbed his hand and said, trembling, This isn't good. You need to leave. I'm losing control. Quickly pulling up the blanket to look, Zilan wondered, Are you hurt? What did you see that scared you so much? Sweating profusely, Lin Huan was startled. Ah, wait. Zilan lowered her head, staring intently at the secret hidden beneath the blanket. After a moment, her mind seemed to explode. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly covered his legs again. Lam Huan quickly explained, Sorry, it's a side effect, I can't. Suddenly, Zilan's bewitching voice startled him. It is possible. Hearing her say that, Lin Huan couldn't help but be surprised. He gaped in stunned silence. Huh? She quickly began to remove his belt, saying softly, We're husband and wife, aren't we? So come then. And with that, her clothes fell away. Her pale skin exposed, Zilan straddled him, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. This is only to heal you. With that, their lips locked, and the room filled with heat. Amidst the ecstasy, hands clasped tightly, and blush-inducing sounds echoed. Outside, the ox toils tirelessly, as strong as our protagonist. The old farmer watched with satisfaction, impressed by its stamina, while in the room, Lin Huan finally awoke after a passionate night. As he sat up, Lin Huan scratched his head in a daze. What a strange dream. But he slept so well last night. He pauses, glancing at the spot beside him where the warmth still lingers. Wait, about last night. Touching the empty space beside him, Lin Huan was filled with regret. Did she really leave just like that? Ning Zilan picked up her robe, inhaling deeply, which brought a satisfied smile to his face. I, Lin Huan, am a true man. My wife smells so good. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Someone quietly entered, and seeing him hugging the clothes and laughing to himself, Zilan asked, bewildered, Lin Huan, what are you doing? Startled, he turned around, sweating from embarrassment. She'd caught him in the act. Looking at Zilan, Lin Huan stammered, My wife, you haven't left yet? Brushing a stray lock of hair from her face, she stammered, I just went to wash the clothes. In his mind, Lin Huan cried out, Has my wife always been this adorable? He couldn't resist, pulling Zilan roughly toward him, and she stumbled into his arms with a startled cry. Once again, blush-inducing whispers filled the air. Hey, wasn't last night a no-go? Lin Huan calls for his pants. Outside, a farmer leads his ox, cheerfully saying, Hurry, let's take advantage of the good weather and plow another round. After a while, Lin Huan reluctantly let go of his wife, who blushed and questioned him with annoyance. I wanted to discuss important matters with you, but now there's no time. He massaged her shoulders, trying to appease Zilan, who wanted to talk about the White Lotus sect. At this, she fell silent. Though the White Lotus Society was a mixed bag, their initial goal was for the sake of the common people. She asks how to maintain goodwill and equality for all if they establish a nation in Zhangnan. A question that visibly changes Lin Huang's expression, though Zilan doesn't notice. Immediately, she turned and embraced her husband. I know you worry about the outbreak of war and the suffering it will cause, but have you ever considered, if we don't establish a new nation, the refugees will die one by one, and the people oppressed by corrupt officials will never know peace. Brushing away her tears, Zilan stared in surprise as Lin Huan gently comforted her. Before today, I was just a wandering bachelor, never understanding the warmth of a family. But now I understand the importance of a peaceful, warm home, so I will help you. What I can offer is a path to enlighten the people and open their hearts. Hearing this from him, Ziluo was momentarily stunned and blushed with gratitude. Immediately after, Lin Huan began to explain his plans to Ziluo. He said that if the hearts of the people are not understood, the world is difficult to govern, and without enlightenment, equality cannot be sustained. Now, faced with his knowledge and sound arguments, Zilang felt enlightened, listening in a daze. Their short-lived joy faded quickly. After only a few days together under the moonlight, Zilan held Lin Huan's hand, regretfully saying, I must leave now. Take care. Looking her in the eye, he replied, Yes, you must remember what I've said today. Curing illness and providing education are key. To achieve fairness, the people must first understand reason. Enlightening them is the key to universal harmony. Immediately after, he turned and left, saying, I'm leaving. Take care, he said, and Zilan echoed the sentiment. You too. Watching his tall figure fade away, she choked out 2 words. My husband. His figure receded into the distance, but Zilan remained, watching him go. Lin Huan dared not turn back, for tears now streamed down his face. Lin Huan couldn't help but cry, sniffling as he said to himself, My wife, how I miss you so. Immediately, Lin Huan looked up to the heavens and resolved, once I accomplish my great task, I will give her the most wonderful home in the world. The scene shifts to Lu Xing's camp, where he paces back and forth, filled with anxiety. He muttered to himself, Why haven't we heard anything? I managed to recover some weapons on the way. I wonder how things are with Brother Lin. Then he turned to his soldiers asking, Still no sign of Brother Lin. Send out 2 more teams, quickly. The man immediately obeyed, and at that moment, Lin Huang strode in, lifting the curtain with a laugh. No need to search anymore. The voice startled Lu Xing, who rushed over with relief upon seeing him. Brother Lin, thank goodness you're all right. Lin Huan grins, Not only am I okay, but I'm bursting with energy. Lu Xing glances over, immediately guessing, Oh, good news. Could it be that you've recovered all the weapons? He scratched his head, dumbfounded, then asked Lu Xing, Weapons? What weapons? He was taken aback by what he heard. Lu Xiang looked at the weapons and said, We split up to chase after the weapons, but I was limited in strength. We suffered losses to only recover a few carts, and the rest escaped. He inwardly groaned, realizing he'd forgotten the main objective. His mind was only filled with thoughts of his wife. Then Lam Huan stammered a lie. They were too strong. I couldn't retrieve the weapons. I barely escaped with my life. Liu Xing said to him with great admiration, It must have been an intense scene. Recalling that fiery night, Lin Huan blushed and said that it was indeed very intense, and it was difficult to determine the winner after several rounds. He then changed the subject with Lu Xing, saying, You've done a great service this time. Let's return to the capital and report back. He was clueless and replied blankly, Of course, I'm waiting for you guys. The next morning, a weary Guozi asked, In other words, most of the weapons are still in the White Lotus sect's hands. Standing before him, Lin Huan respectfully raised his hand and replied, That's right. Guozi was a little tired. These weapons could save them a lot of preparation time. Within 6 months to a year, Jiangnan would surely change. Fortunately, Xiao Liu Li made a great contribution and was promoted to Lieutenant General of the Left Camp today, in command of the inner city's forces. After a pause, Guozi hesitated, and then a soldier stepped forward and shouted, Reporting for duty! Guozi glared in annoyance. You failed to protect the people this time, showing signs of dereliction of duty. Throw him in the dungeon. Unwilling, the man shouted, No, you can't do this. I was personally promoted by Prince Yu. Guozi immediately waved his hand, ordering, Take him away. The matter of the weapons came to an abrupt end, and before being dragged away, the soldier screamed, Prince Yu won't forgive you. Sooner or later, you'll be kicked out of the court. Lin Huan was startled, recalling that Prince Yu was the 4th prince of the previous dynasty, the current emperor's brother. Could it be that he's involved with the White Lotus sect this time? Guozi then asked coldly, Where is the official in charge of Jiangnan from Nanjili? The man immediately knelt down in fear. I'm innocent, Prime Minister. I didn't do it. Guozi glared at him. As the governor of southern Jili, you deceived those above and concealed information about the Jiangnan floods. Do you admit your guilt? The man looked up at him, stammering an unclear response. Was there a reason for the Jiangnan incident? Guozi's thunderous voice boomed once more. Strike me down with lightning, he wailed. My lord, I'm from southern Jili, with the rank of 2nd grade. You can't treat me like this. Guozi then slammed the table and stood up. If you still want to be associated with him, you'll end up just like him. Quickly figure out how to handle the relief efforts. The officials paled, afraid to even look up, lest they be the next to fall. Lin Huan cheered inwardly, witnessing the Prime Minister's legendary methods firsthand, decisive and bold. So cool, so manly, truly my master. Meanwhile, another spoke up. Your Honor, perhaps Princess Huang can handle the relief efforts. He recounted that during last night's banquet, she offered half her fortune for famine relief. The imperial princess is now seeking buyers for her valuables to exchange for food and money. Guozi waved his hand, adding, In that case, we must keep up. Quickly return and prepare the funds. Also, don't forget the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet tomorrow. Everyone must be on their best behavior. Then they all departed. Guozi looked at him and said, Lin Huan, stay. I have a few things to tell you. Lin Huan respectfully obeyed. Then, he whispered, I've investigated the local officials' power. The one behind him is none other than the current emperor's brother, catching him by surprise. What? Guozi continued. The imperial aunt is no simple character either. It's rumored she's always been greedy, so her sudden act of charity is suspicious. Lin Huan was bewildered. A foolish emperor, a treacherous brother, and a greedy aunt. Is there no one normal in this royal family? As soothing music fills the air, seductive crafts are unveiled, and the girls, each as radiant as a flower, yearn to display their talents before the emperor. All around, maids respectfully served delicacies to the officials at their tables, as the emperor glanced happily at his mother. Mother, are you pleased with today's banquet and performance? The Empress Dowager smiled contentedly. Excellent, everything is wonderful. Wait, where is the Empress? Why isn't she here? Is she displeased with someone? The Emperor yawns. The Empress Dowager suspects something. She's probably gathering the consorts in the harem and will come to greet us later. He then orders his attendant, carry on, this dance is boring, just present the gifts. As the Emperor finished speaking, the eunuch stood and announced, presenting the birthday gifts. And immediately the treasures were brought forth. Inside were rare and exotic treasures, shimmering with light, and Lin Huan's eyes lit up as he instinctively rose to his feet. My eyes are blinded by the dazzling gold, the Empress Dowager said cheerfully, looking delighted. The Emperor added, if Mother likes it, I'll have more brought back for you. She then seemed a little surprised. Who said the tribute convoy was once robbed by thieves? The Emperor asked, bewildered. Yes, that actually happened, I think. Then he continued, was the birthday tribute really stolen? Who managed to recover it? At that moment, Juju, noticing his greedy gaze on the glittering treasures, quickly tugged at his sleeve. Lin Huan was startled. Huh? What? She whispered. Was it you who captured the birthday star? Answer me now. He immediately stood up, startled. Your Majesty, I was the one who captured it. In his heart he rejoiced. The eunuch sent to battle, yet the credit still goes to me. The eunuch whispered, Your Majesty, this is Lin Huan, who topped both the civil and military exams this year. The Empress Dowager was surprised. So this is him, a true talent. Then she spoke, saying it was good and that he should be rewarded for his youth and talent by choosing a gift box. Lin Huan smiled widely, thanking the Empress Dowager. Pausing, he respectfully added, Your Majesty, I have also prepared a special performance to celebrate your birthday. The Empress Dowager, now intrigued, responded, Oh, then let's begin. As she spoke, everyone stood and respectfully bowed in line. The Emperor was stunned. Oh, is it the legend of the white snake? Too bad. I've seen it countless times. Lin Huan steps forward to introduce the final act of the year-end gala, Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, chuckling to himself, knowing no one suspects the actress is of such noble birth. Looking towards the girl, it's the Empress herself acting the part. A first in history, no doubt. Immediately after, he picks up his flute with a smile. This humble one will now play the Liangzhu theme for you all. Immediately, a melodious tune flowed from the jade flute in Lin Huan's mouth. Meanwhile, the opera troupe began their performance, and the audience listened in silence. Sitting beside him, Juju blushed as she watched his performance, secretly admiring him. Little did they know, Lin Huan was not only skilled in martial and literary arts, but also music, a true Renaissance man. On stage, the actors sobbed and choked out their lines. Brother Liangshan, I'll come with you now. Immediately, white smoke billowed, and her image gradually disappeared into the mist. The officials were stunned by the spectacle, calling it the most remarkable play they had ever witnessed. From the heavens, a swarm of beautiful blue butterflies fluttered down. The Emperor was delighted. This time, they didn't turn into snakes, but butterflies. The Empress, moved to tears, clapped in admiration. Excellent. Husband and wife transformed into butterflies, living a celestial life. A beautiful love story. Reward them handsomely. The Emperor, now deeply moved, exclaimed, Rewards, I shall bestow rewards as well. Someone, bring him 100,000 taels of gold. But for some reason, Guozi stood to the side, face dark with anger, and immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, please don't. Your Majesty, are you not aware that the treasury is empty? The Emperor and his mother were taken aback by Guozi's words. And it seems Lin Huang has achieved his goal, secretly pleased. The teacher's timing is perfect. The scheme is revealed, and now the real show begins. Guozi stepped forward, stating bluntly, The national treasury is empty. Forget rewarding 10,000 taels of gold, we don't even have 1,000. With the floods raging in Jiangnan, now is when we need money most. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. The Emperor feigned an apologetic expression. Of course I know that, but we must show the Empress Dowager some appreciation. At that moment, Huang Gu appeared from behind the curtain. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister, speaks the truth. She spoke with a soft voice and graceful figure. The people are the foundation of the nation, so we must use the strength of the entire country to save them from this flood. The Emperor begins to falter. "Aunt, you make it sound so easy, but where is the money supposed to come from? If we empty the national treasury, what will we do then?" The officials blanched at the suggestion of reaching into their own pockets. At that moment, the Prince Yu, also known as the second royal uncle, couldn't help but speak up, saying that only the Emperor had enough silver for donations. A contemplative silence fell over the hall as he smirked with disdain. The princess's face darkened with rage, while Lin Huan fell into thought. Princess Jianwu was indeed a force to be reckoned with. As he suspected, this wouldn't be easy, with the Emperor and Prince Yu eyeing him, always looking for an opportunity to interfere. Just then, the Empress Dowager spoke up. "Ministers, you are paid by the crown. So do you have any plans?" Guozi glanced at him, thinking, "It's your turn." And now, Lin Huan responded clearly. He immediately bowed and reported, "Your humble servant has a plan that can save the national treasury." "Oh, tell me more," Lin Huan proclaimed. "I ask that the Emperor, Empress Dowager, Imperial Princess, Prince Rui, and the ministers please come with me to the Imperial Garden." And as he requested, everyone immediately went to the Imperial Garden, where the scenery was exceptionally serene. Before them, a soccer field with lush green grass had been erected, complete with 2 goals just like in modern times. Not just the Emperor, but everyone present was amazed. He looked at him, confused, and asked, "What do you mean? Are you going to sell those 2 goals for silver? Or the one in your hand?" "That ball?" Lin Huan replied calmly. "Well, Your Majesty, please be patient. This football match will reveal the truth." With that, he blew a loud whistle. As the whistle blew, 2 teams in different colors lined up, inviting the players onto the field. Then, Lin Huan turned to the crowd. "Everyone, please observe every detail of this match carefully, for every detail is money." Huanggu and Prince Yu were both shocked to hear this. And once again, his slogan is shouted as the game begins, and the ball is kicked off. Both the blue and red teams clash with fervor, their training a mystery. These vibrant youths battle for the ball with fiery passion. The ball is kicked and the goalie leaps to catch it with practiced ease. The tension is palpable as the score remains tied. The Emperor watches the scene unfold, amused once again by Wu's antics. Well done indeed. The Empress Dowager speaks, "The match is indeed exciting, but what does it have to do with the national treasury?" The Emperor's face fell. "Wasn't the match exciting enough?" Everyone murmured in disappointment. Indeed, this so-called soccer is unlikely to generate any profit. Chen Lin was already impatient, seeing it as a deceptive trick. "Call it kuju then, but soccer? How will it make money?" He glanced at the ministers, a sneer escaping his lips. Such stubborn old fools. At that moment, both Lin Huan and the Empress spoke in unison. "It's gambling." He stared blankly at her, realizing this woman was far from simple, almost like she had a cheat code. The officials buzzed with discussion, some not even understanding the meaning of her words. Unable to contain her curiosity, the Empress Dowager pressed on. "And then what?" Lin Huang explained, "We can establish a nationwide soccer league with local merchants funding teams and setting up prizes. The court will oversee the games and create a formal betting system." The officials were torn. Gambling? What about the 3 religions and 9 schools of thought? Furthermore, if local teams fix matches, wouldn't the court suffer heavy losses? Lin Huang smiled, reminding them, "Remember what I said earlier? The money is in the details, not in the win or loss." Wait, Huanggu suddenly has an idea. "Wait, I get it now." He glanced back at the soccer players. "Manipulating wins and losses is easy, but manipulating the details is hard. The betting content isn't just about winning or losing, but also who scores first, who fouls, who goes out of bounds first, and who scores twice." "Is there a one-on-one situation?" The Imperial Princess clapped in agreement, breaking down the betting risks into details so that combining each part makes the overall win or loss unimportant. Brilliant. Even the Empress Dowager couldn't help but praise him. Indeed, a clever move, ensuring the court never loses as the house. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, he immediately replied, "Yes, exactly." The Emperor, bewildered, stepped forward and asked, leaving everyone speechless, "What do you mean? How can we be sure to win?" He then voiced his thoughts. "I understand betting on the details, but what's the point of guessing those things? Would the people accept it?" Lin Huan stepped forward with a smile, presenting a paper. "Your Majesty, allow me to present a specific example. All of these items can be included in the betting book." He explained the rules. For example, how many yellow cards, how many red cards, who scores, who gets subbed in. Bet on it if you want. Finally, the emperor understood. So that's how it is. Then, it doesn't matter if I just guess. He pointed to the two teams and continued, "From now on, this match is tied to your majesty's honor." Meanwhile, the two teams were locked in fierce competition, and someone seized the opportunity to cheat. The emperor immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Foul! That's clearly a foul. They must be ejected from the field." Lin Huan stepped forward and whispered, "Your Majesty, you bet that no one would be red-carded and ejected from the field." He was stunned. "Did I?" Now the emperor is starting to rethink things. "I suddenly don't think that was necessarily a foul. See that, Lin Huan? That's the allure of the small bet. It draws you in, you can't escape, and no one can resist its charm." The Empress Dowager added, "Indeed, I think this is worth promoting." A nearby official offered his opinion, but it still went against moral principles. Gambling is a low-class pursuit. If the court gets involved, it'll be hard to maintain its prestige. Thinking back to the Warring States period, the Qin state governed with clear rewards and punishments, winning the hearts of the people and unifying the world. Wouldn't a fair and impartial gambling house with clear rewards and punishments further earn the people's trust? The imperial aunt seemed very pleased, as this was a great opportunity to enhance the court's prestige. "Grand Secretary Lin is very insightful," the emperor said, "but I dare not take the credit." Lin Huan laughed bashfully. "It's all thanks to your praise." Thinking of the famous king of the past, the emperor happily said, "Are you saying I'm as great as Qin Shi Huang?" Lin Huan scratched his head and said, "I suppose that's possible." Hearing his self-admiration, both the prince and the empress were stunned, unsure of what to say. He quickly agrees, "Great, then let's immediately start a professional soccer league." "We'll leave this entirely to Scholar Lin," he says, as Lin Huan smiles, pleased, and respectfully accepts. The emperor glanced at Guozi with a knowing smile, pleased with his success. "Not bad." Seeing you praised by the dignitaries and grinning from ear to ear, Prince Yu Shen gritted his teeth from afar. "Lin Huan," he thought to himself. "Well done, Lin Huan. You're really something, seizing credit and reaping benefits. If you're the cicada catching the mantis, then I'll be the oriole waiting behind." Immediately after, the Empress Dowager smiled faintly at the emperor. "I'm a little tired. I'll return to the palace first and have Empress Liu and the concubines come to my palace to pay their respects." As soon as she left, the emperor sighed wearily. "Finally, that's over. I must go and see the new rare stone brought into the palace." At that moment, a cold voice rang out, startling the emperor. "Your Majesty, please stop." He forced a smile, glancing back as he asked, "Is there something else?" Guozia, burning with anger, shouted, "Your Majesty, the matter of Jiangnan cannot be delayed any longer. Floods are rampant and the people are displaced. We must act quickly." The useless emperor hastily fled, saying, I know, I leave this matter entirely in your hands." Meanwhile, some of the officials glared at him with increasing resentment. How dare this greenhorn snatch the lucrative position of managing the official casino? Lin Huan is caught in a power struggle, and his life won't be easy. He knows their malicious thoughts and isn't afraid. He knows these greedy people are targeting him, but too bad for them. Immediately, he quickly raised his hand and respectfully reported, "Prime Minister, I am a Taoist priest. Please allow me to go to Jiangnan to set up an altar to appease the heavens." As soon as Lin Huan spoke, he quickly replied, "Granted." Like a bolt from the blue, the minister secretly lamented, "We're done for. That scoundrel is using this chance to escape the storm." Lin Huan smirked at their expressions. "My master and I are on the same side, so don't even think about taking advantage of me." Soon, the day arrived for Lin Huan to leave the capital. Now, his group marches forward with red flags, looking incredibly majestic as one soldier shouts out the departure. And on that day, his 100-man troop set out, Lin Huan gripping his horse's reins as he turned back to bid farewell. Not disgracing his mission, he promises to meet again. Guozi looks at his disciple, his face emotionless, as he coldly says, "Go." The furious officials whispered amongst themselves, "Damn it, that kid Lin Huan has escaped again. Gambling is a gold mine with no investment." Meanwhile, Prince Yu was seething with anger. Did his aunt just let him go like that? By the time he returns, we'll have lost our share of the casino's profits. "Why the rush?" she said with a malicious ease. "If you're so impatient, why not have a little accident happen on his way to Jiangnan?" Hearing this, Prince Yu was startled, quickly turning around to say, "An accident." He finally understood the implication. The Prince of Yu was overjoyed, thanking her for the guidance, but she waved it off, saying, This has nothing to do with me. It's your affair. Meanwhile, Guozi seemed wary, noticing the two in conversation. Meanwhile, on a small country road, his troops marched in a long, bustling line. Liu Xing said with delight, "This is the first time I've led so many soldiers. I owe my promotion to Brother Lin." Hearing this, Lin Huang laughed heartily. "You're too kind, Liu, it's nothing." Meanwhile, a sulky voice chimes in, "Hey, you're ignoring me again? I'm tired." The seventh princess huffed, "You know who I am, yet you ignore me. When I get back, you'll pay for this." Lin Huan retorts, "It was the seventh princess who insisted on coming. This isn't a pleasure trip, she can't just stop whenever she wants." Liu Xing awkwardly explained, "Your Highness, we've stopped the army 5 times at your request, which has already delayed us considerably." She blushed and quietly apologized. "It's not like I meant to." Now, a look of sadness washes over the seventh princess's face as she says, "I just want to know how the people of Jiangnan are faring and do my part to help them." His perception of the princess begins to shift. The royal family is full of oddballs, but this seventh princess, though seemingly weak, still cares for the country. He then said, "All right, you can rest in the supply carriage in the back. I'll have my men take you there." The seventh princess was a little embarrassed. "I suppose you have some sincerity after all." He quickly gave the order. "Little Yezi, come here." The princess nervously added, "Don't slow down the group anymore, I can endure it myself." Upon hearing his command, the man quickly approached, asking what was needed. Lin Huan ordered, "Little Yezi, take this Chi-sun to the freight car to rest." As soon as he heard that, Qin immediately responded, "Understood." With that, she quickly took the seventh princess away, while Liu Xing, who had been watching them, wondered, "I feel like I've seen my brother's subordinate somewhere before. Perhaps I saw her from afar at the Taoist temple." Not wanting to talk about it, Lin Huan brushed it off. "Never mind, let's move on." Rewind a bit. A few days prior, he and Qintang met on a remote mountain. Qintang told Lin Huan, "I'm going to Jiangnan this time, so arrange an identity for me." Hearing her words, he was surprised. So, Eagle Hall wants to provide relief. Or perhaps take the opportunity to rebel. Calmly, Cam Tang answered this question. "Is there really a difference?" Watching her leave, Lin Huan remarked, "True. At least a rebellion wouldn't let corrupt officials hoard all the food." Xing Sang interjects, "In short, you don't need to worry about anything else. Just give me a public identity." She pauses, then adds with a faint smile, "After all, I still don't know if you're really on our side." Before they knew it, their army had arrived at Wu City's transit station, where an official was already waiting with a respectful smile. "My lords, I have been waiting for you. I am Yu Zideng, the city lord of Wu, and I welcome Ambassador Liu and Vice Ambassador Lin of Jiangnan. Please, come in." Lin Huan returned the greeting with equal respect. "Lord Yu is too kind, please come in. I've prepared fine wine and food to welcome you." Inside the wine cellar, strange men busied themselves, secretly adding something to the wine, something that looked far from good. One of them spoke up. "Are the preparations complete?" Tucking a vial into his chest, the other replied, "Rest assured, all the wine is ready." Outside, Lin Huan's group was seated at the table, ready to begin the feast as the two assassins spoke to each other. "Tonight's a hangmen banquet. They're not leaving here alive." The other one continued, "Gather everyone and let's move." As everyone took their seats, another person respectfully said, "Welcome, esteemed guests, especially Vice Envoy Lin, to our city." Now they're clamoring, saying they've long heard of him as a master of both arts and he must drink his fill tonight. "Lord Lin, we offer you a toast." Lin Huan inwardly groaned, "Why is everyone offering me drinks?" Just then, Liu Xing quickly stood up to defuse the situation. "Gentlemen, my brother Lin is injured and cannot drink." Yet, Lin Huan smiled brightly. "It's all right. Everyone should enjoy themselves today." Liu Xing exchanged a worried glance with him. "Are you sure about this?" Lin Huan replied with a sly grin. "Watch me." Liu Xing remained worried as Lin Huan then stood up. "Your kindness is appreciated. I'll take the first drink. Please, everyone, enjoy." With that, he raised his sleeve to his mouth, pretending to drink, but secretly poured the wine behind him. He held up his glass, feigning enjoyment, and praised, "Ah, that's good, fine wine." Everyone was amused by his enthusiasm, impressed by his capacity, except for Liu Xing, who stood frozen, soaked in the wine. Liu Xing, his face dark, muttered, "No wonder you're Brother Lin. If the imperial exams tested thick skin, you'd surely get all 3 top ranks." Afterwards, everyone focused on eating and drinking happily without giving it much thought. Lin Huan's eyes turned to Qin Sang, who was still calmly eating and drinking. He couldn't help but stand up, approach her, and ask, "Little Yezi, why are you gnawing on that dry cake? You won't even eat the meat." The disciplined Kamtang calmly replied that she doesn't eat other people's food. Lam Huan teased her. Are you afraid it's poisoned? Kamtang remained expressionless. What are you laughing at? I'm used to it. Lam Huan asked, who would dare to mess with the envoy of Huang Than? But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone behind him collapsed. The loud sound startled Lam Huan. It's poison, Kamtang quickly realized and became alert to something suspicious. The two ran to the table where everyone lay motionless. Kamtang drew her sword. You were right, someone poisoned them. Lin Huan paled, his ill-fated words coming true. He looked at the rolling cup and concluded, I'm fine. The poison was in the wine. He held his hands to Lu Xing's nose and said, Xiaolu is still breathing, not dead, which means the poisoner was very careful, using only a colorless and odorless anesthetic to avoid detection. And there's definitely more to come. Just then, a noise outside the door startled them both, and they quickly pushed the monk to the ground. There's someone coming. Play dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the room was quickly pushed open, revealing about 6 mysterious figures in black. Brandishing their swords, they stormed into the room, as Qinzang whispered in his ear. What do we do now? Lin Huan said sternly, Wait for my command. His face flushed, being so close to the beauty. Unable to resist, Lin Huan exclaimed, Pass! No, it's too itchy. Suddenly, a cough echoed, startling all the assassins. Lam Huan sat up, touching his nose with a dark expression, then said, When it rains, it pours. Seeing he was all right, one of them immediately charged forward. Die! With a faint smile, Lin Huan swiftly dodged the attack as Qintang moved with precision, striking the assassin from behind, a sword piercing his heart. The assassin immediately died, and seeing their comrade fall, the others became more cautious. Standing in front of him, Qintang couldn't help but praise. Your command is certainly unique. The assassins signaled each other to attack, and Qintang pushed him back, drawing her sword and charging forward. Step aside, Lin Huan said, secretly blushing. How fierce. I like it. Her movements were swift as the wind, and the assassins fell with fatal wounds, blood spraying like rain. The remaining assassins panicked, no longer underestimating their opponent. He's a tough one. Get him out here. Understood. With that, he pulled a flare from his chest and ignited it, sending a bright light soaring into the sky with a loud bang. The fireworks exploded, extravagant and beautiful, but this was a signal flare. Seeing this, he was slightly startled. Damn it, they have reinforcements. The stars in the sky form a lotus flower. They're White Lotus assassins. We can't handle them. We need him to act. Retreat! Lin Han realized the White Lotus sect had backup coming when Tang grabbed his hand. They needed to leave. Now. Just as they ran outside, Lin Huan immediately shouted, No! As Tang held back, confused, he continued, The 7th princess and Xiaolu are still inside. I can't leave them. She reluctantly relented. Forget it. You're just that kind of person. I'll risk it all and keep you company this once. Lin Huan figured that even though he didn't know who the reinforcements were, the fact that the enemies here had all retreated could only mean that you were about to arrive with extreme brutality, attacking friend and foe alike. At that moment, a figure approached from afar, each step cracking the earth beneath, radiating an eerie aura. You threw a party and didn't invite me? I didn't even get a sip of wine. He stopped before them, a sinister smile on his face. But no matter, I'm here now, though I no longer desire wine. The blood demon spat out those venomous words, sneering, Drinking your blood will suffice. Qintang gripped her sword tightly, charging forward with all her might. Too much talk. The sword pierced through, and the blood demon couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of fresh, red blood. The scene froze as the sword pierced the blood demon's chest, and he didn't react. Lin Huan chuckled to himself. Such a grand entrance. And this is it? This is all? Even suicide wouldn't be this quick, would it? Gripping his sword tighter, the blood demon said coldly, Very well. But there was no hint of worry in his voice as that power wrapped around Qinzang, shocking her. Now, you can't escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he channeled his inner strength, sending Geumtai flying. Lin Huan rushed over anxiously to catch her, and he was secretly shocked. How could the powerful Qinzang be thrown back with a single move? Quickly pushing him away, she insisted, I can still fight. I was just careless. But suddenly fresh blood began to flow from within her. Qinzang was shocked. This is a reversal of blood flow. Raising her hand to seal her dantian, Kamtang warns, Lam Huan, run! He can reverse your blood flow, seal your meridians, and destroy your martial arts. She struggles to explain. He's the blood demon. Meeting him means death. Meanwhile, the blood demon used his inner power to bend the sword in his chest like putty, instantly healing the wound. As Qinzhang said, among the top 10 wanted criminals, he's the only demon who uses blood demon inner power and has a monstrous physique. The sword fell powerlessly to the ground, not even making a metallic sound. The blood demon swiftly appeared before her. Not bad, kid. Your swordsmanship isn't like those government dogs. Your blood will taste much better than theirs. At that moment, Lin Huan stepped onto his hand, gripping it tightly, and calmly said to the terrifying blood demon, "Don't touch her." Thinking Lin Huan is just posturing, the blood demon's eyes widen with amusement as he snarls, "You asked for it." Tang Qin, now surprised, shouts a warning to her comrade. "Lin Huan, be careful." Immediately, the blood demon channels his inner power, unleashing the blood reversal. Qinzhang knows what this means and cries out in despair, "No!" Yet Lin Huan seemed unfazed, with smoke billowing from his ears, leaving the others stunned. Qin Tang in surprise, and blood demon in utter disbelief, as if he'd never encountered such an opponent. But Huan seems surprised, asking, "Is that all? Shouldn't reversing the blood flow cause death?" The three of them freeze, the blood demon silent, staring intently at him. The air crackled with tension as the blood demon, utterly baffled, demanded, "Why aren't you reacting?" Qinzhang was also surprised, sharing the blood demon's thoughts as she looked at him in awe. Lin Huan wondered to himself, "That's right, why don't I feel anything?" At that moment, he felt a jolt of electricity course through him and instinctively clutched his chest. "I can feel it." Seeing this, the blood demon laughed. "I told you, you're sure to be affected by my attack." But contrary to everyone's expectations, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter, feeling truly free. Looking at his hand, Lin Huan was clearly satisfied, even feeling that his once crippled martial arts were returning. It was returning. Then, to Blood Demon's shock, he channeled his inner strength and charged straight through him. "Eat my fist," the Blood Demon gloats. "If you touch me, you'll only be injured by my internal energy." His blood surged. Before she could finish, the punch landed squarely on the Blood Demon's face, stunning him. So fast, and with that one blow, the Blood Demon was sent flying, unable to even defend himself. Spitting out blood, he couldn't believe it. "No, it can't be. Why can you hit us? Why weren't you affected by the blood reversal?" Qinzhang asked happily. "I have a theory." Lin Huan smiled. "Me too," and immediately he struck again. "Blood Demon, eat my blood reversal technique." Realizing something was wrong, he gasped in disbelief. "Or what?" Trembling, the Blood Demon coughs up a mouthful of blood, muttering, "Impossible, impossible." Sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth. It can't be. Let's die together." Immediately, the Blood Demon gathered his inner strength once more, and power surged violently from within him. Seeing this, Cam Tang knew he was going to self-destruct, and immediately swept her up into his arms, taking flight, which startled her. As they left, a massive explosion, like a bomb, erupted with a blinding light, and Qin Kong coughed violently. Luckily, it was just his body exploding. That startled me. If it had been explosives, we'd be dead. Lin Huan explains that the Blood Demon never suspected his internal energy was already depleted from his injuries. Instead, the reversed flow he transmitted became nourishment, granting him reversed internal energy. "That means the power he transferred to you will be converted into your own," Qin Chang replied. "Yes, your pulse is stable, and it seems your meridians have been reactivated." However, as Qin Chang takes his pulse, she says, "Besides the moves you've learned, you can only cultivate reverse energy from now on." She pauses, then adds, "But we don't have corresponding techniques in the eagle-slaying hall. It's good to have something to practice, as long as it's enough to protect yourself." At the same time, Lin Huang's men rushed up, shouting to protect the city lord and the delegation. Lin Huang looked over, secretly relieved. "Our people have arrived. We should be safe," he wondered. "But I still don't understand why the White Lotus Society would attack the envoy. Wouldn't it be better to fight in Jiangnan, their own territory?" As night falls, a candle illuminates a humble tent, and a pile of silver is slammed onto the table, accompanied by a voice. It seems this was some kind of shady deal, as the masked men spoke in cold voices. "This is your upfront payment. Consider our debt settled." With the money in hand, Jia Hao smiles brightly. "If you have any more business like this in the future, don't forget to call me. Using the White Lotus Society's name to attack the envoy and increase our power, only you guys can pull that off." The masked man coldly threatened. "Enough chatter. If you breathe a word of this, you'll lose your head." Jia Hao quickly stuffed the money into his pocket. I know, it's not like this is our first time working together." He then walked out, saying, "We're in the pugilistic world, you're in the imperial court. A mutually beneficial partnership. Happy to work with you." After a pause, once the man was gone, he added, "Bro, we failed today. What's the next step?" They returned to the capital to report to the emperor, while the soldiers quickly arrived to help the unconscious men. Everyone was dazed, with headaches and dizziness, and Chinsang couldn't resist raising her hand to deliver a fierce slap. Wake up now." Liu Xing startled awake, his face still marked with the imprint of 5 fingers. Why did his face hurt so much? Calmly, Cam Tang rises. General Liu is awake. Meanwhile, Lam Huan helps the 7th princess up and loudly proclaims, "Hey, wake up, it's morning." She reached out to touch his cheek, slurring, "I can still drink, bring me more wine." But then she suddenly panicked. "Who's there?" Lin Huan quickly reassured her. "7th princess." "Don't panic, it's me." Then Lin Huan turned to the others and recounted what happened. "And as for the rest of you, this is what happened last night." As he recounted the events, everyone's faces grew pale with disbelief that such a terrible thing could have happened while they were sleeping. Liu Xing said respectfully, "Brother Lin, I owe you a life that I can't repay, and the 7th princess is also embarrassed. Thank you, young Master Lin, for saving our lives. In the future, if you need anything, just come to me." Ziteng rushed forward, grabbing his leg. "My lord, I was negligent. I truly didn't know such a thing would happen. What are your orders? Even through mountains of knives and seas of fire, I will accomplish it." Lin Huan began to calculate. "After this matter, I really have some thoughts. To prevent poisoning, I need to make some special dry rations." A few days later, after leaving Ziteng's manor, they began to move forward. As a heavy rain begins to fall, Liu Shang looks at the blocked road and says worriedly, "The heavy rain has caused a landslide. The main road is blocked." He suggested, "Should we set up camp here and clear the road or take a detour?" Lin Huan frowned and replied, "Landslides plus the constant rain make mudslides likely. It's not safe to camp. Let's take the detour." At that moment, a soldier rushed up, reporting that the map showed a small path through the mountains ahead. Lin Huan agreed. "Then that's what we'll do. It's getting late. Let's set up camp there." Liu Xing obeyed and immediately issued the order. The entire army would take the small path, with the rear guard following closely. And so, with a unified cry, they moved towards the path the soldier had reported. As Lin Huan walked, he was a little displeased, muttering to himself that more time had been wasted. At that moment, a landslide rumbled down the mountain due to the rain, the downpour drowning out the sound of the horses. Meanwhile, the crows spotted Lin Huan's group and began to caw loudly. The scene was utterly tragic. His face darkening, he noted the cart tracks and hoof prints confirming a village ahead. Liu Xiang added, "It's getting late. Let's find lodging in the village and save time setting up camp." Having made their decision, they and the soldiers ventured deeper into the nearby village. Liu Xiang was immediately puzzled. Strange. There were signs of carriages, but no one to be seen. Lin Huan added, "Let's find a house and ask." He chose one, quickly opened the door, and announced, "Is anyone home?" "We are." But before they could finish, the scene before them shocked everyone. The house was empty, dishes were still on the table, and the food was untouched. A bizarre sight. Lin Huan's face darkened. The meal was half-eaten, yet the village was deserted. "This is strange. What happened in this village? Is it a ghost town?" Soldiers were immediately sent to scout the area, but an eerie silence remained, even though the rain had stopped. As they walked, they muttered to each other, "This is strange. Is this a ghost village?" "Shh, don't say that. You're scaring me. There's no such thing as ghosts." The 7th princess seemed nervous and hesitantly took his hand, calling out to Lin. Tears welled in the princess's eyes as she pouted, wondering if there was something truly wrong with the village. But his gaze was drawn to her heaving chest, and he blushed. Remembering her true identity, Lin Huan sighed inwardly, impressed that the 7th princess had been hiding her talents. He then gently stroked her head and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll protect you from any demons or monsters." The 7th princess blushed with emotion, then said, "Protect me." "So, I have a proposition." Upon hearing this, Lin Huan sensed something was off. He inwardly groaned. What was this? It turned out the 7th princess wanted to sleep with him. She now sleeps soundly, while Lin Huan is dumbfounded. That's not the kind of protection I meant. How can I sleep peacefully like this? The long night finally ends, and the sun makes the surroundings less frightening than the night before. But then, Liu Xing rushes in, panicked. "Brother Lin, this is bad. There's something wrong with this village. Something's happened to the soldiers." He rushed out without changing clothes, the soldier's face pale with panic. My men suddenly fell ill, and despite treating them all night, they haven't improved. As patrol captain, what's the situation? Brother Peng Huang recounts that during last night's watch, they became listless, then complained of pain before suddenly collapsing. Now the soldiers lying on the ground are convulsing, their eyes tightly shut. He looks around at the patrol, realizing it's more than just those few. Did something happen to all of them? The soldier reports that there are still a few who are mostly okay. The patrolmen are here so the Lord can see if we're all present, myself included. At that moment, an arm raised from the crowd, shouting, "I'm also part of the patrol." "Move aside," he reports. "I just felt a cold wind last night and couldn't sleep well." The man next to him clutched his stomach, stammering, "I'm better off than them. I just have a stomach ache." He couldn't take it anymore and ran off, saying, "Not again. My lord, wait. I'll be right back." The soldiers panic, convinced they've seen something they shouldn't have, and now it's after them. "I told you, this is a ghost village. We're doomed." Meanwhile, Tang wonders if it's the White Lotus Society using poison again. Did their plan from a few days ago fail, and now they're trying to harm us again? Lin Huan sits next to the soldier lying on the ground, saying, "It's simple. Let me take a look." "Please don't." The soldier next to him was startled and quickly stopped him. "Sir, what if it really is a demon? It's too dangerous." With a faint smile, he replied, "My righteousness is overwhelming. What is there to fear from demons?" In truth, Lin Huan was secretly pleased, especially since he could hack the system to investigate. He quickly concludes that the blood is murky, the meridians are damaged, but still passable. He looks at the system and begins to speculate that this isn't poisoning, but an epidemic with a short incubation period and no contagion, meaning it must be from contact with something. One of the soldiers spoke up. "It can't be the food. I just made new rations, so there's only one possibility." He then looked at the water canteen beside him. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in confusion. What exactly is going on? Immediately, Lin Huan targeted someone and asked, "Where did you get water yesterday?" He quickly replied, "Everyone rested indoors yesterday, but we found a well on patrol and drew some water." Meanwhile, another man stared at the water bottle in his hand, horrified. "The Lord is saying there's something wrong with the well water." Lin Huan hurried off, saying, "Xiao Diezi, follow me. We're going to find the source of this water." The seventh princess frantically followed, shouting, "You said you'd protect me. I have to stay by your side." Soon, they arrived at the well where the soldiers had collected water to test Lin Huan's theory. Lin Huan looked at Qinsang and hurriedly asked, "Xiao Yezi, can you hear the direction of the water flow?" She whispered, "Shh, I'm listening." Immediately, Qinsang pointed, saying, "It's over there," and everyone followed her lead. Deep within the cave, a strange odor emanated, causing the seventh princess to cover her nose in disgust. "What's that smell? It stinks." Liu Xing hesitated, but before he could dwell on his curiosity, Lin Huan quickly lit a torch and peered inside, revealing a shocking sight. It was a mountain of corpses, soaked in fresh, pungent blood. The sight was so horrific that Liu Xing and the seventh princess vomited on the spot. Lin Huan was shocked, realizing why Chen village had become a deserted village. Someone had slaughtered the entire population. Xinjiang was enraged by the inhumanity of it all, and just then a dark figure darted past, quickly spotted by Lin Huan. "Who's there?" Immediately, he and Cam Tang rushed forward, chasing after the dark figure. But the further they went, the narrower it became, making it harder to move, though they pressed on, crawling slowly. As Lin Huan crawled forward, he muttered in annoyance, "Damn, this place is too narrow. How did he get through?" Suddenly, Cam Tang stopped, and he accidentally bumped his head into her butt. Crimson-faced and embarrassed, Qinsang scolded, "Hey, don't push!" Lin Huan, also a bit flustered, quickly retorted, "You're the one who stopped suddenly." Qinsang turns to him and says, "I can't get through. Can you give me a push?" As Lin Huan pushes her from behind, he mutters, "Don't look at what you shouldn't. Don't touch what you shouldn't. I'm only doing this for the mission." Immediately after, Qintang was pushed, causing her to fall from the cliff, and Lin Huan lost his balance and fell as well. As they fell, that figure was already running ahead of them, and Qintang quickly pulled Lin Huan's hand, urging him to follow. He stares blankly at his hand, then marvels, "So soft. No, I mean the cave is too narrow." As he ran, Lam Huan looked around, observing their surroundings. Strange, he seemed to recognize this place. Ahead of them, a dirty-looking boy ran, and after a chase, they saw two caves at once, leaving them all confused. Qintang looked around, anxiously asking which way they should go, but Lin Huan spoke up, "I've had this feeling that this place was familiar, and now I remember." Surprised, Qintang asks, "Familiar? What do you mean?" With a serious face, he recounts, I once went to a place called Luo Family Village, where I worked in a mine. This place is just like the mines I used to dig. He then pointed to the ground, swiping his finger across it to double-check. You mean this isn't dust but slag? Which way do we go? Cam Tang asked, as Lin Huan immediately took the lead down a narrow path. The main path is usually explored first. Small paths are only dug when dead ends are encountered. If he's trying to escape, he definitely won't choose a dead end. These small mountains along the cliff face all look the same, making it incredibly difficult to find someone hiding here. The boy hid behind a small crevice, silently and patiently observing their movements. Seeing them run off, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a long while, the boy finally felt safe enough to leave his hiding place. But as soon as he stepped out, a pair of hands reached out from behind and grabbed him. Lin Huan smirked. Just a kid, after all, the boy cried out in surprise. How did you... With a sly grin, Lin Huan chuckled. I've seen this before. You're not the first to use a mine shaft as a hideout. Immediately, the boy grabbed a nearby rock, ready to strike back at the two before him, and with a swift motion, he brought the rock down hard on Lin Huan's hand. Seeing this, Cam Tang was startled. Holding his swollen, throbbing hand, Lam Huan gritted his teeth and said, It's not necessary, The boy quickly backed away, retorting, You bad people. I won't let you get away with this. We just wanted to ask you a few questions. Pulling out a firecracker, the boy sobbed. Mother, father, your unfilial son can only avenge you another day. Seeing this, Lin Huan was terrified and rushed forward, shouting, No, the mine will collapse! But the boy had already lit the fuse, and the firework was quickly burning. Tears streaming down his face, he gritted his teeth and told himself, I won't run anymore. But at that moment, Lin Huan swiftly moved, knocking the firecracker from the boy's hand, sending it flying into the rock wall, where the strong impact caused it to detonate. The echoing blast sends tremors through the cave, and the mine's rocky ceiling finally begins to crumble. All three were in a panic, while the commotion on Liu Xing and the seventh princess's side startled him. What's going on? Remembering the past, the village that night was drowned in a sea of blood, soldiers slaughtering without mercy. That day, the boy's mother frantically pulled her son away. Sweetheart, come with me. She put him in a small rice container and said, Son, let's play hide and seek. Close your eyes and count. No matter what you hear, don't make a sound, promise me. He innocently agreed, and the boy obediently sat there, silently following his mother's instructions. 1, 2, then 3, and finally he couldn't resist falling into a deep sleep. How long had it been? He groggily crawled out of the vat, hoping his mother and everyone else were still there. But now, a horrifying scene unfolds before him. Great fires, blood everywhere. The boy cries out in terror. Mom, Dad, where are you? Outside, he overheard a cold voice ordering, Throw the corpses behind the mountain and drag the survivors to the mines. Hurry up. Realizing his situation, he trembled, covering his mouth and whispering, Mother. This nightmare had jolted him awake. The boy couldn't believe he was still alive, cradled in Lin Huan's arms along with Zhang, who was also unconscious. Lin Huan remains unconscious, muttering, No one can die. No one. The boy stared blankly at the cliff face, muttering to himself, It was him. He recalled the chaos, Lin Huan holding them both, shouting, Hurry, be careful, get out of the way. But then the boy bit Lam Huan's hand hard, causing him immense pain. Lam Huan retorted, I risked my life to save you, and you bite me. The boy stammered, Who told you to save me? Then he turned away, pouting, Lucky for you guys, you weren't wearing Guanping's clothes. Lin Huan affectionately ruffled his hair. Still acting tough, you little rascal. The boy retorted, Who's acting tough? Meanwhile, Qintang was trembling with anger, demanding Lin Huan let go before discussing who was stubborn. But suddenly, Lin Huan's grip tightened, startling Qintang. Hey, you're squeezing too tight. He looked at his hand, then flusteredly explained, It's not my fault. My hand is numb, it's just shaking on its own. Qintang doesn't blame him and drops the subject. Why aren't we dead? No way. Lin Huan replied, Because I led you to the triangle of life. She was surprised. A triangle of life. Lin Huan explained, When structures or mines collapse, heavy objects falling against walls or obstacles will create a void with the ground. That space is the survival triangle, he said, waiting for a reaction. Do you understand now? Cam Tang frowned, taking a glance. It didn't seem too complicated. Then he patted the boy's head again. And what about you? Why are you fighting over the mine tunnel? What happened? The boy retorted. Isn't it all because of you government soldiers? The boy then began to recount the events of half a year prior, when the corpses behind Chen family village were piled high like mountains. The boy, named Manhwa, said that it was in that moment that he grew up and began to face everything. He witnessed his parents' murder and their bodies left scattered. He swore revenge. Gradually, Manhwa learned they were secretly transporting ore and trading with a mysterious figure. He hid in the mine, stealing explosives and rations, preparing his revenge step by step. As a result, they all withdrew half a month ago, but Manhwa had a feeling they would return. Until Lin Huan and the others arrived, Manhwa tearfully said, "At first, I thought you were with them, since not many people know about this mine." Lin Huan began to speculate. Could the White Lotus sect's weapon theft 2 weeks ago be connected? He then grabbed his sword and thrust it into the crevice in front of him. Immediately, a loud noise echoed. She looked at the two of them and said, "Let's just get outside first." Manhwa quickly speaks up. "I'll lead the way." Lin Huan reassures him, "Don't worry, I'll investigate and help you get revenge." Annoyed, the boy retorts that he's probably no better since he's also a soldier. But Lin Huan pulls him outside, cheerfully saying, "Truth and justice are the most powerful of all." "Little brother, oh, what's your name?" The boy turned away. "My family name is Tran. I don't have a given name yet. In the village, you have to be 10 to get one. If I can't get revenge, I don't need a name anyway." But as soon as they stepped outside, they froze in their tracks. The path was blocked. Kong Tong reached out and felt along the rock wall, then shook his head helplessly. They couldn't get out for now. Manhwa then took out a bag of food. "I have something to eat. I have some dried meat left." Seeing the cloth, Lin Huan immediately recognized something. "Take it," Lin Huan said, surprised. "Wait, that handkerchief. Where did you get that?" Manhwa confessed, "I stole it from Guanping." Lin Huan told Qin Chang, "I think I've seen this symbol before." "Of course," she added, "there are people from there in the Falcon Pavilion as well." "Immediately," she explained, "this is the military insignia of the great General Zhenin." Lin Huan frowned, secretly despising him for a feudal lord cooperating with the White Lotus sect. Seeing this insignia, he pondered. What exactly are the intentions of the great General Zhenin? Occupying a metal mine can only be for forging weapons. Qinzang then said, he probably saw the White Lotus sect's uprising and wanted to build up his forces to resist, then seized the opportunity to enter the capital and declare himself emperor. She speculated that he had long colluded with the White Lotus sect to start a rebellion and divide the country, using the river as a boundary to rule half the world. Lin Huan is determined to kill the general, avenge the villagers, and escape the cave. He explained, "Simple. We release our inner energy simultaneously, using the sword as a medium to create a shock and a gap." Kam Tang was intrigued. "Well, that's right, our inner energies are opposite, creating the perfect impact force." Immediately, they worked together seamlessly, channeling their inner power into the sword. Soon the sword created a large crack, followed by a massive explosion that finally opened the cave's entrance. Outside, Lu Xing had already mobilized troops for a rescue, and he was startled to feel the cave shaking. Seeing the cave entrance open, Liu Xiang said excitedly, "I told you, the exit is here. Don't worry, Brother Lin, I'll get you out right away." The 7th princess urged, "Hurry everyone, move quickly." He then reached out to Manhwa, saying, "Let's go. Ambushing in the shadows isn't the right path." As he pulled the boy's hand, Lin Huan affirmed, "I will lead you to get revenge honorably." Manhwa happily replied, "Yes, let's all return to the village." As Lin Huan cooks, a loud knock comes at the door and he calls out, "Come in." The door bursts open, and someone enters. Liao Yang happily leads the boy in, saying, "Manhwa, come and show yourself to Brother Lin." Now that he's bathed and dressed, he looks completely different. Liu Xiang said, "I don't have shoes that fit, but the rest should be okay for now. So what do you think? Is the envoy anything like the Zhenin army? We're all good people. Let's go deal with this epidemic." "Can you even cure the plague?" Manhwa asked, looking at Lin Huan. "My parents said epidemics can only be endured." Liu Xing admires him, but just watch. Lin Huan is amazing. He's the only civil and military champion in a century who has never failed. Now everyone's gathered at the well, and since the disease is transmitted through food and drink, clean water is the first step. As he worked, he explained, "I'm using burnt charcoal as a filter core to create a simple filter, then we'll pump the water out and boil it again, and there should be absolutely no problems." He told the soldiers to isolate everyone who had drunk the well water, closely monitor them, and administer the medicine he had prescribed for mild cases, severe cases, and those who had drunk the contaminated water but were not yet showing symptoms. Liu Xing looked at him with admiration. "Brother Lin is too strong, truly my idol." The soldiers now surrounded him, saying, "Lord Lin is truly amazing. Without you, we'd all be dead." You're a pillar of the nation. I dare say even the Prime Minister isn't your equal. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Those who are free, follow me to dig up the remains of the unfortunate villagers and give them a proper burial. Along the way, Manhwa hesitated, changing how he addressed him. Brother Lin, thank you. But do you really want to go up against the great General Genin? He paused, then continued, I heard he's a god of war, a merciless killer. But Lin Huan immediately cut him off. So what? Lin Huan said, his eyes hardening as he looked at Manhwa. People die on the battlefield because each side has its own position. But killing innocent civilians is an unforgivable crime, and I will kill anyone who does such a thing. Hearing this, Manhwa's eyes changed as he looked at Lin Huan. Where there was hatred before, now there was only admiration. He clasped his hands together, seeing that this man truly worked for the people, with ability, courage, and unmatched wisdom. I am Tran, and I wish to call Lam Hoan master. Suddenly, the soldiers stirred, piquing Lu Heng's curiosity. What's that sound? He immediately tensed up, rushing over and alerting everyone. Go to the fork outside the village and see what's happening. Soon, Lin Huan and the others arrived outside. Before them stood a troop of soldiers led by a menacing one-eyed man on horseback, Vu Thach Thien. Manhwa hid behind him, pointing out the leader of the village massacre. Lin Huan quickly confirmed it was him. Manhwa gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. He's the one who killed my parents and destroyed our village. Shu Tian looked at Lin Huan and coldly asked, Who are you? He calmly replied, You ask me? Then he drew his sword. The imperial envoy bears a decree. To see this sword is to see the emperor himself. Then Lin Huan shouted, The emperor is here. Kneel, kneel or you'll lose your head. Kneel now. His soldiers were furious, but they dared not act. Looking at them, Lin Huan coldly threatened, Planning a rebellion? Immediately, Shu Tian signaled his troops to halt, declaring, Everyone, stand down. He then dismounted, his demeanor now noticeably respectful. Dismounting, he immediately knelt, saying respectfully, My name is Yu Shitian. I greet your highness. Before Lin Huan, they all knelt and shouted, Greetings, your highness. Sheathing his sword, Lin Huan said with a sneer, The surname Vu is quite rare. I've only heard of the general of Genin with that name. Could it be that you're one of his subordinates? Vu Shitian smiled brightly and stepped forward to take his hand. I am indeed from the Southern Guard, but only a distant relative of General Yu. Lin Huan scoffed inwardly, noting the man's quick change of face. Looking at the group, he asked, What are you doing here? What's in those crates? Shu Tian hesitated. Well, and then respectfully explained. Previously, due to the Empress Dowager's birthday, our great general of the South was busy with battles and only had time to prepare meager gifts. Now, we are making up for it with additional presents. The official road is blocked, so we have to take a detour. I'm sure you're doing the same, sir. Lin Huan paced back and forth, assessing the situation. This Vu Thach Thien is quick-witted indeed. With this excuse, I really have no right to investigate. He then secretly asked Qin Shang, What are their martial skills like? She quickly assessed, strictly disciplined with a murderous aura. They're all veterans who've seen battle not easy to deal with. One of Shu Tian's subordinates whispered, General, that smoke smells like burning corpses. Did they discover us? He quickly covered his mouth. Shh, stay put. Even if they did, it won't implicate us since there are no witnesses. Then Lin Huan feigned cheerfulness, saying, Captain Vu, no problem at all, you may go. He smiled brightly and respectfully said, Thank you, sir. May your southern tour be safe and smooth. Then he turned to Liu Xing. I'll have someone follow them and you see them off. He quickly replied, No problem. Then, as ordered, Liu Xing went to see Shu Tian and his group off. But soon he sensed Shu Tian was secretly on guard, sensing the murderous intent. He glanced at Manhwa, sizing him up. A child? Why is there a child in the patrol team? Then, looking at the boy's body, he wondered, the other soldiers are fine, so why is this child so bruised and battered? Then, looking at Manhwa's feet, he couldn't help but wonder about the ore dust on his shoes. Now remembering his own words to his men, no witnesses, he quickly grew wary. Shu Tian then whispered to his men, It's an escaped fish. Lin Huan didn't hear him, but he noticed the soldiers moving their weapons, and he was startled. Something was wrong. Immediately, he shouted a warning. Xiaoliu, get out of the way. Realizing Lin Huan had discovered them, Shu Tian immediately turned to attack Liu Xing, intending to eliminate them all. The others now targeted him as well, shouting, Kill! Shu Tian quickly slashed at Liu Xing, but fortunately, he managed to dodge the blow. Though not a fatal wound, Lu Xing is injured, clutching his wound and shouting, "Enemies incoming! Prepare for the enemy!" Instantly, Lin Huan rushed to assist, shouting a warning, "We're here!" Seeing the situation, Shu Tian decided to eliminate them all, to silence them, to their deaths. With that, he swung his sword at Lin Huan and Qin Chang, striking them both. Xin Xiang was worried. Yu Shitian came from a military background and was too strong. He was annoyed, and his old wound reopened. Immediately, Lin Huan rushed forward to protect him. "Let me cover you. Run back to the village and get help." Despite his grievous wounds, he still tried to fight the towering general. And of course, Lin Huan was no match for him. He was quickly sent flying, unable to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood, and he cursed out loud in frustration. Damn it! Clutching his chest as his opponent charged, Lin Huan realized his power hadn't returned after unblocking his meridians. Is this how it ends? He wondered, unwilling to accept defeat. Closing his eyes, Lin Huan furrowed his brow and shouted, "System achievement, awaken!" At the same time, the system unlocks the indestructible achievement. After taking 100 hits, the reward is the Mirage Evasion skill. Now his eyes sharpen. Lin Huan shouts, "Mirror Flower, Water Moon," and nimbly dodges Shu Tian's attack. Shu Tian, seeing his sword stuck in the wall, cries out in shock. "What? No way he dodged that?" Lin Huan wiped away the blood, explaining the skill. Mirror Flower, Water Moon, mimicking the opponent's martial arts to evade, counter, and reduce hits. No matter how fast, slow, heavy, or light the opponent's move is, it's all the same. He beckons with satisfaction, revealing his 50-50 ultimate move. "I've used a simplified version before, so I don't need to get acquainted. Your blade is stuck. Come and get me if you dare." Stone Heaven gritted his teeth in anger, immediately charging towards him. How dare this little patrolman be so arrogant? Of course, Lin Huan wasn't about to be outdone. This military fist technique is indeed beautiful, but now it's mine. Shi Tian scoffed. "So what if our external skills are similar? While I was out fighting, you were still breastfeeding?" He unleashed his attack, yelling, "You're the only one who can lose. I have internal energy to sustain me, not just external." Lin Huan retorted calmly, "Really? I don't believe it." Immediately after, the two streams of inner power collided, resulting in a massive explosion. Both Lin Huan and his opponent were sent flying, using the force of the impact to propel themselves back toward each other. Lin Huan smirked. "Internal strikes will injure me, yes, but you'll die." He coldly stared at the man before him, his voice chilling. Looking at his defeated opponent, he asked with disdain, "Any last words?" Struggling to sit up, Shu Tian gritted his teeth and roared in denial, claiming the injuries were nothing, but his fist froze inches from Lin Huan's face, before he finally coughed up blood. "How could my meridians?" He collapses, blood gushing everywhere, unable to believe it. "I'm shattered." His voice trembling, Shu Tian asked, "How did you do that?" Now sitting beside him, Lin Huan explains, "Your inner force only damaged my meridians, while mine reversed your blood flow. It's obvious who's stronger." Stone Heaven stubbornly replies, "I may be dying, but your subordinates will ultimately lose." This was always going to be the outcome. Lin Huan then retrieved something from his body. "Not necessarily, I only need to find the key and I can lure the tiger away from the mountain." Shu Tian was now too angry to speak. He happily holds up the paper, the very pass they need. No matter what they're here for, without it, they can't move an inch. Looking at the corpse before him, Lin Huan says coldly, "Don't worry. I'll send your men and brothers to join you soon." Immediately, Lin Huan held up the pass and shouted, "Genin Army, the pass is here. Come and get me if you want it." He ran while carrying Chen Hua, yelling, "Catch me, and I'll give it to you." "Catch him. We can't lose the pass. Our cargo is too important. After him, all of you." The soldiers roared. Chen Hua looked up and said, "Master, let me down. I can still fight. I want to hold the line." And with that, Lin Huang stopped in his tracks. Ruffling the boy's hair, Lin Huang smiled faintly. "We're here for revenge, and we're going big." Chen Hua stammered, confused. This is the mine entrance you explained." "The place I ran from," Chen Hua hesitated. "You mean here?" Just then, the soldiers caught up, right where he'd been chased before. He ran, saying, "Exactly what I thought." Lin Huang explains, "We'll lure them in deep, then wipe them out." Meanwhile, the soldiers struggle to keep up. They're all so big and burly, moving through the tunnel is incredibly difficult. Chen Hua said as he walked, "I understand you want to use the terrain to our advantage. Let me lead the way, master." Lin Huan replied, "No, I remember the way." As he spoke, the two ran quickly into the cave ahead, with the soldiers in hot pursuit. Then he gave something to Chen Hua, telling him that some things must be done with his own hands to have meaning, like revenge. The boy, moved to tears, took the object. Master, Chenhua hesitated, facing the soldiers ready to tear them apart, but Lin Huan calmly said, "Go ahead, we'll be safe." They smirked. "You're cornered. Hand over the pass and we'll spare your lives." But the boy hurled the explosives, shouting, "Chen family village, Chenhua is here. For my parents, for my neighbors, I'm here to avenge them. Heaven bears witness, I swear I will never rest until the Genin army is destroyed." From within the cloth, the explosives flew towards them, igniting instantly. The soldiers looked on in terror, screaming, "Explosives, run!" But the moment they finished speaking, a massive explosion shook the entire region. The blast was so powerful, it rattled the mountains and startled birds scattered across the sky. Inside the mine, the soldiers cried out in fear. "They're trying to take us with them. Run!" As the explosion rocked the mine, rocks began to fall. Those guys couldn't escape and were buried here with him. Lin Huan sat and smiled. Mutual destruction? Not if I can help it. I just need to find the triangle of life and take cover. This move is a classic for a reason. Chenhua breaks down in tears. "Master, I've taken my revenge. Master, do you think my parents in heaven can see me?" The innocent boy asked. "My mother always told me to eat more so I could become a man sooner. Now I'm a real man, right?" Lin Huang affectionately stroked his head. "Yes, you did great." Outside, Liu Xing quickly led reinforcements to assist, and after digging quickly, they were finally able to rescue him. The seventh princess rushed to his side, a worried expression on her face, and personally helped him up. "Are you all right? You should rest." He quickly replied, "I'm fine. Now is not the time to rest. There's something more important to do." The seventh princess was puzzled. "More important? Weren't the enemies already defeated?" Lin Huan told her. "Their desperate attack on the southern patrol was to protect the secret of this cargo. Don't you think it must be something very interesting?" Watching her go, Chenhua wondered, "Strange, and I can't shake the feeling that this young Master Qi is unusual, like a country girl seeing a handsome man for the first time." Soon after, they found a chest left behind, its lock marked with Bagua symbols. Liao Xiang said, "This is it. It feels so mysterious, even more precious than the Empress Dowager's birthday tribute. This lock won't be easy to open." Chenhua frowned, wondering if they could just force it open. But the seventh princess immediately protested, No, we absolutely can't break it. What if there are explosives inside? We'd all be done for." Liao Xiang pondered, wondering how long it would take to crack such a complex lock, but Lin Huan smirked confidently. "It's just a lock? Simple, all I need is a bowl." Hearing this, the three people present exclaimed in unison as Lin Huan explained how he opened it. "This lock is just a rotating mechanism. Use a bowl as a stethoscope, listen carefully, and you'll know how to open it." He followed his instincts, twisting and turning the lock until finally he exclaimed with joy, "That's the sound." As he predicted, the chest finally opened, emitting a golden light. Excited, Lin Huan said, "Let's see what treasure lies within." But upon seeing what was inside, Lin Huan froze, his eyes glazed over, and without a word, he slammed the coffer shut. Chenhua asked blankly, "Master, what is it?" Lin Huan muttered, his face pale. "I must be seeing things. It can't be this." His words only fueled everyone's curiosity. What could it be? Once again, Lin Huan opened the crate and everyone inside gasped in astonishment. Inside was a girl, seemingly drugged and fast asleep, with luscious lips, flowing hair, and a strange, alluring aroma. Her skin was radiant and fair, captivating all who beheld her beauty. Lin Huan was taken aback, muttering to himself, "The sleeping beauty of the White Lotus sect." He couldn't help but grimace, gritting his teeth. They dare traffic women? Genin's army deserved to die. Time passed quickly, and the next day as they walked and talked, Liu Xing said, "In the end, Genin's army's secret remains unexplained." The seventh princess wondered, just who is that woman? Lin Huan was secretly frustrated. He'd tried everything, but couldn't wake her. At that time, he took her pulse, and it seemed that after drinking some kind of poison, she used a technique to seal her acupoints and senses. Thinking of this, he spoke, deciding to put it aside for now. The immediate priority is the southern tour to help with the floods. Just then, a soldier approached. "Lord Lin, the explosives are set." Lin Huan looked around, satisfied. "Excellent. Let's blow up this cursed mine, bury the southern garrison with it, and erase all traces to prevent any future investigation. Detonate it." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers immediately blew up the mine with explosives. Lin Huan then called out, "Let's go, next stop Yuan City." But suddenly an idea struck him. Wait, this mountain shape. He immediately turned back to examine the mountain's shape, a frown forming as he realized it was identical to the one blocking the official road at the Sun Prophet Pass. Now he vaguely realizes, could someone have deliberately led him to Chen family village to investigate its secrets? The only person with the resources and cunning to orchestrate this that comes to mind is, he gritted his teeth, it was the Empress. The ancients were right, women are like tigers. Lin Huan's face fell. This country is full of fools except for the Emperor, and everyone else is treacherous. It's doomed. Before he knew it, their caravan had reached the outskirts of Nianthan City. It was midday, and the procession continued, the coffin pulled along by a horse-drawn carriage. The long journey had exhausted Lin Huan, and he had unknowingly fallen asleep. At that moment, Chen Hua suddenly shouted, "Master, master, look, everyone look," jolting Lin Huan awake. "Are we in Yuan City?" The scene before him banished all sleepiness. Not only him, but everyone was shocked. The seventh princess covered her mouth to stifle a scream, hesitant to speak. How? How did it come to this? Before them lay piles of corpses, and the seventh princess trembled in fear. What had happened here? Lin Huan surmised that they had reached the outskirts of the flood zone, and these people were exhausted refugees. Suddenly, Chen Hua pointed ahead, shouting, "Master, over there!" Following his gaze, Lin Huan spotted a person barely clinging to life. The man looked at him weakly, trembling, and whispered, "Help!" Lin Huan immediately dismounted, and they all rushed over to see. Quickly helping the man up, he offered him a piece of bread. "Eat slowly, don't choke." The man wept bitterly. "Thank you, sir, but please, save my child as well." He points towards the city gates. "Yuan City closed its gates on us, not letting refugees in. My child is starving to death." He was so surprised he shouted, "What?" Immediately, Lin Huan gave the order. The entire army would accelerate and advance into Yuan City. I want to see which dog official dares to be so bold. Below, the people clamor, looking up and crying out. Mo ran worried from above. "The refugees are storming the gates. Should we open them to help?" But the Master Wu Tu, standing next to him, immediately stopped him. "Lord City Master, you absolutely cannot open the gates." He argued that opening them would cause the refugees to flood in and attack the civilians, leading to chaos. At that moment, a loud sound startled Moran. A horn? Below, soldiers looked up and shouted, "The envoy from Nanshun has arrived. Open the city gates." The people stir. The envoys from South Patrol have arrived. They're opening the gates. Everyone push harder. Moran watches in alarm. This is a problem. Yet the imbecile persists. "Lord City Master, the people of Yuan City depend on you. You absolutely mustn't open the gates." The people began to ram the gate, believing that entering the city meant food, shelter, and survival. Immediately, Wu Tu shouted that Yuan City was preparing and asked the Nanshun delegation to take a detour. Chunsang couldn't help but feel annoyed looking at the officials standing high above. Damn it. Lu Xing doesn't even acknowledge us anymore. "Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we distribute the grain from the distant carts?" Lin Huan responded, "No, distributing it here will immediately cause chaos. We need to open the city gates to resettle them in an orderly manner." His eyes narrowed, and Lin Huan continued, "But I have an idea." With the situation calmed, Moran worried about the missing inspector, while Wu Tu interjected, understanding the city lord's position. After all, they're just refugees. It doesn't matter what happens to them. At that moment, the sword swiftly presses against his neck, and a cold voice echoes. "Who says it doesn't matter? What do you mean, refugees?" "These are refugees. You're unfit to be officials, lacking even the most basic competence." After everyone understood the situation, Lin Huan said, "This sword was bestowed by the Emperor. I have the right to execute first and report later." He glared at the corrupt officials, threatening them to open the gates or face death. Moran quickly begged for mercy. "Please spare us, sir. It's not that we don't want to, but we truly don't dare. The granaries of Yuan City are nearly empty." Lu Xing gestured to his convoy. "But we have plenty of supplies. Open the city gates." Discouraged, Moran asks, "Is this all you have?" "It's not nearly enough. With refugees pouring in, we'll starve in a day or two." Unable to contain himself, Kamtang angrily shouted, "Open it or not!" But Moran remained stubborn. "I am the father and mother of the people of Nguyen Than, and for them, I will not open the gates, even if it means death." At that moment, a brick struck him in the head. Moran, dazed, asked, "Who just threw a brick at me?" Lin Hua explained, "That's not a brick, it's compressed rations. Just a few carts, but enough to last. Compression means condensing 10 portions of food into one. Dried rations are processed and baked to remove moisture for easy transport and preservation, making them very resistant to spoilage." Seeing their confusion, he patiently explained, "This is a special ration created for disaster relief." Moran reached out to try it. "Is it really effective?" This thing is as hard as a rock. It rings like a bell when you hit it. Is it really edible? But Lin Huan shoves it all in his mouth. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. Eat up, Moran, my teeth are killing me. The officials chuckled, thinking the city lord, who never brushed his teeth, would surely break them all on this. That's right. At that point, all that would be left is a mouthful of teeth on the ground. Moran ate and praised it, unexpectedly finding it a little tasty, and he immediately replied, "Of course, to ensure nutrition, honey and salt have also been added. Swallow it and see how effective it is." He felt a surge of joy after eating, as it seemed to really stave off hunger. Just a small bite could save the refugees. Immediately after, Lin Huan shouted an order. "The matter is settled. Open the city gates and distribute rations. You are to resettle the refugees, share food, and find them lodging." He glared at the officials. "Don't celebrate yet. Next is dealing with you." Lin Huan rebuked coldly. "According to the court statistics, you clearly had enough food to accept the refugees, yet you drove them away." As he spoke, Moran's men broke out in a cold sweat. He turned to Wu Tu and asked, "Did someone deceive the emperor with false reports, or did someone embezzle and sell the grain?" Then, looking at the officials, Lin Huan declared that honesty would be rewarded and resistance punished. He turned to Liu Xing, the imperial envoy, who had the authority to execute first and report later, and he replied with glee, "Perfect. My hands were getting itchy anyway." He watched the corrupt officials exchange fearful glances, realizing this was a case of organized corruption, which would be easy to deal with. Then Lin Huan stepped forward, saying, "I'm in a good mood, so I'll give you a little something. If you're pointed out, just confess someone who's more corrupt than you, and your sentence will be reduced." He touched Wu Tu's shoulder, startling him, and said, "Let's start with you." He stammered in a panic, Lu Xing draws his sword, threatening, "If you're greedy, you deserve to die. But if you're not, I'll take care of your family and collect your reward." Driven by his survival instinct, he immediately knelt down and clung to their legs. "Spare me, sirs! Spare me! I'll tell you everything." Immediately, he pointed frantically. "Him and him and him too. They're all corrupt. I didn't take much. They're the masterminds." With the witnesses' testimony, Lin Huan immediately ordered their imprisonment. Panic spread among them, their faces contorted in fear, tears streaming down their cheeks. Moran felt as though he'd been doused in ice water. Was he surrounded by corrupt officials? One of them sighed in relief. "Phew, if I hadn't been excluded for always cursing people, I'd probably be arrested too." Afterward, the people in the city received food rations, and everyone rejoiced. Finally, they were inside the city and had something to eat. But within the crowd, a devious gaze is fixed on Lin Huan, who quickly realizes he's being watched. Since mastering internal energy, I've become especially sensitive to killing intent. Someone definitely wanted to kill me just now. As night falls, two soldiers say to each other, "Time to switch shifts, let's go." I've never been this tired, but there's no other way. With this sudden surplus of rations, we'll have to increase the guard. From the rooftop, a masked figure swiftly leaps to the ground, unnoticed by the soldiers, and stealthily picks the lock to the food storage. As light as a feather, she slipped inside the breached door and maliciously lit the fire. Damn it, this ruins my plans. I finally stirred up the refugees, only for this southern inspection delegation to ruin it. Once I burn all the rations, my plan will be back on track. But as the lights came on, she was shocked by what she saw. What? Seeing the empty storehouse, the mysterious woman panicked. This can't be. I clearly saw the provisions being moved in here. At that moment, Lin Huan approached from behind and coldly asked, "Are you trying to kill me?" Immediately after, she flung her hand out, striking at Lin Huan while simultaneously releasing hidden weapons. He immediately raised his guard, lifting his arm to defend himself. I was only being cautious, but it seems someone really did sneak in to raid the supplies. Unfortunately, these darts are useless against me. The masked figure quickly flees. "Useless, you say?" she scoffed. "Prepare to die," she hissed, but Lin Huan refused to back down, immediately charging forward. "Wait, you're the one who's going to die." But just then, the hidden weapon in his hand suddenly began to smoke. Lin Huan was shocked. "No, my weapon was stolen." Immediately after, he threw the plate away. Before it could react, the thrown object exploded in a massive blast. But fortunately, Lin Huan was prepared. He gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering angrily to himself that it was the White Lotus sect again. Spotting Lin Huan chasing after her, he yelled, "Don't run!" Annoyed, she grabbed weapons from the roadside, thinking, "Damn it, I blew him up. Why is he still chasing me? How annoying." Then all of her weapons were hurled straight at Lin Huan. Without pause, she unleashed the roadside weapons, 3 lightning fire shurikens to send him on his way. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 darts shot toward Lin Huan with incredible speed. He senses the danger, yet remains unfazed. Swiftly dodging the attacks, he retorts, "If you use the same move, so can I." With a slight movement, Lin Huan effortlessly evaded the attack, reversing the technique with the Jade Maiden steps. The 3 darts collided, creating a shocking explosion, but fortunately he was unharmed. And so, in the still of the night, Lin Huan soared into the sky. She glared at him, annoyed. "You know how to use it too? How laughable. Stop showing off." At that moment, a voice echoed, "Correct answer. Congratulations. I'm really going to heaven." The female assassin couldn't believe her eyes. What is this? How could this be?" He immediately rushes towards her, a triumphant smile on his face. "Have you ever seen a palm strike descend from the heavens?" His strike detonates the ground beneath the assassin, startling her. He then said, "Reverse the technique. Vajra fist." The weight formed in his hand was gently thrown towards the opponent. Now unbalanced, the assassin laments her perilous situation. "This is bad." He coldly looked at her and said, "Think you can still run?" Lin Huan immediately reached out to remove her veil. "Be a good girl." But the weight accidentally slammed into the assassin's clothes. Now she struggles to move. Clutching her clothes, the assassin says coldly, "Don't even think about it." But now every curve of her body is instantly revealed. Lin Huan stares blankly, wondering, a woman? Her face was marred by a long scar, but her features were still striking. Seeing his embarrassment, she scoffed, "Ah, lecherous fool. No good men exist." Lin Huan feigned a cough. "How was I to know if you were male or female? Besides, would being a woman have saved you from my pursuit?" The girl coldly replied, "Then do you dare look at me?" Instantly her clothes were torn away, revealing everything to Lin Huan, who couldn't help but get a nosebleed. He caught a whiff of the assassin's scent from her clothes and couldn't help but sigh. So fragrant. But in that moment of distraction, the girl made a swift escape. He gritted his teeth, realizing something was wrong. He'd been tricked. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he grumbled, "I can't believe she used a honey trap to confuse me, poisoning me into paralysis, a double whammy of seduction and conspiracy. Luckily, I realized it." Lin Huan thought darkly. "I recognize this poison. It's the formula I gave Ningzilan. Could this masked figure be one of my wife's subordinates?" Meanwhile, back at Lin Huan's camp, silence reigns as the 7th princess washes a cloth and grumbles about how a princess like her has been reduced to serving others. She soothed herself as she wiped the body of the girl lying on the bed. "Well, at least I'm experiencing the hardships of the common people. This trip wasn't a waste after all." The 7th princess couldn't help but feel a little down. If it weren't for her, would Lin Huan be bathing her himself? At that moment, a powerful blow struck the 7th princess from behind, sending her reeling. It was the assassin from before who apologized to the 7th princess. Seeing the girl on the bed, she's shocked. "A saintess? What are you doing here?" She was only trying to escape her pursuers, but she unexpectedly gained something. Then she immediately knelt down. "I am Zhen Yufen, left envoy of the Pure Hall. The White Lotus sect is unaware of the Holy Maiden's plight. Please forgive us. I never imagined the Southern Patrol envoy would dare imprison the Holy Maiden in secret, a crime worthy of death." While she was talking to herself, Lin Huan suddenly appeared, startling her as she was bad-mouthing someone. There's no way. Upon seeing him, Yufen was startled as if she'd seen a ghost. "It's you again. How did you know?" Tossing her a dark brown coat, Lin Huan continued, "Get dressed. With your personality, you'd think the most dangerous place is the safest, so you'd naturally hide in the soldiers' camp." Ngok Fan, far from grateful, reached out to the 7th princess. "Stay put, or I'll hold up the token and say, 'Taking hostages, are we?'" "No need. Your intentions are simple. Easy to guess. Isn't this the token of your pure hall?" Ngok Van was shocked. "How did you get this?" Lin Huang quickly interjected. "Hold on, let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Huan, the current top scholar in both civil and military exams from Ning City, and I'm married." He paused, then leaned close to her ear, enunciating each word. "My wife's name is Ningzilan, the Pure Hall Master of the White Lotus sect." Holding the token, Lin Huan was confident. "I supplied the poison earlier. If you still have doubts, take out your left envoy token and verify it." Jade Fawn was surprised. "How did you know I had this?" But she quickly took out her token, deciding to test it out. Just as Lin Huan said, the 2 tokens fit together perfectly. Ngok Fan was overjoyed. "It's true. It really is true." Lin Huan adds, "My wife told me that if I meet a White Lotus Order envoy, I can use this token to communicate." Nakfan quickly changes her address. So you've been protecting the Holy Maiden all along. Lian Huan quickly covered his eyes. No, I really didn't know she was the Holy Maiden. Put your clothes on first. Ngach Fan calmly replied, You've already seen everything, so why pretend to be a gentleman now? Blushing, Lin Huan changed the subject. Enough about that. Were you the one who incited the refugees? Lin Huan then asked. My wife didn't tell you to put on this act, did she? You came up with it yourself, didn't you? Yufen continued. My mission is to make the refugees submit to the White Lotus sect. This was just a convenient side task. Besides, those dog officials in Yuan City are dying. Looking at the girl in the bed, he continued. What you did wasn't wrong, but don't do it again. Now tell me about the Holy Maiden. Nakfan succinctly replied, The Holy Maiden is the key to establishing the new nation. She then recounted that the story began with the fall of the Wei dynasty, when rumors spread that the entire Wei royal family had been killed, leaving no descendants. But according to Ngok Fan, a palace maid was pregnant with the royal seed, and she gave birth and escaped just as the capital fell. That palace maid's child was a girl, and both mother and daughter escaped to safety, allowing the bloodline of the Great Wei to continue in the mountains with the help of former retainers. The strength and hope of the Great Wei were passed down through generations, eventually uniting with the White Lotus sect to roam the wilderness. The Holy Maiden is the last of the Great Wei royal bloodline, and the key for our White Lotus sect to raise the flag of rebellion and seize righteousness. After hearing this, Lin Huan fell into thought. So, the general of the South wants to seize the Holy Maiden, using righteousness to control the White Lotus sect to unify the country. Excellent. So the whole country is full of traitors. Lin Hua looked at Yufen, then said, Now that we've met, you can patrol the south with me, and we can find medicinal herbs to awaken the Holy Maiden. She hesitated, but knowing what Yufen was worried about, he said, Meeting me is the same as meeting my wife. I'll temporarily amend your mission on behalf of the Qingjing leader. This time, follow me to help the flood victims and build good karma. Hearing his reasonable words, she quickly knelt down. The White Lotus appears, and left envoy Zhen Yufen accepts her mission. Seeing her agreement, Lin Huan quickly orders, Tomorrow we depart for Xin City. Meanwhile, the people are being given aid as a noisy crowd gathers, and the food distributor calls out, Next! Liu Ming arrives, surprised to see that this is supposedly the disaster area. The situation is better than the previous places, with no riots, no blockades, and even charity joe being distributed everywhere. The seventh princess was overjoyed. It seemed the officials and wealthy people of Xin City were capable and kind. Lin Huan coldly ordered, Find the White Lotus sect here to confirm the situation, focusing on the ingredients for the porridge and the identities of the victims. Yufen quickly agreed, No problem. But as the seventh princess continued on, she wondered, How strange. No one came to greet us. Lu Xing couldn't hide his satisfaction. Good, very good. It seems they're wholeheartedly dedicated to disaster relief and resettlement. At that moment, a group of people rushed towards Lin Ho, panting heavily. Upon seeing him, Xiaoshuan bowed respectfully. Please forgive me. I was truly busy with disaster relief and am late. I beg the inspector to forgive me. But Kanchang quickly noticed that these people weren't even sweating, and seemed to be putting on an act. Lin Huan quickly replied, It's fine. Let them act. We'll observe first, then send someone else to talk to them. Liaoxiang, Nisha stepped forward warmly. What are you saying? As long as you work for the people, you are my brothers and friends. Why would I blame you? Upon hearing this, the two men burst into hearty laughter, eager to please. The patrol envoy is truly righteous. A real hero indeed. Even the seventh princess couldn't help but praise him. What a generous and admirable man. But Lin he coldly replied, Not necessarily. He thought to himself, These officials have been secretly watching our grain cart since we entered the city, wondering what tricks they're planning. Just then, another man stepped forward, grasped Lu Xing's hand, and wept. Brother Lu, thank goodness you've arrived. He then said, Oh, brother, do you have a grievance? Tell me, and I will see that justice is done. The official then looked at the group, saying, We're running out of supplies, but luckily, Doan Tuan Nam is here, giving us hope. Neem Khan immediately announced, This time, Doan Tuan Nam will distribute all the court's provisions for everyone to use. Lin Huan, standing nearby, thought grimly, So that's it. Relief is relief, but greed is real too. Liao Xing quickly added, No, we can't give it all away. We're counting on this grain to save the cities at the heart of the flood. The officials rushed to him, putting on a pitiful display. Lord Inspector, what does this mean? Is the Imperial Court unwilling to help Xin City? People of Xin City, the refugees Xin City has taken in, are they not also subjects of our court? The people were enraged, just listening. That's right, why won't they help us? Are we not worthy? When we're in trouble, the court does nothing. So, Xincheng is helping us, but the court wants to abandon us and leave us to die? Liu Zhang was flustered. No, that's not it, listen to me. But they wouldn't listen. Leave the provisions, leave the supplies. Lin Huan finally realized, I understand now. Embezzlement, using public office for private gain, corruption, inciting the people, and even pressuring superiors, a series of tricks played so skillfully. Nianqing is pleased. So many good supplies. Tomorrow we'll sell them to the Martial Arts Commerce Hall. Xiaxuan added, another large sum of money in hand. Tonight we'll call the White Lotus sect to sell them a batch of new refugees to make into believers, and that's even more. Lin Huan smirks, looking at them. You corrupt officials and wealthy elites have abandoned your humanity, so don't blame me for abandoning mine. I have plenty of ways to deal with actors like you. That night, inside the official's manor, loud voices echoed into the garden as Nianqing devoured a large drumstick, seemingly starved. As Nianqing ate, he grumbled, blaming the refugees for his empty stomach. Xiaxuan added, What about me? I studied for 10 years to become an official, and now I have to serve these muddy refugees, Nianqing said as he ate. They deserve their misfortune. Just then, a soldier rushed in, whispering to Xiaxuan, who urged, The White Lotus sect is here. Quickly, invite them in. At that moment, a great tremor shattered the main gate. No need for invitations, I'm here on my own, Xiaxuan said shamelessly, pointing and threatening. Is this how the White Lotus sect conducts business? The Southern Patrol envoy is here. Any more disrespect and I'll report you. From the dust, Lin Huan's figure emerges, a contemptuous smile on his face. Who are you to accuse me? Nianqing was now stunned into silence, as he began to recall. You're the deputy envoy of the Southern Patrol? Lin Huan brandished his sword, declaring that the Azure Heaven Sword was him. Xiaxuan, still oblivious, quickly asked, What about the White Lotus sect? Lin Huan produced the White Lotus sect token once more, stating that this token also belonged to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the corrupt officials froze like statues. Xiaxuan quickly stepped forward to flatter him. As the saying goes, heroes are young. I didn't expect you to be such a big shot. You play both sides, how disrespectful. Lin Huan scoffs. You're no better, acting like a virgin while whoring around. Xiaxuan shamelessly replies, I'll do anything for money. As for our deal, I'll hand over the refugees to you as believers. 50 coins per person. You can take them wherever you want. As soon as he finishes, Lin Huan punches him hard in the face. The force of the blow sends the official flying, clearly disoriented. Again, Lin Huan scoffs, accusing them of trafficking people, abusing their power, inciting the populace, manipulating public opinion, every vile deed imaginable. And now they want to extort him for money. The officials stood up, threatening him with their authority. How dare you? What do you think you're doing? Stop! This is Jin City. How can you act so recklessly? Lin Huan coldly draws his sword. I've had you investigated, and half the refugees you're helping are imposters. The porridge is made from rotten grain, and you've sold off all the royal provisions. Ha Hu Yen stammered. Don't do anything rash. It's just money and grain, isn't it? We can negotiate. I'll give you the money and supplies. Is it really worth it for those commoners? Immediately after, he swiftly slashed his sword, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. Are you mistaken? After I kill you, the money and supplies will still be mine. A devilish smile crept across Lin Huan's face as he casually said, I'm one of those commoners too, so I must punish you. Seeing his mercilessness, they paled in fear. You dare! Wiping the blood from his sword, Lin Huan ordered, Finish them off. The mastermind is dead, but spare a few of the lackeys. As soon as he spoke, the White Lotus sect members rushed in to deal with the remaining thugs. Not wanting to sully his eyes with the sight, Lin Huan quickly left to wait outside, gazing up at the sky with a hint of weariness. Just who was behind the trading company that dared to deal in public funds? In a deserted alley, the furtive young man now hastily looks around before grabbing an old coat and quickly putting it on. His name is Tishdung. He recalls being in bed when a servant rushed in, reporting, Young master, the master has been arrested by the Southern Inspection Envoy. The news shocked him awake. Startled, Qirong sat up. What? Explain yourself. Now, disguising himself with mud, he grits his teeth. To dare touch my family, you're blind to Mount Tai. Father, watch as your son personally rescues you. Weaving through the starving crowd, he'll show those Southern Patrol envoys that even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. Meanwhile, the officials are struggling to reassure the people seeking food, telling them not to panic. They're losing patience, asking where the porridge is. It's been given out daily, so why not today? The soldiers quickly explained, "Please be at ease. We have enough provisions on the way." But from the crowd, Shirong shouted, "It's all gone, all gone. There will be no more porridge." The soldiers were shocked. "No, that's not us. He's stirring up trouble, don't you see? The Southern Inspection Envoy won't let us eat from the public stores anymore. They arrested all of our officials' parents last night." Upon hearing this, the crowd stirred. Could it be true? We're only able to eat because of the honest officials of Tanthan. He feigned tears. Forget it. I can't fight those corrupt officials from the Southern Inspection. It's a shame we couldn't save those good people. Pack your things quickly. Let's find somewhere else to live. We can't stay here any longer. The misled people cried out, "We want to see who doesn't value us. Don't worry, we support you. We'll back you up when you reason with them." Liu Xing is shocked by their riot. What is going on? Why are they storming the camp? It's over. Brother Lin left in the middle of the night. What do I do now? Shirong is leading a revolt, demanding his wages and his upright officials back. As the riot leaves Tanthan, Lu Huang frantically tries to stop them. Remember, do not draw your swords against the people. Remember, Nianqing is locked in the prisoner transport, stunned to see a familiar face. While Shirong's son stands outside, shouting, "Brothers, they're behind us. Our good official is right behind us. Follow me." Overjoyed, he couldn't help but shout, "That's my son, my good eldest son." They're all talking about it now. Good. When I get out, I'll impeach him for colluding with the White Lotus Society. He'll suffer for this. In my opinion, Jipeng killed Guo and blamed the White Lotus, killing two birds with one stone. The soldiers were startled as they saw the people becoming more and more uncontrollable. "General Liu, if you don't give the order now, it'll be too late. Desperate times call for desperate measures." Liu Ying hesitated, wishing Lin Huan were here. "Never mind the order. This is my command to the entire army." As the soldiers prepared to attack, the crowd recoiled in fear. But just then, Lin Huan arrived on horseback, shouting for them to stop. "Everyone, halt! Draw your swords," he commanded coldly. "I knew this would happen. Just the same old trick of inciting the masses. Do you even realize you're in the wrong?" Tai Rong roared. "We're not wrong. You are, imprisoning our officials, withholding our supplies. How do you explain that? Everyone supports him. You have no right to be angry." At that moment, a loud voice silenced the crowd. Old man, is that you?" Surprised, the man happily ran over. "Thank goodness, Lao Tzu, you're all right. I thought you'd starved to death." Lao Tzu was then surprised. "Ruan Xiaolu, weren't you going to Yuan City to rely on relatives? I heard Yuan City wouldn't let anyone in. I thought you—" Little Liu happily recounts, "Thanks to Lord Lin, we've been eating well and are healthier than before the disaster." Lao Tzu hesitated, but then told those around him, "Go, find your loved ones." They met with tearful joy. "You're alive. You've gained weight. Fanzi, you've grown taller." Lin Huan continued, "I traveled all night to bring some of the Yuancheng refugees here, so you could see the truth for yourselves, and see if my Southern Inspection delegation is the corrupt group that some have made us out to be." "So what? Does that mean it's not true that you blocked supplies and imprisoned officials?" Immediately, Lin Huan reveals his evidence, the records of the very official you praise. Those who can read carefully, and those who can't, listen closely as they read aloud. Everyone who read it was furious. "What? So the porridge we used to eat was made from rotten grain. No wonder I had stomach aches. Oh heavens, they even sold people off. They're completely inhumane." With his sword to Shirong Lin Huan's neck, he said coldly, "You want to play the public opinion game with me? You're too naive. The people will be enraged by what they read. These corrupt officials I once trusted. If not for Lord Lin, we'd still be in the dark. And this dried ration is actually quite good." Seeing that Tiktung Lam Hoan began to interrogate him, he said, "Tell me, whose relative are you? You must have made quite a profit, haven't you?" Nianqing, terrified, quickly knelt down. "Lord Lin, please spare him. My son has never done anything wrong. Please, have mercy. He's just a child." But Teach Dung refused to give up. He yelled, "Enough, father. Have some backbone. We still have one last trick up our sleeve." Then he added, "Before coming here, I instructed my manor that if I didn't return, they should seal off the city and fight to the death, ordering the Rin City army to kill you all." Lin Huanru had planned ahead. How ridiculous. Aren't you talking about the Win City army? Aren't they right here? Come forth. A masked assassin immediately reported, "All the new city rebels have been captured. Not a single one escaped." Lin Huan smugly tells him, "I foresaw this. You needed backing to act recklessly. I had the White Lotus Society attack the families of the camp guards last night, and it worked like a charm. You've admitted it yourself. You colluded with the White Lotus Society? Tyrong continued to press the issue. You're a rebel? Lu Xing looked at him, now a little confused, and hesitated to ask. Lin Huan explained, generals can't always follow orders completely. Cooperating with the White Lotus Society was just a temporary plan. Otherwise, Sin City would be in chaos and there would be casualties everywhere. We can discuss the White Lotus threat after the flood is dealt with. Then he added, look around you at the happy laughter. If it weren't for them, would I have bothered with all this? Liu Xing and the seventh princess were finally left speechless, and rightfully so. Lin Huan then ordered, the aftermath is up to you. Arrest those who need to be arrested. Release those who need to be released. I'm exhausted from traveling all night. Yu Fen witnessed everything he did, admiring him, truly worthy of being the sect leader's husband, with unparalleled wisdom, strategy, and grace. The seventh princess turned to her subordinate. Forget about this. Don't report it to the palace. Consider me in your debt. He quickly spoke, the mission. And so they continued on their journey, Lu Xiang sighing in relief that the end was finally near. Luocheng was once a disaster area, and the journey is getting slower and slower. How tiring. Think of it this way, Lin Huan added. Doesn't that also mean our tour of the south is about to be completed? How strange, the seventh princess mused, peering through her binoculars. Is this really the disaster area of Luocheng? It doesn't look like it at all. Soon they arrived at the city gates, which were, as the princess said, strangely peaceful. At that moment, a dignified-looking man came forward, saying he'd been waiting for the envoys and asking if they had a safe journey. Lin Huan respectfully greeted Lord Jai, the city lord. Your leadership has truly opened our eyes to the wonders of Lukthon. He quickly replied, you flatter me. It's all thanks to the court's excellent guidance. Looking at him, Lin Huan couldn't help but be wary. This city lord, though refined in appearance, was so discreet that he didn't seem like a scholar at all. Something felt off. Like a hidden paradise, not at all genuine. Afterward, City Lord Cat led everyone on a tour of the city, which was as prosperous as ever, with nothing changed. Lu Xing whispered, Brother Lin, I don't usually call anyone brother so easily, but I'm truly impressed by the officials of Luocheng. He chuckled softly. Don't even mention it. I want to become sworn brothers with them too. The people here truly live happily. At that moment, Ngoch Fan's eyes were drawn to a row of cakes. Pastries, anyone? Who wants a pastry? She happily smiled. Give me a baked cake. The vendor respectfully obliged. Yes, one baked cake. Be careful, it's hot. Seeing her just holding the pastry, Lin Huan was a little surprised and watched her expression. He turned to tease. Why buy it if you're not going to eat it? Give me a bite, Jade grimaced. No, you really shouldn't. She then revealed, that man was from the White Lotus sect, once my subordinate, but he didn't recognize me at all. Meanwhile, the seventh princess luxuriated in the soft bed, enjoying her first good night's sleep in ages. Luocheng is truly a wonderful place, where everyone is talented and speaks so sweetly. I love it here. In the next room, Lin Huan immediately summoned Yu Fen to a private chamber, asking, what exactly is going on? Yu Fen replied, people were sent to proselytize before, but no one recognized me. Other than that, everything was normal. He responded, saying that nothing being amiss was the most unusual thing of all. So, now I'm giving you a new mission. Leave the city immediately. Upon hearing this, she immediately accepted the mission. No problem, I will complete it. Ngok Fan vanished through the window, and as soon as she was gone, Lin Huan said, she's gone. Come out. You lost someone in Lokthan, didn't you? Hearing this, Cam Tang immediately appeared, saying, since you dare admit your White Lotus sect identity to me, I won't hesitate to be frank either. She pulls out a piece of paper, confirming that the Eagle Tower once sent a master to Deer City. Before disappearing, he left this behind. A discovery that leaves Lin Huan astonished. This is a treasure map, and Cam Tang is right. Moreover, this treasure is extraordinary and involves your White Lotus sect. She explains that it's the fourth-ranked weapon, and Lin Huan is shocked. What's so special about this weapon? According to the monk, it's said that a century ago, during the reign of the Great Wei Dynasty, a high-ranking monk from the western regions was escorted by martial monks to the Central Plains to spread their teachings that your White Lotus sect still uses to this day. But the monks faced trouble as soon as they entered the Central Plains, ambushed by bandits, mountain brigands, Jianghu fighters, and even the imperial court, or so she heard. That night, it's said the high monk sacrificed his own life to unleash the staff's power, and people witnessed its true might for the first time. Almost all of Central Plains perished that night, with only a few escaping, driven mad, and reduced to imbeciles. From then on, the whereabouts of the Demon Chan staff and the monks completely disappeared. Lin Huan continued. It sounds absurd. Even storytellers wouldn't exaggerate like that. I can't completely believe what the hidden pavilion says, but the power of the Demon Chan staff is undeniable. And so, Eagle Strike sent the most skilled investigator, the insightful Yun Shunje, to find the Demon Chan staff, she said with a knowing smile. As Lin Huan read, he glanced around probingly, and so it was that Mr. Yun discovered the Devil Chan staff in Deer City before disappearing. He was startled. What are you planning to do? We don't have time for this today, Chinsang coldly replied. Stop overthinking and quickly change into black robes. We'll follow the map to find clues later. As night fell, the two followed Chinsang's directions to the location on the map, and upon arrival, she compared it to the map in her hand, then pointed ahead. That's right. This is the place. Lin Huan felt a chill, but there was nothing in the desolate wilderness. Could they be digging? Cam Tang suddenly startled, telling him to hold on. Seeing that dark figure, it's unclear what they're doing in the dead of night, but it looks highly suspicious. Chinsang quickly said to him, Look, those people are all out of their minds. Not only that, they were carrying a large palanquin, and the person sitting on it was none other than the city lord. At that moment, both he and Cam Tang looked at each other and said, It is him. After walking a short distance, he stood on high and commanded the people to begin the ritual, proclaiming, The Heavenly Buddha Sutra says that all living beings are mired in the filth of suffering, and only by burning the flesh can they be liberated. Therefore, the sacred fire is held by the holy monk. With that, he immediately picked up something in his hand and clenched it tightly. It's inlaid with gold all around. Raising it high, City Lord Cat grinned wickedly, then shouted, The sacred fire appears! The crowd obeyed, lighting the prepared straw with their torches. As the fires ignite, the frenzied citizens scream and shout as if possessed. Lin Huan realizes it's not the Devil Chan staff that's the problem, but rather an evil cult pulling the strings. So the people in this city have all been brainwashed. Meanwhile, City Lord Cat continues, All the citizens of Deer City must undergo a baptism of holy fire and offer blood as a sacrifice. To become holy warriors, their eyes immediately turned mad, and they lunged at each other like beasts. Yes, kill them all. The others charge forward as well, much to the City Lord Ji's delight. Yes, kill them. Only the last survivor is a true warrior. Kamtang grits his teeth. Though revealing himself now is disadvantageous, he can't let the civilians continue slaughtering each other. Lin Huan added, I understand the code of chivalry, to draw your sword when you see injustice. He immediately ordered Chinsang to charge and attack the City Lord, following right behind him. Seeing them rush over, City Lord Cat realized his mistake and muttered, Immediately he raised the tree. I've been enhanced by the sacred fire, you can't escape my senses, the demon-banishing celestial soldier declared. With that, they turned on them, their murderous intent palpable, a threat to innocent lives. Lin Huan and Qin Chang were immediately on the defensive, unsure of what to do. Both were badly stabbed and quickly retreated, Qinzang confused. These celestial soldiers aren't demonic, so what techniques are they using? Lin Huan replies, puzzled, It's unlike any Central Plains technique. Qinzang, looking at their hands, adds, They don't even need weapons, their nails alone can wound me. At that moment, one of them spoke with a dull expression and a mechanical voice. Celestial troops, but Lin Huan gritted his teeth, saying their bodies were too hard, almost impervious to weapons, and that only brute force would work. Qin Tang agreed, and he told her to just use her blade. He then tossed her a red cloth bundle, which she caught, surprised. Seeing her blank look, Lin Huan added, I had it poisoned for good measure. They're not easy to deal with. Charge. As soon as she heard that, Qin Tang leaped into the air, launching her attack. Just then, Lin Huan struck the man he was fighting, yelling, Die! He landed a powerful blow to the man's stomach with his reverse flow Vajra fist. The poison smoke begins to seep into his bones, and Lin Huan watches with glee. It worked. Gam Tang was very pleased with the result. She was delighted, but her hand was poisoned. Then, the enemy struck Lin Huan in the gut, leaving him no time to react. Quickly, Lin Huan is thrown back, his body slamming against a nearby tree. The pain causes him to cough up blood instantly. Meanwhile, Qinzang fared no better, sent flying with a single blow. Then, fighting through the pain, Lin Huan rushed forward, managing to catch Qinzang as she fell. Now radiating a demonic aura, he repeats the phrase, Heavenly soldiers, exorcise demons. Looking at Qin Chang, he couldn't help but worry. She's severely injured, but still moving. They have no sense of pain, having become killing machines. She immediately said, "You need to leave. This is a matter for the Dong house. Let me handle it. The two of you can't escape together." Not only did Lin Huan not leave, but he scolded her, "Don't be stupid. Luckily, I still have one last trick up my sleeve. This last grenade's for you." With that, Lin Huan hurled it at the killing machines. And with that, a massive explosion erupted, its sound deafening in the still of the night. Though heavily wounded, they stood tall, barely able to utter a word. Celestial soldiers indeed. Of course, after this move, Lin Huan and Qin Chang quickly fled together, but they had no intention of letting them go, and they all quickly chased after them. After running for a while, Qin Zhang was overjoyed. They were saved by the South Patrol Camp's patrolman. Lin Huan shouted, "Come here quickly," but Qin Zhang quickly covered his mouth and pulled him into a thicket. "Wait, something's not right. The soldiers' eyes are starting to glaze over. Not only that, they're burning their own tents." Lin Huan grits his teeth in anger. "We've been had too." Qin Zhang points forward. "It's poisonous smoke from burning herbs. No wonder they're so arrogant. Even our camp was part of their plan." Picking up a rock, his face darkening, Lin Huan said, "I have an even more terrifying theory." He then hurled the rock to test his suspicions. The rock struck a nearby soldier, but he didn't react, his face still blank and dazed. Lin Huan was annoyed. He was right. They'd become a simplified version of demon soldiers. Qin Tang was nervous. It seemed this time it wasn't 9 deaths and 1 life, but 10 deaths and no life. "I just don't understand how they can control so many people in the blink of an eye. This is more than just brainwashing." Lin Huan lowered his voice, saying that while the poisonous smoke was obvious, controlling their strength and turning them into flesh, could it be related to the demonic staff? Cam Tang quickly recalled, did Mac have demons possessing them? So, are they dead or alive? It's a question that lingers in Lin Huan's mind. That's right, this is the key point. He recalls the path of the dead, which the living must avoid. Lin Huan then asked her, "Have you ever heard of corpse herding in Shaanxi?" Qin Tang was immediately frightened and startled by the question. Seeing her huddle close, he asks in surprise, "Wait, you're afraid of ghosts? You're a skilled martial artist." Qin Tang stammered, I'm not scared. I can fight people, but not ghosts." Lin Huan was now serious. "All right, no more joking around. Do you know the principle behind animating corpses? Before they begin, corpse herders implant a special type of goo into the corpse's major joints, causing them to latch onto the nerves. No, they're called tendons now. According to him, when the corpse herder rings the bell, the sound stimulates the worms, which bite the tendons, allowing the corpses to move." Qin Sang quickly understood. So that's why the senior from the Condor Tower said, "Zombies being led only know how to hop because only their joints can exert force. I won't be afraid of zombies anymore." She paused, pointing at the crowd, and asked, "Wait, are you saying the demon staff is the bell and the poison smoke contains parasitic worms? But that doesn't make sense. We burned medicinal herbs." Lin Huan explained, "In the western regions, there's something called cordyceps, a type of fungus that parasitizes plants. In nature, there are fungi that can parasitize the brain or body, even more potent than venomous insects." He paused. "So we were wrong all along. Burning the herbs wasn't to release their medicinal properties, but because the fungus can't withstand high temperatures, and the fire forces them to release spores, spreading into the air to infect everyone. Now, this entire city of deer is a giant petri dish." Terrified, Qin Tang covered her mouth to stifle a scream. "Then does that mean we're—" Lin Huan tore off a piece of his shirt, reassuring her, "Don't worry, as long as you don't inhale it directly, you'll be fine." According to him, masks are enough to prevent infection, and Tang quickly follows suit. "Can those infected with this fungus be cured?" he asked. "They can," he replied, "but only slowly." Immediately, Lin Huan put his strength to use, summoning the system. "But that won't stop me from defeating them, because I have a secret weapon specifically for dealing with fungus. Let's go." With that, Lin Huan took the lead, followed by the Nam Tuan soldiers, heading straight back to the sacrificial site for a surprise counterattack. He resolved, "I'll show them the true path of the dead, a path the living should avoid." Meanwhile, the villagers had slaughtered each other, leaving corpses strewn everywhere, and those still standing were like walking dead. The city lord smiled contentedly. Those too weak to control had been eliminated, leaving only usable heavenly soldiers. This time, the Snowwood Goo's effects were quite good, even better than before. Meanwhile, the man beside him, hiding his face with a scarf, said, "Of course, our trading company values integrity above all else. The supplies you requested have already been delivered to the warehouse. You've seen our sincerity. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise." Looking at the controlled soldiers, he smirked. "No problem. I've already taken control of the southern inspection envoy you wanted. From this day forward, they are yours. The incantation to control me will follow. From now on, this entire disaster-stricken Jiangnan region will be back under our control." At that moment, a hand shot out from the soldiers and seized the man's throat. Lin Huan removes his helmet, saying coldly, "Making money off the suffering of others? You're quite the schemers." The man panics. Stop! I'm with the Martial Commerce Union. You can't hit me." Lin Huan was surprised. The Martial Hall of Commerce, and he immediately strikes, causing the man to cough up blood. "Then it's right to hit you." Seeing that guy on the ground, the Sand City Lord's face darkened. He couldn't take it anymore. "If you continued to hide, I might have been caught off guard. But no matter." He then slammed his weapon into the ground, shouting, "Hear me, heavenly soldiers!" Instantly, the heavenly soldiers felt a strange power surge through them, and they began to stir. The Sand City Lord, standing in the center, quickly ordered, "Exterminate the devil, and send him to the Western Paradise." Lin Huan scoffed, "What's with the cheap ghost and God act? This kind of trick might fool the ancients." With that, he waved his hand, scattering a powder that instantly froze them in their tracks. Standing in the silent night, Lin Huan's voice echoed like a demon's. "I am an atheist." The City Lord of Cat was shocked. "Impossible! What poison is this? It can actually counter the Snow One clan." Drawing the sword bestowed by the Emperor, Lin Huan scoffs, saying that Tuyet Tuitan is just a bunch of mushrooms, no matter how fancy the name is. Then he raises his sword and shouts, "The Emperor's sword shall slay all demons in the world. Go to hell." He wasn't so tough. Without that controlling drug, the City Lord couldn't have beaten him. A deep gash on his chest poured blood. Clutching his wound, he gritted his teeth in resentment, wondering what that red powder was, but Lin Huan sheathed his sword and said coldly, "Poison? You think too much of it. It's just chili powder. Chili powder, when inhaled, immediately stimulates the nasal cavity. It's that simple." City. Lord Cat felt like vomiting blood. Chili powder? He lost to chili powder? Why? Lin Huan steps on the scepter. So, the so-called magic Chan staff isn't a weapon at all, but a hidden superpower. Looking around, he now understands why all the experts investigating the staff have disappeared. There's no chance of winning against such overwhelming odds. Wait a minute. Lam Huan thought back to what Ye Qinchang had said about the previous Wei dynasty also having a divine weapon, sought after by many, shrouded in exaggerated legends, and even more mysterious, with no one knowing its true form. Now, in the Saintess's room, the lights remained bright, and everything was as silent as if nothing had happened. The Saintess still lay quietly in bed, but now her hand twitched slightly as if she were about to awaken. Meanwhile, Lin Huan suddenly had a realization. Could the weapon be the Saintess herself, using her identity as royalty of the Great Way to command the remnants of the previous dynasty? Daybreak arrives, and the darkness that concealed so many secrets is washed away by the light. Now, Lin Huan orders water to be brought, and so, bucket after bucket of cold water was splashed onto the hypnotized soldiers, shocking them awake. "Patrol, I must patrol, patrol." Judging by their dazed reactions, Lin Huan guessed they wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Moreover, it seems the longer someone is under the spell, the slower their recovery. Lu Xiang sighed in relief, thinking how lucky they were to have gone drinking at the tavern last night, or they might have been under the spell as well. The seventh princess trembled, terrified at the thought of being controlled, but she shook her head, regaining her composure. Now wasn't the time. She glanced at the city lord. Both he and the devil chanter staff were gone. This strange goo poison from the western regions is likely incurable. At that moment, the sound of horses' hooves grew louder and louder, their neighing echoing through the air. Lin Huan gestures towards the horses. "Who said that? Look, the antidote has arrived." Lu Xing is shocked. "Is this another godsend? When did Brother Lin arrange this?" He stepped forward, pleased. "Last night, after deciphering the secret of the Devil Chan staff, I immediately had Tio Diep fetch the antidote ingredients." The seventh princess is surprised. "Why stone? Shouldn't it be medicine?" Lin Hua looked at her and said, "I have my own plans." He threw something into the pot and continued. "As for the principle, it's just a few equations. You can think of it as making explosives." Stirring, he added, "By mixing potassium hydroxide and powdered manganese oxide with an oxidizing agent, then boiling it to evaporate." Lu Xiang's face darkened. "Why do I feel like Brother Lin is some kind of evil sorcerer?" The seventh princess sulked, unable to understand a word. Is he brewing medicine with rocks? Is this stuff even safe to drink? He scooped up a spoonful of the black concoction, a sly grin on his face. Success. The purple medicine is complete. With this, I can create oxygen, and pure oxygen is the key to healing. Liu Xiang stepped forward asking, Oxygen? What is that? Is it the circulation of true qi within internal energy? Lin Huan chuckled. Reading too many cultivation novels. Oxygen is just a part of the air around us, essential for sustaining life. Immediately, he sticks the tube into a soldier's nose, then grins, Let the healing begin. As the soldier inhales, life returns to his eyes, and his complexion brightens. Soon after, he vomited up some strange, centipede-like creatures. As they vomited, the creatures wriggled about, a truly nauseating sight. Liao Hing was astonished. There was a reaction. The seventh princess is surprised. Are the stones really that miraculous? And could this be why the emperor collects them? The licker looked around in confusion. How did it become morning already? I was just on guard duty. Lin Huan quickly stomps on the bugs on the ground, crushing them with his foot. Liu Xiang couldn't help but praise, This oxygen is too magical. Was it really that simple? Unbelievable. The seventh princess speaks up, Just how many books have you read, Lin Huan? You truly deserve the title of top scorer. Lin Huan explained that it was just basic education. Even a poor student like him knew that the low oxygen levels in the western region's highlands meant that increasing the oxygen would naturally eliminate the poisonous fungi. The people gratefully stepped forward, thanking Vice Envoy Lin for saving their lives, saying that without him, they might not have survived this southern tour. After a pause, Lin Huan continued, saying that their next stop on the southern tour was the epicenter of the Yancheng flood. Though they'd been detoxified, the soldiers were still listless and dispirited. The soldiers sobered up and quickly reported, Sir, most of my men have not fully recovered. Liu Xiang worried. They couldn't march. They barely had enough men to transport supplies, let alone scout. I'm telling you, our team can't take another setback. Are we just going to sit here and wait? Lin Huan said, No, we can't delay any longer. Every day we delay, more people will die. The soldiers reported that Yanking had fallen, and the officials had retreated upstream with the people, but their exact location was unknown, meaning they had to find their refuge to launch a rescue. He clutches his head in frustration, lamenting that all the leads have gone cold. But then Lin Huan interjects, Wait, we still have one more lead. He then searched, knowing this clue was absolutely reliable. Liu Xing was surprised. Is that so? How could I not have known? He says, book in hand, carefully studying the Tangwu trading company that's profiting from the disaster. They would never pass up the tasty morsel that is Yan City. The ledgers seized from the merchants should contain corresponding records. The location of the Yancheng refugees has been pinpointed. Truly, the learned are different. I've seen records of that place. It's an abandoned granary from the Great Wei era, at a bend in the Shangyu River. He immediately regained his composure. Good. We can't delay any longer. Let's move out. As soon as he saw Liu Xing, the Northern Army stepped forward. The abandoned granary is the Imperial Army's reinforcement. You've finally arrived. He couldn't help but cry then, saying they would have starved to death if they had been any later. Why are you all dressed like that? Wait, where's Magistrate Su Yuwu of Wancheng County? You hesitated about this? The Northern Army was even more sorrowful about Lord Su. He sacrificed himself, Liu Xing exclaimed. What? You're saying that after we retreated from Yancheng to Shangyu, there were problems there too? During his patrol, Lord Su discovered the dam was about to burst and sacrificed himself to buy them time. Lu Heng listened, grinding his teeth in anger. I've known Yu Wu since childhood. I can't believe he would. Lin Huan then said, Wait, I have a question. Sacrificing oneself to stop a breach is only possible with earthen dams. But before leaving the capital, the court ordered the formula and materials for concrete to be transported here. So why wasn't concrete used for the dam? We heard something about that, but we never received anything. Never received it. Lin Huan was surprised. Prime Minister Guo had personally issued the order, using the official road for day and night transport. It should have arrived more than 10 days ago. He paused, then suddenly remembered something important. Wait, the Imperial Road. It was then that Lin Huan remembered. The official road had been intentionally destroyed to steal the concrete formula and materials. He clenched his sword in fury. These treacherous acts must be the work of the Tangwu Company. He then said, If I'm not mistaken, the food and supplies you've been selling lately are from the Tangwu Trading Company, right? The Northern Army is honest. Indeed, they're the only ones willing to help us. He elaborated. They even have someone living among us, sharing our meals, understanding our needs. The seventh princess vaguely recalled hearing her maid say that the Tangwu company had close ties with the imperial aunt, and the Northern Army was deeply grateful, saying they had to thank her for helping them in their time of need. She was truly a good person. Hearing this, Lin Huan's face darkened. The man asked Wang in surprise, "Where are you all going?" Lin Huan's eyes sharpened as he coldly said, "Where are we going? To find your good Samaritan and offer him as a sacrifice." Everyone was horrified to hear this. "You can't do that." "Lord Lin, you can't. We can't afford to offend the Tangwu company. We need to buy stones from them to repair everything. They're our lifeline." Lin Huan held his sword to the neck of a nearby man. "The Tangwu company has been supplying goods, meaning they must have a base of operations. Where is it?" With a pale face, Beijun hurriedly replied, "Wait, spare me. Please, calm down." The official, however, trembled and smirked. "See? You think you can touch me so easily?" The more Lin Huan heard, the colder his face became. "Oh, what if I just did?" With that, Lin Huan's sword danced across his body. The man froze in shock. As the sword was sheathed, Huan scoffed, saying killing him would be easy and his guild wouldn't even care. "That's why I want you to beg me to tell me everything." The man clutched his naked body. "How could you be so spineless? You have no honor. Do you even deserve to be called a scholar?" Lin Huan smiles contentedly. "If you don't talk, you'll be paraded through the streets. His name is Jingting. Only now does Jingting speak." "Ha, I'll talk." Lin Huan happily patted his face. Wouldn't it have been easier to just say it sooner? He resented having to suffer for nothing and shouted after them as they left. "The trade caravans aren't so kind. You'll regret it when Wei Wu and Xiaohing kill you all." Meanwhile, back at the merchant camp, they were roasting meat and enjoying a bonfire when suddenly a throwing star came out of nowhere, piercing a nearby tree. As they saw Lin Huan approaching, they cried out in fear. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" He coldly cut to the chase. "You're the ones holding the cement formula and materials, aren't you? Profiting off national crisis is a crime punishable by death." Hearing this, one of them finally recognized them and regained his composure. "Oh, so you're with the Southern Patrol." The leader speaks up. "You didn't think an important merchant group like ours would travel without an armed escort, did you? You guys from the Garrison of the Brave, take care of it." He was smug. "You should think carefully. You definitely can't win against us. The guards of Wei Wuxiaoxing are all elites with military backgrounds. If you insist on being stubborn, just wait for the dam to collapse." Lin Huan calmly asks, "Are you all so used to being arrogant that you don't know how to reason?" And he said they were tough? He could take them all on his own. He yelled, "Then there's nothing to discuss. Let's teach you a lesson first. All of you attack. Don't hold back." The subordinates quickly responded as Lin Huan waved his hand, saying, "Very well, if you held back, I'd be worried about using this move. They underestimate me, thinking I'm just trash. Is such a cheap trick really worth bragging about? What are you guards waiting for? Seize him!" Lin Hao quickly drew his weapon. "I told you, I can handle you all alone, but you didn't believe me." He then held up his tiny staff, a youthful homemade version of the demonic staff. The hulking men now turn with bloodshot eyes, looking at the others with murderous intent. Satisfied, Lin Huan says, "The poisoned people were supplied to Deer City by your Tangwu company. I figured they were going to waste, so I decided to put them to good use." Hearing this, everyone was stunned, unsure how to react. Pointing at them, Lin Huan shouted, "Go, destroy them!" "No, please, no." Seeing them beaten to a pulp, he enjoys the show, knowing karma always comes around. And so, Lin Huan let them be beaten to a pulp while he calmly watched on. One of them couldn't bear the pain any longer and cried out, "Stop hitting us, please stop." Seeing them tremble in pain, Lin Huan spoke up, "If you don't want to be beaten, quickly reveal where you've hidden the food." They exchanged glances. Knowing the people of Yancheng lacked clothing, were starving, and without supplies, they would surely compromise soon. "That's right. We just have to grit our teeth and not say a word." Lin Huan glared coldly. "I admire you guys. Your faces are all swollen and you're still winking at each other. Everyone can see it." Now, Beijun steps forward. "Lord Lin, you've struck them, vented your anger. Why not let it go?" "We still need to go to the Tangwu Trading Company to buy supplies," he quickly replies. "Let me tell you a story about capitalists dumping milk." "No, wait. The wealthy burned the rice." Once upon a time, a country experienced a great economic crisis. Its people were poorly clothed and had little to eat, suffering greatly. The story begins. The landlords and wealthy merchants hoarded grain, letting it rot in warehouses rather than selling it to the poor at a lower price. When other provinces came to buy the grain, the landlords and wealthy merchants set their warehouses on fire, just to drive up the price of grain and make even more profit. Relying on meager capital to stir up trouble? Do you really want to work with such beasts? He continued. The Northern Army stammered, but he glared and snapped. What gives you the right to insult us? We've investigated you. You're a merchant too, so what are you pretending? I think you're just jealous of us. Lin Huan calmly replied, I trade in creativity, science, technology, and novel ideas. What about you? Well, each of you are short-sighted, leeches sucking the blood of others to survive. He immediately revealed his true colors. We have the princess behind us. My whole family was saved by her. That's not someone you can just mention. I'll fight you to the death. He angrily stomps on the man's face. So much for loyalty. Do you really think serving the royal family makes you better than everyone else? He scoffed. All that studying and training just to serve the emperor. Aren't the royals just merchants then? What makes them so noble? The world belongs to everyone, not just the royal family. The Northern Army was shocked to hear such words. How could he utter such treasonous words? Has Master Lim not studied the classics? How could he have become the top scholar? The others seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Did everyone hear that? Did you hear that? Lin Huan has rebelled. He's staging a revolt. Arrest him now. The North Army was shaken. Arrest him? It's true that something feels off about Lord Lin. Perhaps we should detain him temporarily and let the royal family decide later. At that moment, as everyone was distracted by the traitor, a loud voice boomed, Enough! The seventh princess raised her hand, forcefully removing her hair tie to reveal her long, flowing hair, then declared, Lin Huan is right. Along the way, I saw countless suffering people, and finally understood Lord Lin's intentions. She presented the imperial sword, and Lin Huan smiled contentedly. Seventh princess, you have grown. She then took hold of the emperor's sword, smiled faintly, and said, I have a good teacher. With that, she stood before the man and said coldly, I am the seventh princess. You cannot represent the royal family. Only I can. With that, the seventh princess didn't hesitate to strike down the wicked man. He was killed right before everyone's eyes, a death for his arrogance and defiance. Liu Xing was stunned, trying hard to hide it. Brother Lin, did you know about this beforehand? Wait, seventh princess, could it be that you all... Lin Huan covered her mouth, cutting her off, and said, Enough nonsense. Go repair the dikes now. As they arrived at the levee to assess the situation, the water had already risen to dangerous levels. Liu Xing asked him, Brother Lin, what should we do now? The seventh princess added, Brother Lin, I trust you. I'll go to Lukthon for help immediately. The officials cried out in fear. He's lost it. Lord Lin has lost it. We have no materials or manpower. There's no way to repair the levee. Lord Lin, let me go to the Chamber of Commerce and apologize. You don't need to get involved. But Lin Huan ignored them, turning to Liu Xing and saying, No need, Liu Xing, I've already made arrangements. Liu Xing was stunned. Arrangements? When did you plan this? The seventh princess marveled. An army descends from the heavens. I dreamt of this. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a white lotus swiftly appeared in the sky. Look, haven't they arrived? Everyone was astonished by what he said. Yu Fen leads the group above, followed by those carrying something in those crates. Lin Huan recounts, I suspected trouble in Deer City, so I had Yu Fen go ahead to request reinforcements, preparing supplies and manpower. The wind is unpredictable. This time our reinforcements are the White Lotus sect and some old acquaintances of mine, Liu Xing exclaimed. I've met Zhen Yu Fen before. Brother Lin is truly brilliant, though the seventh princess pouts, it's the White Lotus sect again. She quickly dismounts, saying Zhen Yu Fen has lived up to expectations, contacting them through the White Lotus sect. Let's go. Liu Xing was ecstatic. This must be the old friend that Lin was talking about? Everyone smiled happily. Boss Lim, we at the Luo family camp miss you terribly, especially Boss Luo, who mutters every day about you being a heartless man. Remembering Xiao Luo's fierce glare, he smiled wryly. Let's talk business first. Did you get the goods? One of them replied, Of course. The dismantling of the trade network you left behind allowed us to cooperate with many organizations. Thanks to those connections, we found the Immortal Sojourn elixir. Lam Huan was very satisfied. Very good. With this, we have a future, Liu Xing asked blankly. But what exactly is this divine travel immortal? As the container was opened, everyone peered inside. Beijun pointed inside and said, This? Dirty oil? Is Lin Huan kidding us? Lin Huan smiled faintly. Let me open your eyes. He quickly explained, when building, we mainly use concrete. But according to Lin Huan, if we're just patching holes and cracks, we can use something else entirely. This comes from the divine oil, what he's referring to as petroleum. Remembering his modern world, he knew this immortal oil was petroleum, a thick, dark brown liquid, a hydrocarbon mixture known as the lifeblood of industry. Picking up the liquid, Lin Huan declared, future industrial products can't exist without it, and today I only need one: asphalt. Hearing him say all this, everyone was silent, eyes wide, not really understanding what Lin Huan was talking about. All eyes were on him, as if to say, we don't understand anything. Looking at the viscous black liquid, Baquan asked, this is as sticky as paste. Will it even work? Lam Huan then picked up a branch and smeared it into the cracks in the dam. Never mind, I'll just show you. Now normally tar needs to dry naturally, but we're going to speed things up. Use your wind power to dry it, Lin Huan ordered, and she immediately focused her internal energy to dry the patched areas. Immediately, the cracks dried and bonded together, and she admired her work. It is done. Pointing to the cracks, Lin Huan said, now test it yourselves. See how strong the asphalt is. With the Northern Army taking the lead, he rushed forward and kicked hard. Well, don't blame me if I break it. But then, he screamed, collapsing to the ground and clutching his aching leg. He watched their reactions with satisfaction. Just you wait and see what happens when you underestimate thousands of years of scientific experience. Soon after, the levee repairs proceeded rapidly, just as Lin Huan had planned, and Beijun's men now flocked to flatter him. Lord Lin is truly ingenious. This asphalt is clearly better than concrete. I told you, how could Lord Lin possibly harm us? Lin Huan scoffed inwardly. The eyes officials changed faces faster than flipping a book. They were just secretly cursing me. He then said, I've taught you the method. Go back and rest for 2 hours. They bowed obsequiously, wishing him a pleasant journey as the 7th princess harbored secret doubts. Has Lam Hoa really been colluding with the White Lotus Society all this time? No, I have to investigate. She stealthily approached his door, poked a small hole, and peered inside, a hint of guilt washing over the 7th princess. Forgive me, Brother Lin, but my only concern is for the nation. Inside, Yu Fen respectfully hands over an item. Lord Lin, this is a gift from Lord Ning. Lin Huan spoke first, wondering how the White Lotus Society would respond this time. Within the White Lotus sect are 2 factions, the pacifists, represented by Lord Ning, and the warmongers, represented by Thiekdo. Surprisingly, they are united in their support for your plan, provided you keep your promise. The 7th princess wondered what promise Lin Huan had made to gain the White Lotus Society's support. He replied, satisfied, after all, no one can refuse my conditions. As long as you fully assist my relief efforts and refrain from causing chaos during the disaster, I will give you all the assets I seize from the Wu Trading Company. The 7th princess was shocked. What? Using the Wu Trading Company as a bargaining chip, but isn't that originally Lin Huan's? Isn't this a ploy to get the White Wolf? Oh, wait a minute, she thinks. No, Lin Huan and Huang Gu are destroying each other, weakening the court. The White Lotus sect is naturally delighted, praising Lin Huan's cleverness, as everyone but the imperial ant stands to gain. As soon as she caught wind of the situation, Yu Fen stepped out, and the 7th princess quickly brushed it aside. Inside, Lin Huan held a jade pendant in his hand, examining it closely as Qinsang entered from outside. The 7th princess had left, but was it okay for her to hear all that? Lin Huan replied, It's fine. Letting her know will put her mind at ease. Then, Lin Huan took out the paper to look at it, a bit puzzled. Ningzalan gave me the White Lotus energy. Reading its contents sent chills down his spine. What does this mean? Does she want me to cultivate it? Tang Chang then explains. The White Lotus Sutra is a technique that can rapidly increase strength in a short amount of time, and it's also the key to the White Lotus sect's rise to power. Kang Chang paused, hesitant, and blushed. But curious, Lin Huan naively asks, what is it? She didn't dare say it directly, nor could she look at him. But this technique requires... Lam Huan grows more anxious. Oldye, we've known each other so long. Don't beat around the bush. Sweat beads on her forehead as she struggles to say the words. Dual cultivation? Lin Huan was taken aback. Huh? Qinsang quickly interjects. Don't misunderstand, this kind of dual cultivation doesn't require intimacy. It's just that you can't wear clothes while cultivating, or the flow of true energy will be hindered. Now he's blushing too. I get it, I don't need to practice. Worried, Qinsang whispered, but you're so weak and have so many enemies. Isn't it a waste not to use a good technique? She then turned him around, surprising him by not wanting him to see her expression. Then, Qinhang quickly removed the hairpin from her hair, letting her long hair fall down her shoulders, and urged, "What are you waiting for? Take your clothes off, too." Lin Huan startled awake, the silence of his room a stark contrast to the night's events. "Hey, you turned around again. Sorry, I didn't mean to. You're still looking." The short spring night passed, and now it's noon, with sunlight shining through the roof. Lam Huan awoke refreshed, yawning deeply. The White Lotus Sutra is indeed powerful. My energy is abundant, and I feel like I have inexhaustible strength. He touched his hand contentedly. No wonder the White Lotus sect was so powerful. This rapid success could mass-produce lackeys. He paused, then smiled wryly at the sleeping girl beside him. This dual cultivation method, it just feels like it'll cause misunderstandings. Kong held nothing back and slept soundly next to him all night, her face flushed. She seemed to be awake, and without opening her eyes, she coldly said, "Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Get out now." Hurriedly dressing, Lin Huan said, "Out, out, I'm going to listen." Little did he know, the moment he stepped out of the room, a flurry of footsteps rushed toward him. Everyone happily ran over, calling out his name, "Lord Lin." Suddenly surrounded by people, Lin Huan was a little flustered. "What do you want?" They were deeply moved, saying, "Thank you, you've warmed our hearts." Lin Huan demurs, saying he only did a few insignificant things, but the people cut him off, insisting that he will surely go down in history. Afterward, Beijun respectfully asks, "Lord Lin, you're heading to the Golden Capital tomorrow. Before you go, could you sell me some secret recipes?" Lin Huan casually replies, "Huh? We're not selling it." He sighed sadly, realizing that such precious things should not be traded carelessly. Lin Huan then added, "No, we don't sell, we give it away. Just visit the Great Luo Commerce and you'll get it." Everyone was surprised, having never heard of the Great Luo Commerce before. Lin Huan then happily handed out flyers to everyone, naturally, since it was just established yesterday. At his words and filled with curiosity, the crowd quickly read the flyers. He loudly announced, "The Daluo Company does one thing. We sell anything the Tangwu Company sells. Moreover, you can receive the formulas and methods for making asphalt, concrete, glass, telescopes, and other innovative products just by becoming a Daluo member." The people cheered, "The official is a gift from the heavens." Lin Huan was pleased. This was the first step in undermining the Tangwu Company. At that moment, Yufen and her followers suddenly knelt before him. "We, Zhen Yufen of the White Lotus sect, and our disciples." She paused, then she and her followers shouted in unison, "We pledge our lives to follow Lord Lin Huan." Zhen Yufen sincerely said, "We joined the White Lotus sect to fight for the world, but now the sect is in chaos. Lord Lin is still wholeheartedly bringing real benefits to the people." And so, Zhen Yufen swore to follow Lord Lin to the death, obeying only his commands. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed, startling Lin Huan. The influence achievement had been reached. Then, a series of notifications rang out at once. The achievement title, Absolute Adoration. The achievement requirement to have more than 3 forces with at least 100 people willingly follow him. The reward allows him to see the talents of his followers and the areas they can influence. And the system updates with a new mission, Bear and the 1,000-Mile Horse. Lin Huan reads through it. The content is about cultivating followers to maximize their impact. These influences will reflect back to the host, enhancing their abilities indefinitely. He then accepted the quest, a bit stunned. The talent seeker's eye had a new quest line, implying he could form a team. Looking at everyone, he said, "Next is the final stop of the southern tour, Gold Capital. I must confront the governor and overthrow the Martial Dance Hall's headquarters. Let's see what talents you all have, and we'll tailor our approach to maximize our chances of success." The system updated the 3 people Lin Huan was looking at as a makeup artist, a PR ambassador, and a sales agent. He frowned, wondering what kind of useless talents these were. Even Bai Luo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. From what Lin Huan knew, Gold Capital was the capital of Jiangnan, a commercial hub and a paradise that all merchants craved. Kimdo, once known as Tai Ui Than, was hailed as the Golden Capital, eventually becoming Kimdo. As it grew into a commercial hub, Kimdo expanded, adding an outer city, clearly dividing merchants, officials, and nobles in the inner city from commoners in the outer city. Meanwhile, Lin Huan and the others arrive at the city gates. Liu Xiang introduces it. "Before us is the outer city of Jindu." The 7th princess exclaims, "Indeed, Jindu's grandeur rivals that of the capital." With that, they entered the city, where an eerie silence prevailed. Lin Huan looked around, wondering why the outer gate was wide open, with not even a patrolling soldier in sight. At that moment, a hard-working woman approached him with a pastry. Sir, would you like a pastry? Freshly baked bread, buy one. It's guaranteed to be delicious. Try it, sir, it's still hot. At that moment, a loud voice echoed, You dare sell food privately? Stop right there. The old woman was startled. It was the guard. Seeing her run, the soldier gave chase like the wind. Stop! Stop right there! Liu Xing jumped down from his saddle, annoyed. You're the ones who should stop. He glared at him, then boomed, Who are you? I am a gold capital guard, in charge of everything inside and outside the city, Liu Xing retorted, annoyed. You are truly audacious. Liu Xing shouted, presenting his badge. I am the Southern Patrol Inspector, your honored guest. This trip was intended to... But the soldier remained indifferent. Honored guests are personally greeted by the governor. What are you imposters? Get out of the way! Quickly draw your sword, Lin Huan said coldly. I told you to stop. Clutching his wound in fear, he cried, You dare! You quickly call a doctor, Lin Huan scoffed. Spare me the theatrics. The wound isn't fatal. I aimed carefully. Now, if you don't want to die, be quiet. Then he asked coldly, This is supposed to be the Golden Capital, so why is it so desolate? Every house is shuttered. And what's this about privately selling food? The soldier panicked, saying it had nothing to do with him. He was just following orders. He then recounted that about a month prior, the governor had hosted a banquet for merchants and nobles from all directions, announcing his upcoming marriage, and of course, everyone had to give face and offer gifts. After all, Kim Do couldn't afford to lose face. According to the soldier, the trading company needed to recoup its expenses, so the Tangwu Trading Company devised a scheme where small merchants outside the city had to pay for the right to do business within the city. And so, they quickly collected enough, and those who didn't pay were immediately branded as traitors, facing punishment if caught. Tangwu Thuong Han was truly cruel, indulging in luxury while the common people suffered. We have no food. Take us to the governor now. We demand justice, Liu Xing seethed, but the governor had decreed that all matters would be addressed after the wedding. No riffraff are allowed in the inner city, especially those claiming to be envoys from the south. The soldier was finally afraid. Please forgive me, sirs, even if you want to touch the governor. His fiancée is not someone to be trifled with. That's the eldest daughter of the Eastern Wu King's family. Lin Huan tells the princess that it seems the governor knows he fabricated the disaster and is afraid of being held accountable. If the wedding succeeds, Wang Wu will surely protect him, and we'll lose our chance to investigate. He quickly heads into the city, determined to stop the marriage. But the seventh princess quickly stopped him, saying, Wait, I've heard that this marriage was arranged by the imperial aunt and the emperor decreed it. Even the Than Tianzi sword can't compare to an imperial decree. It seems the imperial aunt has been orchestrating this since the Hong Shui era. Lin Huan considers that the inner city's defenses are as strong as the imperial guards, making a breakthrough impossible. Liu Xing is filled with anger, having overcome so many difficulties on this long journey, only to fail in the end. Lin Huan continued, No, there has to be a way. Have I really run out of cards to play? He glanced at the people watching him, wondering, The power of the masses is undeniable, but how do I rally them? Wait a minute, Lin Huan seems to have thought of something. Hold on, I've always had a hidden card. Then he immediately gave the order. Issue my command. The Taoist Lin Huan, the deputy envoy of the Southern Patrol, will hold a ceremony to pray to the heavens outside the inner city walls during the governor's wedding. 2 people are handing out flyers with the news. Did you hear? The magistrate is getting married tomorrow, and they'll be tossing out celebratory sweets from the inner city to the outer city. What? What's so impressive about that? Look at the flyer on the ground. Tomorrow, the Immortal Lin will be holding a ritual. One of them was surprised. Wait. Isn't Lin Shengxian the one who researched the Qinghua to create new firearms, won first place in both the civil and military exams, fought the evil monk Jin Buhuan and other villains, and was even praised by Qing Shang for saving Jiangnan? Their words caused several people to open their doors, secretly listening to the rumors being spread. The two continued to chat. I heard that tomorrow he will perform a ritual, holding the emperor's sword to question the heavens, asking where this great flood came from. Well, we have to go see this for ourselves. The papers fell to the ground, and now everyone is curiously picking them up to take a look. The rumor-spreading duo continued on, oblivious to the stares, discussing as they walked. But what if the governor is unhappy with Master Lin's ritual? Lin Shengxian's methods are extraordinary. He doesn't fear this petty governor. Soon after, the two returned to Lin Huan's place together. So they were intentionally spreading the word. Seeing them, Lin Huan smiled with satisfaction and immediately cut to the chase, asking how far they'd gotten. The two quickly removed their masks, revealing Ngok Fan and her people, who had spread the word as Lam requested. Many families had secretly taken the leaflets. Lam was secretly pleased. So-called talent was indeed useful. Zhen Juven was a master of makeup, practically a master of disguise in this era, and Xiaoliu was a propaganda ambassador, skilled in exaggeration and networking, a perfect combination for spreading the word. The young man with Ngok Fan wondered if this tactic would really work, as the governor was a fearsome figure to the common people. Lin Huan smiles contentedly, for the scariest thing is always the unknown, like me, like the heavens above. As he speaks, everyone looks up to the sky. Everyone had their own thoughts. Meanwhile, the crowd began to stir, scattering to witness the spectacle they'd been promised. Looking at the man above, everyone marveled. Truly a grand event. It was my first time seeing a sky sacrifice. That's right, let's see who still wants the governor's celebratory sweets. Standing high above, dressed as a sorcerer, Lin Huan spoke loudly, sword in hand. The vast heavens encompass the universe, where all living things exist. Though humans are the most advanced of all creatures, we cannot defy the will of heaven with wanton abandon. The soldiers scoffed, seeing him as a charlatan, jealous of the governor's wedding. Raising his sword to the sky, Lin Huan declared, "Today, survival is fraught with peril. Floods are coming and lives will be lost. What will you do? Heaven and earth bear witness." Everyone listened intently as he said, "Follow the righteous path, and blessings will come. Stray from it, and disaster will strike. This ritual is meant to prove the way. For every cause, there is an effect. Now, thunder gathers in the sky. I ask, why does heaven unleash its fury? Why does the heavens rage? Why is the heavens unjust? Why does heaven do nothing?" Yu Fen watched in awe as only Lord Lin could draw his sword and question the heavens, shaking the very universe. Liao Xiang was overjoyed. "So cool. Will I ever be like Brother Lin, so imposing?" Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, everyone whispered in fear, "Look, in the sky." The soldiers, pale with fear, wondered if Lin Huan truly possessed such power. Lin Huan, still enraged, roared, "Heavens, answer me!" From within Lin Huan's body, a great bolt of lightning struck him, radiating a brilliant light, leaving everyone, including the officers, in stunned silence. For them, this was far too shocking. And finally, the sky cleared once more. Standing amidst the eerie mist, Lin Huan looked like a god, and the sword in his hand melted like sludge. And just like that, the iron sword flowed down to Lin Huan's feet. Exhaling white smoke, Lin Huan raised the remaining hilt and declared, "Everyone, you've had quite the scare." "He's alive, Lin Huan. No, Immortal Lin is still alive." Heavens, that was clearly divine lightning. The two officers who were just laughing now look like they're about to faint. He really is a god. Lord Lin is the real deal. That lightning was terrifying. Lin Huan boomed once more, "Everyone, this was the Son of Heaven's sword, now melted and dripping at my feet." Immediately after, he stomped his foot down and the wood resonated with inner force. Lin Huan smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Behold what it has become." With that, he kicked it towards the people. "This is the answer I received from the heavens." Lin Huan kicked the piece of wood, sending it flying towards the soldiers. Now they believe Lin Huan is a god, and they all flinch away from the sight of the wood, where the liquid from the sword inexplicably reveals 4 words. The people looked up, reading aloud in confusion. "Duan Yu brought disaster?" Heavens, wasn't that the name of the governor? "The flood was caused by the governor, and heaven is punishing him." "That's right. I just received a divine message in the thunder. The one responsible for this disaster is none other than Jiangnan governor, Duan Yu." With a cold face, Lin Huan then made a puzzling request. "Everyone, open the gates." The 2 guards were terrified but hesitant to open the gates. Lin Huan calmly replied, "It doesn't matter. The gates will be broken down anyway." The terrified citizens clamored, "Open the gates! Open the gates! Duan Yu, stop playing dead in there. We know you're home." The soldiers panicked. "Commander, this is fate. Is Governor Duan Yu greater than the heavens?" Commander, my family is down there too. I agree we should open the gates." The other helplessly replied, Fine, fine. We can't hold them back anyway. We're just gatekeepers, no need to be stubborn. Everyone, open the gates." 2 soldiers rejoiced, taking their leave. One approached him, whispering, "How did you do that? If you can control lightning, why not just blast the gate down?" He looked at his hand and smiled smugly. In truth, there was never any heavenly lightning at all. That thunder wasn't from the sky, but lightning I created and unleashed. I used materials from the Chamber of Commerce's confiscated goods to create an electrical discharge through a chemical reaction. But even normal electricity is dangerous, so I set up a Faraday cage using a lot of iron wire. Inside here, I'm completely unaffected. He paused, then continued. And finally, thanks to the bright light from the discharge, I can easily swap out the Emperor's sword, pulling out the prepared hilt and piece of wood. Kamtong clutched his head in dismay. You're wasted not swindling people out of money in the martial world. Lam Hoan grinned. Mission accomplished, now to capture the governor. With that, they marched forward, bathed in a light that heralded a bright future, as a booming voice echoed from within the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion is a place of importance. Strangers are forbidden. Step back. The officer brandished his sword, blocking Lin Huan's group. Behind the gate, soldiers stand ready to receive orders, as the enraged citizens demand the governor be handed over to appease the heavens for his unspeakable crimes. The soldier raised his sword, shouting, "How dare you riot in Jiangnan's capital? You're all rebels, kill them all!" Just as the sword was about to strike, a foot slammed into his face. Lin Huan calmly said, "You're good at making accusations, but useless at your job. I know how this traitor game is played." Pointing to his leg, he accused, "You attacked a court official, causing a serious sprain. It seems you're plotting a rebellion. Seize him." The soldier was immediately apprehended, then panicked. Who are you? You can't do this?" He didn't rush to answer, quickly bending down to pick up his sword. Looking at him now, he continued, "Who I am is none of your concern. You're just a traitor, to be slaughtered without mercy. I'll execute you on the spot." At that moment, Duan Yu, adorned in red robes, emerged and coldly declared, "Silence. Who dares cause such a commotion?" He continued calmly, "I am the heavenly official, appointed by the emperor himself, serving as the governor, overseeing all of Jiangnan. Who dares disrupt my joyous day?" Before he could finish, something flew towards his face, catching Duan Yu off guard. Seeing his chance, Lin Huan lunged forward, throwing a punch, but luckily he dodged it, his official hat falling to the ground. He then raised his voice. "As expected of the governor, with a military background, your reaction is indeed quick." He growled, "Lin Huan, you've got some nerve." Lin Huan retorted, "To immediately call me by name, you must have prepared a lot. It seems you knew the Southern Patrol envoy was coming, yet you still refused to meet. You were trying to avoid punishment, weren't you?" He then pointed upwards, saying, "Now that the heavens want to take you, just come with us quietly." Duan Yu, confused, asked, "The heavens want to take me?" Of course, he doesn't believe it. Talk of ghosts and gods is baseless, just a trick by you Taoists. He then looked at the people and mocked, "He's getting nervous? He's getting nervous." The crowd angrily shouts, "Tricks and illusions, you say? Then tell me how I did it." You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. "Show us the proof." "Yeah, show us the proof." Duan Yu was shocked and stammered, "You say the heavens want to punish me, but where's your proof? What right do you have to arrest me?" Immediately, Lin Hua's soldiers brought the wooden log with 4 characters carved on it before him. The soldier loudly proclaims, "Brothers, Lord Lin is not deceiving us. This is the mandate of heaven. I saw it with my own eyes when defending the city." Duan Yu's soldiers hesitate. Enraged, he shouts that they shouldn't be fooled, that it's all a lie. Meanwhile, an officer respectfully says, "Lord Lin, I've persuaded the soldiers. What do you think?" Lin Huan interjects, "I see, you've gone all in, offering him up as a gift to join my ranks. I won't mistreat you." Lin Huan shouts, "The situation is clear. Seize the governor. Seize Duan Yu. Everyone, charge." Duan Yu frantically tried to escape. "Get me inside the manor now. Retreat, retreat, retreat." But his soldiers turned a deaf ear, infuriating Duan Yu even more. "You dared disobey me after all I've done for you?" But now, the people unite, seizing him, rising up to capture this corrupt official. Lu Hang said excitedly, "Brother Lin, we've won." Lin Huan quickly replied, "No, this is just the beginning. Next up is the Tangwu Trading Company." Finally, the red robe was stripped away, and Duan Yu was hoisted onto a high pillar pelted with filth. Lin Huang watched on, saying, "Duan Yu, will you not reveal the location of the Tangwu Trading Company's vault? You've been colluding for so long, how can I believe you don't know?" he growled. "Dream on if you think this will make me submit. You underestimate me." Lin Huang smirked. "What's wrong? No need to get worked up if you don't want to talk. The less you say, the more I can squeeze out of you." Then he stood and announced to the crowd, "The 4th round of punishment is about to begin. 2 coins for Fei Richang. First come, first served, no exceptions. Avenge your grudges. This is a rare opportunity to punish a governor. Once it's gone, it's gone." The crowd could no longer contain their rage. "Let me join in. I hate Duan Yu not." "Me too." Huan shielded his face with a fan, saying, "I specially bought the smelliest eggs from afar to ensure the effect. 1 coin per egg. Buy them quickly." Everyone responded enthusiastically. "Give me one. I want one too." After distributing the rotten eggs to the crowd, Lin Huan announced, "I declare the punishment officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking, a rain of eggs flew toward Duan Yu. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but panic, his face paling considerably. After a while, his whole body reeked of the stench of a latrine. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. I'll talk, okay? I know about Tangwu Shanghang's vault and their books. Meanwhile, at the Tangwu Shanghang chairman's house, things are quiet, but inside, Shanghang is pacing anxiously. Damn it, that bastard Lin Huan forcefully seized the jade pendant, rendering all our carefully prepared false evidence useless. He plans to escape quickly, and everything in the Golden Capital must be reported immediately. Why aren't the servants ready yet? Just then, Yu Fen flies in, saying, "Looking for this book?" Seeing Yu Fen, Shang Hang is on high alert, asking, Who are you?" Ngok Fan calmly states, "I'm here from the White Lotus Society to take over Tangwu Commerce, and to deliver a message from Lord Lin." Lord Lin says, "Tangwu Commerce isn't worth his time. He requests that Miss Huang personally initiate the final battle." Shang Hung was now terrified and fell backward, but Yu Fen simply turned and left after speaking. She quickly went out and handed the scroll to Lin Huan. To complete her mission, Yu Fen smiles with delight as Lin Huan tells Liu Xing, "See, it's over. Too easy." He's happy. Lin doesn't even have to lift a finger. Brilliant. At that moment, a voice rang out as someone ran over. "Hey, you guys, stop right there. I've been looking for you." The 7th princess quickly recognized her as Wu Wang's eldest daughter, Princess Qingxuan, and Lin Huan groaned. "We're done for. We forgot about her." Qingxuan pointed directly at Lin Huan. "Today is my wedding and you dare to disrupt it? Who is in charge here? Come out here now." He stepped forward and lowered his voice. "Princess Than Tuyen, Duan Yu's actions have angered gods and men alike. This marriage cannot proceed." To which she calmly replies, "Who says it can't? Why can't I just marry someone else?" Than Tuyen looked around. "I'm only marrying to get away from father. I don't care about Duan Yu. Marrying anyone is the same." Lin Huan groaned inwardly. Was she planning to latch onto him? Oh, his fatal charm. Qingxuan's eyes fell on Liu Xing. The so-called matching families and complementary personalities were nonsense. It all came down to whether they pleased the eye. It was love at first sight. "Hello, I'm Xuan. Are you married? What do you think of me?" Liu Xing lowered his voice as well, saying, "Hello, I'm little Liu and I'm not married. I think you're wonderful." Leaning in, Qingxuan whispered, "Young Master Liu, you're unwed and I'm unmarried." Liu Xing interrupted, "Better to choose today than to hesitate, Xuan." Looking at them as if separated lovers reunited after decades, Lin Hua was perplexed. Is this really okay? The youth of today, or rather, the youth of ancient times, are so bold. Soon after, Princess Than Tuyen's wedding commenced. The grand palanquin was carried through the streets, a flamboyant display, and of course, the groom wasn't Duan Yu. The children eagerly watched as candy was handed out. "I want candy too. I want candy too." The surrounding people murmur, "Wasn't Duan Yu arrested? How is he getting married here?" Alas, heaven is high and the emperor is far away. It seems even Lord Lin can't control this corrupt official. Immediately after, a master of ceremonies announced, "Esteemed guests, today is a joyous occasion. Let us invite the groom to say a few words." Liu Zhang stepped forward, announcing, "Today is the day I, along with Princess Qingxuan, are to be wed. I hope you all will do us the honor of joining the feast." The crowd was even more surprised. It was the regional inspector, Lord Liu, who was getting married. No wonder. Is Duan Yu, that corrupt official, going to benefit from this? Wasn't he arrested yesterday? Hearing this, the people rejoiced. This was good, very good. Lord Liu and the princess are a match made in heaven. But at that moment, a volley of hidden weapons flew toward Liu Xing. But instantly, one of them stepped forward, shielding Liu Xing, shocking everyone. "They're using firearms to kill someone in broad daylight," the gunman exclaimed. "Damn, we missed. Wait for that servant to fall, then kill the groom." The man then ripped off his mask, gloating, "Fall down! Are you crazy?" Lin Huan scoffs. "Besides, the pistols you're using, weren't they invented by me? Look, it's the immortal Lin. He's not afraid of firearms." The two men finally realized what was happening and shouted, "Ambush! Run!" But they were quickly cut off by the soldiers. It was all according to Lin Huan's plan. He stepped forward, knowing escape was impossible. The pistols took too long to reload, and resistance was futile, especially since all the palanquin's attendants were soldiers in disguise. He then pulled up the sleeve of one of the assassins to reveal a mark, confirming they were assassins raised by Duangvu Thuonghan. Too bad for them, he was just the fisherman to catch the likes of them. The two men shouted, "Enough nonsense! Kill us or do whatever you want. There are countless others waiting for you. We just need to stall until the auspicious hour passes, and this marriage will be off." At that moment, Liu Xing triumphantly removed his mask. "That person is actually Yu Fen in disguise." Lin Huan continues, "The Empress Dowager arranged this marriage between Duan Yu and the Wu King for a reason, and she will definitely try to stop us. Little Liu and the princess are married, but you didn't expect that even the groom in the sedan was an impostor, did you?" Those two are about to burst with anger, while Lin Huan happily shouts, "Everyone, go and have some celebratory drinks." As the Tangwu Chamber of Commerce invites guests, the soldiers are furious. Meanwhile, Yu Fen steps forward and whispers, "Lord Lin, I haven't seen Lord Liu since yesterday. Where is he hiding?" Lam Huan stammered, "Well, he went straight to the princess yesterday, so they're probably really married now." Hearing this, Yu Fen shyly covered her mouth. "Really married?" Then Lin Huan gently taps her head. "Hey, don't space out like that. I can't guarantee I'll always be able to block weapons for you." Yu Fen stammers, "Huh? Okay." Watching his retreating figure, she blushed with emotion. "Deflecting weapons, huh? I'll repay this debt sooner or later." They walked away, seemingly unaware of the figure tailing them. "Ah, from the crowd, she's finally found you." And Lin Huan, noticing her, darkens with a satisfied smirk. "I won't let you get away this time, Lin Huan." But at this moment, for some reason, Zilan also appears here. She glanced at the two of them, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Xiaoluo also sensed something was amiss, pausing slightly as her gaze met Zilan's. Meanwhile, the wedding of Liu Xing and the princess proceeded smoothly, with a large crowd of guests celebrating with them. Raising his glass, Liu Xing said courteously, "Brother Lin, without you, Xuan and I would never have met, let alone become husband and wife. I toast to you." Princess Tan Tuyen adds, "I'll toast to you as well. If you need anything, just ask. My father will certainly help." Lin Huan smiles. "Now that you're married, your family comes first. That's what matters most." Lao Shang suddenly stammered, saying, "Now that I think of it, I heard people say that Brother Lin was a live-in son-in-law, so why haven't I ever seen his wife?" Lin Huan smiled wryly. "Well, she doesn't know about that." At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, "I'm here." Startled, Lin Huan turned back, stammering, "Ning Ning Zilan." Zilan smiles gently, saying, "My husband, I'm here." Like the cowherd and the weaver girl reunited after a long separation, he reached out his hand. Zilan happily responded, "Lin Huan." But suddenly a figure darted toward Lin Huan, sending him sprawling. Lu Xiang, seeing Lin Huan fall, rushed over in shock, shouting for help. "Assassins! Where are the guards?" Qingxuan cried out in alarm. "A master assassin is here!" Sitting up, Huan stared blankly at the person embracing him. Not an assassin, but definitely a master. Xiaoluo nuzzled her head against his chest, saying, "You wouldn't come find me, so I had to come find you myself. And it's not just me. Everyone at the Luo family camp has a lot of questions for you." Huan patted her head like a beloved little sister, saying, "The Luo family camp can manage fine without me. You're capable of standing on your own now." But at that moment, the fake Liu Xing coughed a few times, winking at Huan. "Brother Lin, I feel a terrifying presence watching us." Lin Huan suddenly turned around to see Zilan's face, burning with rage. Zilan then glares daggers at her rival, so Xiaoluo followed them here. "Xiaoluo is provoking me, isn't it, because you boasted about reuniting with Huangge?" Lin Huan seeks help from his good brother. "Little Liu, do you need me to help you entertain your guests?" Liu Xing quickly pulls his wife away. "Oh, we can handle this ourselves, no need to interrupt your reunion." Zilan glared at him. "Trying to run away? Getting nervous? How many girls are waiting outside?" Lin Huan was miserable. "No, I've never spoken to a woman outside." At that moment, the seventh princess happily called out from behind, "Brother Lin, we're holding a congratulatory speech contest. Would you like to participate?" Yu Fen added, "Lord Lin, the soldiers are preparing a sword dance for fun. Please, be our judge. Oh, and Lord Ning has arrived." Zilan glanced at him, never having spoken to a woman before, as Lin Huan scrambled away. "Someone's here. Today's Yingnan patrol requires a roll call. I'll be back shortly." Yu Fen looked at Zilang silently, her face a little dazed. At that moment, Xiaoluo looked at her, then grabbed her hand and demanded, "Who are you?" "What is this? Tell me now." Zilan frowned. "Hey, Xiaoluo, I know you're upset, but there's no need to scare my subordinates like that." "But then," Xiaoluo interjected, saying this was important, and to look closely at the insignia on the silver ornament. Seeing the bracelet on her hand, Yufen suddenly remembered holding onto it temporarily and wondered if she should speak up. Zealand is surprised, the saintess's jewelry. Kyola, do you recognize the insignia of the White Lotus Order's saintess? But then, Quiluo replied, this isn't a saintess's insignia, but the insignia of the Luo family's heretical swordsmanship. Seeing the similar pattern on Quiluo's sword hilt, both Zilan and Yu Fen were stunned. She then began to recount the tale of the Great Wei dynasty when emperors were always accompanied by a highly skilled shadow guard for protection. A shadow guard of special status with a hereditary duty, but whose true identity remained a mystery. When the Great Wei dynasty fell, the crown prince entrusted his last hope to the shadow guard, who accepted the order and escaped alone, carrying a package marked with the same symbol now seen on Qiu La's sword. As she understood it, the shadow guard who held that secret eventually settled in the remote Luo family village, took the surname Luo, and condensed all his martial arts into the Luo family blade technique, which has been passed down to this day. A secret that Xiao Luo could never forget. My grandfather told me to forget it if I ever do, and to live a good, normal life. It's only now that I realize that means I'm a descendant of the shadow guard. Looking at his sword hilt, Xiao Luo muses that the Luo family's swordplay he practices is actually the swordplay of the shadow guards, a truly bizarre revelation. Yu Fen exclaims in surprise, so, the secret weapon the White Lotus sect has been searching for is you. At that moment, Lin Huan interjected, that doesn't make sense. The trump card is clearly in the saintess's hands, otherwise the Luo family's village would have been dug up long ago. The seventh princess helplessly sighed. Are we really discussing overthrowing the court so openly? If anyone finds this weapon, we're all doomed. Lin Huan interjects, it's different. Possessing a power that can overturn everything is often a greater threat than actually using it. Like an atom bomb, he muses, I may not use it, but I absolutely must have it. Zilan presses, after all this, the key is still to figure out what that last hope and secret actually are. Yufen couldn't contain her curiosity. That's right, Lord Lin. Do you have any clues? The seventh princess guesses, could it be some small item in the moon pouch? Lin Huan counters, impossible. If it were an object, Luo Li would definitely have been given it by his grandfather. He pondered. Could the shadow guard's secret be related to the Luo family's saber techniques? At that moment, Qin Zhang added, impossible. The Luo family's saber is a typical killing technique. The moves are ordinary, nothing special. It suddenly dawns on Lin Huan, a technique and an object. Why not both? He excitedly grabs her shoulders. Xiao Luo, bring me that La family saber manual. Xiao Luo quickly retrieved it for him. It was just an old book that many villagers had seen. As she handed it to Lin Huan, she said, I've looked at this manual for years and never found anything strange. Reading carefully, he realizes the issue is simple. Why does the Luo family's saber emblem resemble the city lord's emblem? It must be some kind of code. Wait, what's this? He noticed something strange on the page. Xiao Luo was surprised. She looked at it and asked Lin Huan, isn't it just a smudge? Lam Huan flipped through the pages. No, these pages don't have the marks. We're so close to the answer. He tossed the pages aside without a second thought. This is it. Lin Huan pointed out that only these pages in the exquisitely printed manual had these ink stains. She asked again, what do you mean? Lin Huan then said, if these ink stains are put together, they will definitely reassemble into a secret code. He explained as he pieced together the figures from the martial arts moves, forming a new line. Clearly, a treasure map. Yu Fen was astonished. It can do that? Lin Huan, what exactly did you figure out? Xiao Luoqian exclaimed, marveling at how the moves, objects, and emblems all connected. Arranging the papers on the table, he continued, now it's clear. The treasure is in the southern mountains, which is the territory of the southern garrison. Could their sudden movement of the Holy Maiden mean they've discovered this secret and want to monopolize the ultimate power of the Great Wei? Back in the Saintess's room, she remained motionless, showing no signs of improvement. Jade was distraught, but sadly the Saintess showed no signs of waking, so nothing could be asked of her. Lam Huan added, I can't even fathom who poisoned her. After a pause, the system displayed the Golden Capital area, and the reputation had been saved. The reputation events include defeating the Duan Yu governor plus 1,000, Yifeng Chamber of Commerce's Tang Wu plus 1,500, performing a miracle in the sky plus 500, Yanxi's banquet for the people plus 300, and the Bowl system's reputation feedback plus 1,000. His reputation points are sufficient to upgrade the system store, unlocking new products. Upgrade now, yes or no. He rejoices. The system's store has leveled up. Could there be better news? This must mean the sane test will be saved. As soon as Lin Huan tapped the screen, the system whirred to life, upgrading at lightning speed. He smirked, thinking, and if I remember correctly, the new store has a cannon, which means I can crush those primitive savages. Soon after, the familiar system notification chimed, announcing the successful upgrade, and now a range of new items like metals, plastics, wood, and explosives piqued Lin Huan's interest. With a sly grin, Lin Huan tapped a section of the system saying, "Let's check out the pharmaceuticals. This is it. The antidote, capable of neutralizing any poison and forcibly stimulating the central nervous system." Costing 5 fame points, Lam Huan was surprised. The panacea. Isn't this the perfect solution to awaken the Saintess? He immediately selected it, and at only 5 fame points, it was practically free. Buy me 10. But as soon as he agreed to buy, nothing happened, leaving Lin Han puzzled. He checked the system again, and his jaw dropped in shock. What? Reset to 0? After the Trade City upgrade, all fame points will be reset? I need to accumulate them again. All my fame points are gone. Back to square one. Just then, a soft sound startled Lin Huan, and the 7th princess rushed in from outside with news. Oh no, Brother Lim's been blocked outside the city. Upon hearing this, Lim Huan was elated, unable to hide his excitement. There's such a good thing? He rushed outside, unable to contain himself, and shouted, "The opportunity to earn fame points has arrived." The 7th princess was bewildered. What could have triggered him? Yufen was just as confused. Just now, Lord Lin was suddenly laughing and crying. Could it be that the competition for affection between the 7th princess and the 2nd madam is putting too much pressure on him? Yufen chimed in, agreeing that a man as good as Lord Lin was truly desirable. Outside, a foreign delegation is being blocked at the gate, and the officials won't let them in. Frustrated, they shout, "We demand justice. The Golden Capital owes us an explanation." Yeah, this is basically killing us. Just then, Lin Huan emerges. What's going on? Are they all merchants from out of town? Losing replied, yes, they've gathered since the new trade association representative took office. Du Chung loudly added, it's no use objecting. The entire Jindu Trade Association has unanimously decided that from today, we will no longer trade with anyone outside the region, no buying or selling. The merchant protested. When Tangwu Trading Company was in charge, this never happened. I worked so hard to transport these fruits, and now they're ruined. Alas, Tangwu Trading Company is no more. Blame him if you must. With ill intent, Duthon points at Lin Huan, saying he's disrupting the trade order as soon as he arrives. He offered that if we accused him, he'd immediately restore trade, then pointed at him. Huangzhou isn't limited to just one Tangwu Trading Company. Let's see how you handle this, Lin Huan. But Lin Huan was actually happy. Exactly, avoid me, please. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, I'm truly in luck. This is a golden opportunity to boost my reputation. Seeing that Lin Huan was not only not angry, but smiling brightly, the crowd was astonished. Although Wu Tong didn't understand why Lin Huan was happy, he continued his assault. Everyone heard that, right? It's all his fault. Whether you sell your goods or not is on him. Golden Capital City has nothing to do with it. Without us, you'll be left to sell them yourself until they rot. Before this dog official, Lin Huan coldly sneered, a dog of the princess dares to bark here. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth in anger, to which Lin Huan calmly replied, what about me? Just try laying a hand on an imperial official. Immediately, he stood among the crowd, his sword over his shoulder, and declared, that's right, I won't let them collect your goods. The merchants, enraged, argued that cutting off their trade routes was akin to murder, and demanded an explanation, threatening to fight to the death. Lin Huan responded, agreeing that blocking their livelihood was indeed a matter of life and death, then asked them to consider who truly profited from their hard work and who was draining their blood and sweat. Then, looking at the crowd, he continued, it's them, the middlemen. They're stealing the fruits of your labor. Now he begins to expose them, revealing how they nitpick and reject perfectly good merchandise. You don't get much when you buy from them anyway. They secretly raise the prices of these otherwise beautiful and cheap items, forcing the people to endure it. The merchants whispered amongst themselves, finding his words reasonable, but without them, they had no way to sell their goods. The capital smugly replies, did you hear that? Without us, they can't sell anything. Do they have connections? Lin Huan calmly replied, isn't it just about establishing a sales channel? Drawing his sword and pointing it at them, Lin Huan declared, you know absolutely nothing about business. The city guards stare in shock. What are you doing? Killing in broad daylight is a capital offense. Lin Huan then looked at him with disdain. Stop being so narcissistic. You're not worth getting my hands dirty. With that, he channeled his inner energy into his hand, did something to the wooden board, and flashed a triumphant smile. He raised the wooden board and announced, "In 2 days, a treasure market will open outside the city where people and merchants can trade directly, cutting out the middleman." Du Than and his cronies sneered at his idea. "Then how is this different from the usual market?" Lin Huan explained smugly. "The treasure market will have a big event. A discount of 1 wen for every 20 wen spent, and 3 wen for every 50 wen. The Black Citadel smirked, knowing this event would attract buyers, but merchants would never agree. And as he predicted, the merchants paled, realizing they'd lose money on every sale. Better to sell to the association. Lin Huan then calmly announced that he would personally cover all the discount costs, leaving the merchants stunned in disbelief. Fund it himself? Upon hearing the words, "cover the losses," the gang's faces fell in surprise. Immediately, they burst into mocking laughter. "Are you out of your mind?" Losing now worriedly whispers, "Brother Lin, isn't investing your own money too much? Losing money for reputation? It's never been done before," they said. But Lin Huan replied, "I absolutely won't lose money. I'll squeeze silver from those merchant guild tycoons." He was still a little uneasy. Lin Huan waved his hand. "No more talk. Someone will come to discuss it with you. I'll be going now." Watching him leave, Liu Xing couldn't help but praise him. "Brother Lin is a true man. His back is so broad." Xiaosa's group in the capital began to feel uneasy. Where did he get so many strange tricks? Meanwhile, the merchants were overjoyed. "Lord Lin is so righteous. I misjudged him. I've decided to support him from now on." But no one saw the faint, triumphant smile on Lin Huan's face as he entered. His efforts had finally paid off. Looking at the system panel, he couldn't help but smile. Fame points increased by 1527, letting me choose my role again. Finally, the day of the market arrived, with soldiers standing guard to prevent any disruptions. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. "Do you really think they'll lower the prices? Isn't it just raising the price and then lowering it? That's so unethical." "You don't understand. Have you not seen the price list?" the man asked, surprised. "The price list?" The man beside him happily handed over a sheet of paper. "Look, everything is clearly priced. This is amazing. Almost half the price of the city. And this too. Should I buy more letters? Why aren't you saying anything?" But before he could turn around, he was left in the dust. "Here's the price list. I'm going shopping first." He angrily shouted, "Hey, you're all cutting in line. Stop!" At that moment, a hand touched the man's shoulder, further irritating him. "Who dares stand in my way? Throw them aside," Lord Dusung coldly commands. "Everyone, I have an announcement." Liu Shang stepped forward, asking disdainfully, "A merchant association, causing trouble?" Du Chung smirked. "Not causing trouble? Just announcing that all the money exchanges in Jindu are temporarily closed, so no one will issue banknotes for the treasure market for merchants or for customers." He deviously announced, "It's nothing major, just that for the next few days, silver taels can't be exchanged for notes or ledgers. If you happen to get robbed on the way home with all that silver, don't blame the banks." Lin Huan emerges, glaring. "Is this an open threat?" Du Than smirks triumphantly. "Lord Lin might have power, but even a dragon can't suppress a local snake. We're still in charge here." The merchants were dejected. "Indeed, Lord Lin is only here for a few days, but we'll always have to answer to the Merchant Guild. Oh well, we'll just have to take the loss." He clapped his hands, saying that even a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. "I know exactly what you're worth. Today, I'll show you what a strong dragon and a local snake really are." Immediately, soldiers rolled out a red carpet, creating an imposing sight. Lin Huan smirked, realizing the auction house had not only offered many incentives, but had also invited a spokesperson. Instantly, 2 large palanquins carried by 8 men were placed on the ground, and everyone silently watched to see who had arrived. Without delay, 2 beautiful figures emerged from the palanquins, followed by a loud announcement, "Welcome, 7th Princess and Qingxuan Princess." Everyone cheered. "They're royal princesses. Jushin Bao is amazing to even get princesses to come. They're so powerful, it's like the royal family is backing them." Lin Huan stepped forward, challenging, "You say dragons are strong? These 2 princesses are of the royal dragon bloodline. You say earthworms? The royal family is the biggest earthworm of all." He then slapped the man's face, adding, "And you're just a worm. What are you posturing for?" Enraged, Dusheng retorted, "You have a princess backing you." But Lin Huan cut him off. "And you have the imperial aunt, so bring her out here." Seeing his silence, Lin Huan added, "Don't dare to show her? Need a hand?" With that, he declared, "Everyone, The Commerce Guild's money house has been intimidating you all because they're in league with the Imperial Ant. Duthan is afraid. No, that's not true, everyone. Disperse. Then Huan told the people, so don't worry. The royal family will stand up to guarantee your safety. The crowd shouts, that's right. Can the Merchant Association be bigger than the royal family? Unable to do anything, Duthan turns away in resentment. Fine, you're good, let's go. But just then, Lin Huan shouted, did I say you could leave? Du Cheng panicked. What are you doing? Everyone's watching, don't you dare. Lin Huan then looked at the crowd and asked, everyone, did you see anything? Surely no one would be shameless enough to block someone's business? The crowd chimed in. No, we didn't see anything. Lin Huang smirked, giving the order, good, take action. Immediately behind him, the sound of whips lashing flesh echoed. Duthan was beaten, black and blue, crying out in pain. Stop, please stop. The Kim. Dubank is really out of money. After hearing Dothan's miserable cries, Lam Huan finally ordered the soldiers to stop, then recounted how all the gold and silver in the treasury had been quickly moved away by someone higher up the night before. Lin Huan smirked, thinking that the Empress was truly afraid and wary of him. The lackeys echoed his thoughts. Indeed, Lord Lin, we're not trying to cause trouble, but we're left with no choice. Lord Lin, perhaps you should close this loss-making venture and cooperate with us instead. He then said, cooperation? Do I need it? Losing money? Absolutely not. Today, I'll show you what a real distribution channel merchant is capable of. The mongrels didn't understand what he was talking about. The distribution master reveals his high-level tactics, and signs bearing the images of two princesses are presented, along with announcements from Lin Huan. Everyone gasped in astonishment, pointing and murmuring, look, what is that? Someone exclaimed that the watermelon had the endorsement of the Juxin pill, which was as good as a princess's or royal endorsement. Who does Watermelon Queen belong to? Quick, go grab a spot, and with that, they rushed off to secure the best locations. Duthan stares blankly as Lin Huan explains that advertising is about letting the world know, and advertising with the princess's endorsement is the most credible of all. Du Sung finally understands, so this was the real reason for making the princess the spokesperson? He hesitates, but this advertising cost is definitely not cheap. Not every small business can afford it. That's right, and advertising is only profitable when done on a large scale. A huge ad like this looks impressive, but it's useless. He smirked. Who told you there were only a few types of advertising? Show them what we've got. Following Lin Huan's lead, the soldiers quickly presented a series of photos showcasing their advertising channels, and Lin Huan announced loudly to the officials, bulk advertising rentals are now available. Come take a look, merchants. Before he could react, everyone immediately cut in, shouting, I'll buy. I want to advertise. Me too. No one cut in line. Seeing the crowd swarm Lim Huan, Duthan conceded, we give up. We've lost this round. He finally admitted that they were inferior in every way, business acumen, tactics, and work ethic. Before they could leave, Lin Huan quickly stepped forward and called out, everyone, please stop. Pulling out some kind of book, he said, you must be wondering how I've created so many business miracles. The secret is in this book, and now I'm giving it to you. Let's make money together and share the rewards. Du Cheng is shocked. What? You're just giving us such an important secret? Lin Huan then added, there's only one condition, sever all business ties with the Emperor's aunt. From today on, I will establish the Lin Family Business Alliance, and I welcome you all to join and discuss business together. The Kwans quickly changed their tune. I'm in. After seeing your moves in Jindu, I'm already sold. Me too. When it comes to business, I only trust you, Mr. Lin. Satisfied, Lin Huan had completely dismantled the Imperial Ant's power in Kimdo, finally free to embark on his next journey. And with the establishment of the Lin Family Business Alliance, his reputation had grown immensely. Meanwhile, at the Saintess's residence, having finished his business, Lin Huan arrives. He looks at the system panel, finally ready to get down to business. Taking out the vial, Huan said to himself, New Commerce City, don't fail my expectations. Quickly, drink this. Lin Huan held on to hope. Saintess, wake up soon. As he gave her the medicine, Lin Huan wondered, what secrets are you hiding? We'll know soon enough. The system then quickly updated her condition. Very well, all the blocked meridians have been cleared and her pulse is healthy again. Now the Holy Maiden's body can finally circulate blood and energy as before. Taking her pulse, Lin Huan quickly located a key point in her bloodstream. Finally, he channeled his inner energy, drawing blood from her hand, satisfied that the poison had been completely purged. Then Lin Huan couldn't hide his joy. Wake up, now is the time. But contrary to his expectations, the Saintess remained motionless, as if nothing had happened. Lin Huan began to sweat with worry. That's not right. She should be awake. Seeing her hand twitch slightly, Lin Huan suddenly wondered if she was faking it. Then he tickled her nose with a leaf. Hey, I know you're awake. Stop pretending. Or do you not want me to know your secret? Seeing that the saintess still didn't react, Lin Huan began to plot something. In that case, don't blame me for being heartless. He threatened, bringing his lips close to the scientist. If you don't wake up, I'm going to kiss you. The closer he gets, the more awkward he feels, but she still won't wake up. Not giving up, he pulls out a sock and tickles her feet. I don't believe it. Your sister has plenty of ways. Lin Huan smirked. You brought this on yourself. When I get perverted, even I'm scared. Immediately after, he tickled her feet relentlessly with leaves. The holy maiden never expected him to do this, and finally, unable to bear it, she quickly retracted her foot and shouted, Enough! Annoyed, the holy maiden retorted, You dare violate the noble princess of the royal family? Lin Huan replied coldly, No, the former royal princess, and one who likes to play with poison. The saintess was startled. Don't you dare slander me, he retorted. If it were truly slander, a normal person would refute it first, not rush to scold. Lin Huan adds, Furthermore, considering this strange poison, which only induces sleep with no other side effects, and your feigned slumber after being cured, I can only conclude this. But why would you poison yourself, turning yourself into a target for every faction? Then, pointing at her, he coldly stated, I'm certain this is a diversion tactic. You're just a figurehead for the Great Way, used to conceal the real secret and buy time. The holy maiden said coldly, Looks like you're a smart one. Lin Huan was secretly shocked. How could she suddenly seem like a different person? She then changed her expression, saying, You're about 80 or 90% correct, so I don't need to pretend anymore. So many are easily fooled, yet you see the truth. A rare talent indeed. With that, the holy maiden grabbed his collar, startling Lin Huan. She wants him beneath her, whispering sweet temptations. I value talent, so be my strategist. I promise you riches and glory. When the Great Way is restored, you'll be my prime minister. At that moment, Zilan burst through the door. Lin Huang, I heard you found a way to detoxify. But seeing the blush-inducing scene before them, both she and Xiao Luo were stunned into silence. Seeing the scene before them, both Zilan and Xiao Luo trembled with rage, and even the holy maiden was shocked. Ouch, Lin Huan glanced over, startled. His wives were still in that compromising position, driving Zilan even madder. She growled, Lin Huan! Of course, Lin Huan was beaten to a pulp for his romantic entanglements, but even with a swollen face, he tried to explain. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Zilan questioned, So you knew about the secret, but you refused to give it to the White Lotus sect? How can you call yourself a holy maiden? Xiaolo was annoyed and even dared to seduce Lin Huan. Zilan added, Furthermore, Lin Huan would never be a strategist for Great Way. We don't want to restore a cannibalistic society. Xiaolo quickly added, That's right, it would be better to let Luo family village establish a country. The saintess then said, I have met too many self-proclaimed noble people, but without exception, they all eventually bowed to the bone god. Everything is just a transaction. Do you know what the true foundation of Great Way is? Then she continued, Gold and jewels are too common. Let me talk about elegance. Have you ever seen peerless jade? Have you ever seen a naturally intricate mechanism? The craftsmanship of Great Way is unmatched. Lin Huan added that everything from Qinghua porcelain to exquisite pocket watches and rare stones basically came from him. The holy maiden was silenced, never imagining Lin Huan possessed such things. Helping the holy maiden of the Dao family, he continued, Let's not talk about those things. Let's talk about something practical, like military affairs. Look at this blade of mine, made of extraterrestrial iron, forged by the strongest blacksmith of the time. But then, Lin Huan quickly struck, severing the weapon. The holy maiden was shocked, and with a dark face, Lin Huan said, Real weapons of war must be mass-produced. No matter how skilled a blacksmith is, they can't compare to machines. She shouted, losing her patience. So what do you want? Fame? Fortune? I can give you anything. Martial arts techniques, elixirs of immortality, beautiful maids, just name it, and I can provide it all, Xiaoluo scoffed. Martial arts techniques. The most powerful techniques of the Great Way were originally ours. From Lan added, elixirs of immortality. As for the Yili poison manual, Lin Huan understands it far better than you, and he certainly doesn't need any beautiful maids. With that, the two simultaneously kissed Lin Huan on both cheeks, leaving him in a blissful daze. Seeing his dominance, the holy maiden grew wary, cautiously stepping back as Lin Huan pressed forward, his voice cold. I'm only interested in the secrets of Great Way. Do you truly not know? The saintess trembled, quickly saying, I really don't know. Then putting on a pitiful act, she pleaded, Please, don't force me. Sholo couldn't hold back any longer. Stop acting pitiful, I hate women like you. Zilan added angrily, Don't seduce my husband. Ugly woman, take this. And with that, the two girls lunged at the saintess. A catfight erupts, startling Lin Huan, and the holy maiden finally yields. I'll talk. I know the way. Let me lead you. Just stop messing around. Lam Hoan laughed triumphantly, saying they could have avoided all this trouble if they'd just spoken up sooner. But just then, something suddenly yanked Lin Huan into the sky, startling him. It was the Zither Master. She just tossed Lin Huan onto a rooftop, leaving him in pain. He looked at Qinzhang and asked, What's so urgent that you had to drag me away like that? She held out a letter just received by carrier pigeon. Big trouble. The Guardian succinctly summarized the situation. The Prime Minister is in deep trouble. Hearing this, Lin Huan was stunned, as if transported back to the past. 2 weeks prior, in the capital city, on a night like any other, a voice echoed in a deserted alley. Are you certain you received this mission? 3 unfamiliar figures responded. Of course, the man gave a stern warning to ensure the goods' safety. Jinsheng quickly replied, Rest assured, no one in the Jianghu is a match for our Daying pavilion. The man then turned to the girl beside him. Miss, please go with them. Hongzhu was surprised. Father won't be coming with us? The man hastily replied, Don't worry, the master has his reasons. Just go to West Reed City with peace of mind. Hongzhu hesitated, but Lin Huan interjected, You mean Guozi entrusted the Falcon Pavilion to escort his daughter, Guo Hongshui, to West Lu City for refuge? Cam Tang replied, That's right. He frowned, lost in thought. Entrusting his daughter to the Falcon Pavilion, an underground force, showed that the open factions could no longer be trusted. The Prime Minister is surrounded by enemies, making things difficult. Qintang then handed over a piece of paper saying, It's not just the Prime Minister who's in trouble, I'm afraid the entire court is in danger. Seeing Lin Huan's confusion, she elaborated. Because our Daying Tower was ambushed in Zilu City. The attackers were from the army, and they clearly wanted to use Guo Hongshui as a hostage to send a warning to the Prime Minister. Reading the letter, Lin Huan wondered, Did the Imperial Ant act, or was it the Emperor and his brothers? Is Guo Hongshui safe? Qintang replied, They acted together, and we used all our strength to protect Guo Hongshui. At this, Lin Huan frowned. Now, only the Prime Minister's faction serves the people, and they're in danger. Who knows, the princess and her allies may have already made their move. Immediately, Lin Fan grew anxious. If the Prime Minister falls, the Southern Inspection Tour will be in danger. He suspects the princess's previous shallow attacks were just a stall for time. The more Lin Huan thinks, the more anxious he becomes. It's Zhao H's reinforcements. We need to retreat quickly. Just then, a tremor like an earthquake shook the ground where they stood, stunning Lin Huan. From afar, soldiers marched resolutely toward him, raising a cloud of dust. Each one emanated a palpable killing intent. Lin Huan turned to look, his face darkening. Too late. I was too slow. As he spoke, one of the soldiers abruptly reined in his horse. He then loudly proclaimed the decree. Traitor Lin Huan, receive your sentence. As he spoke, he raised his bow and arrow, aiming at him. Lin Huan and his cohorts have wreaked havoc on the nation, harmed the people, and colluded with foreign powers. Crimes unforgivable. He said coldly, This is just great. The reputation I've always wanted has finally arrived, though not in a positive way. Looking at the wanted poster with disdain, he thought, Indeed, this is the style of the Empress. Isn't this how she declares her grasp on the world? Zilan shouted, Lin Huan, let's break through the encirclement. We will follow you forever. Zhalo added, That's right, we'll follow you. He turned back, saying seriously, You don't need to force yourselves to follow me. Survival on this journey is rare, and death is abundant. If the heavens defy me, then I shall rebel. Lam Huan smirks. The court had changed hands. The one on the throne was no longer the emperor. Prince Yu declared, My dear brother is still unwell, so I will oversee matters. If you have something to report, then speak. If not, then withdraw. But behind the curtain, a cough startles him, and the imperial ant gestures languidly from behind the jade screen, as if to speak. Prince Yu then awkwardly said, Right, there's one more thing to announce. Considering the recent natural disaster, there will be some personnel changes, and I will meet with each of you individually to discuss the details. Upon hearing this, the loyal subjects below paled, realizing the times had changed. Meanwhile, Lu Xing's carriage swiftly left the city gates, his expression calm. The soldiers rushed towards the carriage. Lin Huan is here. Surround them. Understood, Lu Xing shouts. Who dares attack Princess Qingjuan and the 7th princess of the court? One of the soldiers gritted his teeth, noting the suspicious timing. He shouted, Of course it's a coincidence. Because of you, the capital has become a dangerous place, so I must escort the 2 princesses out of here. Then Qing Xuan, sitting in the carriage, said, Let's go. Don't waste any more time. The soldier stared intently at the carriage, sensing something was wrong. These deep tracks. More than 2 people must be inside. No sooner had he thought it than he swung his sword. My apologies, princesses, but Lin Huan must die. From inside the carriage, Ngachfan quickly blocks the sword with her hand as Lu Huang angrily shouts, You dare attack a princess? What are you plotting? The Wu King and the royal family will never forgive you. Seeing this, knowing he'd been framed, he was furious, but ultimately knelt down to accept the blame. I deserve 1,000 deaths. I was just too eager to catch the thief. These are the best steeds in the camp. Please accept them, and I hope we haven't delayed you. But nearby, a carriage sped along, carrying Lin Huan, who playfully mocked him. The soldier finally realizes it's a diversion, and orders his men to give chase toward Lin Huan's group. Meanwhile, Liu Xing and the 2 princesses wore suspicious expressions. After a moment, the 4 of them mounted their horses and galloped away. Once they were a good distance away, they immediately removed their masks. Zilan was delighted, a feint within a feint, a false array. My husband is as elegant as a god, Qinsang said with a smile. I wouldn't know how to say such flowery things. My Lin Huan is amazing. He happily looked around, knowing it was all thanks to Zhen Yufen's gifted disguise, without which none of this would be possible. Ngok Fan was worried, not happy. Sadly, I can only disguise those of similar build. Splitting our forces like this, I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Lin Huan quickly spurred his horse forward, declaring they would all reunite in 3 months to head south and investigate. For now, they must hurry to White City, the stronghold of Zilan. According to the map, these locations are all close to each other. Lo Family Village, White City, and the territory of King Wu. After some time, they finally stopped at a lush green meadow. A weary Lin Huan asked, Are you sure White City is in this desolate mountain region? Zilua quickly replied, Of course I wouldn't lie to you. Then, to prove she wasn't mistaken, she pointed in the other direction. Following Zilan's direction, they see a peaceful village appear before them. Lin Huan remarked with amusement, Indeed, a wonderful place, like an oasis in the desert. Zilan told him, My people have lived here for years. Before they could celebrate, Qintang suddenly noticed something and shouted, Ambush! As soon as she spoke, something long and serpentine attacked them. Lin Huan drew his sword and coldly declared, I'll take them down now. But the creature immediately coiled around his sword, startling him. What is that? At that moment, it finally revealed its sharp fangs, lunging towards Lin Huan. Zillo quickly noticed her urgency and shouted a warning, Be careful, it's a 5-step snake. But it seemed too late. The snake had already bitten Lin Huan hard on the arm. At that moment, a voice echoed, The all-powerful Lim, I see only a lost mortal. Zilan immediately recognized him. It was Guangmu Heavenly King. She gritted her teeth in frustration. You're one of the White Lotus sect's 4 guardian kings. Why are you attacking my guest? Guangmu Heavenly King smirked. Ning Zilan, your surrendered followers are no more. Now it is the heretic leader who leads the White Lotus sect. As for your guest, Lin Huan has been poisoned by my serpent. You'd best surrender. Xintang and Yufen rushed over with the antidote, but as her sword struck, a loud clang rang out, as if hitting a metal container, and the man was unharmed. Meanwhile, Yufen lunges at him, but Guangwu Heavenly King blocks her attack and strikes her chest with a swift blow. Gok Fan and Cam Tang were both blown away. They were no match for him. Guangmu Heavenly King smirked. How naive. Did you think only one of the 4 Heavenly Kings would come? Vice Ravana laughs. Good friends, our meeting is fate. Please come with us. Virudaka glares. Only 3 of you can still fight. You have no chance of winning. At that moment, several grenades flew through the air toward them, followed by a massive explosion that lit up the sky. Lin Huan coldly asks, The 3 of you, have you forgotten me? He rolls up his sleeves, nonchalantly adding that snake venom is nothing, as the store has plenty of antidotes. Zilan anxiously approaches. Are you all right? You've already detoxified, Lin Huan said calmly. It's just a scratch. I'm fine. Where did these weirdos come from? She explained, the White Lotus sect's 4 heavenly kings are modeled after the 4 Vajras of Zen Buddhism and are their strongest fighters. According to Zilan, the Guardian King uses twin swords for offense. The Eastern King uses a pipa to aid in battle with sound. The Northern King uses black iron to defend, and the Western King is responsible for clearing the battlefield with poison. Meanwhile, the other 4 scoff, thinking they can defeat us with mere fire and thunder. How naive. Zilan worries that their seamless teamwork in a 4-on-4 fight leaves us with no chance of winning. Lin Huan responded, then we'll eliminate them one by one. And he began to strategize. Meanwhile, Ning Zilan's fierce swordsmanship clashes with Da Wen to break through his defenses, and Ye Jinzang's superior martial arts are evenly matched against the strength of the Growth King. He told Yu Fen to endure the snake venom while he took down the support, and with that, Lin Huan charged towards Dhritarashtra. He scoffed, saying that even though he was support, he wasn't someone a young man like him could control. Immediately, Chiguo Tianwang struck at Lin Huan, sending him flying. Lin Huan was quickly pushed back, but he kept his eyes on his opponent. Zilan spoke up. This isn't good. Their strength has suddenly skyrocketed, unlike anything we've seen before. Xintong wondered how their martial arts could be so powerful despite appearing ordinary. Lin Huan summoned the system, deciding to investigate the inner strength himself. He quickly noticed something strange about the meridians in their bodies. Lin Huan was a little surprised. Were these hidden secondary meridians? And it runs contrary to the main meridians? What kind of dark art are you practicing? Within their bodies flow 2 separate meridian systems. An intriguing discovery for the Guardian King. You noticed? Lin Huan smugly replies, I can do more than notice. I can break it. Hearing this, they burst into laughter. This is our newly acquired, peerless skill. How dare a mere graduate see himself as a great figure? How laughable, Lin Huan calmly replied, while throwing out that pile of medicine. My poison is enough. Dhritarashtra threw his umbrella into the air, smiling. Not to mention whether these poisons can even get close to me? Holding his snake, Dhritarashtra smugly says, even if it gets close, I can neutralize it. If that's all you've got, I suggest you give up now. At that moment, blood suddenly poured from his orifices. The horrified Kamakuten froze, staring as Lin Huan taunted him. Go on? What were you saying? Why are you collapsing? Now, Guangmu lies sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth, as the remaining 3 watch in horror. Lin Huan, what have you done? He calmly replied, you may be able to block the potion, but you can't stop a few little tricks. Lin Huan then looked nearby, adding that there were poisonous snakes and insects. Zilan was now extremely surprised. From what I know, Guangmu is immune to all kinds of poison, so how did you do it? He held up the white bottle and explained that this particular poison can sometimes enhance combat power and is known as a forbidden drug. Zilan wondered if this was the same kind he had used back then. So why didn't Guangmu get stronger but instead collapsed immediately? Lin Huan explains that they've only just learned the dual-channel internal energy technique, and their secondary channels aren't stable yet. He insists that using stimulants will further destabilize the secondary channels, even affecting the primary channel and causing overload. Zhiguo Heavenly King cursed, you wretches. Even if we're 1 short, you still can't beat us. All 3 of them are charging at once. We won't fall for that trick again. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the leader unknowingly stomped on the vial at his feet, and Huan seized the moment to hurl a flame. It was at that moment the fire he'd thrown ignited into a blaze. The 3 heavenly kings were startled, realizing something was wrong. Lin Huan says coldly, I forgot to mention half of that vial was explosive, and I threw it right on the ground. Explosives are a type of poison, too. The Guardian of the East scoffed, a clown's trick, mere fire. We aren't afraid. Lin Huan smirked. You wield iron weapons, true, but your helpers are afraid. Meanwhile, Viruthaka is frantically trying to put out the fire while lamenting, my pipa, my pipa. He then handed the 3 girls some colorful vials, explaining, this is Red Bull, a mild stimulant with no side effects. We can use it to boost our combat power. Without hesitation, they followed his instructions, downing the potion in 1 gulp. Lin Huan then instructed them to coat their weapons with the stimulant, saying that victory would be theirs upon contact. He urged them to show no mercy and charge forward. Davila worried. What should they do? Varudaka gritted his teeth. I can only protect myself. With that, the 3 women regained their spirits and charged toward the enemy. But before they could even strike, the 2 men cried out in fear, Stop! We surrender. We all lost. But of course, the 2 women showed no mercy, and the remaining heavenly kings were trampled into oblivion. The 4 heavenly kings that Zilan feared were now unconscious on the ground, thanks to Lin Huan's guidance. Lin Huan looked at them with satisfaction. The first battle in their escape is a complete victory, and now Dawen Heavenly King is afraid at the sight of him. Your arrogance will be short-lived. Did you think we 4 Heavenly Kings were your only opponents? Upon hearing this, Zilan couldn't help but be startled. This is bad. Could it be those freaks? At that moment, Zilan and Dawen Tianwang spoke in unison. The 8 divisions, a group of strong young men, each bursting with energy. Lin Huan was surprised. What's their background? Zilan explained, the 8 divisions are also known as the 8 legions of the Heavenly Dragon. She continued, in Zen Buddhism, they were originally just 8 types of divine monsters, but the 8 divisions of the White Lotus sect are 8 abandoned children left in the deep mountains from a young age. According to Zilan, they were taken in by the late White Lotus leader and displayed incredible strength and stamina from a young age. Now that they have internal energy, we can't beat even 4 of them without weapons. Lin Huan is nervous. Can you guys still fight? I'm out of explosives, and stimulants probably won't work on these physical monsters. I'm still injured, and it'll be hard to hold on. Lin Huan grabbed his blade, gritted his teeth, and charged forward, yelling, anyone want to step up? Let's go one-on-one. No sooner had he spoken than one of them lunged at him. Judging by his speed, Lin Huan gritted his teeth in surprise. So fast! The enemy strikes without hesitation. Faced with such a powerful foe, Lin Huan was immediately at a disadvantage, and with a single blow, he was sent flying. Lin Huan barely manages to stand, his sword hand bruised and battered. Just as Zilan said, these guys are indeed too strong. Looking at him, he gritted his teeth, unable to stop the sweat from pouring out. This internal energy is absurd. Wait a minute. On second thought, the main and auxiliary meridians run independently, like using the main meridian to bind the auxiliary one. The auxiliary meridian then stimulates the main one, indirectly strengthening it. With a triumphant grin, he says, I get it now. It's like turbocharging an engine. And as for the reverse flow of the meridians, I'm the complete opposite of everyone else. Then Huan looked at Zilan and cheerfully spoke cryptically. My wife, which exercise? Lin Huan rejoiced inwardly. That's right. I don't need to cultivate secondary meridians at all, because all of you here are my secondary meridians. He embraced her. From the intersection of the Ren and Du meridians, help me transfer all of their internal energy. His lips are now about to touch Zilan's blushing face, to transfer her energy to him, that is. And just like that, they locked lips. Despite the dire situation, Zilan couldn't help but feel a sense of sweetness. As Zilan began to channel her inner energy into him, as Lin Huan instructed, a sandstorm kicked up around them. After a moment, they finally broke their kiss, and Zilan's eyes began to blur. Before losing consciousness, she wondered why and quickly asked him, and he caught his wife. Lin Huan felt a pang of guilt. Lend me your strength, and I'll return it to you later. Zilan was still worried, and instead of being cautious, she urged him on. Regardless, be careful. Immediately after, he quickly channeled his inner strength and struck towards the man like lightning. Seeing Lin Huan suddenly grow stronger, he was stunned and full of questions. What? Lam Huan gave him no chance to react, quickly following up with a flurry of attacks, grand fists, diamond fists, but the man possessed incredible power. He suddenly spoke. Wait, and then vanished. In an instant, he delivered a powerful kick to Lin Huan's head from above, leaving him stunned. With this newfound inner power, everything becomes simple for Lin Huan. I can even perfectly mimic your every move from the inside out. He then smugly tells him, I've got your moves now. And with that, Lin Huan vanishes before his eyes. What? He reappears, hoisting the man up and yells, "Da fall for me!" With that, the man was thrown violently away, the ground shaking from the impact. And seeing their comrade fall, the others rushed towards Lin Huan. He wiped his brow, thinking, the 8 divisions' physiques are extraordinary indeed. Just mimicking one move is almost too much for me. It seems borrowing power has its drawbacks. The conversion rate is a bit low, and it's burning through it too fast. Looking at the 2 girls beside Lin Huan, he calculated, there are still 7 left. It seems I'll have to borrow more internal energy. Lin Huan felt helpless. After this, he'd likely face a 3-on-1 assault. Then, he said, feeling wronged, sorry, I need your inner energy. You have to help me. I might have to touch your lips. Is that a problem? We'll figure that out when it's over. He glanced at Ngouk Fan, secretly sweating. Why does she seem so eager? Qin Tang speaks up, saying the Ren and Du meridians have 2 intersections, so lips aren't necessary, right? Lin Huan was startled, forcing a smile as he realized her intentions. This won't do. Just using the lips is enough. Qin Zhang quickly embraces him, so she knew all along. Why was she being so shy? Immediately after, she quickly placed a burning kiss upon Lin Huan's lips. Nokfan looked on shyly, covering her mouth to keep from crying out. Immediately, Lin Huan was pulled away by a strong force, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gotch Fan wouldn't be outdone, and immediately kissed him even more deeply than Cam Tang. Lin Huan inwardly groaned, feeling like he was being used. Regretfully leaving his lips, Ngok Fan shyly said, "My inner energy has been fully transferred to you, Sir Lin." "Sir, please be careful and don't get hurt." Qintang waved her hand. "Don't waste any more time, go and fight." It was then that Lin Huan remembered, "Oh right, I'm on my way." But in truth, the real reason she was rushing Lin Huan off was to hide the embarrassment on her face. Spotting his target, Lin Huan points to a large, imposing figure. "You're strong!" He immediately stepped forward, ready to fight, and Lin Huan channeled his inner strength, charging towards his opponent with fierce momentum. "Then come at me." The Guardian King thought to himself, last time Lin Huan had used all his strength to barely win, and he was so proud of it. But there wouldn't be such a miracle a second time. Of course, Lin Huan was no match for the 8 generals, or so he thought. But before he could finish his sentence, the giant was sent crashing to the ground, spitting blood, shocking the 2 onlookers who were filled with murderous intent. With a contemptuous laugh, Lin Huan retorted, "How am I so sure?" He eyed them, adding, "To be honest, your inner strength is indeed formidable. Some of your meridians have unlocked more space for storing internal energy." The others were shocked. "This aura, when did you learn the ancient divine art?" Lam Huan scoffed. "Ancient true technique? What a corny name." Then he turned to the others. "No need for formalities, come at me all at once. 1 against 6, I don't mind. Guangmu." Heavenly King gritted his teeth. As expected of youthful arrogance, even with ancient cultivation, there's no need to be so conceited. Lin Huan casually taunts them, saying they should try him and see. Immediately after, they all rushed toward him. They certainly didn't hold back, for in their eyes, Lin Huan was now a formidable opponent. Yet he didn't even react, letting their blows rain down on him. Finally, after a moment, Lin Huan said, "With great inner strength, a simple move is enough to unleash its power." He quickly gathered his inner strength and shouted, "Inner force release." As soon as Lin Huan unleashed his final move, all 8 members collapsed, unable to rise, leaving the Heavenly Kings in a panic. This isn't good. How can you have such immense inner energy? No, not just you. Humans shouldn't be able to possess such power. With amusement, Lin Huan explains, "That's why I said you've clearly cultivated 1 ring of secondary meridians, so why not cultivate more? Martial arts are truly profound." Dejected, they concede, admitting that he is a martial arts prodigy and that the future of the Jianghu may no longer have a place for them. At that moment, the system appears, announcing the activation of the final reputation quest line. Martial artists, vying for supremacy, seeking to restore the balance of the martial world, increase their influence, and leave behind their own legends. He wonders, oh, the final quest, so the ultimate level of fame is the martial world itself. Suddenly a loud voice startled everyone. "They're on the mountain after them." Who could that be? One of them suddenly remembers. The 4 heavenly kings, the 8 legions followed by the 18 bronze men, the 36 dharma protectors, and the 72 bodhisattvas. Overwhelmed by so many enemies, Lin Huan exclaims, "We have to run!" As night falls, Lin Huan and his group choose an abandoned temple to rest after their escape. He remains vigilant, observing their surroundings. No pursuers are here. Everyone can rest for a bit. Zilan worried that Chu Chung would never get in, as her influence within the White Lotus sect was almost completely gone. Only then did Lin Huan sit down, relieved. "All right. I still have some inner energy left over. I'll return it to you now." The 3 girls blushed, each recalling those awkward moments. Zilan didn't even dare to look him in the eye, saying this was a matter for Sai Heng to discuss in private. Yufen quickly waved her hand, saying, "I don't need it. Give it back to you, my lord." Even Qinqiang couldn't help but blush and scold him, "You lecher." Lin Huan was dumbfounded, saying, "I can't let you run around without any internal strength. Cultivation isn't easy. Why won't you take it back?" His face turned sly as he recalled how to transfer inner energy. Could it be because transferring energy requires... The 3 girls were mortified and shouted, "Shut up," as Qinzang sternly said. "I suddenly remember, long ago there was a demonic practice in the martial world that seems very similar to your current method of circulating energy." According to her, a nameless merchant with many concubines acquired a dual cultivation technique in middle age, rapidly increasing his inner strength and martial prowess, captivating the entire Jianghu. The wealthy merchant then held a martial arts competition. with the secret manual as the prize. The winner received the manual and began to cultivate it, but within 3 days he went mad and died. Those who later possessed the manual also perished, and so that dual cultivation art was classified as forbidden demonic practice. Lin Huan wondered if that wealthy merchant, like him, had reversed meridians, so only he could cultivate it. Qin Song replied, "That's right, but of course that's just my guess and it still needs to be verified." He thought to himself, if he could really cultivate that technique, wouldn't the system's ultimate mission be completed in an instant? Qin Song recognized him instantly, and seeing your expression, you seem to desire that secret manual. It's currently sealed at Wind Shadow Slope. Do you dare venture there? Upon hearing this name, the other three exclaimed in unison, "Wind Shadow Slope!" Lin Huan then laughed bitterly. "What's Fong An Fa?" Zilan was furious. "You don't even know, so why were you acting surprised with us?" Zilan then explained it to Lin Huan. The Wind Shadow Slope is located in Xia Province, the most chaotic place in the northwest where murder and robbery are commonplace. As she explained, Xiazhou had no government and no leaders among the people, only gangs fighting day and night. And Fengying Slope was Xiazhou's most brutal arena, where those at the end of their rope would compete in martial arts, vying for meager food and money. Qin Song added that it also held countless martial arts manuals, and the Moonlit Assembly had tried to find them several times, but all attempts ended in failure. At that moment, Lin Huan suddenly stood up. "We have time before the 3 paths converge. We should have called for White Lotus reinforcements, but we can't get any." He figures, why not just subdue the lunatics of Fengying Slope? Subduing the lunatics of Xia Province, the most dangerous place in the Jianghu, would surely have the greatest impact. Hearing this, Zilan was shocked and stammered. Are you crazy?" Lin Huan added, "Then it's settled, but first I must ensure you have some means of self-defense." That night, blush-inducing sounds echoed through the dilapidated temple. "No, stop, my lord, you lecher." The next day, before setting off, they paused to talk. Yufen spoke up. "Lord Lin, let's split up here." Lin Huan replied, "The most important thing now is to gather all of Ning Zilan's remaining forces, in case the situation spirals out of control." Zilan added, "Yufen, only you, with your talent for disguise, can move about without raising suspicion." Yufen was determined. "I will complete my mission and return to Lord Ning and Lord Lin as soon as possible." He then added, "As for us, we must head to Xia Province." Qin Zhang replied, "But this path won't be easy." Xilan then pointed ahead, explaining that before them lay the forbidden zone of life and death, the Forbidden Forest, a natural barrier that divided mountains and rivers. Because of this, neither the imperial court nor the martial world can easily set foot there, so we have to take a detour. And so, they journeyed onward until, after half a day, they reached a dense forest. Lin Huan wiped his brow, noting the late hour. "Let's set up camp here and replenish our strength with some rations." He noticed Zilan acting strangely and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" But she seemed reluctant, with her head bowed. "It's nothing." He quickly spots the problem and removes her shoe. "Let me see." Zilan hesitated. "No, not here." She couldn't bear to watch as Huan held her foot, her cheeks flushing crimson. Zila softly tells him, "It's just a small wound. I'm fine. I'm not some weak girl. I'm used to injuries." As Lin Huan takes out the medicine, he happily says, "That's right. You're not a weak girl, but you are my wife." At that moment, a strange sound cut through the wind, unlike anything they'd heard before. Qinsong and Lin Huan both noticed it and quickly became alert. Qinsong quickly signaled an ambush, and Lin Huan coldly prepared to fight. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people rushed up from afar, ready to die. Lin Huan quickly realized they were just a few amateurs unskilled in martial arts, and with Zilan injured, he and Qinsong swiftly leapt into battle together. His hands moved swiftly, and Lin Huan struck hard at the enemy's pressure points, instantly paralyzing several of them. He casually brushed his hands off, wondering where these people came from. There weren't any villages nearby, and their martial arts were so poor, why would they dare attack them? At that moment, one of them seemed to go mad, his eyes rolling back as he pulled a flare from his pocket and fired it into the sky. Startled, Huan looked up at the light. Something's not right. They're just bait. Hearing the commotion and eerie sounds, he becomes more alert. They're trying to lure something here. In the distance, a massive pack of wolves and a swarm of red-eyed bats rush toward Lin Huan. He observes them with binoculars. The beasts are charging this way with ferocious momentum, a monster wave. Seeing the plump wolves, he knew something was wrong and told everyone, "This beast tide is being controlled. Someone is hunting us. We have to leave now." At that moment, a tremor shook the ground beneath them. Looking around, Lin Huan realized, it seems we're trapped. We've been surrounded. Now, a deadly danger lurks within the vast forest, unknown to all. Lin Huan suspects that whoever it is, they don't want them to reach Jia province and have set up layers of defense. He then carried Zilan on his back, startling her. "Let me down. I can walk on my own." Lin Huan retorted, "No, your leg is injured. It's best not to put it on the ground for the rest of the way." Startled, she asked his meaning, to which Lin Huan quickly replied, "That's right, we must enter the forbidden forest." Immediately after, he and Qin Chang soared across the water. "No matter how strange the forbidden forest is, we have to try. The wolves have arrived, but Lin Huan and the others are long gone." Losing their tasty prey, they angrily howled, the sound echoing through the forest. At that moment, a dark figure soared through the air, carrying a murderous intent towards the pack of wolves. In that instant, the wolf was impaled through the head by a sharp object, letting out a pained cry before collapsing dead. The wolf-slaying youth exuded power, the tiger rider radiating deadly intent. Seeing their leader fall so easily, the remaining wolves fled without looking back. Meanwhile, Lin Huan and the others covered their faces with cloth. This forbidden forest is too stifling. The air is toxic and breathing is extremely difficult. Qinzhang loosened her collar, trying to cool down, thinking that if that was all, they could still safely cross Qin Forest. But at that moment, something strange slowly emerged from the bushes behind the leaves. The object hurtled toward Lin Huan, who remained oblivious, but Qinzhang quickly sensed the danger. She cried out, "Careful!" as she dove to push Lin Huan down, narrowly avoiding danger. Her clothes, loosened from the heat, shifted as she fell, and sharp thorns from the ground vines pierced her, causing her to wince in pain. Quickly, Huan drapes his cloak over her shoulders, and she politely thanks him, wondering if the attack was human-made. Could there be natives in the forbidden forest? Judging by the needle stuck in the tree, it's like a giant bee's stinger, but with the power of a wild beast. In any case, let's find it. Before he could finish, Lin Huan was horrified by the scene before him. Behind Qinzhang, a creature with a gaping mouth full of teeth and saliva lunged towards her. The creature resembled a crocodile, its powerful jaws opening wide enough to swallow both girls whole. Lam Huan quickly grabbed the rope and rushed forward, shouting in alarm. "Watch out!" The giant crocodile's mouth snapped shut, its teeth sending shivers down the spine. And just like that, Lin Huan was injured protecting Qinzhang. He clutched his arm in pain, wincing. Qinzhang, unaware of what happened, cautiously opened her eyes. The sight before her shocked her. Lin Huan's arm was caught in the giant crocodile's jaws. He had sacrificed himself to save her. Qinzhang cried out in shock, "Lin Huan!" Lin Huan replied coldly, "I'm fine. You and Zilan quickly escaped to safety." Kunqi worriedly hesitated. How could he be unharmed after the earth dragon bit his arm? Slowly pulling his hand away, he reassured her, "It's all right. I can temporarily use my inner force to protect myself and minimize the damage." Looking at the massive beast before him, he smirked. "Crocodiles actually don't have that strong of a bite force." Zilan and Qintang were shocked to hear this. A weak bite force? Lin Huang disdainfully watches the massive creature approach, realizing this is its true hunting technique. Immediately after, Lin Huan drops to one knee and begins to use his inner strength to twist and tear. The tearing force is the key to a crocodile's hunting, so I'll use their own tactic against them. As soon as he said that, the crocodile clamped down on Lin Huang's arm and spun violently, stunning the two girls. Is that even possible? I've been adventuring for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen that. Lian Huan taunts the crocodile with a sharp rock. "You've got short arms, stop struggling." With that, he repeatedly struck the crocodile's head, causing it to thrash wildly. After a while, the crocodile finally succumbed. It lay flattened on the ground, blood everywhere. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Huan sighed, frowning. This thick skin and rough flesh almost killed me. Turning his gaze to the two girls, Lin Fan could finally smile. Was it over? Wait a minute. The scene before him left Lin Fan stunned. The two girls were being intimate in the middle of the jungle, a sight that left Lin Huan stunned and sweating. What's happening now? At that moment, a strange smoke filled the air, startling Lin Huan. He quickly realized the problem. Covering his mouth, it was definitely a poison released by the thorns. Seeing the two girls being intimate, Lin Huan felt helpless. Unsure of the poison's composition, he had no choice but to force it out with his inner energy. He picks them both up, annoyed that he's completely exhausted after that fight. Normally, carrying them both would be no problem, but now he has to force his energy to circulate, forcing out the toxins to heal them. Zilan was drenched in sweat, her body burning from the poison's effects, while Qing Song tore at her clothes, crying out, "It's so hot, so hot." After getting them both to a cave, Lin Huan exhaled, knowing he could only heal them here. Once inside, he channeled his inner energy, transferring it into their bodies, protecting their souls and circulating their energy. Immediately, Lin Huan channeled his inner energy into Zilan through her hand, as she struggled, sweating from the pain now consuming her body. After a while, Zilan finally awoke, coughing a few times. Lin Huan anxiously asked if she was all right. She quickly replied, "I'm fine. Hurry and save Ye Qin Kong." Qin Kong was still unconscious, her complexion even worse than Zilan's. Concentrating his inner energy, Lin Huan began to channel it through his fingertips to heal Qin Chang, but inexplicably, the energy within her body surged back, striking him and sending him flying. He gritted his teeth. "What is this? Her meridians are all misaligned? My inner energy can't get through. It's all being reflected back." Zilan is stunned. Misaligned meridians should make internal cultivation impossible. She's shocked. Wait, misaligned meridians yet so powerful? Could she be the elusive Zhuanzhen demoness, a name whispered throughout the martial world yet never seen? Legend says her misaligned meridians allow her to bypass cultivation restrictions, making her a living library mastering all styles but suffering a backlash every 3 years. She had to rest for a year before reappearing in the martial world. He recalled their first meeting. She was weak and wounded, but the second time, she was fine. I wondered about that at the time. He looked at Qin Chang and said, "There's no mistaking it. Ye Qin Chang is the Zhuanzhen demoness. Zilan sadly says that there must be another way to save her. If you and she become one, it will help her operate her meridians without hindrance, forcing out the toxins." She added that it could also build secondary meridians for her, achieving ancient true power and preventing the backlash that occurs every 3 years. Lin Huan was shocked and stammered, "Become one?" This revelation startled Lin Huan, and he quickly asked again, looking at the dying Qin Kang. Lin Huan felt guilty. Even if it was dual cultivation, this was still a matter between a man and a woman. Was she really okay with this? Zilan urged him, saying that saving a life was paramount and other things could be considered later. If they didn't act immediately, there would be no chance. Lin Huan frowned and said seriously, "No, this is a matter of principle. We need consent from everyone involved." At that moment, a weak hand reached out and grabbed Lin Huan's hand. She spoke softly, "You may." Lin Huan looked at Qin Chang, surprised. "Qin Chang." Qin Chang looked at Lin Huan, panting, then struggled to say, If it's possible, then do it." Zilan grew even more anxious. "There are no more problems now. Begin." Lin Huan quickly agreed. He then began to tear off her clothes, leaning close to her, saying, "Ye Qin Chang, I'm sorry." Qin Chang gritted her teeth, her face etched with indescribable pain, her eyes struggling to hold back tears. And soon after, their inner strength began to converge, their auras quickly merging. After that, they merged together. Lin Huan calculated that the secondary meridian had formed. Qin Chang lay on the ground, the pain bringing tears to her eyes. Outside, a wolf has found their hiding place and is closing in, its eyes burning red as it snarls at the cave entrance. Inside, Zilo quickly sensed danger and cried out a warning, but having just healed Qin Chang, Lin Huan was temporarily dazed, clutching his head in shock. Qin Sang quickly said with concern, "Don't move. All your inner energy is helping me neutralize the poison. Rest." Immediately afterward, Zilan charged forward with her sword, ready to face the enemy together. Xintang responded immediately, while Lin Ho looked dejected as the two women protected him. "Oh God, I've become a burden." But just as they left the cave, the two cried out in unison. Outside, a monkey with red eyes gleefully sits atop a wooden wolf, and upon seeing the two, swiftly draws a sword and attacks. The great wolf obeyed its every command, as the monkey rode it into a frenzied attack, leaving Zilan and Qin Chang stunned and unable to react for a long moment. Not stopping there, it closed the distance and immediately took flight, ferociously charging towards them for close-quarters combat. Still stunned, Zilan and Qin Chang had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. It was the first time they'd seen a monkey fight like this. Its blade struck at Zilan, who quickly summoned her inner strength to block, but even she was shocked by the monkey's immense power. With its first attack, the monkey sent Zilan flying, gaining the upper hand for now. Now it was Qin Kang's turn, and she charged forward with her sword, shouting, "Zilan, get out of the way, let me handle this." But it seemed they had both underestimated their foe, for the monkey vanished before their very eyes. Lost in disbelief, Qinsong wondered how the monkey possessed such internal strength and movement. Before she could recover, the monkey attacked Qintang again, prompting Zilan to shout a warning. "Behind you! Get out of the way!" Hearing Zilan's warning, Qintang quickly turned around, but it seemed too late. That monkey was like a demon. It grinned at them, its mouth full of sharp teeth, then swung its sword down. Qintang flinched, raising her sword to block the blow. But just then, the monkey's strength sent Qintang flying, and Lin Huan rushed to catch her. Luckily, Qintang wasn't seriously injured. Seeing that it had defeated them, the monkey gleefully opened its mouth and laughed heartily. But then, the monkey's sword suddenly cracked, then broke in two. It looked at the broken sword, puzzled, and scratched its head. Zilan explained, "If I hadn't used a steel sword, you'd all be done for." Lin Huan was stunned. "What's going on? Is this monkey really that strong?" Zilan says, "It knows martial arts and is incredibly powerful." The mute monk adds, "Its external skills and movements are as good as someone with internal energy." Hearing their praise, Lin Huan frowned and examined the monkey's pulse, deducing that it possessed a meridian passage and ancient true energy. Immediately, Lin Huan pointed at the monkey and declared, "Then let me defeat it." With that, he pulled a small, milky white bottle from his person. Zilang asked suspiciously, "Didn't you use up all the elixir pills you had?" He stammered, sweating, "I don't know why there's some left." At that moment, the system appeared, showing Yatenchang's personal affection at 92% and affinity +1, rewarding him with the Dragon Tiger Pill of Heroic Revival. Lin Huan wondered, that guy definitely looks like he's done it, right? But then he tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. It's okay, it just increases blood and energy, not much difference. As he swallowed the elixir, a thick, murderous aura emanated from Lin Huan's body. "I'll show you, you hairy monkey, the fate of those who dare bully my woman." Hearing those words, Zilan blushed with embarrassment. "You!" Zilan blushed furiously, finding it indecent. Immediately after, Lin Huan charged forward with his sword, but the monkey seemed amused, acting nonchalant and even scratching its nose slyly. Seeing its expression, Lin Huan was astonished. "Good heavens, you can still laugh?" He threw a rock, but the monkey retaliated with a fierce blow aimed at Lin Huan. The rock nearly struck his face, startling him and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. But luckily, Lin Huang's reflexes were quick, and he managed to block the attack with his twin blades. Not stopping there, it uses the rope to strike again. His sword falls, his arm is caught, and Lin Huan is suddenly on the defensive. In just 2 moves, the twin blades were knocked from his hands, and he stared in disbelief. "Damn, this monkey knows not only hidden weapons but also martial arts." Tang quickly warned, "Be careful. Its movements and techniques seem to be self-taught, and its sensitivity is extremely high." Lin Huan tears his shirt, realizing he's outmatched in both inner strength and the speed of his outer techniques, leaving him with only one option. As he spoke, he tore off strips of his shirt and wrapped them tightly around his hands, calculating his next move against the monkey. "I just need to be more agile than you." He began to move his feet, not using fists before because they left too many openings. The pace was too fast to exert force. Before he could finish, the monkey hurled a rope at Lin Huan, forcing him to struggle to evade it. But Lin Huan's speed was noticeably increasing. Dodging left and striking right, Lin Huan's speed is now like lightning. The monkey, seeing its opponent's rapid attacks, is startled and chooses to flee. Of course, Huan wouldn't let it get away, quickly giving chase. "There's no escape!" He grabbed the monkey's tail and yanked hard. He spoke as he punched, prioritizing quantity over power. But immediately after that blow, the monkey foamed at the mouth, its body battered and bruised. Seeing the monkey like this, the wolf was momentarily frightened and took a step back. Lin Huan glares at the wolf, threatening it. "What's wrong? Do you want to end up like him?" It seems to understand him. The wolf quickly became docile, panting like a pet dog. After tying up the monkey, he was intrigued. This monkey was truly skilled. Master of both internal and external arts, it surely holds a secret. He stared at it for a long time. Perhaps the ancient arts could be deciphered, but first he must find the monkey's origin. Zoleng then took on the task of leading the monkey, and the search began. After a while, she looked at Lin Huan and immediately asked, "Did you find it?" Lin Huan bent down to pick up a stone and happily said to Zilan, "It's done." At that moment, the noisy cries amused Lin Huan, as if the warrior monkeys had arrived, and right on cue, monkeys in armor riding horses charged in. Instantly, he and the others were surrounded by the monkey generals, and the leader stepped forward, brandishing his weapon as if to speak, while the smaller monkeys cheered him on. Lin Huan quickly understood their intention and said coldly, "You want a one-on-one fight? You little monkeys, I'll give you a free lesson." Holding up some stones, Lin Huan said, First, these stones I have are called small stones. They can be ground into gunpowder, making them more flammable. He then took out another toy. Secondly, this weapon I'm holding is a pistol, and it's loaded with the powdered stone, so it can be used continuously. Holding the gun towards them, Lin Huan continued. At 10 steps, the gun is faster. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger and a deafening shot rang out. The bullet rips through the martial monkey, the weapon's power and deafening sound shocking him. Its eyes widened in shock as it saw a hole pierced through its blade. Lin Huan smirked. Still want that duel? Upon hearing this, the monkey immediately surrendered, as it had been a long time since they'd encountered such a powerful opponent. The monkeys immediately prostrated themselves before Lin Huan, as if they had found their god. At the same time, the system announced that he had gained influence, along with the monkey's 100% mastery of monkey fist and staff techniques. Lin Huan was surprised. It worked? He immediately pounded his chest excitedly like a true monkey king. These monkeys truly obey the strong. Is this the sign of a monkey king? So, I hereby declare my status as Monkey King. Then, Lin Huan pointed forward and gave his orders. The little monkey leads me back to their base, and I watch him play with the other monkeys, his face dark. Why did I follow such a childish man? Zilan added, Don't even say it. I'm starting to regret it too. Finally, after a long time, they arrived at a place of incredible beauty, prompting Lin Hoa to exclaim, Is this some kind of trick? A flower fruit mountain water curtain cave? Together, they braved the massive waterfall and rushed into the cave behind it, revealing a tranquil world hidden within. Swords and martial arts manuals were mounted on the cliff face in countless numbers, and Qin Cheng was shocked after reading one. These are all lost top-tier martial arts techniques. At the same time, they noticed a large character carved into a nearby cliff face. With one glance, Huan knew there were even weapons from eras long past. Just what was this place? Lin Huan sat down, carefully examining the stone for anything unusual as the monkeys eagerly brought him the martial arts manuals. He flipped through the pages, pointed, and grinned as if to say something. Lin Huan understood immediately. These monkeys learned martial arts by mimicking the diagrams. But something went wrong. How could there be so many top-tier techniques in this cave? As he investigated, he found that these weren't just top-tier techniques, but legendary martial arts being practiced by a bunch of monkeys. Frowning, he realized the ancient techniques the monkeys were using were similar to those of White City and the White Lotus sect, but those bald heads couldn't have learned them from these books, meaning this wasn't the only treasure trove of its kind. Lin Huang then surmised that this treasure trove must hold other secrets, and that this stele is the key to unlocking them. At that moment, he noticed a small hole at the top of the stone. Lin Huan was surprised. Was this the mechanism? Lam Huan frowned, then speculated that Zilan must be curious, wondering if it was just a crack in the stone. He replied, Yes, but coincidentally, the saintess's ornament fits perfectly into this crack. Immediately, Lin Huan swiftly inserted the hairpin into the hole in the rock, a perfect fit, and waited anxiously for a miracle to occur, for any secret to be revealed. As he says this, the stone door quickly opens and the secret is about to be revealed. He's overjoyed. Zilan wondered, why could the Holy Maiden's ornament open this mechanism? Were the secrets of the previous dynasty hidden in similar caves? Let's see what's inside first. Maybe we'll find some answers, Cam Tang said, piquing Lin Huan's interest. He picked up Zilan, saying, Let's go, let's take a look. He smirked. It's so dark in here. Be careful. Zilan shyly retorted, You're the one who needs to be careful. At that moment, the torches on the walls blazed to life, illuminating the cave. Shenong frowned, exposing his ploy. Now that there's light, can you let go? As soon as Lin Huan entered, he was amazed. There's even an automatic lighting system here. Smart thinking, Zilan of the Heavenly Soldiers chimed in. So this is an ancient tomb, that makes sense. Qin Xiang added, There are 3 paths here. Let's each take one and explore quickly. Lin Huan interjects, Wait, these kinds of mysterious tomb passages usually only have one real path. If we rush, the whole tomb could self-destruct. He tells them, Listen to your husband, I know this stuff. Cam Tang retorts, Only shameless tomb raiders know that. He smirked, setting that aside for the moment. I'll make a grave-robbing tool. Oh no, it's a specialized archaeological tool? Zilan asks, What's an archaeological tool? A trap avoidance weapon? Lin Huan held up the tool. It's much more powerful than a weapon. It's called the Luoyang shovel. He braced himself. It was time to dig. And with that, Lin Huan quickly dug 3 holes. His movements were incredibly swift. The earth, freshly turned by Lin Huan, quickly formed 3 large mounds beside the cave. Lin Huan then said, I'm sure of it. The rightmost fork is the real one. Zilan was amazed. Huh? How did you know? She quickly asked Lin Huan. How did you recognize it? Qintang continued. I only saw a slight difference in color. He immediately embraced the two beauties, teasing them. Want the answer? Call me husband. Annoyed, Qintang tells him to stop talking nonsense, and Zilan couldn't help but pull his face. Tell us. Lin Huan casually replied, It's just a guess. He then explained, logically the fake path will be clear while the real one will be full of traps. He pointed to the cave, singling out the rightmost path, where the damp sand hinted at hidden traps, while the other two paths were either broken and dry, or suspiciously normal. Then, getting close to the two girls, he pouted, saying they had to call him husband this time. Camtang blushed, scolding him for only thinking about having fun. Zilan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Huan's lack of seriousness, and together they reluctantly cried out, My lord! Huan, pleased, replied, Let's go. He then charged forward, knowing the best way to deal with old traps is to trigger them before they're ready. Just as he predicted, rocks and debris rained down upon him. They all made it across relieved. Zilan spoke up. We're almost there, it's just ahead. But at that moment, Lin Huan quickly stopped them, shouting, Be careful! Before them lay a precarious abyss, and thankfully, no one fell in. Lin Huan was astonished, clutching his chin in disbelief. Looking down, he noticed a coffin buried below. Below, something resembling a small house sits amidst the decay. Lam Huan descends cautiously, recognizing the area as an ancient tomb. Why the fake name? Looking around, Lin Huan surmises that there don't seem to be any creatures around. It seems safe enough. Tang held her curiosity. Then let's go take a look. At the same time, from behind them, a pair of red eyes is staring intently at Lin Huan. Sensing the approaching danger, he couldn't help but shudder as the rock creature rapidly advanced towards Lin Huan. It raised its hand, preparing to strike. Lin Huan dodged, but was still shaken. Could this be a living creature? Now the thing reveals itself, a gigantic and bizarre stone golem. He's shocked and amazed. A stone man? Since when did this place have such advanced technology? Lin Huan charges forward, knowing the only option is to fight, and they attack the stone giant from all sides, but its rocky hide makes it difficult to strike with swords. But then, the stone figure used its inner force to hurl Lin Huan away, leaving him stunned. What the heck? It can even use internal energy? All three of them are sent flying in different directions, while the stone man remains unscathed. Gritting his teeth, Lin Huan dismisses the supernatural and summons the system, knowing only one thing in this world can grant him such power. The stone man's aura begins to manifest, and as he suspected, it's martial arts chai. Inside the stone are meridians. It's man-made. Seeing him stare, the stone man turns his back. This surprises him. It can sense that he's observing it. As he fights, Lin Huan begins to feel confused. The stone is too thick to see its weakness. What to do? Seeing him take such a risk, the two girls shout out in alarm, telling him to be careful. At that moment, the stone man reacted, making Lin Huan suspicious. What was that reaction? Hearing this, he sneered, then thought to himself, I understand now. At the same moment, the golem prepared to attack, but he suddenly froze, completely still. Zilan was surprised that it stopped attacking, and Qinsang wondered if Lin Huan had done something. But now, the stone figure has changed its attack position to Zilan and Qinsang. Lin Huan immediately shouted, Stop using your power now. Stop circulating your energy and just breathe normally. Zilan didn't think twice and immediately stopped gathering her inner energy. Okay. Qinsang also sealed her power as Lin Huan instructed. The stone figure was immediately confused, looking around for its opponents, but finding no one, it quickly left, ceasing its attack. Zilan watched in stunned silence. Was it really that simple? And so, they tiptoed after the stone man, careful not to arouse its suspicion. Lin Huan then explained that this stone mechanism must be part of an automated system, with a complete input and processing structure. Zilan didn't care, not understanding at all, but he smiled and said simply, Input means it has to have a way of sensing the outside world. Lin Huan elaborated, explaining that the stone's advanced tech only sensed air. So long as they didn't move or breathe too heavily, the giant stone figure wouldn't detect them. He then smugly gestured forward. The door is open. Follow me. Everyone stared at the door, awestruck. Even Lin Huan was left speechless. Looking down, he quickly ran forward, exclaiming, The stone man is starting to glow. It's so strange. The group moves forward, and Lin Huan is astonished as the stone lights up, revealing mysterious inscriptions. Lin Huan was stunned, exclaiming, A nexus point? A dragon vein? He realized this wasn't a tomb, but one of the 30 dragon vein nexus points. As far as he knows, there are 30 such nodes, so his initial guess was right. The flood washed away a secret manual from the node, causing a technique to be lost, Lin Huan said hesitantly. But what exactly is this dragon vein? Zilan asks. I seem to recall hearing about it when I was younger, she mused. Our family name is Ning, and we were originally a royal tribe. When I was young, I often played with princes and princesses. According to her memories, a prince once told her an ancient myth about the secret of the dragon vein, a symbol of the nation's destiny. If it were severed, the country would be divided, and its people would suffer. Moreover, a master capable of controlling the dragon vein could also control the nation's destiny. Interestingly, it's said that wherever the dragon vein passes is an excellent place for cultivation. It's just a pity that we can't circulate our energy now. Qinsang was surprised and suggested checking the purity of the energy in the pit, but at that moment they heard a strange noise coming from Lin Huan, and they both looked over in surprise. He's chiseling away at the rock, gloating, "Go ahead and try, it's fine." Lin Huan's face darkens as he says coldly, "This pattern is exquisite. According to you, it's practically an external cultivation system." So the guardian of the dragon vein gathered masters from every profession. Zilan will protect us while you test it out. The monk focused intently, sensing the purity of the energy. Continued training would surely enhance his inner power. Meanwhile, Huan calculated that rearranging the names of famous martial artists created a rough path. Is this the sacred geomancy of the dragon vein? He pauses, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Wait, I've got it. Lin Huan spreads out the map, calculating roughly. Could the secret of Great Way in the south that the saintess spoke of lie at the starting point of the dragon vein? He recalled the saintess saying, "I only know this place can shake the world." They all gasped. Could it be? Lin Huan was taken aback, voicing his thoughts. The Great Way wants to sever this dragon vein? He paced back and forth, troubled. Even if the saintess unintentionally caused chaos, other ambitious individuals would also make their move. He began to contemplate. Protect the dragon vein or defeat his enemies. Either way, he needed to increase his strength. Suddenly, Zilan's voice broke through his thoughts. Okay, she begins to undress. The energy here is pure, perfect for cultivation, and Qinsang quickly follows suit. The affairs of the Jianghu are my affairs. Hurry and cultivate. Startled, Lin Huan forced a bitter laugh. Maybe we should take a break. But before he could react, the two scantily clad women embraced him, leaving him flustered. Outside, strange figures stirred. Had he really fled into the forbidden forest? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come to this forsaken place for the reward. Soon after, one of the three spoke up after rummaging around. Hurry, there's a clue. They all looked at him and he said, Look at the footprints. As soon as they saw a figure appear, they shouted, There it is! We're rich! We're set for life! But as they ran over, the figure vanished. Soon after, a pale hand suddenly bursts from the ground, startling them. It's a ghost, they cry. The mud-caked figure is none other than Lin Huan, but in his tattered state, he is indeed a frightening sight. Seeing Lin Huan, they trembled and said to each other, Don't be afraid, we have weapons. That's right, we're famous figures in the martial world. We can't be afraid of this evil spirit. At that moment, Zilan and Qinsang appeared beside him, equally terrifying with mud all over them. The masked men were terrified, and now two more weirdos appeared. One-on-one? No way, let's get out of here. And just like that, they cried out, Hey, wait for me. Meanwhile, Lin Huan was dumbfounded, and not just him. The two girls beside him couldn't understand why they were so afraid of them. Lin Huan then feigned innocence, saying, Don't look at me. I didn't expect the exit to be like this, either. Who knew the dragon vein's starting point was one way, forcing them to dig through mud? At that moment, they were shocked to discover someone lying on the ground. He quickly rushed over to check if these were the people who had just been chased away. But upon turning them over, the group was shocked to see familiar faces. Sweating, Lin Huan knew something was terribly wrong. The seventh princess, her eyes glazed over, stammered brokenly, San Wu. But as soon as she saw Lin Huan and the others, the seventh princess didn't recognize them. Instead, she screamed in terror, and then fainted from the shock. The three were taken by surprise. Helpless, Lin Huan wiped the dirt from his face. We should wash up a bit. Soon after, they quickly found a nearby stream to bathe and wash their clothes. With the spring scenery revealed, the two girls seemed to enjoy themselves, as it had been too long since they had a comfortable bath. The kind Zilan came up behind him. Your back's dirty, let me help you. Lin Huan hid behind some clothes, happily saying, My wife, your back's dirty too, let me help you. Seeing the pervert before her, Zilan screamed and turned away, while the seventh princess finally awoke, blushing at the sight of Lin Huan. "You!" He was startled. No one expected the seventh princess to wake up at this moment. He frantically covered his private parts. The seventh princess covered her face and ran away, leaving Lin Huan in an awkward situation, telling her not to get the wrong idea. As night fell, they gathered around a fire for warmth, something they hadn't done in a long time. After bathing, Zilan and Qin Kang felt a chill in the air. The seventh princess looked at Lin Huan, filled with gratitude, and said, "Thank you for saving me." He replied, "It was just by chance, but why is a noble princess like you being hunted? Where are the others who were with you?" The seventh princess explained, "We split up, and I got separated during the chase." She added sadly, "As for the bounty, the Empress probably wants to eliminate the remaining royals to prevent future trouble." Lin Huan adds that running to Jiazhou, a chaotic land, is like seeking life in the face of death. He then stands up to reassure her, "Don't worry, we'll be together from now on. Go to sleep, I'll keep watch." As night falls, after days of travel, Kang and Zilan are fast asleep. Leaning against a tree, Lin Huan gazes at the moon, lost in thought. But someone has begun to move, a strange scent wafting from a vial. As Lam Huan drifted into unconsciousness, his eyes grew heavy and he finally succumbed to the poison, falling into a deep sleep. The seventh princess emerged, her face a mask of sorrow and regret. "Forgive me, but for the sake of the kingdom, I have no choice." She quickly abandoned Lin Huan and the others, then left. At that moment, Zilan appeared, confirming the seventh princess was suspicious, but her methods were clumsy. "We need to follow her and find out why she arrived in Xia province even faster than we did." Lin Huan's face turned cold, sensing an even greater mystery. The fact that she never asked why we came to the Forbidden Forest shows that her mind was elsewhere. Immediately afterward, he stood up, everyone completely unharmed. "Let's go, we must catch her." He quickly embraced the two beauties, a perfect chance to test the results of our triple cultivation. With that, they vanished into the silent night, leaving no trace behind. Dawn breaks quickly, and few wander this district so early. The seventh princess, face concealed, blends into the crowd, enters a restaurant, and resolves, "I will succeed." As she entered, the seventh princess announced, "I want to cause some trouble." Wan Yin eyed her suspiciously, then asked again. "Are you sure?" The seventh princess replied, "Absolutely." He then gave her a token to the underground arena in the back, telling her to go on ahead. Before she left, Wan Yin warned, "Remember, little girl, this is a deathmatch arena. It's not too late to back out." Then a tall figure entered, surprising him. "How strange. It's so crowded today." Lin Huan smirks, "So this is where the deathmatch is held. Looks like this place has something she wants." Wan Yin acts like she doesn't know anything about life or death matches, never having heard of them. "If you want trouble, take it elsewhere. I only sell food and rent rooms." Tu Lan angrily reached for her sword, but Lam Hoa quickly stopped her. Lan, don't get worked up. He's doing this because of the dangers surrounding this inn." Those men were ready to attack at the slightest movement, but Lin Huan said, "This place is full of villains and traps. If we make a scene, we won't be able to complete our mission. Don't cause a conflict. Let me think of a way." He then asked respectfully, "Excuse me, what does it take to pass through?" But Wan Yin was arrogant in response. "Speak plainly. Show the token to enter or get lost." Remembering the token the seventh princess gave him, he now understood its purpose. Lin Huan happily snaps off a corner of the table, saying, "Wouldn't it have been easier if you'd just said so?" Van Gam eyes him warily. "Why do you still want trouble?" Lin Huan channeled his inner energy into his fingertips, replying, "No, I'm just getting a token." And with that, Lin Huan's fingers skillfully moved across the piece of wood, carving intricate details as Wan Yin watched in stunned amazement. This was Diamond Finger. In moments, a token identical to the seventh princess's was complete, and Huan tossed it to the innkeeper, saying, "Here, hold on tight." Wan Yin looked hesitantly at the piece of wood in her hand. "Is this really going to work?" Lin Huan continued, "You said anyone with a token could enter. You can't go back on your word." The owner reluctantly replied, "Fine, go in." Watching him go, Wan Yin marveled at his movements, as fluid as clouds, his precise control, his immense inner strength, and his perfect emotional restraint. Truly unfathomable. Then the three followed the tunnel, drawn by the sounds at the end. As they entered, they were met with a fierce battle, shocking them. The narrow passage opened up after a few dozen steps, revealing a vast space. Lin Huan smirks. If he didn't know this was a deathmatch arena, he'd think it was paradise. At that moment, Yan Li steps forward respectfully, asking if the three of them wish to fight or place a bet. She explains that they can fight later, or bet with a minimum of 1 gold tile, which Tang notes is enough to feed a private army. Zilan adds, life and death on the stage, leisure below. At the same time, Lin Huan's eyes dart around, searching for his people. He quickly spotted the seventh princess in the distance, her face gloomy as she looked up at the stands. He thought to himself, the seventh princess certainly wasn't here for the money. Then Huan asked the girl, can you tell me what the prize is this time? Yemli happily replied that it was a rare book called The 30 Chapters of the Subduing Dragon, a secret tantric method, a martial arts manual, and rumored to be usable as a military strategy. He suddenly realized, could the 30 subduing dragon palms be a technique to control 30 dragon meridian points? Immediately after, Lin Huan made up his mind. I've decided. I'm going on stage. I must win this prize. Yemli smiled brightly, struck a drum, and announced the first match, Li Mu versus Zheng Yuan. As soon as she finished speaking, two people stepped into the arena. The blue-haired man spoke first. Li Mook of the Wu Mook Sword seeks guidance. My impatient opponent, your name? Young Wan. Enough talk, let's fight. The crowd below stirred with excitement. It's Zheng Yuan, the 3-time champion. But who's that new guy? And he announces himself as a swordsman of Wu Mu, which I've never heard of. Zheng Yuan immediately leaps forward with a massive axe, yelling as he attacks Li Mok. Li Mu, however, remained calm, easily dodging the blow by leaning to the side. Not wanting to be outdone, he quickly raised his sword, aiming it straight at his opponent. Lin Huan watched from below, showering praise. So fast, precise. It's 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. Zheng Yuan is in danger, and the man beside him disagrees. Zheng Yuan is in danger. He's not the arena master for nothing. He has the Golden Bell shield for protection. How can swordsmen compete? The difference is too obvious. After stabbing into Zheng Yuan's firm chest muscles, Li Mu's sword was bent and deformed. He watched him, grinding his teeth in fury, as Lin Huan's sharp eyes followed the fight. Indeed, the difference is too great, he thought as he looked at Li Mu's secondary meridians, but Li Mu had cultivated secondary meridians in the west, wielding a sword far beyond Zheng Yuan. The martial sword is likely inherited from a hidden sect. Now that the court no longer suppresses them, the age of chaos has begun. Looking at the trembling Li Mu, Zheng Yuan couldn't help but gloat. You think you can break my defense? Dream on. But immediately after, he soared into the air, gritting his teeth as he looked up, wanting to escape. As he landed, blinding light emanated from Li Mu's sword, forcing Zheng Yuan to shut his eyes. Taking advantage of his opponent's weakness, Li Mu strikes with his sword, hitting the unforgeable skin of his eyelids and sending him flying. He looked at his struggling opponent and said coldly, You can't see anything anymore, just give up. Zheng Yuan knelt down, covered his face, and roared, Despicable, your Wu Mu sword is nothing but dirty tricks. Enraged, he thrust his sword straight through him, leaving the crowd below in stunned silence. Oh my God, is it over? Is Zheng Yuan dead? Li Mu wipes the blood from his sword, disgusted. Those who insult his sect must die. With the match over, Yan Li cheers loudly. The second match, Lin Yu versus Du Yu. Li Mu stepped down, passing Lin Yu, thinking he hadn't met anyone who could excite his fighting spirit. As he finished speaking, Lin Yu was sent crashing into the wall by his opponent. His lifeless eyes stared blankly as he lay on the ground, Lam Hu dead from a single blow. Lai Muk watched in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief, when suddenly a voice called out, Hey, kid. Li Mu turns to face Lin Huan, who stands with crossed arms and a smirk. Think you could teach me that ancient swordsmanship of yours? Li Mu tilted his head, his voice low. If you know it's ancient swordsmanship, which clan do you belong to? Lin Huan smiled. Clan? I'm just a nameless son-in-law. Annoyed, he turned and walked away, unwilling to speak, knowing the arena would settle things soon enough. Meanwhile, the next match was about to begin. Yan Li announced, next up, Gong Ziqi versus Yuan Laosan, the 10th princess disguised as a man. Immediately after they stepped into the arena, Old Third sneered triumphantly at his opponent. Did pretty boy get lost? This is a fight, not a poetry slam. This is a fight, not a poetry slam. He then gets into a fighting stance, ready to battle. I've roamed the land for over a decade with my Tongbei Yuan Quan style, so I advise you not to get involved. The 7th princess seemed a little scared and stammered. Enough talk, make your move. Zilan said from below, I've heard of this Yuan Laosan. He's small fry, but too strong for the 7th princess. Lin Huang agreed. That's right, if there's any danger, we'll step in to save her. He maliciously raises his fist. I've poured 20 years of power into this move. Can you withstand it? Immediately, the seventh princess uses both arms to block the attack. But in less than 3 seconds, she was thrown far from her original position by Old Three's power. Old Three glared at the seventh princess with a ferocious look, and she gritted her teeth, staring back at him. The crowd below erupted in mocking laughter. "Hey, fight. Why are you just standing there after one hit? We paid good money to see a fight, not you two staring at each other." Old Three raised his trembling, aching hand in anger. "Did you train in an iron bell technique? Your arm is too stiff." Immediately after, he throws a dart at the seventh princess. "Then don't blame me for getting nasty." Seeing the situation, Zilan grew anxious. "This is bad. There are projectiles coming." Lin Huan suddenly interjected. "Hold on," he said with a sly grin. "It seems those days on the run have made the seventh princess grow up quite a bit. Don't worry, she's already won this fight." Zilan was confused by his words. Sweating, the seventh princess watches the darts fly toward her as the third prince cries out in disbelief. "What? What is this?" "How can this be? His throwing stars have no effect on the seventh princess." She coldly explains, "This armor is made with the latest killing technique. Your hidden weapons are useless." The seventh princess then throws off her cloak. "I know my martial arts aren't great, but I have equipment. This is a no-rules deathmatch after all." She looked down on her opponent, saying, "This is the power of money. Do you want to continue?" Lausan raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, you have money. You're arrogant. I'll be back next time. I concede." Below, Lin Huan smiles proudly with his arms crossed. "Not bad, not bad. This fighting style is the only way to win." And the two girls next to him, seeing him so proud, don't know what to say. After the battle, the seventh princess rested, adjusting her clothes when a man approached her. "Greetings, Prince Qi." The person who came was none other than our male lead, Lin Huan. The seventh princess couldn't help but feel uneasy as she looked at him. "Greetings. May I ask for your esteemed name?" She sighed and spoke helplessly. No need to pretend anymore. The seventh princess turned to look at Lin Huan, telling him to wait until after the competition to talk. He warned her that her next opponent was Li Mu, a powerful fighter, and she must be careful. The seventh princess replied with fiery spirit, "I will do my best." Lin Huan tossed her a vial, telling her to crush it in case of emergency. Soon after, her battle against Li Mu finally arrived. Round 2, first match, Gong Ziki versus Li Mu. The two stand on the arena, bowing to each other. "I'm honored to fight you." As soon as he spoke, Li Mu rushed towards the seventh princess, his sword aimed directly at her. The seventh princess quickly raised her hands to defend herself, staring at her opponent, gritting her teeth in shock. "Too fast!" But then, a glint flashed in Li Mu's eyes, as if he'd sensed something. A precise strike shattered the armor on her arm. The seventh princess retreated, keeping her distance in fear. This could cut through even the finest steel. Not stopping there, Li Mu quickly lunged forward, preparing to deliver the final blow. But the princess, finally seeing her chance, retrieved the vial of medicine Lin Huan had given her. At that moment, the seventh princess crushed the vial in her hand. Li Mu scoffed, thinking such weak poison was easily neutralized by holding one's breath. But then, a surge of energy appeared before Li Mu's eyes, leaving him stunned. He stared at it, astonished. A stream of pure energy, untouched by corruption, requiring no arduous cultivation. That must be what he gave to young Master Qi. He pondered this as he looked down at Lin Huan, who was standing among the crowd, smiling triumphantly as if he had foreseen this outcome. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, Li Mu clasped his hands, bowed his head, and conceded defeat. "I yield." Everyone below was shocked by the scene. "Hey, I waited so long and that's all I get to see?" Cheating, cheating, cheating. He looked down at Lin Huan and warned, "I'll trust you this once, but you better have an explanation for me." "What was that just now? Still don't get it?" He crossed his arms, satisfied, saying it was easy to talk to smart people, and that he had plenty more, but only those who cultivated ancient arts like them could use it. The seventh princess unleashes her inner power, launching countless darts at her opponent, who is immediately stunned and unable to react as the referee shouts. Once again, Prince Qi wins the match with his arsenal of weapons. The crowd below stirred, lamenting the cost of so many poisons and hidden weapons. Surely more than the prize itself. What bad luck. And then, the crowd watched as Lin Huan announced that the next final would be against young Master Qi, a chance to reclaim his honor. "Yes, I bet on him. If he wins, I'll at least break even." And just like that, he nonchalantly strolled onto the platform, announcing loudly, "Everyone, I have an announcement to make." Suddenly, he inexplicably forfeits the match, declaring his surrender in the upcoming final. At this, the crowd froze, unsure of what they were hearing, as he quickly whisked the seventh princess away amidst a storm of criticism. What? What kind of deathmatch is this? It's all a farce. Pay up, damn it, pay up. Wan Yin slams a book on the table in frustration. Here, take it. What a scam. If you guys conspire to rig the prizes again, don't blame us for being rude. Lin Huan respectfully says, Thank you, shopkeeper. Immediately, he angrily cursed, Enough! Don't ever come near the life and death arena again. But before they could leave, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Hey! Li Mu glares at him. You'll have to explain this secret to me. Lin Huan didn't hide anything. It concerned the book in her hands, a vital matter regarding the dragon vein. Hearing this, Li Mu's eyes turned even colder as he frowned and asked, Dragon veins? The seventh princess was stunned and blankly repeated Lin Huan's name. How did you know? Well, I'll be frank. If I'm not mistaken, the 13 dragon forms is just a second-rate martial art to outsiders, but in reality, it's a map of the dragon vein acupoints, along with a superior cultivation technique that can harness the power of the dragon veins. Lin Huan looked at her and asked, Oh, you intend to use it to find the dragon vein, train soldiers, and rescue the imprisoned emperor, is that right? The seventh princess paled. Why did you expose my identity? He chuckled. It was unavoidable. She pouted. Don't just blurt things out. The fewer people who know, the better. Lin Huan then says, The better. The more people who know, the better, because we need to gather the strength of the martial world to fight the current court. Casting a glance at Li Mu, Lin Huan continued, Especially those ancient martial arts families who have been hidden for many years. Then he sighed. Fine. Just come here and I'll show you what I mean. This dragon vein. It's familiar. Lin Huan leads the group into the tunnel. Li Mu, with your power, you'll make a quantum leap. I hope you can convince your family to come out of seclusion. They traveled together for a while, eventually reaching the inscribed stele. With a cold face, Li Mu quickly replied that if it was truly that miraculous, then of course it was possible. The seventh princess presented a secret manual saying, You've cultivated at the dragon vein point, so I'll entrust this to you. Then she told Lin Huan, I'll follow your lead. Time passed, and 3 days had gone by. Li Muk, now walking alongside Lam Huan, wondered why the other 3 weren't with them. He explains that they went to find the last dragon vein in Jia province. Li Mu adds, Then we must quickly expand our forces as well. He also introduced him, This is my friend. He's also a descendant of a martial arts family, but be careful inside. Lin Huan cracked his knuckles with excitement. It seems he's about to cut loose again. Immediately, he rushed inside, throwing the door open with a bang, revealing beautiful women in revealing outfits, writhing sensually. The moment Huan laid eyes on the scene, his heart raced and his face flushed red. The girls swarmed him the instant they saw him. This young master is so handsome, and his arms are so strong. He's truly dashing. At that moment, a well-groomed girl with a seductive figure stepped forward, her ample hips swaying provocatively before Lin Huan. His eyes burned with fierce determination. I'm in a hurry. Please let go. Li Mu whispered. I told you. We have to be careful. Then he removed his straw hat. Ladies, we're not here for pleasure, but to find someone. Cooperation benefits us all immensely. The girls stopped in their tracks as if seeing a tiger. At that moment, a fragrance wafted from the room, followed by flickering lights and a slowly opening door. A melodious voice echoed, Which clan disciple is courting death by revealing their identity? The proud woman in red was none other than Liu Yan Yu. She puffed on her cigarette with an icy expression, as Li Mu quickly stepped in front of Lin Huan, saying, My name is Li. Li Mu of the Wu Mu sword. Yen Wu coldly states, The last I heard of the Li family was in my grandmother's bedtime stories. What do you want? We're the Harmonious Union sect and we don't want to get involved in outside affairs. Hearing this, Lin Huan's nose started to bleed. The Harmonious Joy sect? Is it some kind of dual cultivation between men and women? At that moment, Yan Yu approached and lifted his chin. You don't even know this? Then you're not from a prominent family? According to the rules, you can only join us? Her alluring voice carried a soft internal power as she channeled an energy into the pipe. But at that moment, Lin Huan's smile suddenly changed as he quickly channeled his inner strength, casually gripping the pipe in front of him. His inner power invades Yan Yu's charm, leaving her choked and paralyzed. Yanu couldn't help but scream, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura for the first time. Yenvu grits her teeth and endures, reeling back in shock. Why do I sense a trace of the joyous union sex cultivation method in your aura? Just who are you? He quickly pointed to himself and said, Lin Huan is a grandmaster. Yan Yu remained firm, saying that her sex techniques could never be spread. Lin Huan mused for a moment, then grinned, saying, "Can't you just learn those techniques with a little understanding?" The other person frowned, looking at him with suspicion. "Really? I don't believe it." She waved her hand, challenging him. "If you really have the ability, then show me." Yan Yu's sudden suggestion left Lin Huan frozen in place, speechless. He misunderstood and conjured up some indescribable scenes, feigning embarrassment as if doing this and that after just meeting wasn't quite right. Lin Huan's dazed reaction confused Yan Yu and the others present, leaving them with many questions. Lin Huan's cheeks flushed red as he cleared his throat and said, "I'm not that kind of person." Hearing this, Yan Yu finally understood something and snapped, "What are you thinking? I'm talking about orthodox cultivation methods." Startled by her harsh tone, Lin Huan's eyes widened in surprise. He chuckled, realizing his misunderstanding, but joining to learn wasn't out of the question. Lin Huan's flippant attitude annoyed Yan Yu, who tried to calm herself and said, "Since you have such unique talent, I'll broaden your horizons." A moment later, the scene shifts to a staircase bathed in red light, lending an air of mystery to the space. Lin Huan follows Yan Yu, curiously looking around. The ancient martial arts family is indeed impressive, capable of building such a deep underground space. She didn't reply, continuing onward. Soon they arrived before a door. Stepping inside, countless disciples trained in pairs. Yan Yu slowed her pace, introducing herself. "I am the sect leader, and currently the head of the Liu family." Liu Yan Yu. Lin Huan was captivated by the disciples' unique training methods, unable to look away. He wondered, is this what true cultivation is? And Yan Yu confirmed it. Of course, the essence of cultivation is balance. According to her explanation, everyone has a different yin-yang ratio in their body. Cultivation is about balancing yin and yang to stabilize and strengthen inner power. Hearing this, Lin Huan was amazed, realizing that it could form a closed secondary meridian wheel in the body, sealing the inner power of the cultivation partner and turning it into his own instead of just using it once and being done with them. Realizing his slip, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up." Yan Yu didn't mind, blushing furiously, but calmly continued. "It's all right. I wanted to hear your explanation of your cultivation method anyway." Lin Huan then shared. "Based on my understanding, it's like I'm pushing out all the yin energy, absorbing the yang energy of the other person, and then using the excess internal energy to create a secondary meridian cycle. Your method is like catalysis, while mine is like refining." Saying this, he suddenly cried out in elation. "So that's it. The power I use to crush my opponents is the reason." Yan Yu was bewildered by this scene. Catalyst, refinement. What could it all mean? Before she could process what was happening, Lin Huan knelt before her. "It's all clear now. I finally know how to cultivate further. I want to join you, Master. Please accept me as your disciple." In an instant, Yan Yu's cheeks flushed red, and she waved her hands in refusal. "No, no, no. Although I'm the sect leader and head of the family, I've never taken a disciple before." These were words she could only keep to herself. She couldn't say it, but for a female sect leader to take a disciple meant marriage. Lin Huan didn't understand the implication and kept trying to persuade her. "Don't worry. I would never betray my master." Yan Vu found herself in a difficult position, her heart in turmoil. If anyone else took him, it would be fine, but if she did, it would be betraying her own master. After a moment's thought, she finds another solution. "How about this? You take my late father as your master, and I'll teach you in his stead, passing on his techniques. That way, there are no issues with the sect leader taking a disciple." Lin Huan didn't think much of it and happily agreed to the idea. Before he could finish speaking, the surroundings suddenly shook violently, and Lin Huan staggered backward. No sooner had Dongzhen passed than Yan Yu sternly ordered the Huqi below to prepare for battle as they approached from the west. Hearing this, Lin Huan looked puzzled. The Hu cavalry, what are they? The name conjures images of fierce tiger-riding warriors. Yen Wu, with no time to explain, thrusts a scroll at him. "Quick, take this. From now on, you belong to the Harmonious Joy sect." Before he can react, Lin Huan instinctively takes the scroll, utterly bewildered. Cut to outside of Xia City, where countless cavalry charge toward the city gates through a sandstorm, led by a cold-faced warrior surveying the scene. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Xia Province, a crowd gathered to assess the situation. Among them was Lin Huan, who peered down with curiosity. Were these the Hu cavalry? They're not from the Central Plains, so why the Central Plains sounding name? Yan Yu paused, finally revealing the reason. Though not from the Central Plains, their ancestors were, she slowly began, recounting the story she knew. During the Great Wei Dynasty, the force known as the Hu Riders were the guardians of Xia Province, the shield of the Northwest. You must know that they were constantly fighting the warriors of the Zoroastrian cult. Yan Yu paused, adding that in one battle, the reinforcements and supplies promised by the court never arrived. The Huqi fought valiantly, but were eventually surrounded. The Baihuo sect to the west, still resentful, treated them well after capturing them. Instead, the corrupt officials of the Great Wei used the excuse of the Tiger Cavalry's betrayal to embezzle supplies, spending the money on themselves. Hearing of this betrayal, the Tiger Cavalry defected to the Church of Fire, seeking retribution. As he finished speaking, Yan Yu's voice carried a hint of annoyance. Over the years, the Tiger Cavalry had completely transformed into the Flame Worshippers' pawns, showing no mercy to the Central Plains, and had been constantly harassing Jia Prefecture City for the past few years. Just then, the leader of the Huqi spoke up. "Listen, people of Jia Province, tomorrow is the deadline. Surrender now." He gathered his inner strength, slowly drew 2 swords from his back, and said in a low voice, "Or we will take Jia Province." At that moment, Lin Huan sensed his opponent's power and exclaimed, "His inner strength is immense!" In a flash, the leader suddenly lunged forward. A flash of sword light, followed by the sharp whistle of wind, echoed through the air as the leader of the Huqi group appeared before the city gates, unleashing a series of powerful sword strikes. With a resounding crash, the sturdy gate shook violently, cracked spiderwebbing across its surface, leaving Lin Huan in stunned disbelief. He cleaved the gate asunder? Is he even human? For a moment, the crowd on the city wall stood in stunned silence, gazing at the shattered gate reduced to rubble on the ground. After the display of force, the leader leisurely sheathed his sword, then rejoined his comrades as the Hu cavalry all retreated from the city. The sound of hooves faded into the distance, and witnessing their arrogance, the market clenched his fist in fury, seething, "We've been pushed too far." He immediately took action, urging those behind him, "All family heads, come quickly to the council." Yan Yu lowered her eyes in thought. "Let's go see what's happening." Lin Huan seemed doubtful. "Are we going to? Isn't the Li family supposed to be reclusive?" He glanced at him indifferently, wondering if such a large family could just sit and do nothing. Outwardly, the Li family still traded in medicinal herbs and clothing, making them a large merchant. Soon after, we cut to the Jianzheng Hall, where many people are gathered, sitting solemnly in their places. Lin Huan follows Yan Yu, glancing at the head seat, curious about the one-eyed man's background. The man revealed himself as a member of the Jiahu family, the sole survivor of a bandit raid on Jiahu village. He came to Jia Province, mastered martial arts, and rose to become the most influential figure. At that moment, Yu, sitting in the main seat, spoke up, "Everyone, I've taken the liberty of hosting this meeting. When will we retaliate? And we need a plan for this counterattack." One of those present rubbed his hands together with a grin. "This is just like the time we fought the horse bandits. We'll provide 5 parts of the provisions, and you can go fight them yourselves." Hearing these words, the Marquis gritted his teeth in anger, veins popping on his forehead. "Wang Du Zhang, you dare bring up that last incident? The supplies were garbage. My brothers fought the bandits on empty stomachs, and half of them died." Unmoved, the man sneered. "Are you blaming me for your incompetence?" Before he could finish, the Marquis, enraged, drew his blade, declaring, "They are my brothers. Dare to insult them, and I'll offer you as a sacrifice." In an instant, the great blade descended upon Du Zhang, who paled in terror. But just as the Marquis was about to strike, a cloaked figure stepped forward and stopped the blade with his bare hand, while another said, "Hold on, we share a common goal." Hearing this, the hooded figure finally released the blade, but I could see the distinct finger marks on the sharp edge. The Marquis's eyes widened in shock, immediately turning serious as he demanded, "To catch my blade barehanded? You're not the kind of people Wang Tuzhang could hire. Who are you, really?" The hooded figure smirked, saying slowly, "As expected of the Marquis, so perceptive. I'm not well known, but you've certainly cursed me enough." And the moment Liam recognized the face beneath the hood, he froze. It was him. Yan Yu looked back at him, asking, "Who?" Lin Huan just smiled awkwardly, answering vaguely, "An old acquaintance." Meanwhile, the official introduction began, and the man in the black cloak announced, "I am Dong Yi, also known as the incompetent general you speak of." Instantly, a flicker of alertness flashed in the eyes of the Marquis, and the subordinates behind him readied themselves for an attack. "Eunuch Dong, this is Xia Province, governed by the people of Xia and not under the court's jurisdiction. General Dong, I've gotten you in, the rest is up to you." The other party remained calm, stating, "I can lead troops to help you without using the court's name." The Marquis's estate remained wary, replying sternly, "I don't believe in such good fortune." "What's the condition?" Just as he predicted, Dong Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, answering, "I simply want you to send someone to help me when the time comes." Xingjunzi originally meant to eliminate treacherous villains around the monarch, but later evolved to mean rebellion. The Marquis understood the phrase's meaning, sneering, never expecting Dong Yi's ambition to be so great, daring to aim for the throne. The other man shook his head and sighed. "You don't know. But the imperial city is not what it once was. The Empress Dowager controls the emperor." The room erupted in whispers at these words. How could that be? Someone suggests, "I knew the imperial aunt's ambition was great. Even Yan Yu frowned upon it." "I know about the imperial aunt, but do you really think Eunuch Dong is just purging the court?" Lin Huan muttered, arms crossed. "It's possible." In his mind, Dong Gong rose to power through flattery, enjoying wealth and glory through such tricks. Now that even the emperor struggles to survive, Dong Gong will soon be eliminated. Back at the Marquis's manor, he shrugged, speaking without restraint. "Eunuch Tong, I believe in your tiger seal of Zhenxi, but the Zhenxi army is stationed in Yuan City. How could they possibly come to help? So I believe your intentions but not your strength," Dong Yi sneered. "I never said the Zhenxi army was all I had." With that, he calmly clapped his hands, signaling. In the next instant, countless figures appeared and vanished within the room. 3 figures materialized in the light, landing silently. The Marquis's residents marveled at their skill in concealing their presence. Dong Yi, with pride, introduced them as the Black Market. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than those present gasped in awe. What? The crowd's reaction was beyond Dong Yi's expectations. The old man was suddenly speechless. Didn't he know about the Black Guard? Was there really no veteran martial artist in Xia province? The families of martial arts clans should all know this. Yan Yu quietly observes the situation, muttering, "The black market are human weapons raised by the court with medicine, each highly skilled in martial arts and utterly loyal. When the martial world was destroyed, the black market contributed the most." Dong Yi quickly regained his composure and proudly acknowledged, "Now that I control the Black Guard, I can use them to help you." "I heard the black market isn't good at defense, but excels at assassination. Is that what you mean?" He responds with a meaningful look, confirming his suspicions. "That's right, I'll take the offensive, launching a swift surprise attack on the Hu cavalry's main camp." The Marquis seemed pleased with the plan, and immediately gave the order. "Perfect. Tonight each family will send 3 experts into action." Time passes quickly, and night falls, the bright moonlight shining down on the vast mansion. Lin Huanjia walks down the main road, looking less than willing. He muttered, "I'm not from the Liu family, why am I being forced to go?" Yan Yu coldly replied, "You're a joyous Union sect member now." Understanding her meaning, Lin Huan broke out in a cold sweat and fell silent. Back to tonight's main event, everyone has gathered before the city gates, listening to the Marquis's instructions. Next, we'll advance along 3 routes, each escorted by the Black Guard. Whichever route succeeds in the attack, Xia province can avert this crisis. A sense of unease crept into Lin Huan's heart. Something about this operation felt wrong, but he hoped it was just his imagination. At that moment, the city gates slowly creaked open, the sound echoing through the silence. The Marquis's forces took the lead, their voices echoing with authority as they set off. From above, Xu Xiangcheng watched as the densely packed figures moved like a gust of wind below. Dong Ye stood silently, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "They've sprung the trap." Anxious, Yan Yu asked, "Have you found them?" Lin Huan studied the area through his binoculars, then shook his head. "Not yet. It's strange, I don't see any fire in any of these directions." He suggests a possibility. What if they're deliberately not lighting any fires? He flatly denied it, saying it was impossible. The northwest was bitterly cold at night, and they wouldn't survive without a fire. Hearing this, Yan Yu thought it made sense, and muttered, rubbing her chin, "That's right. The Joy sect always lights fires at night." Her words inadvertently gave Lin Huan an idea. He exclaimed, "A training ground, an underground training ground. They must have found a cave." Without a word, he turned and sternly signaled the army to be silent. Then, Lin Huan lay prone, pressed his ear to the ground, and focused all his senses to listen for any movement. Seeing his actions, some immediately began to mock him, asking how he could possibly hear an underground camp from so far away. Did he think he had super hearing? Lin Huan frowned, telling them that finding water was essential for any camp. "I'm looking for groundwater. If you don't understand, watch and learn. Don't complain." With that, he pointed decisively in one direction. "There's the sound of underground water over there. Let's go. If you don't trust me, stay here and become wolf bait." The others immediately protested. "You think we'll just stay behind because you said so?" Several people agreed, saying, "Yeah, what if you're wrong?" Soon, the group arrived at a dark cave, and Yan Yu carefully observed the area, noting signs of digging, suggesting it may have once been the dwelling of ancient tribes. Lin Huan takes the lead, urging them forward to investigate. But he suddenly stops, noticing a light inside. Lin Huan cautiously approached the door, signaling for the others to stop. The moment he peeked inside, a blade of light suddenly struck. Lam Huan reacted quickly, narrowly dodging the attack, but a barrage of sharp blades followed. He was shocked. The swords were too fast. Lin Huan decided to take the initiative, and Gongming put all his strength into slamming the doors shut. Then a flurry of sword strikes shattered the wooden door, revealing a masked figure. The moment the door was destroyed, the army rushed in, weapons surrounding him. Lam Huan warily eyed his opponent, asking in a low voice, "Just you?" Wei Dong scoffed, replying arrogantly, "I alone am enough." With that, he stomped his foot on the ground. In that instant, a deafening roar erupted as massive boulders crashed down behind Lin Huan. He spun around to see the earth trembling violently, and the others cried out in panicked disbelief. At that moment, Wei Dong slowly spoke. "Next, you have no choice but to delve deeper to find an escape. Believe it or not, I'll kill you, right now." Wei Dong calmly replied, arms crossed, his tone defiant. "Go ahead and kill me, if you don't want to leave." At that moment, Lin Huan finally confirmed his suspicions. Eunuch Dong was working with them, luring them here to explore. If I'm not mistaken, the entrance has 3 paths, each fraught with danger. But the enemy is surprised, so someone here can actually think? He wastes no time getting to the point. "I'll tell you straight, this is the Heavenly Khan's treasure." Upon hearing this, Li Mu was immediately stunned. "The Khan's treasure?" Lin Huan, puzzled, pressed him. "Is it that famous? Even you, from a reclusive family, know about it." The man then recounted the following. In the early years of the Great Wei dynasty, Kirlu Khan led his tribe west, all the way to the far west, plundering countless treasures. The Khan was thus known as the Great Khan of Heaven, the Tian Khan. Returning from the west, the Tian Khan intended to invade the Central Plains, terrifying the Great Wei, but fate intervened. Before Tian Han could invade Xia province, he died of illness, and his people fled under the pursuit of the Great Wei army. After hearing the whole story, Lin Huan smiled softly. "Let me guess. The countless treasures Tian Han left behind are called Tian Han's treasure, and then they lie right beneath our feet." Wei Dong chimed in to confirm, "That's right, the traps inside are complex, and it will take many unique individuals to open it." No sooner had he spoken than those present began to criticize him. "If you can't open it, what makes you think we can? It's just treasure. Who cares if you die, but don't drag us down with you." Wei Dong calmly added, "There's not only wealth, but also countless unique martial arts from the western and far western regions." The group's attitude immediately shifted, their eyes gleaming as they urged, "Lead the way, then." Yan Yu sighed, left with no other choice. Lin Huan, intrigued, went to take a look. A moment later, the group set off, with him leading the way, torch in hand, its light illuminating their path. Soon after, they stopped, stunned by the sight before them. One person marveled at the wargame-like chessboard, requiring both offense and defense, and another nodded in agreement. Yes, I thought so too." Wei Dong turned to look at them, coldly reminding, "Don't touch anything. This is a chess game. I've tried 100 times and am still stuck. It's clearly chess from the far west." Lin Huan shrugged, smirking. "This is simple, isn't it just chess?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, wondering, "Chess? What's that?" Without answering, Huan approached the statues, muttering, "Knights move in an L shape, bishops diagonally, rooks straight." With that, the knight statue moved. The crowd marveled, "It's really right," though some stubbornly dismissed it as luck. Unfazed, Lin Huan moved the most powerful piece on the board, the queen, at will. He approached each statue on the board, proceeding step by step. Then Huan methodically manipulated each piece to solve the puzzle, casually explaining his moves to the crowd. Quickly reaching the final step, he loudly declared, "Checkmate, the game is decided." After his display of skill, Lin Huan crossed his arms and grinned triumphantly. Meanwhile, Yan Yu stood there dumbfounded, muttering, "Does a top scholar have to know this much?" Li Mu, standing next to her, was equally confused, shaking his head slightly. "I don't know either." Lin Huan's resounding call of checkmate echoed through the silence, and in the next instant, a statue cracked and shattered, its fragments raining down. The crowd rushed over to observe, and they immediately made a new discovery, a path leading downwards, meaning the chess game had indeed been solved. It was then that those present reluctantly began to believe in Lin Huan, so it really was possible. Another person praised his skill. Lin Huan didn't care, muttering, "It's just chess, not some high-end technology." But then Wei Dong cautiously approached him, respectfully bowing his head, asking for the great master's name. Lin Huan indifferently replied. He paused, reminding himself to keep a low profile while still commanding respect from these tiger cavalrymen. He'd have to use a fake identity. Thinking quickly, Lin Huan slowly introduced himself. "I am Chu Chui Suo, of the ancient martial arts family." Upon hearing the name Chu, Wei Dong panicked. The Chu family? Could it be the Dragon Cry Spear Chu family that shook the martial world a century ago? Lin Huan nodded slightly, confirming their suspicions. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was panicking. "I guessed right. But what is this Dragon Cry Spear they speak of?" Others overheard the conversation and immediately jumped in. "That's right, where's your spear? Why isn't the Dragon Cry Spear being used?" Another person chimed in enthusiastically. "That's right, you're even lying about your identity. Are you trying to harm us?" Lin Huan was sweating bullets, unable to get a word out. Witnessing this, Li Mu frantically thought, "This is bad, I'm exposed." Yan Yu, standing next to him, was also worried, wondering, "What should we do? Should we make a move?" But little did they know, Lin Huan was making it all up. He claimed his family's Dragon Cry Spear had evolved to a state where the spear was in his heart, not his hand. He mimicked Li Mu's energy channeling, focusing all his inner power into his fingertip, and successfully unleashed a streak of Saiyan spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, his attack obliterates the massive boulder in front of him, sending fragments flying. One person couldn't help but gape in awe. "Such an overbearing technique, I've never heard of it before." That's right, with such power it truly lives up to the name Dragon Cry. Lin Huan feigned displeasure, turning his face away. "Hai Long, aren't you going to get moving?" Wei Dong quickly clasped his hands in respect, his tone reverent. "With such an expert suppressing them, let's hurry on." And just like that, all the troubles were resolved. Following the others, Lin Huan's group of 3 slowly headed towards the exit, as Yan Yu curiously asked, "What move did you use just now?" "So domineering," Li Mu mused, stroking his chin. "Brother Lin, that move looked awfully familiar." Lin Huan replied, looking exhausted. "That was a move I just came up with. I released all my inner power at once, and my fingers couldn't handle the pressure." "You're injured." Yan Yu was momentarily startled, but quickly regained her composure. "Then hurry and keep up. We can still rely on momentum to deceive them for a while longer." Just then, Lin Huan suddenly placed his hand on her shoulder, stopping her. "Wait, this path is a fake. The 3 of us will take the real path." The others were confused. The real path was right beside them. Li Mu vaguely understood what he meant and frowned, muttering, "You mean..." Lin Huan then said, "The tunnel they took is likely just a decoy." Li Mu pressed, "Did you see any hidden signs?" The other party replied simply, "No, it's just my guess. According to your analysis, after the chess piece moves and the secret room reacts, it proves that there is a mechanical device underground, so the underground is where the workers used to work. That tunnel was probably just a path for the workers." Furthermore, Lin Huan suggested, "Change your way of thinking. If someone is strong enough, they could just smash the chess piece to get through. Why bother playing chess?" Hearing this, Li Mu nodded in agreement, realizing he must have overlooked something, while Yan Yu grew even more curious. "So what exactly is the correct solution?" Lin Huan suddenly asked her. "Yan Yu, who built the Tianhan vault? Or rather, who ruled the tribe after Tianhan?" The other party then honestly shared what they knew. Tianhan had no sons, and it seems his wife temporarily managed things for a few years before Tianhan's younger brother seized power. She paused, a glint in her eye, and muttered, "Seized power." A heavy silence fell as the group turned toward a statue in the corner. "The answer is clear. The key to breaking this stalemate is the queen."